Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dear Heart, I Miss You. Everything But You Duet, Book 2, by Eliah Greenwood. Narrated by Chris Chambers and Sophia Willingham. Prologue. Finn, aged 16. Dear Mom, I lied again today. I told some pathetic fuck that I didn't remember. It was one of Dad's friends this time. Tall guy, balding, chews too loud. Ring any bell? Now, I'm not saying I regret it. Regretting it would mean being a good person, like you were. And good people don't lie. Good people don't say they blacked out to avoid talking about the worst day of their life. And good people sure as hell don't kill their own mother. Because I did. I killed you. Even if it wasn't on purpose. My therapist would have a stroke if she knew I was writing you a letter by choice. It's been months since Dad stopped dragging my ass to therapy, yet here I am, still checking in with a ghost. I can just picture you watching me lie to every nosy bastard who asks what happened that day. See the disappointment on your face as I pretend not to remember. Truth is, I remember everything. Of course I do. I wouldn't be so fucked up if I didn't remember the boat full of drunk college kids heading straight for us. I wouldn't have PTSD if I didn't remember their blasting music as the driver passed out, probably from drinking his way through every liquor store in North Carolina. I would do anything not to remember. But my brain is a backstabbing asshole who knows every fucking detail from the weather to the last thing I said to you. I can still see it so clearly. It was particularly hot that day. Xavier and I were on the deck, talking shit like 8-year-olds do. I was so happy. I'd finally convinced you to get on Dad's yacht after a year of nagging. And it was my birthday. Best day ever, right? You'd just taken a seat on one of the benches behind us, trying to keep your seasickness under control while Dad and Brody bickered in the cockpit. I had my eyes fixated on the college kids the whole time. I witnessed the boat pick up speed, the party people aboard painfully clueless as to their unconscious driver. I kept waiting for him to wake up and steer the boat to the side. He never did. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say anything. I just stood there, frozen, watching the boat charge toward us like a brainless idiot. Would it have made a difference if I'd told you earlier? It seemed like forever to me, but it couldn't have been more than 5 seconds in real time. For all we know, those 5 seconds would have saved you. But I still said nothing. I said nothing. You saw them shortly after I did, but by then it was too late. The collision was imminent, and Xavier and I were going to suffer a direct hit. I remember the girls on the boat screaming when they realized they were going to crash into us. That's when I heard you yell my name. Next thing I know, I was submerged in water. You pushed me out of the way with strength I didn't even know you had. It stole my breath, compressed my lungs so hard I thought I was going to suffocate. Just a few hours prior, we'd gotten into an argument when you insisted that Xavier and I wore life jackets on the deck, even though we weren't going in the water. I called you annoying. That's the last thing I said to you. I thought you were overprotective, until the life jacket you forced me to wear saved my life. Then it all made sense. At first, I couldn't hear a thing except for the water gurgling in my ears. A few frat guys had been smart enough to jump out of the party boat before impact, but the others were drowning. There was red in the water. People calling for help as they struggled to swim with injuries. But it didn't feel real until I saw Xavier. He was unconscious, floating a few feet away from me. And the worst part? There was red around him, too. Brody's voice pulled my attention away from Xavier, and I turned to see him in the yacht's lifeboat, shouting at the top of his lungs to get my attention. The look on his face felt foreign. My older brother, the fearless guy whose courage I once aspired to match, was just as terrified and helpless as I was. He started rowing with his hands toward me and Xavier. I almost fainted when he helped us onto the lifeboat, and I saw the blood pouring from my best friend's stomach. Xavier wasn't moving. A sharp piece of metal plunged into his abdomen. I thought he was dead at first, but he just passed out from the pain. Brody started screaming at something in the distance, and I saw Dad's head popping out of the water. Dad was shouting your name. "Nora, Nora, Nora," he called, until his voice broke. And then he inhaled a breath before going back under. He later told us that your body had gotten thrown into the water, and he jumped in after you. You were unconscious, and he managed to grab your hand for a second. But then it slipped, and he lost you. He never forgave himself for that. Dad looked for you until he was so weak he started to sink, to drown. Brody had to forcefully pull him onto the boat. He wouldn't stop resisting, telling us to let him go. He fought until the very last minute, Mom. And he would have kept going if it weren't for the rescue teams arriving at the scene. I remember the Coast Guard saying you'd most likely died on impact, that you pushed Xavier and me off the boat, and it was over. He said he'd be surprised if your body was found, that Lake Belmont was known for keeping its victims tangled in notoriously thick weeds. And he was right. We never found you. People spent the next year telling me how proud I should be of you, that I should admire your bravery. But you wouldn't have had to be brave if it weren't for me begging you to get on that boat. Your mom was a hero, they said. But heroes wouldn't exist without villains. And I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm sorry the villain of your story was me. Finley. 1. Finn. Now. My father once told me that the lies we tell ourselves can either pull us underwater or keep us afloat. I never understood what he meant, until lying became my dad's only weapon in a war against reality. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. We'll get through this. In the year after Mom died, all he did was lie. To people, to us, to himself. But the lies kept him going. The bullshit he'd repeat like a mantra allowed him to get out of bed in the morning. Back then, it pissed me off. His unaffected facade was like salt to my open wounds. I wanted to see him break, to see him so crippled by pain he couldn't function. But now, I'm glad that he lied. We'd already lost one parent. We couldn't lose another. I watched him live in denial for months before deciding to give his miracle cure a go. Problem is, I couldn't pretend like he could. I couldn't forgive the universe for taking her away. I couldn't forgive the moon. I couldn't forgive the sun. I couldn't forgive the sea. The whole world was to blame. Everything, everyone, all the time. Sure, there were moments when I was drinking with the guys, playing basketball, or burying myself balls deep into nameless cheerleaders where I managed to let go, to forget. But it was fleeting. The meaningless sex, the booze, my obsession with basketball. The relief was always temporary, and to this day, I've only ever found one permanent cure. Her, Diamond Mitchell, my medicine, my salvation, my gem. The girl is a high that never ends, A lifelong treatment you only have to take once. As long as I had her by my side, the darkness was gone. It's been less than 24 hours since I lost her. It hasn't even been an entire fucking day since she got into Avina's car and kicked me out of her life. But I can already feel the darkness creeping in, drop by drop, little by little. Which might explain why I'm here, parked across the street from her house at 7 in the fucking morning. What kind of sicko gets up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday to pull up to his ex's house? Actually, scratch that. I didn't get up at 6 a.m. That would require having slept. My demons wouldn't let me sleep. There was nothing but quiet in the house. Nothing but questions and regrets and gut-wrenching memories. I'm haunted by the way she looked at me, as though she could finally see me clearly, as though she could see the monster everyone else did. Motion catches my eye across the street, and I flip my head toward Dia's house. Her brother has just drawn the curtains. I expect Jesse to walk away from the window, but he doesn't budge, glaring directly at me. He saw me, and he wants me to know. I'm not stupid. I knew they'd notice my car parked in front of their house sooner or later, but I was hoping for more time. I have no clue what to say to them, let alone what I'll say to her. Based on the way Jesse is mentally murdering me right now, I'm confident that he knows something happened. Dia told them about the sex tape, didn't she? Jesus, how am I ever going to live that down? Stop, you don't know that for sure. There's still a chance that Dia didn't tell them. She mentioned she got into a fight with her dads after they found out she was living with me all summer, so I wouldn't be surprised if she gave them the silent treatment. My focus drifts to the vehicles in the Mitchell's driveway. I spot Avina's car parked behind Dia's, and the dots connect themselves. Avina must have spent the night at the Mitchells. I decide I have no choice but to confront them when one of Dia's dads joins Jesse at the window. He's holding Dia's little brother in his arms, staring bullets right through my skull. I've never met Dia's parents. I know one of her dads owns Gaten's, a restaurant downtown, but seeing as Dia and I have been sneaking around for months, I never got the chance to introduce myself. In my defense, what the hell was I going to say? Hi, my name is Finn. I'm the asshole who's been fucking your daughter behind your backs all summer. Oh, and you know how she came home crying last night? That's my fault. Can I come in? I feel like I'm an addict, and they're the only thing standing between me and my fix when I climb out of my car. This probably isn't a good idea, but the girl I love is somewhere inside that house, convinced that I never gave a shit about her, and I'll be damned if I don't at least try to prove her wrong. I slowly make my way over to the front door. I don't even have time to knock before the door creaks open, revealing a pissed-off Jesse and Dia's apprehensive parents. They look at me like they're afraid I'm going to barge in and turn over every piece of furniture until I find Dia. And the sad truth is, I just might. What do you want? Jesse moves closer to block the door. I just want to talk to her. I choke out. Please let me see her. God, I don't even sound like me. I can't fucking believe what I've become. Jesse arches an eyebrow. Give me one good reason why I should. Because I messed up. I opt for the safe answer. I'm not sure how much she's told them, but I'd rather not fill them in, just in case they're clueless. They already hate me enough as it is. Jesse cracks a bitter laugh, shaking his head as he says, Is that what you call it? Messing up? How does he even know? How do you... He cuts me off. Thin walls. Oh. He must have heard the girls talking last night. Dude, Just go home. It's over. Jessie starts to close the door in my face, but I stick my foot in the gap, holding the door open. I just want 5 minutes, I insist. He scoffs. I knew you were selfish, but you're a fucking narcissist if you think what you want matters right now. Is she okay? My voice wavers. Do you care? Jessie accuses, and I wish I could pull the bleeding heart from my chest and show him just how fucking broken it is. I nod. I do. Maybe you should have thought of that before you shoved your dick inside another girl, cheater. Both of Dia's fathers gasp in the background. I was right. They didn't know. Dia didn't tell them anything, but Jessie was more than happy to throw me under the bus. The bastard knew what he was doing. This was his plan all along. His way to guarantee Dia's parents will never approve of me. I didn't fucking cheat, I say, despite knowing damn well that I'm wasting my breath. He's already made up his mind about me. My crude language seems to upset one of Dia's dads, because he covers her little brother's ears and shoots a disapproving glance in my direction. Her other dad, the big one, he's tall and buff, gestures for his husband to go to the other room with a flick of his chin, which he does immediately. In a moment of desperation, I crane my neck and push to my tiptoes, making eye contact with Big Dad. He's the best chance I got. Sir, please. I love your daughter. I just need to see her for 5 minutes. Big Dad maintains the eye contact but doesn't react. He doesn't even flinch, unaffected by my plea. You have to hear me out. We don't have to hear shit. Jessie gets all up in my face. Except for Dia crying her eyes out through the walls. Guilt crushes me. She was crying all night? Jessie decides he's had enough before I can answer. He's about to slam the door in my face again, but I smack my palm against the door to stop him. That's when I see her. I have a clear shot of the staircase from here, allowing me to see my baby going down the stairs with Avina. They probably heard me yelling and came down to check. I drink her in quickly. She's wearing an oversized t-shirt and plush pajama shorts. Her curly hair pulled into a messy bun. She looks exhausted. Even then, she's so fucking beautiful it's torture. Her face is red and puffy from crying, and I could scream at the realization that I'm responsible for her tears. I did this. I hurt her. She doesn't see me at first, but then she does, and her mouth falls open. Just like that, my self-control goes out the window. Dia! I push her brother out of the way without blinking. Dia, please! I manage to reach the bottom of the stairs. Only a few steps separate us now. She stares at me for a bit, shock written all over her face. Jessie is by my side within seconds, trying to drag me back to the door. We make eye contact for a moment. Then she looks away. Like the mere sight of me is making her sick. Dia, baby, look at me. I continue to call her name, doubling my efforts to get to her. I don't know what I expect to happen if she does look at me. She'll never listen to me this way. I can't force her to forgive me. But I'm operating on crazy right now. Dia, go back upstairs. Big Dad commands. But his daughter seems to be cemented into place, brown eyes burning with tears. I'm not going down that easily. Dia, please, let me explain. Diamond, go back upstairs, now, her dad shouts, and Avina shakes Dia's arm to snap her out of it. Only then does she come back to the land of the living. She gives me one last glance before being hauled back upstairs by her best friend. I call her name until she's out of sight, but Jessie isn't having it, pushing me toward the door and out onto the porch. I stumble backward, but manage to catch myself before falling. Next thing I know, Jessie, Big Dad, and I are standing on the Mitchells' front lawn. I know shit is getting serious when her other dad runs outside, making sure to leave the baby inside for a moment. Pure horror flickers in his eyes. They're scared of me. I didn't just make a bad first impression. I'm terrorizing them. "Get off my property before I call the cops." Big Dad snarls, and I believe every word. He's not bluffing. He will call the cops on me. "I'm sorry. Fuck, I ramble, the realization of what I did slamming into me. "I'm so sorry." I spin and cross the street toward my car. I unlock the door with the remote as soon as I'm close enough to plop down onto the driver's seat with a curse. As I'm driving off, I think back to the pain on Dia's face when she saw me. Jessie was right. I am selfish. I'm selfish for thinking that what I want matters right now. I'm selfish for showing up here and trying to force her to see me. But mostly, I'm selfish for thinking that the girl I want still wants me.
2. Diamond. At the Axel Fletcher. Heard you and Richards are over. Too soon to ask you out? Disgust crawls up my throat as my eyes skim over the Instagram DM on my screen. He sure didn't waste any time, did he? In all fairness, he's not the only one. I've been receiving messages from guys left and right since the news broke. It's guys from the basketball team, mostly. So much for the bro code, huh? Any other girl would find the attention flattering. And sure, I've been answering a few messages here and there, but it doesn't even come close to making me feel better. If anything, it feels like I'm a piece of meat, and the guys are a bunch of salivating dogs begging for a taste. I'm about to leave Axel on red when my phone chimes with a message. Also from Axel. He texted me, because sliding into my DMs wasn't enough. Axel, come on, baby, say yes. I can make you feel so good. I'm glad I skipped breakfast when I read his message. I'm pretty sure I would have thrown it back up. I may be flirting with randos to pass the time, but this guy is on some serious crack if he thinks I'd ever let him near me. I should have known better than to flirt with him to piss off Finn all those months ago. It's made Axel think he might have a chance with me when, in reality, I think he has the sex appeal of cow shit. Are we ever going to talk about it? Avina's voice is but a faint echo as we saunter toward the school gym. Gym class is the bane of my existence, but at least I don't have to worry about seeing Finn there. I've been looking over my shoulder for a week now. Finn and I have English lit and math together, but lucky for me, his cheating ass hasn't been at school since he pulled up to my house and traumatized my family. My dads just wouldn't let me hear the end of it. They weren't fans of Finn before, but now they hate him. The only silver lining is I'm no longer grounded. My dads took pity on me after listening to me sob for 8 hours straight. Plus, their goal was to keep me away from Finn, and now they don't have to. Dia? Avina urges. What? I say, my eyes fixated on my conversation with some guy from the basketball team. His name is Seb. He's cute, tall, charming, the perfect rebound. Granted, he's a bit boring, but I'd take boring over cheating asshole any day. Are we ever going to talk about your breakup? Avina asks, and I have to stop myself from sighing. She's been bugging me about Finn for days. She keeps on saying that I'm in denial, and maybe I am. But so what? I've just recently started sleeping again. I'm finally able to stop picturing Remy clawing at Finn's back as he comes inside her. I no longer hear Finn's voice as he tells her what I thought was our thing. Everything but you, everything but you, everything but you. It's been haunting me, but I figured I could either wallow in self-pity or try to enjoy the rest of my senior year. I chose option 2, but Avina isn't making it easy. I understand where she's coming from. I've barely scratched the surface of what happened with her. I told her Finn cheated, but that's about it. I didn't mention the sex tape or Finn's obvious past with Remy. I was afraid if I got into the gory details, I'd never stop crying. Can't break up with someone you never dated, I point out, and disapproval spreads all over her face. She doesn't believe my careless persona for a minute. She knows me too well. But right now, I don't need someone who knows me. I don't need someone to let me cry, hold me until I can't breathe. I need someone to make me forget, to distract me. And if that distraction happens to have rock-hard abs and be a part of the same basketball team as Finn, so be it.
Finn. Jesus Christ! Who died in here? My best friend's voice jerks me awake, the taste of hard liquor flooding my mouth from the second my senses come alive. My cheek is pressed against something cold, something like leather. I can't move for a minute, the pounding in my head so brutal that it takes me a moment to gather where I am. I'm on my couch, lying on my stomach. I'm also shirtless and freezing. I peel my eyes open, and the sunlight peeking through the windows leaves me dazzled. Xavier fake gasps. Would you believe it? He's alive. What time is it? I rub my eyes until I regain sight and flip onto my back. First thing I see is Xavier standing at the edge of my couch, judging me. 2 p.m, Xavier replies. He should be at school right now, meaning he skipped class to come here. I notice a hint of worry on his face as he assesses the dump that used to be my living room. Can't blame him. There's trash everywhere. Empty takeout boxes, beer cans, and booze bottles spilled all over the carpet. Dad would kill me if he knew what I've been doing all week. It's a good thing he got called away on business. It had been a while since he'd agreed to leave town. To my surprise, he stuck around after Lexi's death. He was acting like a concerned father for once. I should have known it wouldn't last. Dude, too far, Xavier comments on the state of my house. I wish I could argue, but he's right. I did go too far. I went too far the day I hired a PI to look into Dia's past. I went too far the day I called Remy because I was a coward who had it bad for his dad's employee. But mostly, I went too far when I showed up at Dia's house at 7 a.m. and scared her family. Getting hammered every night isn't going to turn back time, but it helps me cope with the guilt. I fucked everything up. Now, I have to learn to live with the consequences. Go away. I use my forearm to shield my eyes from the sun. Dude, why haven't you been at school? Coach is pissed about you missing practice. You'll be lucky if he lets you play again. Xavier plops down on the opposite end of the couch. I don't care. I drawl. And surprisingly, I mean it. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be more concerned with a girl than my duty to the team. What the hell did you do to me, Jim? Any reason you're playing hooky? I sigh. He's not going to stop hounding me. I feel sick. I improvise. Xavier lets out a scoff at my excuse. Yeah, cheating on your girl will do that to you. I shouldn't have told him about the sex tape. I just gave him more ammunition. I didn't cheat, I correct him. I also didn't record the video. Hell, I didn't even consent to be recorded. But I don't bother telling him that. What difference does it make? He's going to think I'm an asshole either way. Sure you didn't, Xavier mutters, and anger builds up in my throat. I didn't fucking cheat! I snap before rising off the couch and picking an empty beer bottle off the ground. I trail to the kitchen to throw it out, and Xavier follows. Then why aren't you at school, telling the one person who gives a shit? I don't have an answer for him. I stopped trying to get Dia back after I got chased off the Mitchells' property. A normal guy would have kept going, but I can't put myself through this again. That shit feels vulnerable. No, it feels embarrassing. Before Dia, I'd never had to beg anyone. Then she shows up and suddenly all I do is beg. I begged her to stay the night we had sex for the first time. I begged her to forgive me for leaving her all alone the next day. Beg, beg, beg. I never fucking stop begging. I'm tired of it. It's like I don't even recognize myself sometimes. Every time I see her, the walls I put up go up in smoke, and I'm back to craving her until I'm in physical pain. I hate how much power she has over me. That's why I'm not at school. That's why I've been avoiding her. As long as I don't see her, I can convince myself that I still have a sliver of control over my emotions. I had my fun with her, but I'm over it. I lie through my teeth, making my way back to the living room with Xavier on my tail. The asshole laughs at my comment. He doesn't believe me one bit. I've just picked up another bottle when he says, it's just as well. Last I heard, she's got half the team trying to hit it. I stop dead in my tracks. Fuck! I groan in pain. I glance down at my palm. I'm bleeding. I squeezed the bottle so hard when he talked about the team drooling all over Dia that I broke the damn thing. A small chunk of glass is digging into my palm, tearing my flesh open. I think back to the time I accidentally cut myself with a plastic knife 6 months ago. Axel was flirting with Dia at lunch. One of these days, I'm going to stop making myself bleed for this girl. Xavier watches as I rush to the sink and pull the glass out of my hand with a wince. You're over her, huh? I throw the alcohol cabinet open and grab a bottle of vodka. We don't have any peroxide. This'll have to do. Fuck off, man. I grumble as I disinfect the wound. The front door swinging open stops him from answering. How's the intervention? A familiar voice says, and I curse beneath my breath. Theo bursts into my kitchen the next second, and I stare daggers through Xavier's head. What next? Did he call my fucking dad too? Useless, I reply. I don't need your fucking concern. I'm fine. Tell your hand. Xavier gestures to my bloody palm, and I sigh. Theo halts a few steps into the kitchen and makes a face at the mess. Dude, just because you fucked someone else and filmed it doesn't give you the right to turn $1 million mansion into a dumpster. He told him? There's no way Theo would know about that unless Xavier ran his mouth. Or is it common knowledge at this point? I'm guessing Dia told Lacey. If she told a gossipy cheerleader, then it's safe to assume the whole school knows by now. I didn't film it, I correct, grabbing the first aid kit out of the kitchen drawer. Oh, well, then that changes everything. Theo snorts, and I flip him off over my shoulder. Get this. He says he didn't cheat. Xavier fills Theo in as I'm bandaging my cut. No shit. Theo snickers, a tad too amused by my misery for my liking. And you didn't tell Dia Why? That's my snapping point. The next person to say her name is going home with my fist imprinted on their fucking face. You got that? The guys are stunned by my outburst. If I wanted to see her or hear people talk about her, I'd be at school right now. Silence. Got it? I urge. They nod in response. Next topic. I put the first aid kit away. We relocate to the couch shortly after, but I don't pay attention to the guy's conversation. I want nothing more than to get blackout drunk again. I know it's a terrible coping mechanism, but all I can think about is the unopened bottle of tequila in my dad's stash. They're gone for the weekend. Something about trying to save their clusterfuck of a marriage. Theo's words pique my interest. My head snaps up. Your folks are leaving? I just said that, genius. When? I ask. Later tonight. They're not coming back until Monday. You fuckers want to hang out? An idea pops into my head. I shrug. Make that a party and I'm in. Theo thinks on it for a few seconds. Could be fun. I know the team would be down. Invite the cheer squad too, I suggest. No, you know what? Invite any girl you want. More to choose from. Theo doesn't require much convincing, but judging by the look on Xavier's face, he's not falling for it. He thinks I'm whipped. That Dia's got me wrapped around her little fingers so tightly I won't be able to jump into bed with someone else. He thinks I can't get over her. And, well, there's only one way to find out.
3. Diamond. Gym class was a pain, and I don't mean metaphorically. There's a special place in hell for whoever thought that rope climbing should be a requirement in gym. I'm covered in rope burns and can barely walk. Class ended 30 minutes ago. If it was up to me, I'd be long gone. But I agreed to give Lacey a ride home, and she's taking her sweet time getting ready. Lace, will you hurry? I promised my dads I'd be home for dinner. I check the time on my phone while Lacey is fixing up her makeup. Normally, I wouldn't worry too much about missing dinner, but I've been trying to show my parents they made the right decision by ungrounding me. I want them to know they can trust me again. I'm almost done, Lacey assures me, applying more mascara to her already perfect lashes. She puts the mascara wand away 5 minutes later and walks back to her locker. She's just shoved her makeup bag into her purse when her phone chimes with a text. A mischievous smile forms on her glossy lips as her eyes skate over the message. Party at Theo's tonight. His parents are gone for the weekend. Interested? Will Finn be there? God, what if I run into him? What if... Dia, stop. You're giving him too much power. Is that even a question? I throw my bag strap over my shoulder and shut my locker with one hand. Lacey squeals. I'm going to text Axel to see if his guy came through with the magic mushrooms. Doubt burdens me. Lacey and I have been talking about trying magic mushrooms for a while now. I was such a wreck after I saw the sex tape that I didn't know how I would possibly survive the pain. Then Lacey came over, and in a moment of desperation, I brought up drugs. I was talking about the soft stuff, but when Lacey suggested mushrooms, I didn't correct her. God, who am I? Before last summer, I'd never even had a drink. I went from not even knowing what alcohol tasted like to being exposed to drugs and liquor every weekend. I figured it came with dating a jock. Thankfully, the few times I let myself get peer-pressured, Avina was there to wake me up. I promised her I wouldn't touch the hard stuff again. A promise I'll be breaking if I go through with the mushroom plan. It was easy to blame it on Finn's lifestyle before, but now that we're over, it's no one's fault but my own. Can I invite V? I ask as we exit the locker room. Lacey cringes. Do you have to? I wish I could say her reaction surprises me, but Lacey's mentioned she finds Avina a bit uptight. She thinks V is a goody two-shoes, but I made it clear I was not going to stop inviting V on her behalf. I don't have to. I want to. She's my best friend, Lace. Doesn't make her fun, Lacey mumbles under her breath. Fine, invite the party pooper. She's not a party pooper. Really? Lacey raises an eyebrow. So you've told her about the mushrooms? I open my mouth to speak, but end up closing it right away. Lacey takes my hesitation as confirmation. She sneers. Like I said, party pooper. You're lying to yourself if you think she's going to be okay with it. She's got me there. I didn't tell V, but only because I knew she wouldn't approve. The reality is I'm not the innocent girl I was at the beginning of last summer. Maybe Lacey's right. Maybe I'm lying to myself. Avina and I have drifted apart, and I'm not sure we can find our way back. I shouldn't have come. It was easy to pretend like Finn had no power over me when I was getting ready with the girls. It was easy to say, fuck him, when we were drinking and dancing at Lacey's place beforehand. But now that we're here, parked in front of Theo's house, everything is difficult. Getting out of the car, putting on a brave face, acting like I don't see Finn's car parked across the street. So damn difficult. He's in there, probably drinking with his friends, bragging about his plan to get lucky tonight. I thought I was going to die when Lacey told me the reason why Theo was throwing a party. Apparently, Finn wanted him to host the party so he could find someone new. A new girl. A new me. Call me vindictive, but I refuse to make it easy for him. I'm going to be there every time he tries to move on, judging him, staring at him. He doesn't get to just find someone else after what he did. Thanks for driving, V. I slur as we're climbing out of my car. That last tequila shot was definitely too much. No problem. Avina forces a smile, and I cringe deep inside. Here's another thing I shouldn't have done. Invite her. I could see it on her face from the moment she showed up at Lacey's house. The regret. She was regretting her decision, and I don't blame her. Lacey and I were already tipsy by the time she got there, and she wound up having to play designated driver, since I was in no position to drive to the party. Why did I invite her, you ask? Because I need her, that's why. I begged her to come even though I know she's uncomfortable with these things. Avina Harper is my voice of reason. She brings me back when I'm about to do something stupid. I've been treating her like a moral compass, keeping her around as a reminder of who I was. A good student, a good daughter, a good person. I know if she's here, I won't go too far. How fucked up is that? Lacey hands us a bottle of vodka each and loops her arm with mine as we're stumbling toward the door. I notice Avina fidgeting with her phone and tangle my other arm with hers to soothe her social anxiety. She shoots me a grateful smile. 5. I count down the seconds until we're inside. 4. I place my hand on the doorknob. 3. We walk in. 2. It feels like the whole damn room is staring. 1. I see him. Shit, the place is packed, Lacey remarks, but I can't reply. All I can do is stare at the boy who broke my heart. Finn, Xavier, and Theo are sitting on the couch in the living room. I hate how fast Finn's eyes find mine across the room. I hate that I maintain the eye contact. I hate that I still see the guy who held Lexi in his arms while she faded away. I'm stupid enough to search his gaze for a twinge of pain. To my surprise, The only emotion in there is anger. He's mad. He doesn't want me here. I'm sorry, am I ruining your chances of finding a new girl to cheat on? Even if I weren't here, every girl at school heard about what he did. I should have known when I confided in Lacey that she'd tell half the cheer squad. I was annoyed at first, but now I'm glad people know. If I can stop one girl from getting hurt, I see that as a win. I was careful to not tell Lacey who the girl in the video was. She and Remy are childhood friends, and I was afraid the truth might alter Lacey's opinion about her. I don't blame Remy for what happened. I blame Finn. Odds are, Remy was merely another victim of Finn's pretty lies. I'm thankful she sent me the video. If it weren't for her, I'd still be the idiot thinking Finn Richards loved me. Finn says something to his friends the next second, and it doesn't take a genius to know that he's talking about me. Xavier's and Theo's heads jerk back almost immediately, their focus drifting to us. Then, without another glance in my direction, Finn pushes to his feet and snatches his liquor bottle off the couch. He throws it back for a long sip and leaves. One look. Just one look at me, and he ran. It's nothing new, but the difference is... 4. Diamond. I couldn't tell you exactly when this night went to shit. Maybe we were doomed from the moment we pulled up to Theo's house, or maybe things went downhill when I spotted Finn in the living room. Sure, the night wasn't promising to begin with, but if I had to guess, I'd say we reached the point of no return when Lacey brought up the magic mushrooms in front of Avina. Dia, Axel's got the magic mushrooms. Let's go, Lacey said. What's worse is I'd told Lacey about my promise to Avina before. Obviously, she was too drunk to remember. But the look on Avina's face was a no-brainer. She remembered it all too well. I could see her thoughts flashing in her eyes. No more hard drugs, Dia, you promised. As much as I hate to admit it, the disappointment in her gaze was familiar. I'd seen it many times, mostly at parties. Avina doesn't approve of the new Dia. Hell, I don't even approve of the new Dia, but it didn't stop me from caving to the peer pressure when Lacey added, Dee, come on, it was your idea. Avina couldn't hide her shock when she learned I was the one who suggested that we do drugs. She wasn't mad, though. She was sad. But she didn't feel what I felt inside. She didn't feel the agony clinging to me like a shadow, the desperate need to escape the pain. I pushed off the couch, but the guilt kept me rooted in place. I couldn't leave Avina alone, considering she only came to this party for me. It's fine. I'm leaving anyway. Avina rose to her feet. She started pushing through the crowd in no time. I called her name, but I was too late. She was out of the house in a heartbeat. Let her go. She was ruining the night anyway. Lacey grabbed my arm before I could follow my best friend. Come on, Axel's waiting for us. I'm not going. I flung my arm out of her grasp. Lacey cocked an eyebrow. Excuse me? You heard me. I'm not going. Her face twisted with irritation. What's your problem? You knew what you were doing by saying that shit in front of her. Why do you hate her so much? Lacey shrugged. Maybe I'm not a fan of the girl. So what? What did she ever do to you? Just because she doesn't get wasted for fun, she's not good enough? I said defensively. Do you even hear yourself? This whole thing was your idea. It's not my fault your friend is a fucking loser. She's a loser? You're the one getting fucked up every weekend to forget about your absentee parents. I knew I'd gone too far from the moment the words flew out of my mouth. Lacey's expression evolved from pissed off to hurt in a matter of seconds. "You know what? Fuck this. Go back to your loser friend," she spat before disappearing into the crowd. It's been 15 minutes since Lacey stormed off, driving the nail into our friendship's coffin, and here I am, walking around the party aimlessly. I'm sipping on a glass of water, waiting until I'm sober enough to drive home. Unfortunately for me, my head is spinning like a fucking ballerina, and I don't see myself getting behind the wheel anytime soon. I have no idea where Avina ran off to. I searched Theo's front yard after Lacey and I got into a fight, but Avina was nowhere to be found. I'm guessing she called her mom for a ride. I considered texting her to make sure, but I doubt she'd answer with how we left things. I notice my glass of water is almost empty a moment later and make a beeline for the kitchen to fill it up. The kitchen isn't nearly as crowded as the living room, but I still manage to get pushed by two guys wrestling each other on my way to the fridge. The two airheads are so drunk they don't even notice the glass slipping from my hand and smashing against the kitchen tiles. It immediately breaks into 1,000 pieces. Shit, it seemed like an expensive glass, too. You know the old, fancy shit you save for special occasions? I grabbed the first glass I could find in Theo's cabinets, since he was out of red cups. Cursing under my breath, I kneel before the mess and start picking up the pieces. I should probably find a broom, but I wouldn't even know where to look. I make a few trips to the trash can to throw away the glass one piece at a time. This is taking forever. I'm this close to texting Theo and asking him where he keeps his broom when I feel a presence. Next thing I know, someone is crouching down in front of me. "Need a hand?" I'd recognize his low, gravelly voice anywhere, but that's not even what hurts the most. What drives a hot poker through my chest are the black stones clasped around his wrist. He's still wearing the bracelet I made him. I make the mistake of looking up, allowing our eyes to meet for 3 heart-splitting seconds. Finn looks good. Devastatingly good. His dark, messy hair flows in front of his eyes, the sharp definition of his jaw prominent in this light. He seems less angry than before, and his red eyes tip me off as to why. He's been drinking. Maybe smoking, too. He's lost his inhibitions, which would explain why he suddenly doesn't hate me anymore. An apology gleams in his gaze, but I ignore him, focusing on the broken glass at my feet. "Are you seriously not going to look at me?" He sounds pained, but I don't give him the time of day. "You can't ignore me forever, Dia." Watch me. My irritation morphs into shock when I pick up a piece of glass too fast and slice the heel of my hand open. Shit! I wince, my eyes riveted to the blood dripping down my wrist. It's his fault. He's distracting me. "Let me see," Finn says, but it doesn't sound like a request. "I'm fine." Nausea rolls through my stomach. Weird. I usually don't have a problem with blood. "Dia." I said I'm fine. "For fuck's sake." Finn huffs, grabbing my wrist in spite of my objection. He examines the cut for a few seconds. "It's not that deep." Meanwhile, I can't even look at the cut without feeling dizzy. On that note, he pushes to his feet and offers me his hand. I refuse his help just to spite him, getting up on my own. He doesn't let that deter him. "I'll help you bandage it." He gestures for me to follow him. I don't miss a beat. "I don't need your help." "Who the fuck broke one of my mom's crystal glasses?" Theo's voice cuts across the room, and I look up to see him standing at the door. He just walked in. So the glass I broke was crystal? He makes his way over. "Not to be a dick, but whoever did that owes me $100. I'd like to live to see graduation." My throat tightens. $100? I figured it was expensive, but that's a lot. I heave a sigh. Sorry, Theo, it was... Finn cuts in. Me. It was me. I broke the glass. I press my lips together, blinking up at him. He took the blame. Why would he do that? Theo notices my bloody hand and cringes. What happened? Shit looks nasty. She cut herself trying to help me pick up the pieces. Finn lies. Where do you keep your bandages? Theo points to the door at the end of the hall. Bathroom. Go. I'll clean this up. Finn doesn't waste a second, grabbing my wrist and setting off toward the bathroom. The line stretches all the way down the hallway, but Finn doesn't give two shits, skipping everyone without blinking. A girl stumbles out of the bathroom as soon as we reach the front of the line, and Finn offers a shit-eating grin to the next guy in line. You don't mind, do you? Finn asks. He doesn't even wait for the guy's response before barging in and dragging me along with him. It feels like a fist is squeezing my lungs when he locks the bathroom door. We're alone. No witnesses, no prying eyes. Just us. The last time we were alone like this, he was inside me. Let me find a bandage. Finn lets go of my wrist and starts to rummage through Theo's bathroom. Did you miss the part where I said I don't need your help? Finn stops, pinning me with a look that makes my skin tingle everywhere he ever touched me. With terrible timing, I glance down at my bloody hand and flinch. He scoffs. You look like you're about to pass out, or puke, or both. He's not wrong. The air gets caught in my throat when he fills the distance between us. He places his hands on each side of my waist, picks me up, and plants me on the bathroom counter like I weigh nothing. He's just a few inches away from me now, his hands still caging me in. A week has gone by since he touched me, truly touched me, and as much as I wish I could forget what it felt like, what he felt like, my body is determined to remember. You're the only fucking thing that matters to me. I'd die for you, Dia. I'd kill for you. Flashbacks of that day in his bedroom repeatedly stab me in the heart. It sounded so good, so true. Too bad it wasn't. Finn seems to feel the tension because his throat bobs at the proximity. He pulls away and picks up where he left off, combing through every inch of Theo's bathroom. He finds what he's looking for a few seconds later and drops a white box labeled First Aid on the counter. Do you even know what you're doing? I ask as he positions my hand under the faucet and turns the water on. Trust me, I'm a professional at this point. He flips his hand over to show me his palm. He has a bandage too. Did he cut himself? I want to ask him what happened, until I remember that I'm not supposed to care. I watch him clean and bandage my cut in silence, my heart jolting every time we make eye contact. He's so focused, so careful while he takes care of my wound, that I can't help feeling warm inside. I decide to confront him as he's finishing up. Why are you being so nice to me? A bit surprised, Finn pulls back. Why wouldn't I be? Gee, maybe because you ran for the hills from the moment I walked inside the house? He knows I'm right. He looked like he was going to throw a fit when he saw me come in earlier. Sorry about that. He breathes out. It's fine. I jump off the counter, the bitterness of the truth coating my throat. It'll be easier if we hate each other. With that said, I pad toward the exit. I'm halfway through the door when his voice slices through the air. Well, then we have a problem. I stop dead. Because I don't hate you. He rasps. I hear his footsteps closing in on me, but don't move a muscle. Fuck, Dia. You're probably the person I hate least on this earth. I tense when his breath fans the back of my neck, letting me know that he's much closer than I thought. I can't do this right now. I begin to open the door, but Finn has other plans. He smacks his bruised hand on the door, holding it closed. I didn't cheat on you, he says quietly. My heart immediately aches to believe him. Don't fall for it, Dia. Be strong. As if he can feel my resolve crumbling, Finn buries his face into the crook of my shoulder from behind. I can't breathe, stiff as a brick wall, as he inhales deeply and whispers something against my skin. Did you hear me? I didn't cheat on you. I'd never do that. I have to squeeze my eyes shut to keep myself in check when his lips trail down my neck. I love you, Diamond. I love you so fucking much. I didn't cheat on you. You have to believe me. He inhales my scent again, like he's desperate to memorize it. That's when I snap out of it. I can't believe how fast I turn around and push him off me. Just like I believed you when you said you didn't know anyone named Remy. Guilt flashes in his eyes. Okay, fine. I lied about that part, but only because I didn't want you to worry. It was meaningless, Dia. She's meaningless. It's always been you, Rem. Everything but you. I choke out, quoting the exact words he said to her in the video, and the color drains from his face. I only saw the video twice, but it was enough to engrave the words inside my brain. Does that sound meaningless to you? Finn opens his mouth to speak, but I swing the bathroom door open and bolt out before he's able to get a word in. Dia, wait, he calls behind me. I pick up the pace, tearing through the crowd as fast as I can, but he still manages to catch up with me. I've barely taken 2 steps into the living room when my feet sink into the hardwood floor. She's here. She's fucking here. Remy. She's standing by the door with Lacey and a few other girls I don't know. They're talking, laughing as though my whole world isn't falling apart. I thought I didn't blame her, but now that I'm seeing her in person, I do blame her. I know I shouldn't, but I hate her just as much as I hate Finn. Dia, just wait 2 fucking seconds. I glance at Finn when he doesn't complete his sentence. Sure enough, he's looking at her, the girl he named his car after. Remy immediately notices him across the room, and her red lips stretch into a wicked smile. Finn glances back at me shortly after. His gaze shifts between the both of us for long seconds, as though he's struggling to make up his mind. Fuck it, he finally says. Then he goes to her. That's right. He goes to her. He heads straight for Remy, grabs her wrist the same way he grabbed mine earlier, and drags her into Theo's bedroom.
5. Finn. I've never been a quitter. When I want something, you can bet your firstborn I'm going to do whatever the fuck it takes to get it. But that doesn't mean I'm blind. I could see it on Dia's face. I wasn't getting through to her. Might as well be screaming into a void. They say there comes a moment in life where you have to admit defeat. Well, for me, that moment is now. Plan A didn't work. Time for Plan B. I've just closed the door to Theo's bedroom when a throaty laugh spills from Remy's lips. I'm here 2 minutes, and we're already alone together? Not bad, Richards. She pulls her phone out of her cleavage the next second, texting God knows who. I drink her in. Her coal-black hair, pale skin, and vivid blue eyes. Memories of the last time I saw her gnawing at me. One night. One stupid night, and everything went to hell. Put your phone down, I command. She doesn't even spare me a glance, her focus directed at her phone. Remy, I'm not fucking kidding. Put your phone away. Nothing. I cut across Theo's bedroom in no time and steal the phone from her. She holds her hands up in surrender. Jesus Christ. Fine. I'm listening. Do you even know why I brought you here? I question, tossing her phone onto the bed. A vicious smile on her face. Remy closes the gap between us. I have a few theories. Is she fucking serious? She thinks I brought her here to have sex with her? Well, someone's in for a rude awakening. I move away before she can get too close. What did I ever do to you? She halts at my comment, confusion gleaming in her eyes. I must have done something unforgivable. You know, since you're hell-bent on ruining my fucking life. Her eyes light up in understanding. I'm assuming you're talking about the house sitter disaster? Yeah, Lacey told me. It's a shame someone sent her our video. Cut the bullshit. I know it was you. She avoids my gaze, checking out her nails. It wasn't bad enough that you recorded me without my consent. You had to send her the fucking video too? I step forward, anger overwhelming me. Remy steps back, not nearly as cocky as she was a minute prior. Still, she plays dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. I heave a sigh, shoving a hand through my hair in exasperation. I'm wasting my time, aren't I? She's never going to help me. Fuck this. I spin on my heel, heading for the door. I'm about to storm out, but it won't open. The door is locked. I'm sorry. Were you going somewhere? Remy taunts. I glare at her over my shoulder. So, funny story. I've only ever been to Theo's twice. She roams around Theo's bedroom like she owns the place. But the 2 times Lacey invited me, I couldn't help but notice the locks around the house. Theo's parents must be really strict to put locks outside of their son's bedroom. My jaw goes slack. She didn't. You fucking locked us in? I blurt out. Is that what all the texting was about? Of course. She was probably texting one of her friends, asking her to come trap me with her. I can't imagine what Dia must be thinking right now. I totally ditched her, hoping to get Remy to come clean to her. Now, Dia's going to think I dragged Remy in here to fuck her. What the fuck is wrong with you? I go apeshit on the doorknob with no success. Let me out! Not before you come back. I turn around. The fuck does that mean? I want my partner in crime back. Remy stops inches from me, pressing her tits to my chest. I move away. So, you lock me in a room against my will? Fucking hell, Remy. I don't even recognize you. You don't recognize me? She screeches. You're the one who's changed. You're like this brainwashed, mushy version of the guy I used to know. Fine. I've changed. But you changed too. The Remy I knew would have never used a sex tape to fuck me over. Then she drops the act. I was doing you a favor. She has to be joking. You fucked up my relationship, and you call that doing me a favor? Oh, please. Your relationship? She makes air quotes with her fingers. Was never going to work out anyway. And now she's a relationship expert? Fine, I'll bite. By all means, do tell. Why was my relationship doomed? I cross my arms over my chest to keep myself from breaking something. She sighs. People like her. They don't get people like us. For fuck's sake, Finn, just look at the girl. She's got everything handed to her on a silver platter. Perfect family, perfect life. She's never had to fight for anything. Dia's family is many things, but perfect is not one of them. Her parents hold secrets Remy couldn't even begin to imagine. And just because it looks good from the outside doesn't mean it's not a train wreck on the inside. What about me? Did you not see my fucking house? I got handed everything too. Yeah, but you know pain. You know darkness. You know what it's like to be alone. She doesn't. She's right in a sense. Technically, Dia hasn't been through life-altering trauma. She didn't grow up alone like Remy did, and she didn't accidentally send her mom to her death like me. But she's wrong to assume Dia doesn't understand pain. She does. It's why she was able to convince me to get off Silver Bridge the night I almost died. It's how she kept me from burning my house to the ground when Lexi got murdered. Did you ever think that maybe that's why I like her? I snap. Remy's mouth drops open. Did you ever think that maybe I don't want someone to see my broken parts before they see the parts still held together? You want me to stay broken, Remy. She wants to see me whole. Remy doesn't speak for long seconds. I like her because she's good. Because she doesn't carry trauma or battle demons. And she doesn't see the world in black and white. She sees colors. Fuck, Remy, she's everything I've ever wanted. Tears amass in her eyes. We promised, Finn. We promised we wouldn't be like them. She clenches her fists until blood drains from her joints. I remember the night we made that promise all too well. We'd just stolen my car together and parked near Silver Bridge to watch the town lights. We were looking out onto a world of unaware idiots. People with relatively normal, boring lives. People that could go their entire existence without a tragedy ever tearing them apart. We were supposed to be different. We knew how dark the world could be, and we thought that made us special. But now I realize it just made us unhappy. I know, I whisper. I'm sorry. I hope that she's going to see the error of her ways when a tear rolls down her cheek. She proves me wrong by stepping way too close to me and pushing to her tiptoes to level her eyes with mine. So, you're saying you don't want to fuck me right now? Like old times? Look me in the eyes and tell me you don't want to bend me over that desk and rip my clothes off. I should be mad, but as I watch her self-destruct, all I can feel is pity. Remy isn't evil. She does fucked up things, but not because she's a bad person. Because she's a damaged person. She's made her trauma a personality trait. She lets the worst day of her life define her. And I did too. Before Dia. I love her, Remy. I croak. My admission only irritates her. Don't fucking say that. I love her, I repeat. I'm in love with her. I said don't say that. She loses it, slapping me across the face with all her strength. I clench my jaw, the sting of her wounded ego radiating on my cheek. I say it again. I love her. I can see her already fragile heart crumbling through her eyes. She's been acting tough her entire life. She didn't have a choice after what she went through. But she can't keep up the ruse any longer. I know how she feels. Like she's losing the only person who ever understood her. I know because I felt the exact same way when Dia walked away from me. I'm sorry I ruined everything. She comes to her senses. I shouldn't have sent her the video. That was a shitty thing to do. It drove me insane that you were happy when I can't, especially with someone who has it all. God, you must hate me. She lets out a growl of annoyance and wipes her tear-soaked cheeks. She hates being this vulnerable. I've never seen her cry in the many years that I've known her. We were friends long before we were friends with benefits, Remy. So no, I don't hate you. I'd hate me? I was so wrapped up in jealousy and resentment. God, I even lied about when it happened. She cringes. I'm sorry. Really, I wish I could take it back. I replay her words in my head. She says she wishes she could make things right. What if she can? Do you still have that video? She arches an eyebrow. Yeah? Why? It feels like I can hope again. Because you're going to help me get her back.
6. Diamond. What's worse than your cheating ex cornering you at a party and begging for your forgiveness? Easy. Your cheating ex cornering you at a party and then walking away with another girl. I was convinced Finn couldn't surprise me anymore. I thought surely the worst was behind me. Until he grabbed Remy's arm halfway through the night and dragged her away. Oh, and did I mention he took her to Theo's bedroom, of all places? I'm not an idiot. I know they weren't playing rock, paper, scissors in there. I've just pulled into Avina's driveway when my phone chimes with a text. From Finn. He's been blowing up my phone since I left Theo's house yesterday. Scrolling up to his first message, I skim over his desperate pleas. Finn. Are you still at Theo's? Finn. I need to see you. Finn. Fuck, Dia, answer me. Whatever you're thinking happened with Remy, you're wrong. I can explain everything. Please talk to me. Then there's his most recent text. Finn. Please. I should just block him, but a tiny part of me, okay, a big part of me, finds pleasure in his misery. Needless to say, I'm never going to answer his monologue, but I made sure to activate the read receipts on my phone. I want him to know that I saw his messages. I want him to know that I'm choosing to let him suffer. I'm petty, in case it wasn't obvious. Squeezing my phone into my back pocket, I reach for the basket of mini muffins on my passenger seat. I didn't sleep a wink last night. I couldn't close my eyes without picturing the look on Avina's face when I set fire to our friendship. I considered texting her, but I figured my apology would be more genuine in person. She was right to be mad. I've changed, and not in a good way. I got so caught up in trying to impress the wrong people that I wound up pushing away the one person who's always been there for me. My oldest friend. The girl who held me for hours when I was crying about Finn. Lacey turned on me the second I backed out of the mushroom plan. There lies the difference between Lacey and Avina. Lacey judged me for my choices, while Avina was worried about them. My heart in my throat, I climb out of my car and make my way toward Avina's house. Her car isn't in the lot. Hopefully she'll be back soon. I knock a few times, to no avail, Beyoncé's Single Ladies blaring on the other side of the door. They probably can't hear me knocking. I ring the doorbell a few minutes later. Eventually, Mrs. Harper answers the door. Dressed in a black blazer and beige pencil skirt, she looks like a businesswoman on her way to a meeting. "Diamond?" She greets me with a polite nod. "Hi, Mrs. Harper. Is Avina home?" I ask, even though I know the answer. "Sorry, dear. She had to run a quick errand." She checks her phone, not even a minute into the conversation. No surprise there. I've never seen Mrs. Harper without her phone in her hand. "Do you know when she'll be back?" She shrugs. "Any minute now. Is it okay if I wait inside?" "Sure." She steps aside, letting me in. "I have to go back to Ashley's dance lesson, but make yourself at home." With that said, she disappears up the stairs toward the dance studio above the kitchen. Did I mention the Harpers are loaded? I plop down onto the entryway bench as soon as Mrs. Harper is gone. The sound of tires screeching against the driveway captures my attention a half hour later. Avina's home. I fidget with the hem of my cardigan, waiting for my best friend to walk in and dreading her reaction. She definitely saw my car parked out front. The question is, does she want to talk to me? She steps inside shortly after. "Hey." I immediately push off the bench, holding the basket of apple pecan muffins in my hands. I drove all the way across town to get her favorites. At first sight, I'd say she's confused, maybe a little shocked. She arches an eyebrow. "Hey?" "Your mom let me in. Then she had to go monitor Ashley's dance lesson." I gesture to the dance studio upstairs. There's a moment of awkward silence. "I just thought I'd bring you muffins." I beat around the bush. She's not having it. "What are you really doing here, Diamond?" Ouch. She full-named me. I place the basket onto the velvet bench behind me. "Trying not to lose my only friend?" Her response comes right away. "I'm not your only friend. You have Lacey, remember?" Lacey blocked me on Snapchat the minute we parted ways last night. Safe to say that our friendship is over. I let out a scoff. Not anymore. She doesn't ask me what I mean by that, but I can tell she wants to. She can't help herself. Even after I've hurt her, repeatedly, she still worries about me. That's just who Avina is. "I'm so sorry, V. I've been an awful friend. And I'm not just talking about last night. I'm talking about all of senior year." She keeps her mouth shut, but the relief in her eyes tells me to keep talking. "If I'm being honest with myself, I've been an awful friend since the moment I stepped into Finn's house last summer. I've changed. I know I have." I admit. Still no response. I got so wrapped up in it. I wanted to get a taste of that teenage experience everybody talks about, to try new things, and I pause, hesitant to keep going. "I love you so much, V, but I've always felt like I had to hide this part of myself from you. The part that wants to make mistakes, kiss the wrong boys. The part that wants to go wild every once in a while." That's what does it. The walls she put up around herself finally collapse, allowing me to peek at the wounded girl behind them. "Is it something I did?" She worries. "No, it's just, you're always so composed. You don't like the attention, you're not boy crazy, you want nothing to do with popularity, and the alcohol thing because of your dad." I cringe, thinking about all the times I dragged her to parties, knowing damn well she had triggers because of her father's struggles with alcohol. I can't help feeling like a monster for wanting all those things. And when I started seeing Finn, I have to stop myself and take a breather. I'm still a little hungover, not to mention heartbroken over last night, and I'm afraid talking about him will blow the floodgates open. He made me feel like it was okay to give in to my impulses. Being with him was like a high I'd never experienced before. But then the high ended, and I tried to get that feeling elsewhere, tried to keep it going for as long as I could, no matter the cost. I only realize I'm tearing up when a hint of pity flashes in Avina's gaze. Until you walked out last night, and I realized that the high isn't worth it if you don't have anyone to come down to. I'm not the only one crying anymore. She is too. I told Lacey I wasn't going through with it. Then we got into a fight and she blocked me on Snapchat, so I guess that's the end of that. I chuckle. That sucks, Dee. I'm sorry. I shrug. Whatever. Lacey was a fun party friend. She's not the friend you call at 4 a.m. crying or the friend you make lasting memories with. Let's be honest, she's not even the friend you keep in touch with after high school. Us? This? We're for life, V. I'm not losing a forever friend over a temporary one. She's bawling at this point, and I'm no better. Are we good? I'm a crying mess. Why do you think I'm crying, dummy? She extends her arms for a hug, and I don't hesitate to give in to her embrace. I may have lost Finn, but I got my best friend back. Better yet, I got myself back. This isn't going to end well, is it? Avina questions as I park my car a few blocks away from our school. Probably not. I kill the engine and offer my best friend a mischievous grin. If you'd told me a few months ago that Avina Harper would come to senior prank night voluntarily, I would have called you insane. V and I have been talking about this night since freshman year, but I always thought she would bail on me when the time came. Pranks, breaking into your school in the middle of the night, underage drinking? Not exactly Avina's 3 favorite things. I figured I'd go alone, considering I landed myself on Lacey's bad side, but that was before an evil spirit took over Avina's body and turned her into a social butterfly. That's my theory, anyway. I didn't even have to beg, which makes me think she only agreed because she knew Finn would be there. She'd been even more protective since I dropped by her house with muffins and told her everything, from the sex tape to Finn disappearing with Remy at Theo's party. I walked her through every detail. She couldn't believe I'd kept the story to myself for so long, and if I'm being honest, I couldn't either. I was so desperate to keep the heartache at bay, I closed myself off to the one person who could help me cope. Because I didn't want to cope. I wanted to run. Fair warning, if we get arrested, I'll tell them you forced me to come. V nudges me with her elbow as we thread toward the building. She's kidding, I think. The sky is pitch black when we reach the hold metal fence around Easton and crawl onto school property. From what I heard, seniors were meeting 30 minutes past midnight, but there's no one in sight. Maybe they're already inside? Dia! Someone whispers shouts on my left, and I jerk my head to see Hadley Queen, one of Lacey's cheerleader friends, standing by the gym. We hung out a few times, back when Lacey didn't hate me. Theo, Axel, and a few other girls from the cheer squad are with her. No sign of Finn. Thank God. Come on, Axel's got the keys. Hadley gestures to follow her. I wonder who he had to bribe for that. Avina comments under her breath. I chuckle and grab her arm, hurrying over to the group. The first 2 hours go smoothly. We start by covering lockers in bubble wrap, then hot gluing dollar bills all over school to waste people's time. We eventually circle back to the gym to TP the hell out of it. We've barely stepped foot into the noisy gym when I see them. Strike that out, we've barely stepped foot inside when I see him. Finn, Xavier, and Theo are leaning against the emergency exit, laughing and bickering like buzzed basketball players do. Then Finn looks up, and he notices me. I don't allow myself to make eye contact with him, tearing my gaze away. But you know who's not tearing his eyes away? Finn. He keeps staring. No shame, no manners. He just stares as Avina and I pick up a TP roll and get to work. What's worse, he wants me to know he's staring. Every time I flick my head to the side, I catch him eyeing me the way a starving man eyes a 5-course meal. 10 minutes later, Avina notices too. Okay, Finn won't stop staring at you, and it's getting creepy. I laugh, but deep down I hate myself, because I don't feel weirded out at all. If anything, I feel like my skin is on fire. Am I turned on by his staring? Nope, I can't be. He cheated on me. It doesn't matter that he's eyeing me like I'm the only girl in the universe. Ironically, my phone chimes with a text the next second. Finn. Fuck, you look good. You're all I fucking see, Dia. I make it a point not to answer him and expect my stubbornness to piss him off, but it only seems to amuse him. My entire body feels the effect of his smirk as he picks up his phone once more. Finn. So, you think you can ghost me, huh? Finn. Come on, Mitchell. You know me better than that. I'm about to ignore him again when a masculine voice reaches my ears. Crazy night, huh? My head snaps up, and I inwardly cringe at the boy in front of me. Sebastian Stein, the guy I've been texting when I'm bored, basketball player, and quite frankly, someone I'd rather never talk to again. Don't get me wrong, he's nice, but his personality is a little dull. He's the kind of person you can't talk to unless you're willing to carry the entire conversation on your back. He's also not big on questions, but man, does he love talking about himself. Sebastian, hey. I force a smile. I stopped texting him a few days ago. I eventually ran out of topics, and I couldn't listen to him talk about his latest fishing trip one more time. You stopped texting me. He cuts to the chase. He's also blunt, in case you didn't notice. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just been busy. My phone lights up with a message right then. It's Finn, again. Sorry, this might be important. I lie, gesturing to my phone, and Sebastian gives a small nod. Finn. Blink if you need help. He double texts me a second later. You blinked. Calling you with an emergency soon. Finn. Choose your emergency, please. A. Your dad just got hit by lightning. B. Your grandma accidentally swallowed her denture. C. Your best friend just found out she and her boyfriend are related. It takes all of my willpower to conceal a smile. This fucking guy. He texts me again right away. Finn. Fine, I'll choose. Calling you in 3, 2, 1. He's not serious, is he? A bit nervous, I break my own rules and shoot him a text. Dia. Text me again and I'll block your number. I look up to see his smirk grow. Finn. Fine, but if you're going to block me, at least hear me out first. Let me tell you the truth. Please. A whirlwind of emotion flips my stomach upside down. I may be a fool for believing him, but I can't help thinking that a cheater wouldn't be this confident. He sounds so sure of himself, like he's certain that I'll forgive him down the road. What if there really is more to the story? Conflicted, I glance toward him and see the cockiness in his eyes has been replaced by a sad, pleading smile. He's begging me to let him explain. And for the first time since I saw the sex tape, I want to. Everyone, get the fuck out! The cops are here! Axel's voice brings my overthinking to a halt. Before I know it, Sebastian is gone. No, everyone is gone. Theo, Finn, Xavier, even Avina. Seniors are running, pushing each other on their way out of the gym. I call my best friend's name, caught in the frantic crowd, but get no reply. It's dark as shit in the hallways, too. I have no idea where I'm going, but I keep running. Running, until someone grabs my wrist and holds me back. At first, I'm convinced the cops found me. Then a delicious cologne wraps me up, and I'm dragged into some sort of closet. Darkness surrounds us, a red nightlight barely illuminating the space. My back hits a wall, the door closing with a thud, and I cringe at the strong scent of chemicals. Why does it smell like cleaning products? A large hand is smacked over my mouth before I can make sense of my surroundings. All I can focus on is the overwhelming smell of bleach and the sound of footsteps fading down the hallway. Then, nothing. Silence fills the small room, and I look up, my heart beating out of my ribcage at the familiar hazel eyes staring back at me. Avina was right. This isn't going to end well. 7. Diamond. This is bad. Really bad. Did I say bad? I meant horrible. To think that barely 5 minutes ago I was considering hearing him out. 5 minutes ago I was willing to listen to him. But now that we're alone together, I want nothing more than to put 1,000,000 miles between us. It's one thing to talk to your ex by choice. It's another to be trapped in a closet with him while your school is crawling with cops. I assess the barely lit closet that is now my cage. Cleaning products are stacked on steel shelves, a handful of brooms and mops dumped into a large bucket in the corner. I can hear the sheriff's deputies bolting down the hall, their footsteps partnered with voices and radio static. Finn's palms might quiet my breathing, but it's not enough to quiet the nagging voice in my head. If we get caught, I can forget about earning back my dad's trust. I don't even want to think of what they would do if they knew I'd snuck out through my window to come here. We wait over 5 minutes for the voices to die down, and I keep my eyes closed the entire time. I don't have it in me to look at Finn, to stare into his stunning hazel eyes and remember the good parts of loving him. I need to hold on to the bad parts, the ugly, the heartbreaking, the devastating parts. It's the only way my heart will make it through the night. I think they're gone, Finn says under his breath, withdrawing his hand from my mouth, and I open my eyes. That's my cue to run. Great, see you. I've barely taken a step toward the door before Finn's hand closes around my wrist. Are you out of your mind? You can't leave. Finn yanks me back to his chest in one move, and our bodies collide with a thud. I swallow a gasp at the proximity, his warmth making me want to lose myself in his arms. God, I miss his hugs. He gives the best hugs. Okay, I need to get out of here. The chemicals are clearly getting to my brain. You said it yourself. They're gone. I retreat to my initial spot. So, just because this hallway is clear doesn't mean they're not right around the fucking corner. I shrug. I'll take that risk. He steps into my way before I can reach the door. Fucking hell, Dia. Are you that desperate to avoid me that you'd risk getting caught by the cops? Yes! I whisper shout. His mouth dips open as though he didn't expect my brutal honesty. I take advantage of his shock and sneak past him. Finn scoffs. You want to get your ass arrested? Fine. Have fun calling your dads from jail. I stop dead. The cheater has a point. Nothing waiting for me on the other side of that door is fun. Sure, my heart might be in danger if I stay, but my freedom is also at risk if I leave. That and my relationship with my parents. It's already on shaky ground, and I'm afraid one more lie would cause irreversible damage. I'm about to cave when Avina pops into my head. I lost her in the crowd earlier. What if she got caught? I should text her. My hand flies to my jeans pocket, but my phone is gone. Missing something? Finn taunts. No fucking way. I swivel to see Finn holding my phone, an infuriating smirk playing on his lips. How did he even... Shit, he must have picked my pockets when he jerked me to his chest. Give it. I flatten out my palm. Why? You obviously don't know how to use it, or else you would have answered my million fucking texts. Clever bastard. What can I say? Ignoring you is a full-time job. I shoot him a sly smile. Now give it back. Finn cocks an eyebrow, defiance glimmering in his eyes, and slips my phone into his pocket like it's leverage. Not until we talk. There's nothing to talk about. Jesus, Dia, you haven't even given me one chance to explain myself. You mean I haven't given you a chance to lie? I correct. I told you I didn't cheat on you. When was that again? I stopped to think. Oh, right, at Theo's party, just before you disappeared to fuck Remy. Pain streaks across his gaze like a shooting star. Then he croaks. You really think that low of me? His hurt expression feels like a butcher knife slicing through my heart. What else am I supposed to think here? The evidence keeps piling up. You really think I'd ruin what we had for one night? I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. I didn't fuck Remy at the party. All we did was talk. Do you seriously expect me to believe that? He nods. Yes, because it's true. He steps dangerously close to me. I back away. Enlighten me, then. What were you talking about? You, he says bluntly. Me? Yes, you. He steps forward again, and I'm starting to run out of room to escape. I was begging her to tell you the truth. I didn't fucking touch her. I almost believe him. Almost. You were gone for hours, I point out. I didn't have a choice. She got one of her friends to lock us in together. Theo's psycho parents put locks right outside his bedroom. I don't know about the rest, but this part is true. There are locks outside Theo's bedroom. I remember noticing them and thinking it was weird the first time we hung out at Theo's place. Since it's an old house, I assumed the last owners installed them. I can't believe Theo's parents put them there by choice. Finn drags his palms down his face with a sigh. Fuck, Dia, you have to believe me. Nothing happened. I don't answer right away. I believe you. Shock colors his features. You do? Yes. But, he anticipates. But it doesn't change the fact that you slept with Remy. Look, Finn, I just want to move on. I'd appreciate it if you let me. Against all expectations, he laughs. The asshole laughs as though I just told him a great joke. Who do you think you're talking to, Jem? I'm about to reply when he fills the void between us. I stumble backward, struggling to keep up as Finn pins me against the wall and props his tattooed arms on each side of my head. Do I look like the type to give up on what I want? I can't breathe. Dia, I love you. I don't know how it happened or what the fuck you did to me, but I'm in love with you. Do you understand what that means? His breath mixes with mine, and my stupid body starts to ache for his touch. What's wrong with me? Then he leans in closer to whisper against my mouth. It means I'm not moving on from shit. I forget how to speak English for a moment. Yes, I slept with Remy. He concedes. I'm relieved to hear him say that. Don't get me wrong, it hurts like hell, but at least he's done lying. But I didn't cheat on you. For fuck's sake, Dia, we hadn't even kissed when that video was filmed. We weren't even close to getting together. Wait, what? Could that be true? No, it can't. Then why did Remy say it happened recently? Because she's a fucking liar. That's what Remy does. She sabotages things. For as long as I've known her, she's destroyed every good thing in her life. She's so mad at the world, she wants everyone to be miserable. Like she is. This version of events sounds too good to be true. It'd be so easy to just pin the blame on Remy. God, I wish I could believe you. My voice breaks. Finn doesn't waste a second, tilting my chin up. Look at me, he murmurs. I deny him the eye contact he seeks. Dia, look at me. He presses his forehead to mine, his request evolving into a plea. Please. I surrender and allow our eyes to meet in the darkness of the supply closet. He cups my face with both hands, as if to carve his speech into my brain. From the moment I kissed you, it was over. A tidal wave of memories crashes into me. Our first kiss is still so fresh, so vivid in my mind. It happened in his dad's wine cellar last summer. Finn had just caught me eavesdropping on him and his friends. One kiss, he breathes out. Just one kiss, and I knew no one stood a chance. Fear grips my insides when the ice walls I built around my heart begin to crack, to melt. I'm letting him in. Fuck. Dia, I swear on my mom's life, I haven't talked, touched, or even looked at another girl since that night. I pause. And your car? Remy must have been pretty damn special for you to name your car after her. I didn't name it after her, Finn says matter-of-factly. Confusion overwhelms me. But Theo said... Theo's wrong. He cuts me off. Think about it. Have you ever heard me refer to my car as Remy? I rack my brain, combing through every moment we ever spent together, only to come up empty. Truth is, I've never heard Finn refer to his car as Remy in the time that I've known him. Why would Theo think that? Finn sighs. It started a year ago, when the guys and I got wasted after a game. We were making fun of Axel for calling his cock the General. We wound up naming a bunch of shit, like our favorite basketballs and our jerseys. Then we named our cars. I said the first name that popped into my head. And the first name in your head was Remy? Yes, but only because Remy is the one who got me the car. Well, technically, she found it and we stole it together. Wait, they stole it? I never called my car Remy after that, but for some reason it just stuck. I didn't bother correcting the guys. So, he didn't call his car Remy. Good to know she wasn't some epic love he never got over. Although it begs the question, who was Remy to him? Who was she? I'm afraid of the answer. Remy, I mean, what's the story there? She was my friend, he exhales. At first. I flinch. I was 15 when we met. Remy was Lacey's best friend. She'd moved away years prior, but happened to be back in town for the summer. I was a self-destructive mess back then. I was acting out, mourning my mom and blaming myself. My pops was desperate to fix me with therapy, and I hated him for it. He looked at me like I was a nutcase or some shit. But Remy didn't. She looked at me like I was normal. Because being a mess was her normal. So, you bonded over your misery? I connect the dots. Yeah. She had a troubled past, a taste for darkness. I felt like she got me. We both hated everyone, and we both felt alone. Long story short, we became friends. He doesn't speak for a moment, hesitant to continue. And then we became more. Heart squeeze. We did all sorts of illegal things that summer. Breaking and entering, tagging shit, stealing cars, you name it. We actually stole the car I have now just a bit before my 16th birthday. So, the rumors about him were true. Did you get caught? Yeah. I took the blame and got into a world of trouble for it. My dad wound up having to buy the car from the owner. Paid him 5 times the car's worth in hush money. He took the fall for her, the same way he took the fall for me when I broke a glass. Did you... My voice trembles. Did you love her? I sound pathetic, but I had to ask. What Remy did to me, that's crazy ex-girlfriend territory. Either she's emotionally unstable or there was more to their relationship. No. His response is immediate. I loved that she didn't judge me for my dark side, but I didn't love her. All we did was fuck and destroy everything we touched. I cringe. So, you were friends with benefits then? That's what we told people at school when they asked if we were official. We were basically a couple without the title, but Finn thought it'd be easier to say we were fuck buddies. Looks like history is repeating itself. You'd think I said that out loud by how fast he says. Yes, we were friends with benefits, but it wasn't... Fuck, Dia, it wasn't like you. It could never be like you. His sad puppy eyes tug at my heartstrings. Then what? I changed the topic before I become emotional. Summer ended and she went back home? Pretty much. Until... I press him for the rest of the story. Until last summer. She came back into town a few days before my dad hired you. She'd been blowing up my phone for weeks when you found me standing at the library window. I'd almost ignored her texts up until that point, but I decided to answer her that night. Holy shit. It's true. Finn was texting someone that day. We were drinking in the library, and I remember wondering if he was texting Bree. I asked him about it, but he never told me. It was Remy all along. That night, when I cornered you in the library and told you all the depraved fucking things I wanted to do to you. He pauses. Let's just say it scared me. A whole fucking lot. Why? Because I hadn't realized just how much I wanted you until the words came out of my mouth. I was supposed to hate you. Hell, I did hate you. I hated you for making me feel things I didn't want to feel. That's when it happened, isn't it? That weekend? You went home the next day and I texted her to prove to myself that I wasn't obsessed with you. I told her to come over and she did, but she started hounding me with questions about you the second she walked through the door. Remy knew about me? How did she know about me? We'd never even met then. Fuck if I know. Lacey probably heard from Theo that we'd hired a house sitter and told her. It's the only thing that makes sense. Promise me you don't care about that bitch. The words Remy said in the recording plague my mind. She felt threatened by me. She probably thought I was the reason why Finn wasn't answering her messages. I don't care about that bitch. Finn's words haunt me. It's always been you, Rem. Everything but you. Just like that, my walls go back up. If he was evil enough to recycle our line, he could very well be lying about this whole thing. I come to my senses. None of this proves that you slept with her before we got together. I expect him to tell me that I'm just going to have to trust him, but instead he pulls out his phone. What are you doing? I was hoping you'd take my word for it. But if you're not going to believe what I say, maybe you'll believe your own eyes. I feel like I'm about to vomit when he flips his phone over to show me something. My eyes start to water as soon as I spot Finn's desk on the screen. This is the beginning of the sex tape. What the fuck is wrong with you? I shove his hand away. I'll die before putting myself through this again. Believe me. If there was any other way to convince you, I'd do it. This is the only way, Dia. You have to trust me. Blinking back tears, I swallow hard and focus on the screen. The video is on mute, thankfully. I couldn't handle Remy's moans. Do you see that? Finn asks. What? I squint. That. He points to something on the screen before pausing the video. I don't see anything. Look again. He inches the phone closer to my face. That's when I see it. It looks like a chew toy? Yep, that's a dog's toy. Lexi's favorite toy, actually. It's lying on the ground underneath Finn's desk. How does Lexi's toy prove that Finn slept with Remy before we got together? Not following, I say. Do you remember when we first slept together? Is he serious? How could I forget? It was the day of Lexi's murder. Yeah, after Lexi died. I choke out. Images of the golden retriever bleeding out, making my stomach churn. I almost set her things on fire that night, but you stopped me. Then I got called to the police station the next day. I couldn't bear to look at her toys anymore, so I threw everything away on my way out. It dawns on me. I remember seeing Lexi's things near the dumpster down the street when I left that morning. He's telling the truth. He threw away all of her stuff after we had sex, which means the video with Remy couldn't have been filmed recently. Lexi's toys are long gone and wouldn't be in the background. Oh my God. It's true. Everything he said is true. I'm barely aware of how fast I start crying. My palm flies to my mouth as I relive my summer with Lexi. I can't help wondering if this is our baby girl looking out for us from beyond the grave. Realization crushes me a second later. Wait. Lexi's toy might confirm his story, but it doesn't change the fact that he told Remy everything but you. Do you believe me now? Finn wipes a tear off my cheek. I do. I've never seen him smile so wide. But you still told her everything but you. His smile slips away. Dia, all the shit I said to her in that video, every single word, that was me trying to convince myself that I didn't care about you. You were consuming my whole fucking life. And it was getting impossible to lie to myself with you living in my house. You were all I could think about when I woke up, when I went to sleep, and you... He stops himself, as though he fears my reaction. You were all I could think about when I was inside her. The thought makes me wince. I shouldn't be surprised. He did tell me he was thinking about me when he was inside that cheerleader Louise. I'm guessing she was another attempt to convince himself he didn't want me. You found me at the library window 24 hours before I slept with her. I'd been replaying our conversation on a loop in my head. The moment you told me I hated everything, to be exact. Of course. It was the only thing I could think of when I was with her, and everything but you just came out. He wasn't talking to her. He was answering me. In his mind, we were back in the library, bickering at 3 a.m. She was so confused that she asked me what it meant after, but I said I didn't remember. I could hardly see myself telling her that the whole time I was with her, I was actually with you. It feels like my heart was just brutally ripped out of my chest, torn to pieces, put back together, and then shoved back inside my rib cage. So, you stopped talking to her after our first kiss? I stress my bottom lip. I stopped talking to all of them. Well, until I pulled Remy aside at the party and convinced her to help me. She sent me the video so that I could make shit right with us. I keep quiet for a few seconds, my mind racing. She didn't have to help him. She could have told him to get lost, but she didn't. I know sending him the video was the least she could do, considering she's responsible for this mess. But still, I'm surprised she agreed to help. Finn doesn't wait for me to reply, before trapping me into a suffocating hug and nuzzling his nose into the crook of my neck. I welcome his embrace, letting him hug the breath out of me for a moment. I get the sense that he's telling me, I don't know where we go from here, but if this is goodbye, I need to hug you one last time. Come back to me, Jem. He whispers against my skin, his voice so unusually fragile that it throws me off. Is he crying? I don't see the tears on his face, but I think I hear them in his voice. I feel them in the way he holds on to me for dear life. Everything but you, I choke out. There's a beat of silence. Then Finn pulls away. He stares at me through the darkness of the maintenance closet, disbelief written all over his face. He looks like he's wondering whether or not his mind is playing tricks on him. I lift my palm to his cheek, and my pulse quickens when I realize his cheek is damp. He is crying. Because he's scared. No, he's terrified that this won't be enough, that I'm going to leave him anyway. You'd think I just handed him the antidote to an incurable poison when I grip his shoulders and smash my lips to his. I've heard Finn grunt before, during sex mostly, but this, it sounds like a grunt of relief, almost like my kiss is banishing the fear from his system, breathing life back into him. He kisses me like he's thanking me, and I pour all I have into matching his gratitude. I throw my arms around his neck, crushing our bodies together as though I'm hoping a part of his soul will rub off on me, just so that I can carry him with me, now and forever. I part my lips for him, and his tongue immediately slips past my teeth, deepening our connection and sending a wave of shivers down my spine. I can feel his body relax with each passing second, but that's not all I can feel. Did someone miss me? I glance down at the bulge in his pants. Finn's lips are back on mine in a heartbeat, but his hand envelops my fingers before I can muster a comeback. He guides my hand to his cock, and sure enough, he's rock hard. "This is how much I've missed you," Finn whispers against my mouth. Heat explodes in my stomach as my palm wraps around his length. I want to touch him, to taste him for the first time in a week. If I had it my way, I'd drop to my knees right now. But Finn has something else in mind. I barely hear my phone buzzing in his pocket when Finn undoes the button of my jeans. My zipper is next, and I'm quivering with anticipation by the time his fingers crawl down my stomach toward my pink thong. "Did you miss me?" He rasps inches from my ear. I'm about to get finger-fucked in the janitor's closet at 2 a.m. You can't make this shit up. My phone buzzes a second and third time, but we pay it no mind. Well, I pay it no mind. Finn, on the other hand, "Who the fuck is texting you?" He growls, his patience wearing thin, and pulls my phone out of his pocket. At first, I assume Avina is to blame for the messages, until Finn glances at the sender, and his features darken. This is someone else. "Unlock it." He shocks me by saying, "What?" His only response is to hand me the phone, his expectations as clear as the irritation on his face. Confused, I flip my phone over and swallow hard at the senders. I have a few messages from V and 2 messages from Axel. I swear the guy is incapable of taking a hint. I slide the screen unlocked and select my conversation with Axel. Does it even qualify as a conversation if I never answered him? Axel: "Playing hard to get, I see." Axel: "You know you want me, baby girl. Just give in." One word: ew. Finn doesn't miss a beat, prying the phone out of my hands to read Axel's messages. I notice the corner of his mouth twitching in anger as he scrolls through Axel's unanswered texts. Then he clicks out of the conversation. "What are you doing?" I worry about what he'll find in my messages. I've been texting other boys while we were broken up. "Just making a list of all the traitors I have to beat up." I crack a small laugh, convinced that he's kidding. But he doesn't laugh, or smile. He's dead serious, isn't he?
Seb Stein, huh?
Finn arches an eyebrow, and I take my phone back before he opens our conversation.
Did anything happen?
No. I'm shocked that the thought even crossed his mind. Did he really think I'd get under someone else to get over him? His shoulders immediately fall with relief, the obvious tension in his body dissipating. What would you have done if I'd said yes? A deep laugh escapes his mouth, and he spins me around without warning. He pins my front to the wall, pressing his chest to my back and whispering in my ear,
"You mean apart from murdering him in his sleep?"
He immediately picks up where we left off, going to town on the sensitive skin near my earlobe. It feels like every bone in my body is liquefying as he sucks on my neck without restraint, bruising my skin in multiple places and groaning every time my ass brushes against his cock. Finn's fingers curl under my shirt a split second later, and he takes a handful of my breast inside my lace bra.
"What did you talk about?"
He twirls his index around my nipple, alternating between kissing and nibbling at my neck. I barely say.
"When you were texting Stein, what did you talk about?"
He wants to do this now?
"Did you tell him that I took all of your firsts?"
Finn grits out, his right hand slipping into my underwear, while his other pinches my nipple. I expect him to take it slow and ease his fingers into me, but he doesn't. He's rough in the way he pushes inside me, stretching me with not one, but 2 fingers. "Finn," I moan, and his palm flies to my mouth.
"Did you tell him you're a naughty fucking girl who loves when I take her on the hood of my car?"
He draws his fingers out of me completely before diving back in. I cry out against his palm, and he groans. I can hear how wet I am when he pumps his fingers in and out of me. He's vindictive in the way he fingers me, but I still spread my legs for more. His thumb finds my clit.
"You look like a good little girl from the outside, but you and I, we know the truth, don't we, baby?"
I can't quiet the moan that slips free when he slaps my ass so hard I jerk forward, my breasts hitting the wall.
"Did you flirt with him? Let the fucker think he had a chance with you?"
His hand falls from my mouth to my neck, and he yanks me back to his chest, fingering me faster. I'm too busy muffling my moans to answer.
"I said, did you flirt with him?"
he urges. "Yes." I cave, the pressure of his thumb pushing me closer and closer to the edge.
"So you didn't tell him you were mine?"
I don't remember."
"Wrong answer."
He immediately doubles his efforts, his fingers squeezing inside me while his thumb rubs my clit for minutes on end. I don't even feel my orgasm coming. It just hits me, all at once. My body erupts like a volcano, pleasure coursing through my veins as I tremble in his arms.
"That's right, baby. Let's see how innocent you really are."
That's what does it. My eyes snap open as I come all over his fingers. The moans building up in my throat breaking free, and Finn slaps his hand over my mouth again.
"Don't make a fucking sound,"
he says harshly, but I don't have a choice in the matter. I've never come so hard in my life. Especially not at school. I'm still dazed from the earth-shattering orgasm when Finn removes his fingers from my panties and says,
"Do you remember who you belong to now?"
"Sorry, doesn't ring a bell," I say, purely to get a rise out of him. A smirk tugs at the corner of his lips.
"Really? Well, maybe you'll remember this."
My entire body tingles when Finn bends me over and unzips his pants. He grips my hair as soon as he's freed his cock, twisting my curls around his fist while his other hand nudges my panties out of the way. He thrusts inside me before I can blink, the noises he makes causing me to clench around him. That and the noticeable change in his breathing as he fills me to the brim. It's like this boy was made to be my undoing. We've had sex from behind before, but this is something else entirely. I'm not sure if it's the danger factor, or maybe it's because we thought we'd never get to do this again. But the friction feels out of this world amazing. Oh, fuck. Finn grips my waist. Yes, baby. Fuck me back. I rock my hips back and forth, clawing at the wall in front of me and making a mental note to take my pill tomorrow. I want to scream when he slows down his thrusting. What are you doing? I complain. You can do better than that. It's not a request, but a command. What? I pant, glancing back at him over my shoulder. Did I stutter? Fuck me back. He stills himself completely. I don't think twice, devoting what's left of my energy to giving him what he wants. Flattening my palms against the wall before me, I back myself up into his pelvis over and over, until I'm doing all the work, until the sound of flesh slapping together floods the supply closet. Did you touch yourself while I was gone? Finn tugs on my hair before wrapping his palms around my neck from behind. I stop my thrusting to focus on what he's saying. Did I tell you to stop? He growls. This feels dirty, like I should be ashamed, like I should feel disrespected. But I don't. If anything, I feel alive. I resume my rocking, taking every inch of him again and again. Did you think of me when you were playing with yourself alone at night? Did you think of us fucking like this? He squeezes my throat. Yes, I admit. Good. Do it again. You want me to? You can say it. It's not dirty. Touch myself. I choke out. Damn right. Hesitant, I oblige, sneaking a hand inside my panties and rubbing my clit in slow circles. The pleasure becomes overwhelming when Finn's hips shift into me and he starts doing his part again. I'm never sharing you again, you got that? He hisses, practically pounding me into the wall. Fucking never. My clit is swollen and unbearably sensitive as I twirl it between my fingers, but I don't back down, following his instructions to a T. Are you mine? Finn stops moving just as I'm getting close, halting my orgasm in its tracks. I don't answer. I can't even think right now, let alone speak. Let me hear your voice, Dia. I'm yours. I surrender. Always, baby. Finn resumes fucking me into another universe. Now ride my cock until you mean it. And I do. I ride him until I come so hard, I'm surprised I didn't pass out. Jesus, you're tight. I have the reflex of clenching him, which only triggers his unraveling. Next thing I know, we're falling apart in unison. I could come again just from hearing him stifle a moan as he unloads inside me. I've heard him groan in the past, but moan? Almost never. Fuck, that's hot. Neither one of us moves for long seconds. We're both spent, out of breath, and reeling from our orgasms. Finn is the first to snap back to reality, pulling out of me slowly. I missed you so much. he breathes out before spinning me around and kissing me senseless. We kiss until there's no more air in our lungs, and we have no choice but to pull away. "What now?" I whisper, referring to our current situation. We are still stuck in our school with a bunch of cops roaming the halls in the middle of the night. Finn seems to think I'm talking about our relationship because he says, "Now everything goes back to normal." It takes me a moment to realize what normal entails. Normal means going back to being friends to benefits. It means being unofficial to the rest of the world. It means going back to being sort of together. And as I stuff my legs into my jeans, shreds of my dignity scattered all over the floor, I realize something I wasn't ready for. Just because I'm his doesn't mean he's mine. 8. Diamond. "I bet love is Hadley Queen," Theo chimes, his comment going through one ear and out the other. I stopped entertaining their theories 2.5 accusations ago. "No way. I know Hadley. None of the confessions match," Lacey argues, reaching for her vodka spritz in the hot tub drink holder. I'm all for healthy curiosity, but they've been accusing people for 3 hours. 3 freaking hours. I figured they'd have run out of suspects by now, but nope, still going. It's been like this since we walked into Easton on Monday morning. They were all over school, plastered to every flat surface. The confessions. Secrets. Sins. Each one darker than the other. I'm talking the kind of shit you take to your grave. Rumor has it the confessions were found stashed inside a book in the library. The authors go by the aliases Zach and Love. We don't know who spread the confessions, and we don't know who wrote them. It would make sense for Zach and Love to be students at Easton, but even that we don't know for sure. "Holy shit! Check out what Bree posted in the Facebook group." Axel elbows Xavier in the ribs. Yes, as in someone went as far as to make a Facebook group about the confessions. All so that people could gossip about Zach's and Love's identities. That's how bad it's gotten. I almost wish Axel would drop his phone into Finn's hot tub when he drives the screen closer to Xavier's face. I think I see Xavier's skin pale as his gaze skims over Bree's post. "Do you think that's true? Is Avina Love?" Axel asks, and nearly everyone in the group turns to look at me. They probably think I know something, since she's my best friend. They're wrong. That would require communication, and Avina hasn't been at school all week. She told me she had the flu, and then she stopped answering my messages altogether. Objectively speaking, the timing is pretty suspicious. God, what if Bree is right? What if Avina wrote the confessions? It's not V. I defend my best friend, leaning against Finn's chest. Finn welcomes me on cue, wrapping his tattooed arm around my neck and pulling me in to kiss my forehead. Theo nods. "Agreed. Avina is way too much of a good girl to write shit like this." "You have to admit it's a little weird that she disappeared as soon as the confessions got out." Lacey adds fuel to the fire. Why is she here again? Lacey and I made peace shortly after Finn and I got back together. Theo frequently invites her to hang out with us, and I figured I'd spare myself the awkward tension. We're on good terms, but we're not friends, and I'm not above asking Finn to kick her out for talking shit about V. This is still his house. It's not her. End of fucking story. Finn backs me up. Theo, Axel, and Lacey eventually take the hint. As for Xavier, he seems disconnected from, well, everything. His body might be here, but mentally he's miles away. I've seen him glance at his phone on the patio furniture over 5 times tonight. He's obviously hoping to hear from someone. The question is, who? Grateful for Finn's intervention, I tilt my head back to plant a kiss on his cheek. Only he moves his head at the last second and I get his mouth. I start to pull away, but his hand slips into my wet hair, holding me in place. He kisses me so hard I nearly forget that we have an audience. 5 weeks have passed since Finn trapped me in the janitor's closet on senior prank night. I thought we'd never leave that damn closet after he fucked me within an inch of my life. Until Axel texted us that he'd seen the cops leave the parking lot and the coast was clear. As soon as we put the Remy fiasco behind us, Finn and I slid right back into our routine. And by routine, I mean we went back to sneaking around, having forbidden sex in the woods, and lying to my parents. I'm not proud of it, but my dads are practically members of the I Hate Finn Richards Club at this point. Don't even get me started on Jesse. My brother would snitch on me in a heartbeat if he knew Finn and I were dating again. Well, if you can even call our casual relationship dating. We still haven't had the talk. I've been putting it off, trying to convince myself that I like things the way they are. After all, it's not like Finn is hiding me. Everyone knows we're together. He even gave Axel a black eye for texting me while we were broken up. Oh, and he slashed Sebastian Stein's tires. All 4 of them. Did I make him apologize and buy the poor guy new tires? You bet I did. Sebastian might be dull, but he didn't do anything wrong. He and Finn aren't close, so it's not like he betrayed a friend by texting me. Bree is at the door. Lacey brings me back to reality. Finn cringes. The fuck is she doing here? I forgot my cheer uniform at her place last night. She's just dropping it off. Right. Lacey and Bree are best friends again. They drifted apart when Lacey and I were close. Funny how quickly Lacey replaced me. To think that just a month ago she was bad-mouthing Bree every chance she got. And she couldn't drop it off at your place. Xavier sighs, not exactly thrilled by the idea of seeing his ex-girlfriend. Finn's place is closer to her house. What's the big deal? The big deal is that nobody fucking likes her, Finn argues. Relax, she's not staying. Lacey slurs, nearly slipping on her way out of Finn's hot tub. She's had so much it's a wonder she's still able to walk. She better not. Finn's hand finds mine in the water. This is his way of letting me know that he hates her too. He knows I can't stand the girl, and it doesn't exactly help that they slept together before. The worst part is Xavier still doesn't know what happened between Finn and his ex. Lacey, I swear if you get water all over my house, Finn warns. I won't. Jesus, Lacey says, and trails to a lounge chair to pick up her towel. She quickly dries herself and walks inside Finn's house. Not even 2 seconds later, the guys decide to connect their phones to the patio speakers and put music on. A phone rings just as the beat is dropping. Xavier's phone. He's quick to get out of the hot tub, making a beeline for his phone on the backyard furniture. Disappointment flashes in his gaze as soon as he checks the caller ID. I don't know who's calling him, but one thing is certain. It's not who he was hoping for. Hey, Dad. I barely hear him say over the music. Hold on, I can't hear you. He heads inside the house the next second. We're out of booze, Finn realizes shortly after. I'll be right back. Finn smacks a long kiss upon my mouth and gets out of the hot tub too. I watch him amble inside the house, biting my tongue to keep myself from saying something. He's had more than enough, but he doesn't seem to realize it. His drinking habits have been bothering me lately. Granted, he's a social drinker, but it doesn't change the fact that he drinks a lot. Is it a coping mechanism? A bad habit he picked up after his mom's death? Looking back, I realized he was drinking the night he almost died on Silver Bridge. and the night I found him standing at the library window. Come to think of it, he was also drinking the first time we kissed in the wine cellar. Jesus, has there ever been a moment in our relationship where this boy was sober? 5 minutes elapse before I start to wonder if Finn got lost on his way to the liquor cabinet. I tell myself I'm overthinking it, until 5 minutes become 10. We're nearing on 12 minutes by the time I decide to go investigate. I slip out of the hot tub while Theo and Axel bicker. The dining room is empty when I walk in. Then I notice him. I smother a gasp at the sight of Xavier in the corner of the room, standing with his back against the wall. We immediately make eye contact, hesitation and doubt smeared all over his face. He looks torn. Wait, is he hiding? Why would he need to? You don't know shit about us, Randall. Finn's voice cuts through the air. That's when I connect the dots. Finn is talking to Bree by the front door, and Xavier is eavesdropping. I consider saying something or joining Finn in the hall, but Xavier lifts his index to his mouth to shush me. All right, maybe I don't know everything, but I do know that if you wanted her, you two would be official by now. Bree spits. An alarm goes off in my head. This is going to hurt, my heart says, but my feet are practically embedded into the kitchen tiles. That's why you say you're friends with benefits, isn't it? Because you don't want her to see somebody else, but you also don't want to be tied down. You look at her and you see a fucking cage. I'm sorry, are you still talking? I hear Finn open the front door to show her out. Just admit it. You're scared. You know Dia is a forever gal. She's the kind of girl you marry, and you're not ready for forever. Not even close. There's a beat of silence. What, no snarky reply? Perhaps because you know I'm right. Nah, I'm just trying to think of what I'll say to the cops when I stick them on your ass for trespassing. You wouldn't. She fails to conceal the worry in her voice. Last I checked, I still fucking hate you, so yes, I would. But you didn't always hate me, remember? At least you didn't hate everything about me. If I recall, you used to love the things I did with my tongue. Her admission knocks the wind out of me. She just said that, and Xavier heard the whole thing. Oh my God. I switched to prevent further damage mode, glancing at Xavier and feeling my stomach sink at the look on his face. He's not mad. Hell, he doesn't even look surprised. Maybe he already knew? But he does look disappointed. Just say the word, and I'll be happy to remind you just how much you liked it. Bree teases. Get the fuck out, Finn hisses. Your loss. Bree scoffs, and I hear her heels rattle the floor as she walks away. I'm foolish enough to hope that Xavier is going to bite his tongue to save their friendship, that he'll let her walk out of the house and confront Finn later, hopefully in private. But he's apparently done with being the bigger person because he jumps out of his hiding spot the next second. Oh, this is bad. I don't think twice, rushing to the entrance hallway and stepping into Bree and Finn's line of vision. Shock colors Finn's features when he sees the two of us standing there and puts the pieces together. I know he suspects that we heard the whole thing, but then Xavier turns his suspicions into hard facts. Xavier looks Finn dead in the eyes. By all means, keep going. What else do you love about my ex-girlfriend's tongue? I've never seen Finn look so pale. He opens his mouth to speak, but can't find the words to say. Meanwhile, Bree doesn't look nearly as remorseful as she should. To be honest, she almost looks satisfied, like she's enjoying this turn of events. Holy shit, did she know? She knew Xavier was listening, didn't she?
"How many times?"
Xavier asks, his voice void of emotion.
Finn cringes. "Xav, how many fucking times?"
Xavier snaps. The strange thing is, he never once looks at Bree as he speaks, because he's not actually talking to her. It's not her betrayal that hurts him, it's Finn's. It's the fact that Finn, his oldest friend, could do that to him. Finn hesitates for a moment, an army of demons swirling in the backs of his eyes. Then he caves.
2. When?
Xavier asks, and Finn knows better than to dodge his questions again.
Last summer, after you left for camp.
I know it was before me. I even cock-blocked them on my first day working for Finn's dad. But the reminder still hurts.
Why?
Xavier starts to pace around the room.
Just fucking why? I can't give you a good reason.
Finn takes a step toward his friend.
I was a piece of shit. Still am, to be honest. But I'm working on it.
Finn's gaze drifts to me as he says the last part, and I get the sense that he's giving me credit.
I was so mad at you. I was angry all the fucking time, and it felt like you had everything, while I...
Finn pauses.
My dad wouldn't stop talking about you. Like you were the son he wanted. The son he deserved. So you fucked my girlfriend?
Xavier spits.
So I took something from you. The same way you took my father from me.
It feels like the air is thinning, like the oxygen is slowly being sucked out of the room. Xavier's anger dies down.
I never meant to take him from you. I know, and I get that now. You didn't take him. He chose you. Because I wouldn't let him choose me.
I wasn't prepared to take a peek into Finn's mind, and I sure as hell wasn't prepared for the darkness inside of it.
I've been an asshole to him since the day she died. I'm the reason my dad and I aren't close. Not you. It was never your fault. I'm so fucking sorry, man.
The atmosphere is so thick with rage that it weighs on my shoulders, threatening to crush me like a bug. Xavier remains silent for a few seconds, pondering his next move carefully. I hold my breath when he moves closer to Finn, his expression an enigma. Then he cocks his fist back and punches Finn in the face. Hard. I can't quiet the shriek leaving my mouth as Finn falls to the ground, nearly hitting his head against the glass door. Finn knew Xavier was pissed off, but something tells me these two have never gotten into a fist fight in the 18 years they've known each other, and Finn didn't think the first time would be now. I'm at Finn's side in seconds, unable to stop myself from gripping his face and scanning him for injuries. His bottom lip is busted, blood flooding his mouth.
Baby, I'm okay,
Finn promises, and I tear my hands away from his jaw, looking up at Xavier. I expect him to come at Finn again, but he doesn't. Instead, he inhales a long breath and bends forward to offer Finn his hand. Wait, what? Finn assesses the hand held out for him, debating on whether or not to take it. His chest heaving up and down, Xavier drives his hand closer to us, gesturing to go ahead with his chin. Finn! I sound like a scared little girl as I dig my nails into his veined forearm. Xavier got him by surprise the first time, but if he keeps coming at him, Finn won't have a choice but to fight back. It could get ugly.
It's okay, Jem.
Finn cracks a small smile to reassure me. Then he takes Xavier's hand. My lungs release the little air left in my body when Xavier helps Finn to his feet. No punch, no kick, nothing. After what feels like a decade, Xavier exhales.
If you do that shit again, I'll kill you.
Simple words, and yet they hold so much meaning. Xavier is letting him off the hook. He's forgiving him, or at least accepting his apology. Damn, Xavier Emery really is the bigger person.
Understood.
Finn nods, the cut on his lip deepening when he speaks. Xavier flashes a minuscule smile. They're not completely okay, but they will be. Eventually. That's it? Bree's high-pitched voice grates on my ear. We turn to look at her, reminded of her presence.
Problem?
Xavier asks. One punch, then it's all rainbows and unicorns? You can't just forgive him that easily.
Yes, I can.
Xavier shrugs.
Did you think I was going to kill my best friend for you?
Offended, Bree lets out a bitter scoff and spins to leave.
Oh, and Bree?
Xavier says when she opens the door. She stops, but doesn't glance back at us.
Next time you try to pit two best friends against each other, maybe make sure at least one of them cares about you.
Ouch. She leaves as soon as Xavier finishes speaking, slamming the door on her way out. I'm never drinking vodka spritz again. Lacey stumbles inside the kitchen a split second later. We swivel just in time to see her wipe her mouth with the back of her hand. Is that where she was this whole time? Puking? What the fuck? What did I miss? She gawks at Finn's bloody mouth. The boys feed her a bunch of lies, but I'm somewhere else. Somewhere I hate. A place I never want to visit again. If you really wanted her, you two would be official by now. That's why you say you're friends with benefits, isn't it? Because you don't want her to see someone else, but you also don't want to be tied down. You look at her, and you see a fucking cage. Bree's words echo in my head as Finn wraps his arms around my waist from behind. And I never thought I'd say this in my life, but Bree's right.
9. Finn. Climbing inside a girl's window always looks like a piece of cake in Hollywood movies. The guy throws rocks at a girl's window, the girl opens up for him, and then the guy climbs up her house like he's fucking Spider-Man. But what happens when rocks aren't enough to wake her up? I'm afraid if I throw another rock, I'll either smash Dia's window or wake up her dad's. I might just have to throw my goddamn shoe at this point. I've been waiting in the Mitchells' backyard, hiding in a bush like a fucking pervert for 30 minutes now. I've tried calling Dia, more times than I care to admit, but it goes straight to voicemail. There's no denying it. Dia's avoiding me. She's been doing it for days. More precisely, since the Bree disaster last week. She barely answers my texts, barely looks at me at lunch, and she blew me off after the basketball game yesterday. We usually sneak out to the woods after each game for some alone time, but she told me she had plans with V. Then she showed up at Theo's victory party with Avina. She said that Avina needed to talk to Xavier, only to bounce 2 minutes later. I'm not sure what the deal is between Xavier and Avina. I walked in on them when they were about to kiss on senior prank night, and I assumed it was a one-time thing. But now? I'm starting to think they've done a lot more than almost kiss. The confusing part is Xavier recently got back together with Bree, so whatever happened between him and Avina must not be important to him. That's right. Xavier got back with Bree. Even after the fight at my house. Even after he found out I fucked her. I don't know what the hell's gotten into him, but he's not acting like himself. The Xavier I know would rather chop off his own dick than date Bree again. I would ask him about it, but I figured I was in no position to question his choices after what I did. Just like I'm in no position to question Dia for spending so much time with Avina. Avina's life is a mess lately. Word on the street is that she's love, and she wrote half the confessions that were spread all over school. People have been giving her a hard time for it, especially the cheer squad. I did my part by telling the basketball team to back off, but I can't control Bree and her slaves. I've tried to convince myself Dia is just busy being a good friend, but I can't keep ignoring what's right in front of me. She's pulling away from me, and I'm going to figure out why. I step out of hiding, creeping toward the Mitchells' brick house. I've crawled inside Dia's bedroom before, but she always expected me and unlocked her window in advance. This time, she has no idea I'm coming. Shit. I hope her window isn't locked. I use the vines climbing up the side of the house to reach Dia's room. My shoulders unwind when I manage to pry her window open. Quiet as can be, I slip through the small opening and take in Dia's tiny bedroom. I barely see anything at first, until my sight adjusts to the moonlight peeking through the curtains, and I make out Dia's silhouette in the bed. She's lying on her side, with nothing but a sheet covering her delicate body and her back facing me. Her breathing is peaceful as I tiptoe toward her single bed. There's a slight pause in her breathing when I plop onto the mattress. Is she awake? Nah. She would have heard me throwing 1,000,000 stones at her window if she was. Or was she ignoring me? I notice the sheet doesn't cover her upper body and remove my shirt. Her tan skin feels smooth and warm as I press my front to her back, squeezing into the bed behind her. No reaction. Maybe she is sleeping. I take it further by sweeping her black curls to the side and nuzzling my nose into her bare shoulder. Still nothing. She almost has me fooled until my lips find the nape of her neck, and she sucks in a breath. Cunning little liar. Set on finding out for sure, I slip my arm underneath the sheet and around her waist. She's wearing nothing but mini shorts and an oversized tank top, and fuck, I've missed her so much. Not now, dick. I rest my hand inches above her shorts before sliding my fingers underneath. But I don't touch her. I just pretend to, running my fingertips inside the waistband over and over again. I tease the living hell out of her until she drops the act, and she shoves my hand into her shorts herself. I smile. I knew it. She was never asleep. She was just torturing me. Well, well, look who's awake. I whisper into her ear, positioning my hand on her inner thigh and brushing my fingers against her skin everywhere but where she wants me. She doesn't answer, but I know from the way she presses her ass to my cock that she's not nearly as mad at me as she thinks she is. At least, her body isn't. Dia? I sweep my fingers up and down her leg. Baby, talk to me. I get nothing, not one word. She's still giving me the silent treatment. Desperate for a sliver of her attention, I direct my fingers between her legs and find her clit. She squirms from the moment I start to play with her. I go slow at first, matching my pace to her breathing. The faster she breathes, the faster I twirl her clit, and I know I'm getting somewhere when she sighs. I'm supposed to be mad at you, she whines, her tired voice going straight to my cock. Jesus, even her voice gets me hard. There's no way she doesn't feel me poking at her ass. She proves me right by rubbing against my crotch multiple times. In response, I move downward and squeeze a finger inside her to quiet the demons inside her head. She's so warm, so fucking wet for me. Weird. You seem happy to see me. I ease a second finger inside her, earning a quiet gasp from the girl whose silence almost killed me. She chuckles at my comment, elbowing me in the stomach, and I swear her laugh should be heaven's soundtrack. I go from gentle to rough, pumping in and out of her faster. I'm torn between wanting to talk about us and wanting to bury myself so deep inside her that I forget I was ever out of her. Oh, God. She bites back a moan when I pull my fingers out of her drenched pussy and make her clit my sole focus. Why have you been dodging me all week? I plant kisses up and down her shoulder blade. She squeezes her eyes shut, ignoring my question and spreading her legs wider. Dia, answer me. I stop moving, her swollen clit practically screaming my name as I take my hand out of her shorts. Because you don't want to be with me, she says bluntly. I pull back, waiting for an explanation. She doesn't elaborate. I reach for her shoulder to roll her onto her back, and she exhales a deep sigh, glassy eyes set on the ceiling. What part of me blowing up your phone and sneaking into your backyard like a fucking stalker says, I don't want you? I didn't say you didn't want me. I said you didn't want to be with me, she corrects. Isn't that the same thing? No, it's not. What the fuck? Okay, help me out here. How is it different? It's different because you don't want all of me. You want the sex, the privileges that come with being with me, but you don't want to fully commit. I put the pieces together. Is this because of what Bree said last week? About our relationship being a cage? That was bullshit, you know that. Was it? If you ask me, she made some pretty valid points. You want me to be tied down, but you don't want to be tied down yourself. How is that fair? She accuses. I am tied down. For fuck's sake, everybody knows we're together. Yes, but not truly together. And that sends a message. What message? That you're not all in. You beat up guys for talking to me, but you leave the door open for other girls on your end. She sits up in bed, covering her face with her hands. I sit up too. Is that what this is about? Other girls? She's the only girl for me. Haven't I made that clear by now? Look, Finn, you can't have it all. Either you want me or you don't. Guilt crushes me when her voice cracks. My response comes right away. I do. You know I do. Then why aren't we official? She has every right to ask me that question. I told her I wanted to take things slow 6 months ago, but nothing's changed on that front. Because I don't want to fuck it all up being me. I come clean. You have to understand, just 6 months ago, I couldn't even fathom wanting to be with someone. I don't know how this relationship shit works, Dia. I don't either. We can figure it out. Together. She tries to convince me, and my chest burns with self-hatred. It pains me that she feels she has to convince me to love her, when there's not a single person that I love more. Dia, listen to me. I trap her hand in mine. My whole life, I didn't let myself get attached. Because when you love someone, then you have something to lose. Fuck. I can't stand the way she's looking at me. With big, teary eyes full of disappointment. I promised myself I would never be in the same position as my father was when my mom died. That I'd never let anyone have that kind of power over me. I had no power when she... I need a second to finish my sentence. When she drowned. And I need to have power over everything else. And you think a relationship would make you powerless? She deduces. I exhale a breath. I think when you let people in, you put them in a position to destroy you. I could smack myself when she glances down at her hands to hide the tears streaming down her beautiful face. Hey, I angle her chin up with my index. Dia, look at me. I'm not saying never. I'm saying it's going to take some time to undo years of self-preservation. It's drilled into my fucking brain at this point, like second nature. She's quiet for a long time. I messed it all up, didn't I? She's going to tell me she's done and she doesn't want a guy with so much baggage. Dia, I love you, I remind her. But I'm not going to be the boyfriend you deserve until I sort my shit out. I feel like I'm just feeding her excuses at this point. I just wish she knew how much I mean them. Every second I spend with her feels dangerous, like I'm breaking my own rules and tearing down walls I spent years building. She doesn't understand how strong my instincts are. It took everything for me to stop running and sort of be with her 6 months ago. And it's going to take a lot more for me to stand still for the rest of my life. She sighs. Here we go. She's going to dump me. Thank you for being honest with me. Back the fuck up. What did you just say? I blink at her. She gives a weak smile. I said thank you for being honest with me. I'm okay with waiting while you work on yourself. I blink at her. Then my mouth is on hers before I can resist my impulses. There isn't even a tiny part of me that gives a fuck about her parents sleeping down the hall, as I slip my tongue past her teeth, making her lips my prisoner the way she did the black vessel in my chest. How are you even real? I rasp against her parted lips, my hand gliding into her hair and gripping a fistful to facilitate access to her neck. I'm yanking her head back, needing to taste every inch of her and brand her skin with the thank you she deserves. I'm sorry I'm so fucked up. Don't leave me. Words I might say if I wasn't so busy giving her the hickey of the century. Then my lips are back on hers, but this time I'm not backing away. I kiss her until we're damn near suffocating. Eager much? Dia laughs through the kiss. Fuck yes, I say shamelessly. She seems to think I'm eager for something other than kissing, because her hand curves around my cock. By the way, I'm so hard my briefs probably have a hole in them. And I catch her wrist, pulling her hand away. Not before you come. Before I realize what I'm doing, her shorts are on the floor, and her tan legs are wrapped around my neck. I need this, maybe even more than she does. I feel so fucking undeserving of this girl, of her golden heart and selfless personality. I feel as though I have to prove myself, and her moans are the only proof I'll accept. I have to dig my thumbs into her waist to keep her hips from bucking when I glide my tongue up her slit. I lick her up and down, testing the waters before diving in fully and devouring her pussy like it's the only purpose worth devoting my life to. I eat her clit so fast and hard, I have to hold her down, robbing her of an escape as she squirms in my arms. I usually have to take my time with Dia. She tends to hold back, and I know her to need my fingers and my tongue to finish. Hence my surprise when her eyes snap open, disbelief mixing with her unassumed moans. I changed my mind. They should make her moans heaven's soundtrack. It might just be because it's been a while since I've taken care of my baby like this, but I still take pride in how fast she starts to shake. I can tell she wants the pleasure to last longer, and for once, she's the one trying not to come. I'm still mad at you, she whimpers in a weak attempt to convince herself that she's the one in control. It's obvious that she hates how fast I went from turning her down to tasting her pussy juices. I know, baby. I ease her guilt, and that seems to be the permission she needs to let go, because she peaks a moment later. I relish every second, sucking her clit inside my mouth and letting her come all over my face. And I'm not done, not even close. I intend to make her come at least 5 times tonight, maybe even 6 before I have to sneak back out through her bedroom window. I've just untangled Dia's boneless legs from my neck when the words she said to me echo in my brain. Thank you for being honest with me. Beautiful words. Beautiful, but false. I haven't been honest with her, at least not entirely. And I might have been dumb enough to keep Remy a secret, but not this. This I have to tell her. What are you doing tomorrow? I pull her spent body into my arms before placing a small kiss on her nose. She smiles, still reeling from her orgasm. Nothing yet. Why? I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I'm taking her back to where it all started, even if it ruins her, even if it ruins us. There's something I have to show you.
10. Diamond. There's something I have to show you. Words I was too dazed to overanalyze last night. In my defense, Finn's head was between my legs not even a minute before, and my brain was a big pile of goo. One look at him, and I knew better than to expect a romantic picnic. He looked conflicted, like something was eating away at him. My guess is his sudden change of attitude is related to that thing he wants to show me, and whatever's waiting for me at the end of this 2-hour drive, it can't be good. I regretted not asking him where we were going from the moment he picked me up this morning. I should have played detective last night, but it wasn't easy with Finn playing with me. He said to clear my schedule, and then 2 seconds later, he was point-blank telling me to sit on his face. Which I did. 3 orgasms later, I barely remembered my own name, let alone his mysterious plans for the next day. We've been in the car for what feels like a lifetime. Finn hasn't said much since we left, but his hand hasn't budged from my thigh, his fingers wrapped around my flesh possessively. The last time he was this quiet, Lexi had just died, and we were parked in the Springs parking lot, waiting for the crime scene cleaners to finish up. I've cracked a few jokes here and there, desperate to ease the tension, and he laughed every time. But it felt forced. I know Finn. He's freaking the fuck out right now. The question is, why? I'm about to drop the act and drill him with questions when a town sign catches my eye in the distance. It grows bigger with each mile we cover, my anxiety trying to snuff out the air in my lungs, and I convinced myself that I read the name wrong. No, we can't be where I think we are. Until we get close enough for me to discern the letters plastered to the old sign. Welcome to Redwater. It's true. We're really here. In the town where I was born. The town where my foster home was. This is where our parents found Jesse and me. I immediately whip my head toward Finn, my mouth falling open as I rack my brain for an explanation. Why would he bring me here? What could he possibly need to show me in this wretched town? Finn's hand tightens around my thigh, and he steals a glance in my direction, chewing on the inside of his cheek. What are we doing here? We're just 2 minutes away. That's not what I asked, I point out. Just trust me, okay? Is all he says. He's starting to scare me. Finn, what's going on?
I'll tell you everything when we get there. I promise. I consider my options for a moment and decide to wait it out. It's not like I have the leverage to demand an immediate answer. What am I going to do? Threaten to jump out of the car? I spend the next minute drumming up worst-case scenarios. What if he takes me back to the shitty foster home where Jesse and I lived? I may be biased, considering Jesse hated that place with every fiber of his being, but I'm not particularly interested in filling in the gaps of my brother's trauma with visuals. Jesse's never had anything positive to say about those people, and from what I could gather, the slander was justified. To recap, our foster dad was a drunk, our foster mom was in it for the money, and our hardened-by-life foster siblings were big on the eat-or-be-eaten law. There was no love, no mercy, no peace to be found between these walls. And to make things worse, this is the home where Jesse ended up staying the longest. I was an infant back then, therefore too young to remember anything, and Jesse used to call me lucky for it. He said memories of that time were a burden he wouldn't wish upon his worst enemy. My worries about our foster home quickly evaporate when Finn takes a left and comes to a stop in front of a discolored brick building. He kills the engine across the street from the establishment, and it takes me a minute to understand where we are. A blue sign sits near the parking lot entrance, the bold letters at the top saying, Redwater Medical Center. A hospital. Of all the places Finn could have taken me, he chose this one? We sit in silence for a few seconds, my eyes scanning the area for a clue. I can't seem to figure out what he needs to show me around here. I speak before the suspense drives me mad. A hospital? I ask, and Finn unbuckles his seatbelt. I haven't been completely honest with you, he confesses. What do you mean? I clear my throat. He inhales another breath, as if he's running low on courage, and says, Do you remember when I was taking all those mysterious phone calls? I easily pinpoint the period he's referring to. It was around the time Remy sent me the sex tape. Finn kept getting random phone calls throughout the day, and I'd come to notice a pattern. He'd always walk out of the room to answer this specific person, which struck me as weird, because when he answered calls from his friends, he usually picked up in front of me. I accused him of being on the phone with Remy the day I saw the video, but then we broke up, and that part of the story was overshadowed by my broken heart. I nod. I remember thinking you were hiding something from me. That's because I was. His honesty shocks me. Fear stirs in my gut. He carries on when I don't answer. I've been in contact with a private investigator since last summer. I expected many things, but this, I didn't see it coming by any stretch of my imagination. But why would a PI contact you? Finn doesn't miss a beat. Because I hired her. The more he says, the more confused I grow. I don't understand. Why would you need a PI? He's silent for a while, debating on taking this further. Tell me, I command. I hired her to look into you. His words haven't had a chance to sink in when he adds, well, you and your family. Why would you do that? I realize how stupid the question sounds as soon as it escapes my mouth. I know why, but I still need to hear him say it. To dig up dirt. He admits. There it is. You were trying to get rid of me. I put two and two together, directing my gaze to the dashboard for long seconds. A tad worried, Finn reaches for my hand, resting on my lap, but I move my arm away. He reads me loud and clear. I'm going to need more details, and I'm going to need them now. But that was before everything. Before I knew you. Before I let you know me. Fuck, Dia, you have to understand, I had no idea back then that I'd fall in love with you. It hits me. Oh my God. Is that why you borrowed money from the guy who killed Lexi? To hire a PI? He doesn't need to answer for me to know that I'm right on. The way he lowers his head, staring at his hands, says plenty. I slouch into the passenger seat, staring ahead of me with glassy eyes. The boy I loved hired a PI to ruin my life. He paid someone to find out information to hurt my family. What did he think was going to happen? The PI would uncover my family's dirty laundry and he could blackmail me into quitting? I'm so fucking sorry. I should have told you sooner. But you didn't. I state the obvious. I couldn't, he corrects. I was stuck, Dia. I couldn't tell you about the PI without also telling you. He smacks his mouth shut before he can say too much. I get the feeling that he didn't realize what he was saying until it was too late. Without telling me what? I ask. He hesitates, fidgeting with his fingers. Without telling me what, Finn? I'm like a dog with a bone. I didn't want it to come out this way, but she found something. Information about your birth parents. What information? He throws his head back against the headrest with a sigh. It's about to get worse, isn't it? I know you think your dad was a no-show, that he bailed on your mom when you were a baby, but he didn't. Truth is, he was in jail. He got 20 years shortly after you were born. Jail. The word echoes in my brain as I try to come to terms with what it means. Jail, jail, jail. Nope, still doesn't sound real. My biological father's a criminal? Finn doesn't confirm anything, giving me a much-needed moment to take it all in. What did he do? It feels like my airways are thinning by the second. Finn struggles to finish his sentence. He was a child molester. That's all it takes for my hopes and dreams to go up in flames. I spent most of my life wondering what he was like. If he was out there, if he even knew he had a daughter. I dreamed of a man worth knowing, only to find out he was the monster you warn your children about. Oh God. It's all I can bring myself to say. What else is there to say? There's no redemption possible here. No world, no universe in which my father could be a good man. Any normal person would need a moment after news like that. But me? I crave the rest of the story. I need the beginning, the middle, and the end, even if I never recover. Did my mom know? Finn's eyes dart to mine. That her boyfriend was I can't even say it. He cringes. He wasn't her boyfriend. But then how did she get pregnant? You're not hearing me, Dia. The need to vomit scrapes at the insides of my throat when realization digs its claws into me. They weren't dating. He was a child molester. 1 + 1 =... She was one of the victims, wasn't she? I choke out. Finn squeezes his eyes shut like the thought sickens him and gives a small, reluctant nod. My palm jerks to my mouth. The veil of innocence that shielded me for 18 years slowly disintegrating. I'm the product of rape. I'm here because a creep forced himself on a young girl. Her name was Beatrix. She was 14. Finn adds, Beatrix. I taste my mother's name, letting it roll off my tongue. Then I understand. Her name starts with a B. The same letter that was written inside the collar of my Radiohead t-shirt. I loved that shirt before, but now that I know what the person who owned it went through,
You best believe I'm going to cherish it for the rest of my life. Tell me about her. I want to know everything. Finn arches an eyebrow. You sure? It sounds like a warning, like this is his way of letting me know I'm not going to like what he has to say. I'm sure. You know the foster home where you and your brother wound up before you got adopted? The answer comes to me in a flash. He was her foster dad, wasn't he? I gather. Finn looks at me with a hint of pity, and his silence says it all. And she wasn't the only one. You could make a country out of all the poor girls the bastard fostered and abused. It started long before your mom was put under his care. Disgust rolls through my stomach. So, that was a thing for him? Yeah. He'd crawl into their bed at night and... His words trail off. This went on for around 5 years. My sadness evolves into rage. How come he didn't get caught sooner? Most of these girls didn't have anywhere to go. They were traumatized young girls who came from nothing and had no one to turn to. I'm guessing they were scared. I also wouldn't be surprised if he threatened them. They probably thought no one would believe them. A glimmer of hope ignites in my chest. But wait, if he's in jail, that means he got caught eventually, right? One of them had to have come forward. Finn nods. Your mom did. She went to the police a few days before you were born. So, she's the reason he went to jail? I assume. Not exactly. They filed a police report, but nothing ever came of it. She was pregnant and alone, and they did nothing? Not at first, but her courage inspired many of the other girls to come forward soon after. Nearly 16 of his victims got together to take him down, and they won. Did they? He only got 20 years in jail. If you ask me, he should have gotten life. She's the reason they got him in the end. Without her, the rest of the girls would have probably taken what happened to their grave. She saved them and hundreds of future girls from being put into that home. But did she save herself? Finn sighs. She must have not liked what they told her at the police station, because 3 days later, she was gone. They didn't believe her, did they? They didn't take her seriously. No wonder she felt like she had no other option but to run. Gone? What do you mean, gone? I stress my bottom lip. It doesn't say much in the police report, but from what we could find out, she gave birth in her foster parents' garage. Then no one ever saw her again. She gave birth alone at 14. God, she must have been terrified. I'm guessing she was scared her foster dad would find out that she snitched to the police. Or maybe she couldn't take another day of this hell. Finn speculates. She abandoned me, left me under the care of a monster, but I don't blame her for running. She was 14. In her young mind, I was probably the result of that monster's abuse, a continuation of the curse he put on her. I wouldn't be surprised if she ran away because she didn't have it in herself to take care of her rapist's child. Either way, I'm glad she left me. No child deserves to feel unwanted or like they were forced upon their mother every time she looks at them. The day she left is the day she spared me from having to serve as a constant reminder of all those nights that creep crawled into her bed. So, she's still missing to this day? If you want to get technical about it, they declared her dead after 7 years. But yeah, pretty much. She gave birth to you and fell off the face of the earth. There's no records of her anywhere. I'd like to think that she's off somewhere, living a peaceful life. But there's wishful thinking, and there's being delusional. She was just a kid at the time, with no support system and no money. The chances of her still being alive are slim to none. Do you think my dads knew about this? My dads have always kept the biological father talk to a minimum. Could this be why? Did they know the whole time? Finn traps his bottom lip between his teeth, avoiding my gaze.
I don't know. But they interviewed your foster siblings when your mom went missing, and apparently your brother and Beatrix were best friends. They'd been in 2 different foster homes together, and they were inseparable.
Did Jesse beg my parents to take me in? So many unanswered questions. Neither of us speaks after that. Then I lose it. The tears begin to flow, and I surrender to the truth. We live in an ugly world made of some ugly souls, and our biggest challenge isn't to fight the ugly parts. It's to find beauty despite them. Finn flinches at the tears streaming down my face and grabs my hand again. But this time, I allow it, intertwining our fingers. Yes, he lied to me about hiring a PI, and yes, what he did was fucked up. But if he hadn't been so hell-bent on getting rid of me last summer, I might have never known the truth. And now that I know, I can't imagine going through life clueless about where I come from.
I'm so sorry, Dia. I wanted to tell you. I just didn't know how.
I unbuckle my seatbelt and throw myself into his arms without a word. He doesn't return my embrace right away, shocked by this outburst of affection. "Thank you," I whisper into his ear. Finn wraps his inked biceps around me, holding me tighter than my ribs can handle. I ignore the sting of pain as we suffocate each other. I bury my face in his shoulder and cry. I need this moment, and nothing he can say will make me feel better, so he doesn't try, letting me sob to my heart's content. I peel my eyes open 10 minutes later and catch sight of the tall building across the street. I still don't get why he took me to a hospital. I pull away. "Why did you bring me here?"
"I was worried I'd need stitches after you found out I'd been lying to you."
I crack a smile at his joke, swatting his shoulder. "I'm serious." The playful atmosphere is quickly replaced by the heavy tension we just escaped.
"It was a stupid fucking idea. I don't know what I was thinking. We should go."
Finn's hand lifts to the ignition. I cover his hand with mine. "That's not an answer." He blows out a breath.
"I brought you here because he's in there."
"Who's in there?" He doesn't reply, waiting for me to figure it out. "Oh God, the sex offender?" Finn nods. "I thought you said he was in jail?"
"He was, but he got released early for good behavior."
"You've got to be kidding me."
"I wish I was. The fucker should have gotten life, but they let him out months ago."
Finn speaks my mind. "How did he end up in the hospital then?"
"He got attacked and beaten to a fucking pulp just hours after he went free. Whoever did this wasn't messing around. They put his ass in a coma. They're taking him off life support tonight."
I'm not going to pretend I feel bad for him, but it is suspicious. It's almost as though someone didn't agree with his early release and took it upon themselves to intervene. "Who did it?" Finn shrugs.
"That's the thing. They don't know."
My already overwhelmed mind starts racing with possibilities. "Wait, when did you say he got attacked again?"
"Around 6 weeks ago."
"Wasn't Jesse in Redwater during that time?" Yes, he was. My brother disappeared out of nowhere at the end of last summer and only came back 6 months later. When I asked him where he disappeared to, he said he was in Redwater because he had some friends there. But what if he really had enemies? What if my brother did this?
"I don't even know why I brought you here. I just thought maybe you'd want to see him before he dies. At least once. Sounds crazy when I say it out loud."
I think long and hard about my next move.
Do I want to see him? The dirtbag who abused my mom? Let's go in, I say. Finn's head snaps up, eyes widening with shock. Really? Yes. If I don't, I'll always wonder. The next few minutes are a blur. I'm lost in my own head, barely aware of my own actions as I climb out of the car and make a beeline for the entrance of the hospital. Finn's voice sounds like a distant echo as he asks the receptionist which room the bastard is in. We thread down the halls together, my heart pounding, and I'm tempted to back down. Until we stop before a door. My chest aches at the thought of the monster on the other side. Finn and I exchange glances, his hazel eyes asking me if I'm sure one last time. I swallow hard, reassuring him with a nod. Then he pushes the door open. The first thing I notice is the yellowed white walls. The paint is chipped, and the small room smells like despair. At least that's what I imagined despair to smell like. That's when I see him. An unconscious, wrinkly man with skin paler than the walls surrounding him. He's lying in a hospital bed, beeping machines placed in each corner of the room. He looks like any other man in their late 50s, with a crooked nose and a receding hairline. Except he's not like them. He's a predator. The face many women will see every time they close their eyes for the rest of their lives. But he's also half of the two people needed to create me. I share his DNA. His blood runs through my veins, and yet he will never be my father. I didn't think I'd ever say this, but I can't wait for him to die. I can't wait for them to take him off life support, bringing a sliver of peace to his victims and all the kids he's hurt. Kids like my brothers, who he maybe didn't violate in the same way, but still traumatized. Holy shit. What if he's sexually abused Jessie, too? I ask Finn for a moment alone, and he reluctantly obliges, stepping outside the room. I don't move from the edge of this man's bed, staring at him for what feels like an hour. You're never going to hurt anyone again, I tell him. Wherever my mom is, I'd like to think she knows that. A nurse comes to tell me that visiting hours are over shortly after. I don't argue, giving the lowlife one last glance before leaving a part of me behind. More precisely, the part who dreamed of the day when she'd get to meet her father. This man was never my family, but my real family has been lying to me my whole life. And if my parents were able to keep such a big secret from me. 11. Diamond. I'm going to Avina's, I tell my dad, the bitter lie on my tongue putting my poker face to the test. Okay, honey. Have fun. Gaten waves over his shoulder, his free hand stirring the marinara sauce on the stove. I slip my fingers into my back pocket as I walk out, pulling out my car keys. My phone chimes with a text just as I'm climbing into the driver's seat. It's Finn. Finn. How close are you? I text back quickly. Dia. Just got in my car. Do you have anything to eat? I'm starving. Finn. Got some Hawaiian pizza from when the guys came over. Dia. On second thought, I'm good. Not a fan of Hawaiian pizza. My phone lights up with his reply. Finn. Why not? Dia. Because pineapple on pizza is the devil's work. Finn. Duly noted. I put my phone on silent, contemplating the lie I just shoved down my father's throat as I drive. You'd think my parents would be wary of the Avina excuse by now. Avina and I might be best friends, but if I actually spent that much time at her place, I'm pretty sure Ms. Harper would make me pay rent. Plus, Avina couldn't be bothered with sleepovers these days. She's way too busy sucking face with Xavier. That's right,
My wallflower best friend and the captain of the basketball team are an item now. Turns out the rumors were true. Avina really was Love, one of the authors of the confessions that spread through town like the plague. Her identity was uncovered early on, but her pen pal, Zach, let's just say he was a tough nut to crack. You can imagine my surprise when he finally revealed to be none other than Finn's best friend, Xavier. There was hell to pay when Xavier got exposed. His confessions had the power to destroy lives. But in the end, everything worked out. I just wish I could say the same for my relationship. These last few months with Finn have been almost perfect. Notice how I said almost? Weeks have gone by since he told me the truth about the PI, and at the time, I thought his honesty meant he was serious about working on himself. I had no problem with waiting while he figured things out, but it's been a hot minute since we had that conversation, and nothing's changed. We're still casual to the rest of the world, just two kids sneaking around behind their parents' backs. Well, my parents' backs. Mr. Richards is always off on business. Worst part is, our friends with benefits status is the least of our problems right now. Finn and I haven't gotten around to talking about our college plans yet, and I'm starting to worry we're not on the same page. Hell, I'm not even sure we're in the same book. He agreed to apply to Duke with me a while back, but he'd also mentioned he was thinking of taking a gap year after high school. I've been accepted to Duke and a few backup schools, but every time I ask Finn about it, he says his acceptance letter must have gotten lost in the mail. The drive to Finn's house is fast, but not without its emotional turmoil. Anxiety consumes me as I turn into his driveway, dreading the conversation ahead. Graduation is coming up in a few weeks, and I need to know where we go from here. Is this a high school fling? Do we have a future together? My phone lights up with a message from Avina as I park in the driveway. Avina. You're still coming tomorrow, right? Please say yes. I'll be damned. Avina Harper trying to convince me to come to a social event. The world must be upside down. Theo's throwing a party with the team to celebrate his and Xavier's scholarships to Duke University. I told V I wasn't sure if I'd make it. I could hardly see myself pulling up to her boyfriend's Duke party while my own boyfriend is avoiding the college talk for dear life. I shoot her a quick reply. Dia. I'll let you know. My mind racing, I make quick work of killing the engine and heading for Finn's front door. I'm about to ring the doorbell when I hear what sounds like a heated argument inside the house. My first instinct is to check the knob, and sure enough, the door is unlocked. You haven't been home in fucking ages. Why come back now? Finn's voice is the first thing I hear when I walk in. I hesitate between making Finn aware of my presence and eavesdropping, but my body ultimately makes the decision for me, tiptoeing toward the conflict. Am I not allowed to worry about my little brother? The deep voice makes me cringe. Brody. The last time I saw Finn's brother, he just locked Lexi in the library so he could get hammered with his friends. Finn scoffs. Drop the concerned brother act. I'm fine. Dude, you've been fucking the help. You're not fine. The help. He's talking about me, isn't he? Because I started out as Mr. Richards' employee? You're one to talk. Last I checked, you're not exactly making the best choices in that department. Finn has a point. Xavier's and Avina's confessions revoked Brody's right to judge others for their partners ever again. This isn't about me. Brody dodges his brother's accusations. Remind me again how this is any of your business? You getting involved with Jesse Mitchell's sister is my fucking business. It's no secret that Brody isn't a fan of my brother, but I didn't know that hatred extended to my entire family. I don't even know what the fuck went down between you two, and you expect me to just drop everything because you asked? You're just going to have to trust me on this one.
If you care about your family at all, you'll steer clear of this girl.
What the hell?
No, Finn says bluntly. Jesus, Finn, are you that fucking whipped you'd choose your girlfriend over your own blood? She's not my girlfriend. We're just fucking, Finn counters.
His words feel like chunks of glass puncturing my lungs.
Cut the crap. Fletcher said you two look like you're going to elope or some shit. You're in it for the long run. Admit it.
Silence fills the room for a moment. Then Finn carves my heart out of my chest with one sentence.
Nah, man. She'll do for now. But college is a different story.
My stomach plummets to my feet at his admission. Well, looks like I have my answer. High school fling it is. It's like my brain just switched to autopilot as I tear through the hall, stopping near the doorway to the kitchen. The boys' gaze immediately lift to me. I'm not even sure why I exposed myself to them. I think I just wanted Finn to have to look me in the eyes as he belittles everything we went through. Finn's mouth falls open at the sight of me.
Dia.
But I'm already charging down the hall toward my car. I wish he didn't follow me, but the fucker is fast and I'm having a major case of déjà vu as I hurry over to the door.
Dia, wait,
I hear him beg, his footsteps closely matching mine.
Fuck, you have to let me explain.
We've done this before. The begging, the broken heart, the I can explains. I know how this story ends, and I'm not up for a replay. Just as my hand grips the car handle, Finn stops behind me. I open the door, ready to bolt, but he stretches his arm around me, his palm finding my window to slam the door shut.
I didn't mean that.
He immediately word vomits.
I know it was a fucked up thing to say, but the asshole got in my head and
No, I cut him off. He pauses.
No?
He asks. I turn to face him. I'll do the talking this time. Finn stumbles back a step. Say that I believe you. That Brody really got in your head and that was just your ego talking. It still doesn't change the fact that you made it sound like I was nothing to you.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not finished. I put him in his place, and while I may appear confident and strong from the outside, on the inside I'm falling apart. I gave you a chance to figure things out, but I'm starting to realize you're not working on your issues. You're running from them. Finn's jaw muscles twitch, his gaze packed with guilt. I'm sure you have a good reason to be scared of commitment. You've been through a lot, and I can't blame you for needing time. But I don't even know what I'm waiting for anymore. His puppy eyes reduce my confidence to ashes.
Dia.
I feel like I'm constantly begging you to want me, and I'm tired, Finn.
You don't have to beg me to want you.
He steps closer.
Dia, it's all I fucking do. Don't you get it? I'm changing. I'm becoming better. You make me want to be better.
Maybe that's the problem, I say. His mouth falls open. Maybe you need to want to be a better person for yourself.
What are you saying?
He fails to conceal his voice crack. I'm saying you want me to heal you so that you don't have to do it yourself. It's like you only want me when you're hurt or miserable.
False.
Finn shocks me by moving closer and caging me in against my car. A strand of his brown hair hanging in front of his eyes, he braces his hand on top of the vehicle. We're so close I can smell his cologne.
I want you when I wake up, when I go to sleep, when I'm in a room full of my friends having a good time. I want you when I'm playing basketball, doing what I love most. I want you every second of every day, and I'm never going to stop.
Don't cry. Ironically, the tears cloud my sight before I can stop them.
So yes, maybe I do want you when I'm hurt or miserable. But to be fair, I'd be miserable anywhere on this goddamn planet without you.
His speech steals my breath. I sniffle.
I want to believe you, but Then believe me. Finn's hands cup my face, panic twisting his features. Believe that I'm a fucking mess, but a mess who loves you. For a fleeting second, I do believe him, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because his demons still have more power over him than I ever will. And I don't have it in me to spend my freshman year watching college girls drooling all over him because he's technically fair game. Please say something, Finn whispers, pressing his forehead to mine, and my throat aches with repressed sobs. I can't make a decision. Not now. Not yet. I need to go. I pull his hands off my face, and I swear something shatters in his eyes. No, wait. Don't leave. Please. His hand flies out to catch my wrist before I can open my car door, and the desperation in his voice nearly breaks me. It takes all the willpower in my body to take my hand back. I gave you time. Now I need you to do the same for me. Swallowing hard, Finn gives a small nod. Then I get inside my car, cast a final glance toward the boy with the damaged heart, and drive away. I could write a book out of the 1,000 places where I would rather be right now. My bed, for example, or a bubble bath. Yet here I am, walking toward Theo's party when all I want to do is run the other way. Loud music emanates from Theo's backyard, the beat mixing with the distant chatter of the basketball team, and I make a mental note to never again attend a party where 99% of the guest list are guys. Well, technically, Avina's here too, but that's only because Xavier doesn't know how to breathe without her. And Finn said he wouldn't go if I wasn't invited. Finn. I have no idea what I'm going to say to him. I haven't heard a peep from him since I drove away yesterday. I can't blame him. I'm the one who asked for some time, but I still catch myself double-checking my phone every 5 seconds. I hate how much I miss him. I hate that doing what's best for my sanity felt like the worst decision for my heart. I feel like a monster for giving him an ultimatum. It's not like he hasn't made any efforts since we met. The guy went from being anti-dating to holding my hand in the halls, showing me off to everyone, waiting by my locker every day. He obviously has some sort of mental block about commitment, but it doesn't take away from all the progress he's made. Maybe I was too harsh. God, what if I made a mistake? Doubt weighs me down as I make a beeline for Theo's backyard. I push the gate open, greeted by basketball-themed balloons, a blue banner that says, "Duke, bitches," and a massive cake with Theo's and Xavier's jersey numbers on it. As expected, the backyard is packed with drunk basketball players. Every guy in my line of vision is wearing blue and white face paint, Duke's colors probably, to celebrate Theo and Xavier being the chosen ones. I spot Xavier, Theo, and a few other guys from the team gathered around a beer pong table. Avina pops up next to her boyfriend the next second, and Xavier immediately stretches his arm around her neck to kiss her. She grins through the kiss, swatting his chest when the guys start whistling, telling them to get a room. But Xavier doesn't give two shits about their teasing, kissing his girl until Theo fake gags. I smile, a drop of envy contaminating the joy I feel for my best friend. I scan the backyard for Finn, but he's nowhere to be found. Normally, wherever Xavier goes, Finn follows. But for some reason, he's missing from the group. The last time we talked about Theo's party, he said he was coming. Did he change his mind? That's when Avina sees me standing in the corner and removes Xavier's arm from her shoulders. She tells him something I can't hear and pecks his mouth before making her way over to me. She's wearing an oversized blue Duke University t-shirt and white shorts, her pink hair stopping inches under her breasts. She dyed her hair on a whim a few months ago. I notice she has a basketball going through a hoop painted on her right cheek as she moves closer. She looks radiant.
Meanwhile, I feel dead inside. I shouldn't have come. The last thing I want to do is spoil her mood. You made it! V opens her arms for a hug, and I move into her embrace without hesitation. I made it. I force a smile as we pull away, and worry flickers in her eyes. What's wrong? Her features darken. How in the fuck does she know me so well? Nothing. Why? I lie. I know that face. Something's bothering you. She folds her arms over her chest. Spill it, Mitchell. I consider filling her in on my fight with Finn, but decide against it. Today should be about celebrating her boyfriend's successes. We can talk about my relationship drama later. I'm telling you, nothing's wrong. Relax, Mama Bear. I crack a somewhat convincing laugh, and her shoulders loosen up. Do you swear? She squints to intimidate me. I press my palm to my chest. Cross my heart. But if there was something, you would tell me, right? Because I'm not above smashing Finn's face into the cake. I chuckle. You'd be the first to know. Speaking of, have you seen Finn? Avina's gaze combs through the area. Not since earlier. He was there earlier? Yeah, until he pulled Xavier aside to talk. Then I didn't see him again. I'm officially worried. I'm kind of thirsty. Got anything to drink? I changed the topic. There's punch, although I couldn't tell you what's in it. She points to the snack table over her shoulder. I laugh. Only one way to find out. I'm setting off toward the table when Avina stops me. I got it. I pull my phone out of my pocket and send Finn a message as soon as she's gone. Dia, where are you? The most dreadful word I've ever seen appears under my last message. Red. I expect him to text me back, but he doesn't. Is he ignoring me? I glance up to see Avina has been intercepted by Xavier on her way to the punch. He's whispering something into her ear, and she's giggling, her cheeks turning scarlet. Yep, I have time. I text Finn again, refusing to go down without a fight. Dia. Finn, I'm worried. The red receipt shows up again, but I get nothing. Screw it. I mutter under my breath and select his number. I press the call button, taking the phone to my ear. It rings a few times, but the call goes straight to voicemail. And it's not because his phone is on silent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rung. I'm willing to bet he sent the call to voicemail manually. He's choosing to ignore me. My breath catches in my throat when my phone chimes with a message. From him. Finn. Please don't call me. I type a reply so fast I have to start over my message twice. Dia. Why not? To my disbelief, he texts back pronto. Finn. Because if I hear your voice, I'll change my mind. My stomach sinks. Dia. Change your mind about what? He leaves me on red once more. A few minutes come and go, and he still hasn't replied. I text him again. I don't care if I look desperate. Dia. Finn? 5 minutes later, he puts me out of my misery. Or so I thought. Finn. I dropped your stuff on your front porch. No. Hell no. He can't be doing this. I'm gripping my phone so tightly I barely feel my knuckles as I message him back. Dia. Finn, you're scaring me. What are you doing? I might have had my doubts yesterday, but I didn't break up with him. I just said I needed time. Not that our entire relationship was good for the trash. He answers me 5 minutes later. Finn. What I should have done years ago. If you're going to throw up, please do it inside. A masculine voice startles me. I look up to see Xavier and Avina staring at me like I just grew nipples on my forehead. Holding my drink in one hand, Avina drives her elbow into her boyfriend's stomach to scold him. But he has a point. I feel like shit and probably look it, too. You okay, Dee? You seem kind of pale. Avina hands me my drink, and I go over Finn's last message in my head. He says he's going to do what he should have done years ago. What the hell does that mean? Do you know where Finn is? I address Xavier directly. He left hours ago, Xavier explains. Did he look okay when he left? Well, he was already pretty drunk, but now that I think about it, he did seem more frantic than usual. Xavier realizes. Frantic how? I don't know. He was just all over the place. He kept rambling on about facing his demons or some shit. Facing his demons. The same demons I told him he was running from yesterday. The same demons I told him he needed to defeat in order for us to be together. Oh my God, what have I done? I don't waste a second, handing my cup back to Avina and booking it to my car. I know where Finn went, and I have to stop him. 12. Diamond. Note to self. Always keep a phone charger in your car. Driving down my street, I grip the steering wheel until the blood drains from my hands. I can't believe I forgot to charge my phone yesterday. I'd just gotten home after my argument with Finn, and I was too busy wallowing in my misery to notice my low battery. I realized my GPS was going to die on me halfway to my destination. I usually know my way around Silver Springs, but I've never been to that part of town, and I wasn't trying to get lost when Finn needs me the most. I had no choice but to turn my car around and drive straight home to pick up my charger. A bad feeling settles in my stomach when I park in my parents' driveway. To my surprise, my brother's car is there. We're almost never home at the same time these days. Jesse recently landed a bartending job 2 towns over. He works night shifts now, which means he sleeps all day, and I get a break from his overbearing ass. I shoot Finn a quick text saying, "I'll be there soon," before rushing out of my car. I just need to get in, grab my charger, and get out. Hopefully I'll get to him before he does something stupid. Easy enough, right? I understand my definition of easy needs some work from the moment I unlock the door and come face to face with my family. Gaten and Dave are seated at the kitchen table with stern expressions. As for Jesse, he's waiting for me by the door, tattooed arms folded over his chest. Their gazes remain locked on me as I venture into the house. They look mad. No, they look furious. What's going on? I don't beat around the bush. Did you and Avina have fun last night? Dave is the first to speak, which validates my suspicions. They know. They fucking know. Sure. I nearly choke on my guilt. After I came back from Finn's early last night, I told Gaten I'd changed my mind about sleeping over at Avina's. He didn't say anything and focused on doing the dishes. Come to think of it, he barely even looked at me. Did he know then? My answer seems to trigger them, because Dave gives his husband his best "I told you so" look, and disappointment flashes in Gaten's gaze. They were testing me, weren't they? Did Avina move? Dave's question gives me pause. Confused, I ask, "No, why?" "Because you didn't go to her address, that's why." My eyes dance between Dave and Gaten for a moment. The story my brain is concocting seems to be missing a key element. My jaw drops when it hits me. "You didn't," I mutter. Dave nods. "Damn right we did." They've been tracking me. I don't know how, but they put a tracker on me. I jerk my phone out of my pocket, assessing it carefully. Is it my phone? My car? Fuck, how could I not notice? First you tell me who I can and can't see, and now you're spying on me? The venom in my voice is unjustified. I'm not even mad at them. I'm mad at myself. I hate that I let the wedge between us get this big. I hate that I was so dishonest with them they felt the need to hide a goddamn tracker in my stuff.
What kind of morons do you take us for? We're not that fucking gullible. We know you want to see Finn.
Jesse snaps, and if eyes could throw flames, he'd be as roasted as a fucking s'more right now. Why is he acting like I betrayed his trust? I can understand my dad's being pissed, but he's my brother. Last I checked, discipline isn't a part of his job description. I decide that I've heard enough when Jesse adds,
"What do you have to say for yourself?"
"What the hell is this? A trial?" I hurry up the stairs in spite of my dad's calling my name. I waste no time grabbing my charger on my nightstand. I have no idea how I'm going to get past them, but I have to try. For Finn's sake. I've barely stepped foot into the kitchen when Gayton rises off his seat. He joins his husband and son by the front door. They're all standing near the exit like some sort of human wall.
"Let me pass."
My throat hurts so much it's hard to speak. Jesse scoffs.
"Why? So you can keep fighting a losing battle?"
It's not a losing battle, and I'm not giving up on Finn. Over my dead body.
"You don't know what you're talking about."
I attempt to walk around them, but Jesse blocks the door.
"Look, I talked to your boy when he dropped your stuff on the porch. I may not like the guy, but I agree with him on this one. This has to end."
"Get out of my way," I warn.
"For fuck's sake, Dia, don't you get it? This boy is going to destroy you."
I lose it.
"I don't care." "Just look at yourself."
Dave steps closer.
"I barely even recognize you anymore. This Finn kid has turned you into a liar."
That's what tips me over the brink. Like father, like daughter, right? The words slip out of my mouth before I can hold them back. Dave's features twist with shock, his mouth parting an inch.
"What is that supposed to mean?"
Gayton steps in between us, sticking his hands up as though he's waving a white flag.
I think we all need to calm down."
I wish I could, but this is a can of worms that can't be closed once opened.
"It means you've been lying to me my whole life."
I throw their sins in their faces. I've never seen my father look so pale. Dave stumbles backward, but shock isn't the most prominent emotion in his eyes. It's fear. He's fucking terrified of this coming out.
"Honey, what is she talking about?"
Gayton asks, and Jesse and Dave exchange guilty looks. Oh, God. They were in this together. Gayton and I were the only ones who didn't know. I lay it out. I'm talking about the fact that our foster father was a child molester, and my mom was his 14-year-old victim. Gayton's jaw drops.
Is this true?"
Gayton turns to his husband.
"I'm so sorry."
Dave croaks, stealing a glance at Jesse, who's clenching his fists so tightly it hurts to look at. Gayton's hand jumps to his mouth at the confirmation, pure horror plastered to his face. As for Jesse and Dave, they look like they're about to hurl.
"And you knew? When you suggested that we adopt her, too?"
Gayton accuses. Is that what happened? Jesse must have confided in Dave about my birth mom's story and convinced him to adopt me as well. But then why wouldn't Dave tell his own husband? The answer comes to me before I can throw the question out there. He was probably afraid Gayton would say no. That's a lot of baggage to agree to. Overwhelmed, Gayton plops down onto a kitchen chair, his gaze vacant as he stares ahead of him.
"Were you ever going to tell me?" "Not even on my deathbed,"
Dave says shamelessly. I want to be mad at him. I want to scream, to go apeshit on him. But my initial reaction is to cry all the water my body contains.
"You didn't think I had a right to know?"
I sob.
"What difference would it have made?"
Dave snaps.
It doesn't change the fact that you're my baby girl, and you always will be. Did you even want me? Or did Jesse have to convince you?
I steer my focus toward my brother. There's a beat of silence.
I said, did you even want me?
I take it up a notch, pushing my father's buttons.
No.
Dave matches my intensity. So it's true. It was all Jesse. He's the reason I didn't grow up with that monster of a foster dad. Because of him, I got to have a family, a life. How am I supposed to be mad at him, knowing I owe him everything?
Not at first, anyway.
Dave elaborates. Got it. I spit.
Dia, listen to me.
Dave steps closer.
That doesn't mean adopting you wasn't the best decision we ever made.
I'm almost scared my heart is going to overdose. Is that even a thing? If not, it should be, because that's how this feels. Like there are too many emotions in my chest. More pain, resentment, and gratitude than the human heart can possibly handle. You did this? I glance at my brother, my anger waning with each new piece of information. Jesse's eyes are pointed at his feet, shame looming over his head like a thick black cloud.
I couldn't leave you behind.
No one speaks or makes a sound for an eternity, each of us needing a moment to process what just happened. I let myself get caught in the eye of the hurricane for a hot minute, until I remember why I came home in the first place. Finn, facing his demons, in the worst way possible. Shit. I have to go. With that said, I head for the door.
Are you fucking kidding me? You want to leave now?
Jesse stops me. I ram my shoulder into his chest to force him to move, but he doesn't budge.
You don't understand. I need to go.
I try to reason with him, but nothing seems to do the trick.
What you need to do is sit down with your family and have a serious conversation. There's something else we need to talk about.
Normally, I'd be curious. On any other day, I'd pull up a chair and give them my undivided attention. But this isn't any other day, because this time, I'm not just worried about Finn hurting himself emotionally. I'm worried for his safety.
What part don't you understand? Finn needs my help.
I direct every ounce of my strength into pushing Jesse out of my way, and to my disbelief, I succeed. Unfortunately, my brother's hand takes hold of my wrist the next second.
You're not leaving,
Jesse asserts.
You're not my fucking dad.
Then he says the one thing I'm afraid our family will never recover from.
Yes, I am.
3 words. 3 stupid words. And yet, they're enough to erase every truth ever spoken. Is that the other thing they wanted to talk about? The boy I called my brother my whole life actually being my father? A million questions collide in my brain. Is this why Jesse was so overprotective of me all the time? How was this possible? Wasn't Jesse 12 when we got adopted? Can you even get a girl pregnant at 12? I can't breathe, the air in my lungs becoming scarce as I shoot Dave a pleading look. Tell me it isn't true. Tell me you didn't lie about that, too. Tell me Jesse wasn't my real father all along. And it kills me, because he says nothing.
13. Finn. Thump, thump, thump. I can hear my heart beating in my skull, the quick pulse muffling the sound of Lake Belmont gurgling around me. My hand brushes against the surface of the deck where we stood on that fateful day. My dad wasn't lying when he said the boat was as good as new. It's like nothing ever happened here, like those drunk college kids never crashed into us. Pretty damn ironic that I haven't been here in a decade, and the first time I visit Mom's boat, I'm drunk too. "Hey, you okay, kid?" a croaky voice says. I look up to see an old man with gray hair and horn-rimmed glasses standing on the dock of the marina, watching me. He must think I'm insane, lying on an anchored boat with a bottle of whiskey in my hand. He might be right. Fuck off. I sit up, tipping the bottle back for a swig. My rude response doesn't faze him in the slightest. In fact, his only reaction is to smile. "Hey, you remind me of my son," he comments. I should be creeped out, but I get the sense that he's grieving. It's almost as though I recognize my pain in his. "Did he also tell you to fuck off?" "All the time," he says like it's a good thing. "I miss him." I take it back. I'm totally creeped out. I shrug. "Your son sounds like an asshole." "He was." The old man laughs a wheezy laugh. Was. I was right. He is grieving. I can't help but wonder if that's what my father would say about me if I died. He was an asshole, but I miss him. "What do you miss about him?" I ask, even though I don't really care. Sober me would have told him to find someone else to annoy a long time ago, but I could use the temporary distraction. "Because he wasn't pretending to be somebody else. He knew who he was, and he owned up to it. Just like you." "You don't know me." I spit defensively. He holds his hands up. "You're right, I don't. But I know a lost soul when I see one. I'm too sober for this shit." "Okay." I drag a long sip of whiskey. "Just a piece of advice. Don't push people away. The journey means nothing if you don't have anyone waiting at the finish line." Who the fuck is this weirdo? And why is he psychoanalyzing me? I rise to my feet. "No offense, Grandpa, but you're kind of ruining my buzz." The man heaves a hoarse chuckle but doesn't take the hint. Instead, he watches me stumble toward the boat's cockpit and adds, "You're not going out on the lake, are you? There's a big storm rolling in." I hear the warning coming out of his mouth, but I don't really listen to it, my mind replaying the words he said on a loop. "Don't push people away. The journey means nothing if you don't have anyone waiting at the finish line." Did I push Dia away? When I dropped her things at her house? I thought I was doing the right thing, setting her free while I worked my shit out. I wanted to spare her having to wait for me. I realized it wasn't fair to her. I managed to convince myself that I was being brave. But now that I think about it, maybe I was being a coward. No. Fuck no. I didn't come here to second-guess myself. I came here to face my past. The last thing I need is Mr. Inspirational Quote making me doubt everything. "Please, leave," I drawl. "If you ever want to make a change, pay us a visit." The man hands me a card, and I look at it briefly before shoving it into my pocket. It's a card for AA meetings. The asshole basically calling me an alcoholic. "Sure. Now leave," I repeat. This time, he complies. I wait for his silhouette to shrink before crawling into the boat's cockpit. I debate on starting the engine for a while, my thoughts a jumbled, chaotic mess. In a moment of weakness, I check my phone to see if Dia answered my messages. No signal. Shit. Whatever. I doubt that she texted me anyway. She must hate me for making the decision she couldn't. And it's just as well. She might have talked me out of going out there alone. And I need to do this. Whatever happens next is between me and that fucking lake. No one else. I spend the next 10 minutes filling up on liquid courage and prepping for departure. I drink until I can't think of a single reason why I shouldn't get this over with. I'm about to leave the shore when my eyes linger on the boat's name written above the control console. Nora. Let's finish this, Mom, I whisper to myself. Then I fire up the engines. The boat's barely moved an inch when I hear something. A voice. It sounds distant, almost like a product of my imagination, and I tell myself I'm just that drunk. Until the voice slices through the wind a second time, and I step out onto the main deck. The end-of-day sun rays blur my vision, and I squint, lifting my hand to my forehead to block the light. It takes me a moment to see her. Dia, running down the docks at top speed and shouting something I can't hear. Fuck, how did she even find me? The closer she gets, the clearer her message becomes. I make out what she's saying a second later. Finn, don't! Don't what? Don't fight for us? I need to do this if I'm going to have any chance of happiness with this girl. I've been running from this lake for 10 years. It ends now. Stay back! My throat burns, the implications of her actions made fuzzy by the liquor coursing through my veins. Dia, don't fucking do it! A few feet separate us now. With every step she takes, the boat moves away from the shore. But it's so damn slow, I'm afraid she's going to catch me in time. No. She'll be at the end of the dock soon. Finn, stop! She belts out. I go from worrying about her getting in the boat to worrying about what could happen if she doesn't. What if she falls off the edge of the dock while trying to reach me? The water is much deeper than it looks. Dia, wait! Is all I manage to say before she makes it to the end of the platform. Then she uses the last of her energy to jump. I always thought the people who say nerve-wracking moments happen in slow motion were full of shit. But I swear it feels like time clocked out for the day when her feet push off the wooden structure. I can't fucking breathe. By some miracle, she makes it. She manages to get into the boat before it drifts too far from the shore, landing on her hands and knees. I put down my liquor bottle on cue, sprinting to her side. Breathing heavily, she looks up at me through strands of dark hair and tear-soaked eyelashes. Her brown eyes are bright red, as though she's been crying for 2 hours straight. What the fuck were you thinking? I scold, wrapping my arms around her small waist and hoisting her up. Dia nearly collapses from the adrenaline as soon as I help her to her feet, and I catch her, torn between wanting to kiss her and lecture her. I couldn't abandon you, she chokes out before grabbing the collar of my jacket for balance. I'm not letting her off the hook that easy. Jesus, Dia! You could have gotten hurt, or worse. I know, but you needed me, she pants, lifting a hand to her racing heart. No, I didn't. I needed you to let me go, I lie, fighting the relief spreading through my entire body. I'm glad that she's here. Fuck, why am I so weak? Never, she whispers, her response fueling my guilt. She's just like my mom. She'd do anything to protect me, including put herself in danger. I recall my conversation with her brother when I dropped by her house earlier. He said I was doing the right thing by leaving her. The truth crashes into me like a goddamn meteorite. This girl might be saving me, but I'm killing her. You need to turn the boat around. Dia looks back at the marina. It's growing more and more distant by the second, the docked boat shrinking in size. No, I drawl and turn away from her. We need to go back. It's going to rain soon, she insists, gripping my arm. I respond by grabbing the half-full bottle of whiskey on the floor and chugging it. I don't even know what the fuck to do from here. All I know is my trauma is linked to this place, and so the answer to how to move on should be here. It has to be. Did you hear me? We need to leave. This isn't safe. She tugs on the sleeve of my jacket, and I ignore her. I have to do this, I mutter. Just look up, damn it! She points to something above our heads, and I tilt my head back, taking in the dark, cloudy sky. I swear the sun was shining not even 5 minutes ago. I can't argue with her. This shit doesn't look good. But I'm afraid if I go back now, I'll never find the courage to come here again, and we'll just end up right back where we started. I'm about to drag another sip of whiskey when she snaps. Okay, you've had enough. Dia tries to snatch the bottle out of my hand, and I fling it away, spilling whiskey onto the deck without meaning to. I pay the puddle no mind and keep on drinking. My focus darts to the lighthouse by the docks for a second. You see that lighthouse? I point to the tower across the lake. Dia gives a small nod. That's where my mom would sit whenever Dad and I went out on the lake. She refused to come because she hated the water. So I made her promise to watch the boat from up there. That way, she could always find us. Dia smacks her mouth shut, listening to me ramble. I notice the wind picking up and the water becoming agitated, but I convince myself that we'll be out of here before the storm hits. I came here every day after the accident. Every single day. The search operations weren't going anywhere, and I was hoping to see something on the horizon. Something like what? My mom? Floating away on debris or some shit. I guess I just thought I'd find her like she found me. Dia's fingers lock with mine, and I reject the affectionate gesture. I stopped going when it became clear that she was gone. I add, She's not gone. She's still with you, Dia croaks, moving closer like she's approaching a wild animal who could scamper off at any moment. I can't bring myself to look at her and see those heart-wrenching eyes pointed at me. Let me guess. She's still in there. I pat the left side of my chest. She nods. She is, I scoff. Like hell. You don't believe it? Nope. Why not? She asks. I shrug. When you lose someone, they don't stay with you. They don't linger in your heart or look after you or whatever the fuck people like to say. They're just dead. Gone. That's the thing with love. It dies with us. Is that really what you think? That they leave nothing behind? I nod. Damn right. Except maybe regret and memories. I pause. And a fucking necklace. My actions feel unnatural as I trap the chain around my neck inside my fist and pull. The clasp breaks under the pressure, and I guide the silver chain my mother made to my eye level. I haven't taken off the stupid chain in a decade. What are you doing? Dia worries. Never peeling my eyes away from the chain, I take a few steps toward the edge of the deck. Thunder booms in the sky right then, a hair too close for comfort. Could this be it? Could my mother's chain be the reason why I've been holding on to the past? Dia steps in front of me, holding her hands up in anticipation of my next move. Finn, listen to me. If you do this, it'll be lost forever. But it's too late. I throw the necklace into the churning lake and regret it immediately. No! Dia tries to save the last thing I have of my mother's. And she succeeds. She catches the necklace before it hits the water, but she slips on the puddle of whiskey on the deck in the process. My arm goes out to grab her hand, but we hit a wave at the exact same time, an extreme gust of wind knocking me backward. I look up, my ears ringing. Then I see my baby fall. I watch Dia topple into the water, but I don't hear the splash. I only hear my heart pounding in my ears as I run to the edge of the deck and see merciless waves wrapping her up. I want to shout, but I can't open my mouth. I can't move. My body cemented into place as Dia fights the current with all her might. Finn! I hear her panicked pleas like an echo in the back of my brain. Move. Fucking move. But I can't. Flashbacks hijack my brain, each miserable breath feeling like fire to my lungs. Just like that, I'm 8 years old all over again, watching my mother die and wishing I could wake up from a nightmare. Save her. Save her. Save her. Finn, I can't. The current. Dia begs for my help every time her head pops out of the water. I'm suffocating, fear clogging up my throat. She calls my name 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Then she stops. She stops moving. She stops struggling. She just stops. I nearly pass out when the water becomes red. I'm quick to understand that she hit her head against the boat's propeller. Her blood taints the waves, her dark hair floating around her as she goes limp. Bubbles rise up to the surface as her lungs fill with water. Then she starts to sink. I want nothing more than to jump in and save her, but I don't do anything. I just let it happen. I let her go. The words I told her return to me while I watch my gemstone drown. That's the thing with love. It dies with us. And in that moment, as the love of my life sinks to the bottom of the same lake that took my mother, I see no other option but to join her.
A year later, and in chaos, she was silence. 14. Diamond. Taking summer classes seemed like a good idea. Earning credits faster? Hell yes. Graduating early? Sign me up. I figured I'd get the general classes out of the way and skip to the fun part of my degree. Little did I know, my brain would be fried not even 2 weeks into the course, and I'd wind up working twice as hard to keep up. Processing a whole semester's worth of information in 4 weeks sounds good on paper, but in reality, it's damn hard. Crushing my books to my chest, I amble down the hall and pray for my headache to make itself scarce. Newsflash, it doesn't. I've seen more doctors than I can count in the past year, and the tests all said the same thing. Technically, there's nothing wrong with me. My concussion is long gone, and yet the migraines persist. The last doctor I saw said they might never go away. They sometimes make it hard to focus in class, and like it wasn't bad enough, they often hit at the worst moments possible. Just one of the charming side effects of hitting your head and almost drowning. My phone chimes just as I'm passing the dining hall on the way to my dorm. I have a message from Avina. Avina, meet me at Lenny's, 2 o'clock sharp. Don't forget. I smile at the reminder. Like I could ever forget about our coffee date. Avina declared that she had some news a few days back and that she needed to see me in person. She asked me and Lacey to meet her at this adorable coffee shop near campus. My guess is that she and Xavier are engaged. Or maybe it has nothing to do with her relationship. Only time will tell. I type a quick reply and hit send. Dia. No pressure or anything, but if your news is that you're moving back in and saving me from my demonic roommate, I'd love you forever. Avina's response comes through in 5 seconds. Avina. What did she do now? A laugh rips from my throat. Dia. How much time you got? Avina. That bad, huh? Worse. I'd take you and Xavier destroying our bunk bed over this any day. I never thought I'd miss Xavier and Avina ripping the dorm apart with their animal sex. And no, I'm not exaggerating. Every time I left them alone, I'd come back to the dorm looking like a hurricane had gone through it. It was the only downside to living with Avina, but my current roommate, she makes that shit look like child's play. I posted an ad online shortly after Avina and Xavier got their own place off campus. Rent is too high for me to live in the dorms on my own, so it made sense to find a roommate and split the costs. Enter Grace Paisley, my new roommate and worst nightmare. She looked like a somewhat decent person when I met her. She was nice-ish, polite, and sure, she's big on metal music, wears band t-shirts every single day, and those spike-studded bracelets that could poke your eye out, but I couldn't afford to be picky. My savings were running low, and I would have had to move out by next month without her. She could have worn trash bags if she'd wanted. As long as she paid half the rent, I would have said yes. I was desperate and went for the first person interested. And that was my first mistake. Grace is everything but graceful, to put it mildly. She has absolutely no regard for personal belongings, frequently goes through my stuff, and eats all and any food I bring into the dorm. Not to mention she invites her stoner friends over at all hours of the night. Oh, and she's also the worst slob I've ever seen. I can't remember the last time I was able to see the floor of my dorm. She leaves piles of stinky, dirty clothes everywhere. And I mean every flat surface. I thought I was going to gag when I had to dig through her dirty underwear to find my phone last week. I've been looking for any excuse possible to stay out of the dorm. I was already planning on volunteering this summer to build up my resume, but it's gotten to a point where there's not enough for me to do. I'm walking and watching dogs every weekend on top of studying for my classes. Anything to pass the time until night falls. I know I'm going to have to say something soon. I can't keep living like this, but the girl is scary. She never smiles, never laughs. I can't believe I ever thought she was nice. I must have been blinded by my broke college student status because there's no universe in which Grace Paisley is fucking nice. I turn the corner before Avina can message me back and almost drop my phone at the sight of the guy leaning against my door. No, not now. Memories swarm to the front of my mind as I drink him in, 1,000 questions overlapping the sirens in my head. He hasn't changed one bit. The exact same guy he was a year ago. The only difference is dark stubble covers his chin and he's got neck tattoos now. I remember the last time I saw him like it was yesterday. I'd just been released from the hospital, and he was waiting in the parking lot, his hands tucked into his pockets. I'd read somewhere that liars tend to hide their hands, that they feel the need to conceal them when they're hiding something. But I couldn't handle another devastating story. I couldn't handle the secrets brewing behind his eyes. So I let him keep them. I knew there was more to the puzzle, but I wasn't ready for the missing piece. I'd had enough bombshells dropped on me for a lifetime, and I convinced myself that I was okay with not knowing. I told him we would never talk about it again. Made it clear that I would never, ever call him Dad. And that was the last time I spoke to my brother. Well, until now. Jesse? 15. Diamond. What do you want? I don't miss a beat. Jesse cringes at my reaction, and I find the disappointment in his eyes ridiculous. We haven't seen or spoken to each other in over a year. He can't just show up out of the blue and expect a warm welcome.
Now, is that any way to greet your big brother?
He forces a smile, his poor attempt at a joke merely fueling my irritation. Don't you mean my father? I scoff, and the smile is immediately slapped off his face. He thought we could beat around the bush, but there aren't enough pleasantries in the world to fill the void between us. Things are different now. He's my father. My fucking father. He's insane if he thinks I'm going to pretend otherwise. A sigh escapes his mouth, and he clears his throat, seeming just as uncomfortable with the truth as I am. It's like he doesn't truly believe it himself. Like he's been making up stories for so long, he eventually started to believe his own lies.
You want to do this the hard way? Fine.
He drops the act.
You need to call Dad. He misses you. We all miss you.
That's why he's here. Dave sent him. I've been busy. The lie scrapes at the inside of my throat.
Bullshit. You're ghosting him. You're ghosting everyone.
He's wrong. I've kept in touch with Gaten and Catalina, seeing as they had nothing to do with any of this, but I can't tell him that. All that's going to do is give him more ammunition to guilt-trip me. I told you I needed time.
You've had time. A whole year of it. Dave has enough on his plate as it is. Would it kill you to take his calls every once in a while?
I check my phone. I'm running late for my date with the girls. I can't do this right now. I walk around my brother, but just as I'm about to insert my key into the lock, he lodges himself between me and the door.
Then when? For fuck's sake, Dia, he already lost his husband. Don't you think he's suffered enough?
His comment feels like a dagger to the chest. I've spent months blaming myself for my parents' divorce. Not even a week after I was released from the hospital, Gaten was packing his bags and moving out of the house. He couldn't get over Dave's lies, which is understandable, but I still put myself through hell for destroying our family. After all, if it weren't for the truth coming out, my dads would still be together. I don't need him rubbing salt into my wounds when they're just starting to heal. Get out of my way, I command. He folds his arms over his chest.
I'm not leaving until we talk.
We are talking.
I mean a real conversation. No changing the subject, no avoiding, just two adults talking through their issues.
I shrug. There's nothing to talk about.
Jesus Christ, Dia, could you stop running for 2 seconds?
As much as I hate to admit it, he's right. I have been running. Haven't stopped since Jesse pulled me out of Lake Belmont a year ago. Call it a defense mechanism or a bad case of denial, but I couldn't cope with my entire life being a lie on top of almost losing my life. The concussion, the family drama, the accident. It was too much all at once, and I protected myself the only way that I could, by closing myself off to everything and everyone. Suddenly, there was no pain, no regret, no resentment, just a girl going through life on autopilot.
Give me 5 minutes, just 5. I need to ask you something, and then I'll leave you alone. I promise.
I blow out a breath. Fine. His shoulders fall with relief.
Should we talk inside?
Jesse gestures to my dorm with his chin. At the exact same time, deafening music erupts on the other side of my door, the powerful bass making the walls shake. Yep, Grace is home. I can't even hear myself think with that music, let alone have a conversation. Not here. Let's go for a walk, I suggest, and Jesse gestures to lead the way. We walk around campus for a few never-ending minutes before Jesse breaks the silence.
So, social work, huh?
He asks. Yeah. He fishes for conversation.
Do you like it?
If it were anybody else asking, I'd jump at the chance to tell them how passionate I am about my degree. I'd say that I've found my calling, that I look forward to spending the rest of my life helping people. But since it's Jesse, I give him the bare minimum and nod.
Great,
he replies. Silence envelops us, and I gladly let the conversation wither away.
How's your head?
Jesse speaks again.
Your concussion, I mean.
Much better. I crack an uncomfortable smile.
Glad to hear it.
I assume he's going to leave it at that until he adds,
I swear to God, if that Finn motherfucker ever shows his face again, he's dead.
I immediately stop walking, every muscle in my body becoming tense. Jesse notices and slows down, glancing back at me with a smidge of confusion in his eyes.
What?
Jesse asks. Don't say that name. It comes out as a warning, maybe even a threat. Everybody in my life knows better than to bring up that bastard's name, but Jesse hasn't been around in a hot minute. It should come as no surprise that he doesn't know about my rules, but it still feels like a violation. I'm serious, Jesse. If you ever say that name again...
Relax, I won't.
Jesse holds his hands up, the confusion in his eyes morphing into worry. I know that look. It's the same look everyone's been giving me for a year. Avina? Worried. Gaten? Worried. The whole fucking planet? Worried. Hell, even I was worried for a minute there. I didn't feel like myself after I woke up in the hospital. I was alone, scared, confused, until my parents rushed in, saw that I was awake, and told me everything. I drowned that day. I died. I was dead for 2 whole minutes before Jesse gave me CPR and brought me back. I was told that Jesse found me using the GPS tracker my parents installed on my phone against my will. He didn't like the way we'd left things after I found out he was my dad, and he decided to follow me. They said he witnessed everything from the shore. He saw me fall. He saw me hit my head. He saw me drown. But that's not even the worst part. According to Jesse, Finn did nothing to help. He didn't even try. My own boyfriend let me die. And he watched as I did. By the time Jesse managed to steal a jet ski and get to me, I was already submerged. The doctors said I was lucky to have survived, that my brain and organs should have sustained more water damage, but by some miracle I got off without a scratch. Well, except for a concussion and chronic migraines. I spent the next 3 weeks in the hospital waiting for Finn to show up. I convinced myself he would appear one day, a bouquet of flowers in his hand, full of apologies for what he did, or didn't do. But he never came, and his absence broke me. Well, what was left of me. I later found out that he left town mere hours after Jesse saved my life. He didn't tell anyone where he was going, not even Xavier or Theo. He just packed his stuff, got into his car, and left. No one's seen or heard from him since.
You've changed, you know.
Jesse interrupts my walk down memory lane. I look up at him, arching an eyebrow. Meaning?
It's just, something about you feels different.
He's not the first person to tell me that. Avina told me, in her own clumsy way, that I seemed disconnected from reality after the accident. I also had Theo comment on my fashion choices last week. He said something about how I always wear black now. I was big on colors in high school, but not anymore. I believe his exact words were, "You dress like a grieving widow these days." I brushed it off at first, but now I realize there's some truth to his claims. I think I've been grieving the girl I used to be. The girl who saw the good in people, no matter what. The old Dia saw redemption, where everyone else saw a lost cause. She was all too willing to forgive and forget, handing out second chances to anyone who asked. That girl is gone. I arch an eyebrow. How am I different?
I don't know. You seem...
Jesse pauses, pondering his reply.
detached.
Last I checked, I agreed to a conversation, not a therapy session. I checked the time on my phone again. I have to meet the girls in a few, and the coffee shop is 20 minutes away. I don't know what he wants to ask me, but he'd better start talking.
Right. Sorry.
He clears his throat.
Dad and I are having dinner 2 weeks from now. We'd love it if you could join us.
I stress my bottom lip. I don't know if I'm ready.
Look, Dia, you can hate me. You can choose to never talk to me again. But please, please don't take it out on Dave. He loves you. He's loved you since the first time he laid eyes on you.
Right. That's why you had to force him to adopt me. My words are bitter to the taste. I know I'm being unfair. Dave and Jesse are the reason I had a wonderful childhood and a loving family, but I'm still so mad at them for keeping such a big part of my life from me.
I didn't force him to do anything. He wanted you from the moment I told him you were my kid.
His usage of the word kid throws me for a loop. It's true. I'm Jesse's kid. I don't think I'll ever get used to it.
And you would know that if you'd returned any of our phone calls in the past year. Yes, we fucked up, and we want to make it right, but we can't do that unless you meet us halfway.
He has a point. I've been the furthest thing from responsive. It's pretty hard to explain yourselves to someone who won't pick up the phone.
Wouldn't you rather have all the information before you make a decision? There's still so much you don't know.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't have questions. Ever since the truth came out, I've wondered what happened in that foster home. How Jesse could get my mom pregnant at 12. How he even found out I was his daughter and not the product of rape. He seems so sure that we're related, but was it ever confirmed?
Look me in the eyes and tell me you aren't curious about your mom.
Jesse speaks my mind, and I look up, my throat aching, when I catch the plea simmering in his gaze. I've been sitting with this anger for so long it's become a part of me. Instead of trying to get rid of it, I held it close, bonded with it, accepted that it was here to stay. I treated my anger like it was permanent. But maybe it doesn't have to be.
Come on, dinner? What do you say?
Jesse begs, joining his hands together. I let out a sigh. What time is this dinner? I show up at Lenny's 15 minutes late. It started hailing just as I was getting ready to leave, and Jesse offered to give me a ride. He might not be my favorite person right now, but I couldn't resist the prospect of staying dry. The girls are already sipping on hot beverages, gathered around a round table by an electric fireplace when I come in. There she is. Avina's smile grows in size as I approach the table, and Lacey looks up from her phone, noticing me. Got your usual. Lacey picks up the disposable coffee cup on the table. Thanks. I snatch the only seat available, take off my jacket, and rest it on my lap. Sorry I'm late. What happened? I thought you were coming straight after class. Lacey hands me my drink, and I give her a thankful smile. Let's just say I ran into a blast from the past. I remain vague, dreading their questions. I'd rather not rehash my family drama in the middle of a crowded cafe. Avina's brow furrows at my explanation, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Who was it? Jesse, who else? Her shoulders drop with relief at my answer. Am I missing something here? I arch an eyebrow. V, is everything okay? Of course. Avina avoids my gaze, bringing her coffee to her lips. I was starting to think your psycho roommate murdered you. Lacey teases, and I have to force my gaze away from Avina. She looks like she's trying to disappear inside that coffee cup. What's going on here? She can't. If she kills me, who's going to feed her? Lacey cringes. Still stealing your food, huh? Every single day. I tried to outsmart her last week and only bought snacks she hates. She ate it all anyway. I thought you talked to her about boundaries, Avina asks. I cover my face with my hands. I did. I told her to stop stealing my shit and pick up her dirty clothes, but it's like I'm talking to a wall. Girl, you have got to get rid of her. Lacey states the obvious. I'm trying. I filed a complaint with campus housing, and they won't assign me another dorm until after summer break, which means I'm stuck with her until late August. I don't know what to do. You could always move in with us, Avina says, like it's no big deal. Like she didn't just give me a ticket straight out of hell. My jaw goes slack. What? I'm 99% sure I hallucinated her offer. Why don't you move in with me and Xavier until you get assigned a new dorm? We have a spare room just sitting there, and we could use the extra cash. I blink at my godsend of a best friend and wonder why she doesn't have a halo above her head. Seriously, the only thing missing here is the sound of angels singing. Shit, there's still one problem. But I couldn't pay this rent and my dorm at the same time, I point out. She shrugs. Then you'll just have to make up for it by helping out around the apartment. Someone pinch me. This couldn't be more perfect. Sure, I'd have to commute to school for my classes, since Xavier and Avina's place isn't directly on campus, but it's just until the end of the summer. Then I'll move into my new dorm. I can handle a few bus rides if it means I get to sleep in a room that doesn't smell like 2-week-old pizza. Are you serious? I half expect her to take it back. Dead serious. Avina grins. Did you ask Xavier about this? No, but I don't think he'd mind. Basketball is taking up a lot of his time lately. He's barely even home. You should ask him before we make plans, just to be safe. She nods. Sure, I'll let you know what he says. Do you even need to ask? The guy would set himself on fire to make you happy. Lacey snorts. Avina chuckles. You make it sound like he's my slave. He is! Lacey and I blurt out at the same time, and Avina laughs, knowing damn well that she can't argue. Okay, maybe Xavier's not Avina's slave, but I'm pretty sure if V told him to jump, he'd say how high. The guy would bend over backward to see his girl smile. Xavier and Avina are like one soul in two separate bodies, and I've yet to meet someone who doesn't envy the magic of their relationship. I wouldn't be surprised if they got married before we graduate. Wait, what if they're already married? I gasp. Holy shit, V. I was so busy complaining that I completely forgot you had something to tell us. Right, your mysterious announcement. Spill it! Lacey squeals. It's mind-blowing how much Lacey has matured in the past year. I always thought her mom's husband was her dad, but it turns out Lacey's father and her mom separated when she was a baby. She saw her dad weekly growing up and often spent weekends with him and her two half-siblings. Her dad passed suddenly after graduation, leaving his two kids alone and in desperate need of a home. They had no one, not one family member, except for Lacey. Lacey became the legal guardian to a 16-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy overnight. She's practically a mom now, and while I don't wish what she went through on anyone, it sure helped her grow. It took Avina a while to warm up to the new Lacey, but she eventually started to see Lacey for who she was. A rich girl who lacked perspective due to the circumstances she was raised in. She'd never seen human misery up close or witnessed real-life issues before then. It took her entire life getting turned upside down for her little privilege bubble to burst. The three of us are inseparable now, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Avina joins her hands on the table. Take a guess. Lacey and I stop to think for a moment. You're engaged, I brainstorm. Nope, Avina says. Married? If you had a secret wedding without us, I'm throwing hands. Lacey teases. Nope, try again. You're pregnant. I put the thought forward for the sake of it, but don't really believe it could be true, until Avina's smile grows 3 sizes and warmth explodes in my chest. My eyes immediately become misty. No way. My palm darts to my mouth. I've always suspected that Xavier and Avina would be young parents. They're so hopelessly in love, it was practically a given, especially now that they live together. You're pregnant? Lacey blurts out, earning herself a few glances from the cafe's customers. I don't know for sure yet, but I'm late, she clarifies. Did you take a pregnancy test? I ask. Does Xavier know? Lacey adds. We throw 1,000 questions her way before Avina manages to get a word in. She holds her hands up with a laugh. Slow down. No, I haven't told Xavier. I've been too scared to take the test. Why are you scared? You always said you wanted kids one day. I notice Avina tapping her fingers against the table and cover her hand with mine. She smiles at the calming gesture. Yeah, but I didn't think one day would be now. I'm 19. We're 2 broke college students struggling to make ends meet. How are we going to take care of a baby? You'll figure it out. Together, Lacey reassures her. And sure, you might be struggling right now, but your man's on his way to getting drafted in the NBA, remember? We don't know that he will, Avina argues. Please, he's one of the best players this school has ever seen. You won't be broke for long, Lacey asserts. And it's not just him. One day you're going to graduate and become an amazing psychiatrist. You can do this, V. I squeeze her hand for support, and a tear rolls down her cheek. It's just, what if I let that kid down like my father did? Oh, hell no. Avina, look at me. You're not your dad. I know she's carried guilt and regret about her father's death for a long time. He passed when she was very young, and she's been afraid of putting her own kids through that trauma. I'd hate to see her deny herself happiness out of fear. You're right. She comes to her senses. Would you guys mind coming over tomorrow? I don't want to take the test alone, and Xavier's busy all afternoon. Of course. Lacey and I agree in unison. We spend the next hour daydreaming about that test result and entertaining the possibility of a mini Xavier and Avina coming into the world. I only remember V's suspicious behavior from earlier when a reminder pops up on my phone. I'm dog-sitting later today, and I have to be there in an hour. V started acting weird when I told her someone from my past came to see me. I can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something, but I can't very well ask her about it now, can I? I eventually tell myself that I'm overthinking and say my goodbyes, making a mental note to ask her about it later. The smell of rotten food and sweat wrap me up from the moment I step inside my dorm at around midnight. The room is dark, and at first I assume Grace is sleeping, but then I hear a noise that gives me pause. Why does it sound like someone is gagging? That's when I see them. You have got to be kidding me. I'm sure there are worse things than living with a disrespectful roommate. Funny enough, right now, none come to mind. In my bed? Are you fucking serious? I hit the light switch in no time, my eyes practically burning when I get a better look at the atrocity unraveling before me. Grace, giving head to some rando in my bed. I'm dumb enough to expect an instant reaction, but neither Grace nor the crusty boy soiling my sheets give me the time of day until a few seconds later. Dinah, hey, you're home early. Grace slurs, detaching her mouth from the guy's cock with a pop, and I thank the Lord for the blanket covering his thing. Until I remember that it's my blanket, the one I sleep with every night. I'm going to be sick. Do you know Jimmy? She asks, and wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. She's obviously high and wasted. Same goes for the lowlife next to her. You couldn't do that shit in your own bed? Jimmy spilled his beer on my sheets. What's the big deal? My gaze drifts to the pile of empty beer cans next to our bunk bed. Those are mine. Shocker. Every time I buy booze, she swipes it without telling me. But she told me she hated beer once, so I used my fake ID and bought some in the hope that she'd keep her paws off my stuff. That worked out great, obviously. What the hell is wrong with you? She rolls her eyes. Oh, relax. We're not even fully naked this time. Did she just say, "This isn't the first time"? I blurt out. Don't tell me this is a recurring thing and I've been sleeping in Jimmy's jizz for days. She shrugs. It was just twice. Twice? Yep, that'll do it. I'm out of here. I don't speak after that. I just pack. I spend 20 minutes turning the room over to make sure I don't forget anything. Neither Grace nor her boy toy say a word, snickering as I shove most of my belongings in a suitcase. I only stop once the suitcase is brimming with stuff. I'll have to come back to get the rest later. I slam the door on my way out, dragging my suitcase down the hallway with a growing pit in my stomach. What do I do now? I see no other option than to text Avina. Dia, I know I said you should talk to Xavier first, but could I please crash at your place tonight? I just walked in on Grace giving head to some loser in my bed, and I'm desperate. Thankfully, her response comes right away. Avina, you know I got you. Key is under the doormat, and I made your bed in the guest room just in case. I could cry in appreciation. Is this girl psychic? Dia, how did you know? Avina, just a hunch. Winky face. Dia, thank you. You're the best. I skim over her previous messages and realize what her first text implies. Dia. Wait, I'm guessing you're not home if I need a key? She confirms my suspicions a moment later. Avina. Nope, I'm having dinner with my sister while she's in town. Finishing up right now. I'll be home soon. Oh, and be quiet on your way in. Xavier might already be sleeping. Dia. Will do. My eyelids are as heavy as my suitcase when I lug my things up the final flight of stairs leading to my temporary home. The hallway light is dimmed, and I have to activate my phone's flashlight to find the key under the mat. The door creaks open moments later, and I drink in the barely lit apartment I've visited many times before. I just love Xavier and Davina's place. It has an open floor plan, big windows, and a newly renovated kitchen. Xavier and Davina haven't lived here long, a few months at most, and the place isn't decorated yet, making it a little bland, but that doesn't mean it's cold. On the contrary, it's bathed in sunlight during the day, thanks to the large sliding doors in the living room. Most of Xavier's and Davina's money went to furnishing the bedrooms and kitchen, which is why there's not much furniture in the living room, except for a flat-screen TV mounted to the wall and a lamp. If I remember correctly, V said they were getting their couch delivered next week. The door to the master bedroom is shut, and I gather that Avina was right about Xavier being asleep. Careful not to make a sound, I tiptoe toward the guest bedroom at the end of the hall. The room is pitch black when I walk in, and I let out a breath of relief at the smell of nothing. That's right, it smells like nothing. No dirty clothes, no week-old food, no sweaty socks, and I couldn't be more grateful. I can feel the exhaustion creeping in as I close the door and drop my suitcase on the floor. I don't even bother changing clothes before plopping down onto my bed and slipping under the blanket. My eyes immediately close, my body begging for sleep. At first, everything is perfect. The room is quiet, the bed comfortable, and the sheets smell fresh. But then, I smell something else. Something familiar? I rack my brain, trying to remember it, to assign the smell to a memory, a time, a place, a person. I convince myself that I'm crazy until I flip onto my side and my cheek comes in contact with something warm and hard. A man's chest? The last straw is the quiet, regular breathing fanning my cheek. Holy fucking shit. Next thing I know, I'm jumping off the mattress and running to turn the light on. My pulse stalls when I see him, because the man in my bed is also the man in my nightmares. 16. Diamond. Our memories often lie to us. You can look back at your life and somehow convince yourself that someone you haven't seen in ages is still waiting right where you left them, like they've been frozen in time, unable to grow while we go on with our lives. We hold on to past versions of people because the past is all we have, until we see them again and realize just because you knew someone then doesn't mean you know them now. That's how I feel looking at the stranger before me. The man he is now clashes with the boy he used to be, and I blink several times like I'm waiting for him to revert back into the person I knew. He's shirtless, sporting new tattoos on his neck, chest, and right arm. He's more buff, too, with well-defined abs and an ever deeper V-line than I remember. Like I said, stranger. But his eyes, they're the only thing familiar about him. That, and maybe his lips. Even his voice sounds rougher as he sits up in bed, looking half asleep, and rasps, "Dia." He's different. I'm different. And yet, it hurts all the same. I have the reflex of backing away and accidentally bump into the desk behind me. The impact sends the glass lamp sitting on top of it flying off the desk and straight to the floor. The lamp smashes into 1,000 pieces. Shit. A low curse escapes his mouth. He starts to rise off the bed to assess the damage, and I distance myself like he carries some sort of deadly virus. Nope, nope, nope. He can't be here. He left. He disappeared without a trace a year ago. I'm probably sleep-deprived and hallucinating. Or maybe I'm dreaming? Yep, that must be it. A dream. He can't be here. You're not here, I whisper to myself. Confusion colors his features. What? He tries to move closer, but the glass on the floor quickly deters him. You're not here. You can't be. I shake my head, hoping to knock some sense into myself. I blink once, twice, 3 times, but he doesn't disappear. Go away, damn it. He holds his hands up. Dia, listen to me. I cut him off. You left. I did, but I'm back now. It takes me a moment to snap out of it. Holy shit. This is real. Finn is here, in front of me. I don't know whether to be happy that I'm not having a mental breakdown or completely horrified that he's back. Xavier comes bursting into the guest room before I can make up my mind. Dude, what the fuck was that noise? Xavier notices me the next second, and his tired eyes widen at the sight of me. Dia? What are you doing here? Xavier zeroes in on the broken lamp on the floor moments later, question marks plaguing his gaze. Anyone want to tell me what the fuck happened in here? I'm about to explain myself when I hear the front door close in the distance. Avina's home. I fill in the blanks. V said I could crash here tonight. Xavier seems surprised. She did? I didn't know that. The most logical explanation pops into my mind. Avina obviously didn't tell Xavier I was sleeping over, and Xavier didn't tell her that he invited Finn to do the same thing. Classic miscommunication.
Why didn't she tell me?
Xavier curses under his breath. Tell you what? Avina comes in a second later. She's barely taken 2 steps inside the room when she spots Finn standing by the bed in nothing but black sweats. Her face practically decomposes when she connects the dots. I swear I had no idea he'd be here. She turns to me, a million apologies swirling in her eyes.
I told you he was back in town,
Xavier points out. Exactly. You said he was back in town. You didn't say he was sleeping in my apartment. Why didn't you text me?
You were out with your sister. I didn't want to bother you. Why didn't you text me?
Xavier returns the question. She asked me if she could come over an hour ago. I figured you'd be sleeping already. Avina explains. I replay their conversation in my head, so overwhelmed by this turn of events that it takes me a minute to realize what was said. Wait, you knew he was back in town? Is that why you were acting so weird at the cafe earlier? I put 2 and 2 together. She stresses her bottom lip, and her silence tells me everything I need to know. How long have you known? I ask. She cringes. A month. A month? Jesus, were you ever going to tell me? Sure, eventually. Xavier scoffs when she says that. He tries to pass it as a cough, failing miserably, and Avina drives her elbow into his stomach. Okay, fine. I wasn't going to tell you, she admits with a grimace. I just thought it was for the best. How is me accidentally getting into bed with my ex for the best? I'm sorry, okay? It's just, you already have so much going on. I was worried it would do you more harm than good. I can't argue with her on this one. If I'd known Finn was back, I would have spent the last month constantly looking over my shoulder, terrified to run into him on every street corner. As much as I hate that she kept this from me, I understand why she did it. Please don't be mad. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to hurt you. She begs, and for the first time since Xavier and V walked inside the room, I glance at Finn. I drink him in. He's just standing there, staring at me with his hands in his pockets. At first, seeing him again hurt, but then the initial shock wore off, giving way to the memories. He left, after I almost died, after he let me drown. He might be back now, but it doesn't erase what he did. And when I look at him, all I feel is rage. Just don't keep anything from me again, okay? I grant V my forgiveness, and she heaves a sigh of relief.
Not to be a dick, but we don't have a couch. Unless you're willing to share the bed, one of you has to go,
Xavier states. I shrug. It's fine. I'll just grab the bus back to the dorms. Hell no. You're not going anywhere. We'll figure something out. Plus, it's past midnight. The buses aren't even running anymore. Avina counters. Shit, she's right. I can't grab the bus at this hour, and there's no way I can afford a cab all the way back to campus. I'll walk then. A deep voice slices through the air.
Not a chance in hell.
I whisk my head to look at Finn, his authoritative tone sending a wave of shivers up my spine. I convince myself that they're shivers of disgust, despising the electricity zapping through my body.
No fucking way she's walking alone at night,
Finn adds.
He's right. Our area's kind of shitty.
Xavier agrees. I'll just call Chance then, I say, even though it's the last thing I want to do. I know if I call him, he's going to want to know why I needed a place to stay and insist that I spend the night at the party house where he lives. I'm not sure I'm ready for the sleepover part of our relationship just yet. We've been going out for 3 months now, and we still haven't done it. We've done other things, sure, mostly over the clothes action, but spending the night with him might create certain expectations, and I don't want to have to turn him down. I really do like him, but I want to take things slow. The last time I got into bed with a guy, my whole world imploded. I'd like to be sure that he's here to stay before letting him in. Literally.
Who the fuck is Chance?
Finn's voice is dripping with venom. We all turn to look at him, but his eyes are strictly on me. I've imagined this moment before. I've fantasized about the day when I'd get to shove the truth in his face. Show him that I've moved on, that I'm over him. But now that the opportunity is presenting itself, I can't make a sound. Avina and Xavier glance at me, waiting for me to clear things up. Tell him, Dia. What's wrong with me? He's our boyfriend. Avina comes to my rescue, shooting Finn the fuck you smile I so desperately wanted to give him. I don't have it in me to peek at his face for a reaction, but I do notice his fists rolling into tight balls alongside his body. Oh, is the only thing he says. I can feel his eyes boring a hole through my skull, but pay his insistent stares no mind. He wants me to look at him, maybe just so that I can confirm Avina's news, but I deny him the privilege of my attention. I always told myself that if I ever saw him again, I'd silent treatment his ass. And I might have been too shocked to stick to my rules when I first saw him in the guest room, but from now on, I'm going to treat him like a ghost. Finn Richards is dead to me. Dead. And there's no way in hell I'm sharing a bed with him. All right then, I'll give Chance a call. I pluck my phone out of my pocket. I enter my passcode and begin to scroll through my contacts for Chance's number. Seconds before I can press the call button, Finn speaks. No, he says in a calm voice. I break my own rule and cast a glance in his direction. Sure enough, his eyes immediately capture mine. It feels like he's staring through my soul for a second there, and I tear my gaze away, but not before catching a glimmer of pain in his. He clears his throat.
She can have the bed. I'll go.
With that said, he unzips the duffel bag on the ground, probably his luggage, and starts digging around in it. He grabs a t-shirt, slips it over his head, and picks up his shoes by the bed. As soon as he's put them on, he throws the strap of his bag over his shoulder and walks over the chunks of glass on the floor.
Where are you going to go?
Xavier asks.
I'll figure it out.
Finn shrugs, but it doesn't seem to satisfy Xavier's curiosity. We follow Finn out of the guest room and into the living room.
If you don't have anywhere to sleep, we can just throw a bunch of blankets on the floor or some shit. You don't have to leave,
Xavier suggests. Finn is halfway to the front door when he stops and glances at me over his shoulder. Our eyes lock for a fleeting moment, but the feeling it provokes in my stomach lingers longer than I would have liked. One look at my face, and he seems to make up his mind.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
Sure, I want him to leave, but am I being that obvious? I get the sense that he needed to see how I was feeling about this before making a decision. Xavier calls his best friend's name, obviously feeling guilty about kicking him to the curb. Only Finn is already gone. I didn't sleep a wink after Finn left. I just kept tossing and turning all night, wishing I could lose my sense of smell and relieve myself of the flashbacks haunting my thoughts. The guest room's bed smelled like him. The pillows, the blanket, even the goddamn sheets. Finn might have new tattoos and a newfound obsession for the gym, but to my misery, he still wears the same cologne. It would be one thing if it smelled like ass, but it's the kind of cologne that makes your knees buckle, and I'd rather die than admit I spent most of the night sniffing my ex's pillow. The clock reads 7:50 a.m. by the time I tiptoe out of the apartment to go to work. I must have debated on leaving my suitcase here for 15 minutes. I didn't want to assume anything, since Avina hasn't gotten around to asking Xavier if I could move in with them for the summer, but then I figured I'd be coming back later anyway. I promised Vi that I'd be there while she takes a pregnancy test, but I'm walking a few dogs this morning, and I could hardly see myself lugging my suitcase around. I decided to leave my things in the guest room until I come back this afternoon. I've barely taken 2 steps out of the apartment complex before I notice the black car parked across the street. I know that car. I've had sex on top of that car. It's Finn's. Puddles are scattered all over the road, the pavement darkened by the rain, and I gather that there was a thunderstorm last night. Finn's car windows are tinted, making it impossible to see anything from where I am, and I feel compelled to move closer. I check for incoming cars and cross the street in quick strides. Why is his car still here? I thought he said he was going to figure something out, but it doesn't look like he went anywhere. I feel like a creep when I round the car and stop near the driver's side. I spot Finn sleeping in the driver's seat with his arms crossed and a baseball cap covering his face, probably to block out the sun. No blanket or a pillow. His seat is inclined, but there's no way this setup is comfortable. I can't help but inch closer to the back seat window, trying to see inside the car. I discern a few blankets, what looks like convenience store food, all non-perishable stuff, a phone charger, and the duffel bag Finn was carrying last night, dumped on the back seat. My heart drops when it hits me. He's been sleeping in there. That's why his car hasn't moved. And it doesn't look like a one-time thing either. How long has he been living in his car? How long has he been eating that convenience store crap? But most of all, why would the son of a millionaire be living like this? Mr. Richards might have had some issues with his son, but he'd never want Finn to go hungry or become homeless, no matter what. Unless he's cut all ties with his dad. A pang of guilt blooms in my chest, but I cut it down before it can grow, telling myself that I don't care where he's been sleeping. He could have been sleeping in a dumpster for a year, and I still wouldn't give a... It's rude to stare, Jem. I worry my heart is going to stop when I see Finn eyeing me from the driver's seat. He's removed the baseball cap from his face, a wicked smirk dancing on his lips. I didn't even hear him roll down the window. Jesus, has he been awake this whole time? My first and only reaction is to back away from his car like a criminal who just got caught red-handed, and I accidentally stick my foot into a pothole that's brimming with last night's rain. While trying to pull it out, I lose my balance, falling ass first on the sidewalk behind me. I glance down at my foot that's still plunged into the deep hole on the road, the water instantly filling up my shoe. What a dumb idiot.
Shit, are you okay?
Finn hurries out of his car. All I wanted was a shred of dignity, but no, I just had to fall on my ass in front of the boy who broke my heart.
Here.
Finn stops by my side, holding out his hand for me. I stare at it for a moment, but don't accept his help. He smiles at my reaction, which only deepens my humiliation. He thinks this is funny?
You haven't changed one bit, you know that?
He comments, and I bite my tongue. He has no idea how wrong he is, but I promised myself I'd never say a word to him again, so I ignore him, taking off my wet shoe with a cringe. Today's a cold, windy day, and I have to walk dogs all morning. I flip my shoe upside down to drain the water out.
Dia?
He asks when I don't reply. I ignore him again.
Giving me the silent treatment, huh?
He catches on quickly, but I deny him my attention, taking off my sock, which is also dripping with water. I begin to twist the fabric to get the water out, but it's no use. It's soaked through. I check the time on my phone, wondering if I have enough to go back inside the apartment and grab a dry pair of socks. The next bus is in 5 minutes. The first dog I'm walking is relatively close to Avina's apartment, but the bus stop is all the way down the street. I don't have time to go back upstairs. Plus, even if I did change socks, my shoe would still be soaked since I only own one pair.
Dia, look at me.
Finn commands, and I make it a point to focus on draining the water out of my sock.
Dia,
he repeats seconds later, and I fight the urge to tell him to fuck off. He gives a long sigh.
So that's it then. We're really not going to talk?
Nope. I only realize what I've done once it's too late. Way to ignore him, Dia.
Dia, just fucking talk to me.
He runs out of patience as I'm sliding my foot into my wet sock. I muffle the laugh ripping from my throat. If he thinks he can just barge into my life a year later and make demands, he's in for a world of disappointment.
Yell at me. Tell me to fuck off. Call me an asshole. I don't give a shit. As long as you say something.
A hint of desperation is audible in his voice, and I find my vow of silence much less appealing than his request. You want me to be mean to you, Richards? Done.
I need you to talk to me. Please.
His voice is barely above a whisper. And I need you to leave me the fuck alone. I fire back, staring him dead in the eyes as I do. On one hand, I can tell he's relieved to hear me say something, but on the other, he obviously wishes that something was nicer. A sigh hisses between his teeth. Then he just leaves. He turns around and heads for his car without another glance in my direction. I expected many reactions from him, but I didn't think he would give up. At least, not that easily. I watch him trail to his home on wheels and understand that I was wrong when he pops open the trunk of his car. He digs through the contents of his trunk for a few seconds. It isn't long before he shuts the trunk closed and comes back, this time with a pair of shoes in his hands. He slows down before me, and I arch my neck to look at him, still sitting on the sidewalk. He shocks me by dropping the shoes on the pavement next to me.
Take them,
he says, like I don't have a choice in the matter. I find myself eyeing the shoes. They're old and well-worn, nothing like the costly shoes he used to wear when I first met him. But at least they're dry. Now that I think about it, even his clothes seem different. He used to wear branded clothes, courtesy of Daddy's money. But now, he wears tattered jackets, faded baseball caps, and shabby jeans with holes I know aren't there for the style. Even then, he looks so unbelievably hot, it's dizzying. I'm good, I say dryly. He's not having it.
I said take the shoes.
I hold my own. And I said I'm good. Finn chews on the inside of his cheek, debating on what to do next.
Fine,
he breathes out. Without a word, he walks away. I watch him climb inside his car, shoot me a final glance, and drive off. Just like that. His car shrinks in size until it's gone, and I wonder when, or if, I'm going to see him again. Not that I care. My gaze drops to his sneakers, abandoned on the sidewalk. He left them behind on purpose. I'd be willing to bet he did that to force my hand. I can't believe he would risk losing his shoes forever just to prove a point. He's obviously trying to show me that I'm not doing him any favors by taking the shoes. I'm helping myself. Oh, to hell with it. The guy almost killed me. The least he can do is keep my feet dry. I toss my sock and slip inside the shoes. As much as I hate to admit it, they're comfortable. Warm, too. I rise off the sidewalk and walk around for a bit. They're too big for me, obviously, but this is going to have to do. I spin on my axis, scanning the road Finn drove down a few minutes ago, and I reflect on what he told me earlier. He said I haven't changed, but I'm starting to think he has. The question is it for the better or the worse? 17. Diamond. I wouldn't say that I hate my job. I mean, come on, who wouldn't want to hang out with dogs and get paid for it? But I still found my morning shift unbearably long. I couldn't stop glancing at my shoes. Well, Finn's shoes, as I got dragged around the park by two hyper puppies. Finn's sneakers are old, and they'll be good for the trash soon, which made me wonder about all the places they've seen in the past year. But mostly, it made me wonder why none of those places were close to me. Seeing Finn sleeping in his car this morning led to a bunch of questions I wasn't ready for. Questions like, where did he go after he left town? Why did he choose now to come back? And why does he sleep in his car when his dad is loaded? I didn't let myself drum up theories, though, burying my curiosity deep into the back of my mind to ensure it wouldn't resurface. I make it back to Avina and Xavier's apartment at around 1 p.m. I promised Avina I'd be back after lunch to support her while she takes a pregnancy test, and I intend to keep that promise. Lacey and Avina are already seated around the kitchen table when I come in, sipping on Starbucks iced coffees. The girls greet me with smiles, and I plop down on the chair next to Lacey, immediately noticing the pile of pregnancy tests dumped in the center of the table. "How many did you get?" I chuckle. The answer is 6. She bought 6 tests. "What? I want to be extra sure." Avina sticks her hands up, and I laugh. "Drink up, woman. You're going to need like 5 million of these if you want to take all 6 tests." Lacey points to Avina's half-full coffee. "I've been drinking water all damn day, and I still don't have to pee." Avina groans, nestling her face between her hands. "Just relax. It'll happen once you stop thinking about it," I reassure her, propping one of my legs up on the kitchen chair and resting my arm on top of my knee. "She's right. It won't work unless you stop obsessing. Let's talk about something else," Lacey chimes. Avina's eyes light up at the suggestion, whisking her head toward me. "I almost forgot. I talked to Xavier, and he's cool with you moving in for the summer." "He is?" I squeal. Filthy Grace did such a number on me that the possibility of having hygienic, respectful roommates seems unfathomable to me. I expect Avina to reciprocate my excitement, but she doesn't, stressing her bottom lip. I arch an eyebrow. Why do I feel like there's a but coming? She remains quiet for a few seconds and then inhales a breath before saying, "Finn's moving in too." I'm confident my brain just malfunctioned, because there's no way in hell that my best friend just told me I have to choose between living with the world's worst roommate and living with my ex. "What?" I blurt out, louder than anticipated. She cringes. "Xavier found out Finn was sleeping in his car, and he said he won't let his best friend be homeless." "Why doesn't Finn just go back to his dad's house?" I know there's more to the story when Avina's jaw goes slack. "What am I missing?" I urge, glancing between Lacey and Avina for a few seconds. "You didn't hear?" Avina asks. "Hear what?" "His dad's house burned down 3 months ago." I slouch back into the chair, trying and failing to process the news. What? How did that even happen? The investigation's still ongoing. They won't tell the public anything, but word on the street is that it wasn't an accident. Someone set the fire. It was so bad, the only thing left standing was the garage, Lacey elaborates. "But who would do that?" I ask, my mind racing. Realization finds me a moment later. Oh my God, was anyone inside? I'm stupid enough to worry about Lexi for a moment, but then I remember that she's gone. It's like I blocked out the memory of watching her die in order to hold on to the good times we had together. I couldn't bear my last memories of her being blood pouring from her stomach. Nope. Finn's dad was out of town on business, his brother doesn't live there anymore, and Finn was... She stops herself. Away. It's obvious she knows more than she lets on. Xavier must have filled her in on Finn's whereabouts for the past year, but she knows better than to force those details down my throat. Did you know about this? I turn to Lacey, and the look on her face says plenty. Of course. Everybody knew. Meanwhile, I've been so busy cutting my own family out of my life and trying to outrun my past in Silver Springs that I let myself get disconnected from reality. How come I didn't hear about this until now? I whisper, more to myself than them. To be fair, mentioning Finn's name to you was practically a federal offense after he left, Lacey points out. It's true. You acted like he never existed. I just assumed you knew, and if you didn't, I wasn't sure you'd want to. Avina adds. I'm aware that I have no one to blame here but myself, but it still stings. God, I can't wrap my mind around it. The house is gone. Nothing but ashes. I fell in love with Finn in that house, gave him my first everything in that house. It's the reason I got to spend the summer with Lexi. I also had my heart broken for the first time in that house. And now it's just gone. Along with Nora Richards' jewelry room and Finn's last memories of her. Isn't his dad a millionaire? Why didn't he just buy a new house in Silver Springs? Avina shrugs. I'm guessing he didn't see the point in staying in town. After all, both his sons have moved out, and he's always out of town on business anyway. I understand that this must put Finn in a delicate situation. How do you move back home when your home is gone? I accept defeat. Will he be staying the whole summer? Yeah, just until he can rent out a room somewhere. He's got his eyes on a few places for next semester. I fight the urge to ask her why Finn is unable to afford a place of his own until then. It just makes no sense. What happened between him and his father, and why is he broke all of a sudden? Realization sinks its claws into me. Hold on, you mean he's enrolling here? She nods. That's what Xavier said. Shit. You mean to tell me that not only am I going to have to see him outside of school because we have the same friends, there's also a chance I'm going to run into him in the halls? Great. Just great. Wait, there's a major flaw in their plan. But where is he going to sleep? There's only one guest room and you don't have a couch. Xavier arranged for the couch to get here early tomorrow. My face must give away how unhappy I am about this turn of events, because Avina says, I'm sorry, Dee. I feel awful. I tried to talk Xavier out of it, but I could hardly lecture him when I'm also taking you in rent-free. The guilt in her eyes flips my stomach upside down. I'd hate for her to blame herself when she's doing everything she can to help me. My drama isn't her responsibility. Don't worry about it for a second, okay? I understand. This is Xavier's apartment, too. I offer her a thankful smile, which she returns on cue. She's about to say something when her eyes grow 3 sizes. What's wrong? Lacey asks. Avina stiffens up. I have to pee. It takes me a while to realize where she's going with this. Go, go, go! I encourage. Avina grabs one of the 1,000 pregnancy tests on the table and locks herself into the bathroom. Bea, are you okay? Lacey knocks on the door 10 minutes later. Just a minute, Avina responds, her voice shaky. I don't know how pregnancy tests work, but I know they don't usually take this long. The air grows scarce in my lungs when she pushes the door to the bathroom open with glassy eyes. She's holding the pregnancy test in her right hand, staring blankly ahead of her. I'm not sure whether she's shocked or sad. Then she starts crying, and suddenly I'm even less sure. I move closer. Bea, talk to us. After what feels like an eternity, she croaks, I'm pregnant. Shock it is. The next 10 minutes are a blur. Mostly because I'm crying so hard I can't see shit. Lacey and I spend most of it hugging Avina to the point of suffocating her. "When are you going to tell Xavier?" I wipe my cheeks with my sleeve. I don't know. There's a bonfire on the beach tonight. I guess I could always tell him there." Lacey brings her palm to her heart. "That would be so romantic." "You guys have to come. I can't do this alone." Avina takes both our hands into her trembling fingers. "Theo and his roommates are throwing the party. It'll be fun." "Sure, count me in." Lacey doesn't require much convincing. Me, on the other hand, Avina zeroes in on me, a hopeful smile tugging at her lips. "Dia?" I hate to be that girl, but will Finn be there? It's bad enough that I'm going to be sharing an apartment with him. I'm not trying to see him outside of it, unless I absolutely have to. Avina's smile dies down. "Yeah, but you don't have to talk to him. If he tries to talk to you, I'll push him into the fire. Please, I need you there." To hell with it. This guy is going to be in my life whether I like it or not. Might as well get used to seeing him. Just because we have the same friends doesn't mean we need to be friends. My answer is a no-brainer. Screw Finn. My best friend needs me. Next thing I know, Avina's throwing herself into my arms and showering me with thank yous. Seconds after she's pulled away, my phone chimes with a text. It's Chance. "Chance. Are you busy tonight?" "Chance will be there," Avina sings songs. I look up to see her peeking over my shoulder with a grin. "So will Finn. That's just a disaster waiting to happen," I point out. We're talking about the guy that once slashed someone's tires for just talking to me. I can't imagine what he'll do when he sees me kiss someone else. Shit. I have to go, don't I? If not for myself, then for Chance's sake. I don't want Finn to go ballistic on him. It's a good idea because Finn will be there. The guy has put you through hell. It's your turn. You deserve to be able to show off your new man, Finn or no Finn. And maybe that makes me petty, but I agree. I've never been a fan of beach parties. For starters, I always end up with gallons of sand in my shoes. Oh, and let's not forget that time last semester when the cops showed up and we all had to run to avoid getting charged with underage drinking. If you think running isn't fun in general, try running on sand while drunk. I only came because Avina needs me, and as much as I hate the thought of seeing Finn, I hate the thought of letting her down even more. Thank God I had class tonight. It allowed me to take the bus and show up later than everybody else. The sooner I'm out of here, the better. Dia! Avina sees me as soon as I reach the bottom of the wooden steps leading to the beach. Lacey is with her, waving at me. I wave back, crossing the distance separating us. My gaze glides around the crowded area as I'm walking over, and I immediately spot Theo, Xavier, and Finn by the fire. Every atom in my body begs me to turn around when I zoom in on my first love. He's wearing a low-cut, black gym tank top, his tattooed biceps and oblique muscles damn near hypnotizing the giggly sorority girls a few feet away. I can't lie, he looks ridiculously hot, which is rather surprising, since gym tank tops don't usually do it for me. Most guys wearing them look like absolute douchebags. But not Finn. Somehow, Finn pulls them off. He hasn't seen me yet, and I consider faking a horrible migraine. Then I remember why I came in the first place. Do it for Avina. I'm halfway to the girls when I notice a beer pong table set up a few feet away from the fire and a handful of coolers scattered around the beach. There's no music, but TJ, one of Theo's roommates, is sitting around the fire playing the guitar for a few of his groupies, his dirty blonde hair a tousled mess. TJ's almost always the main attraction at parties. He sings, plays the guitar, he's funny, he's hot, And he's single, although something tells me he likes it that way. Avina and I have been trying to set him up with Lacey for some time now, with no success, might I add. Lacey's had no action since she got over her mad crush on Theo last year. She jokes about being forever single, but she doesn't really try to put herself out there. It's like she's developed a full-blown allergy to the male species. About time. I was afraid you'd miss the fireworks. Avina pulls me into a hug once I slow down by her side. Sorry I'm late. I needed a nap after class. I lie. Sure, I had class this afternoon, and I did need to recharge afterward, but that's not really why I showed up so late. My eyes dart to the real reason, who's standing by the fire, and my throat tightens when I catch Finn staring at me. He's not shy about it either. Is it too late for the headache act? Where's your boyfriend? Lacey glances around the beach, and I turn my back to Finn, hoping to spare myself any more unintentional eye contact. Yeah, where's Chance? Avina brings a red cup filled with water to her lips, and realization finds me. I don't know. He should be here. I check my phone for a text from him. His roommates are throwing the party. I assumed he'd be here by now. Avina shrugs. Maybe something came up. So what are you drinking? Lacey asks, assessing me like she thinks I'm hiding tequila somewhere on my body. Air. I laugh. You didn't bring anything? I forgot. Another lie. I didn't want to be anywhere near Finn with reduced inhibitions. I'm scared I'd end up taking Avina's joke literally and pushing Mr. I let you drown into the bonfire. Lacey takes it upon herself to intervene, telling me, I got you, before making her way to the cooler a few feet from the fire. She's back with a can of watermelon-flavored hard seltzer seconds later. I take it with a thanks. Did you tell him? I question Avina, knowing damn well the answer is no. There's no way Xavier would be bickering with the guys right now if he knew he was going to be a dad. She cringes. Not yet. Why not? I don't know. It's just, he was talking about how he couldn't wait to get some free time next week, and here I am, about to tell him that he's never going to have any free time ever again. Well, at least until our son or daughter turns 18. A laugh shoots out of me. Yeah, but that's a good thing. She sighs. He has a lot on his plate right now. I just don't want to add to that. Fee, he loves you. He would happily clear his plate for you. Lacey encourages. Avina chews down on her lip, and my heart aches at the tears building up in her eyes. She's both happy and anxious, and it's understandable. We're just kids. We're still in school, and we're not even close to having a stable life. But if Xavier and Avina, a.k.a. the best couple I've ever met, can't make it work, no one can. Come here. I open my arms, and Avina walks into my embrace in a heartbeat. We'll be right here with you, whatever happens. She nods and blinks back tears. We've barely pulled away when a deep voice sounds behind me. Do I get a hug, too? I spin to see Chance staring at me with a dimpled smile. He has his hands tucked into his pockets, sporting a white shirt with a few undone buttons, his rolled-up sleeves drawing attention to his veined forearms. Chance is gorgeous. Not okay, not cute, gorgeous. He's tall, has bright blue eyes, and that boyish smile that could make any girl giddy. He's that guy who looks like he should be an asshole, but turns out to be a total sweetheart. He's close with his mom, studying to be an accountant, an animal lover like me, just an overall great guy. I fold my arms over my chest, fighting my grin. Late people don't get hugs. Chance arches an eyebrow. What if I apologize? I stop to think. Depends. How good is the apology? Why don't you tell me? Next thing I know, he's circled my wrist with his hand and jerked me to his chest. My breath leaves me when his hands fly up to cup my face. His lips find mine the next second. I can't help feeling uncomfortable as his left hand drops to my lower back. Might be all in my head, but I feel watched. It's like I can feel people staring at us. Still, I let him kiss me to his heart's desire, gripping his collar for more. We haven't seen each other in over a week because our schedules never align. You'd think we'd be spending more time together. After all, we've been going out for 3 months, and the beginning of a relationship is usually when you hang out the most. But between work, summer classes, and my roommate from hell, I've been struggling to come up for air. Plus, it's not like Chance doesn't have people to keep him occupied. He lives in a party house off campus with 5 other guys, including TJ and Theo. Theo is actually the reason we met. It all started when he and his roommates threw the mother of all parties last semester. I'd been so busy that day that I hadn't taken the time to eat. I showed up to the party with an empty stomach and a bad attitude, only to end up sitting next to Chance on the couch at some point during the night. My stomach wouldn't stop growling. It was so loud it was embarrassing. We didn't say a word to each other at first, until 5 minutes later when he pushed to his feet and went up to his room. Then he came back with a box of Oreos and gave it to me without an explanation. He just handed me the box with a shy smile. Granted, it wasn't very nutritious, but it's the thought that counts, right? Chance doesn't pull away from me until he absolutely has to. He rests his forehead against mine, a small smile playing on his lips, and says, "How's that for an apology?" Flustered, I open my mouth, but his phone rings before I'm able to answer. Chance plants a kiss on my forehead and grabs his phone to check the caller. Shit, I have to take it. He gives me an apologetic smile and takes the phone to his ear. Yeah? I hear what sounds like an automatic voice, then discern a few words here and there. Inmate, correctional center, accept, call. It's his brother. It has to be. Just because Chance is easygoing doesn't mean he doesn't have a past. He kept the details to a minimum, but he told me his older brother is in jail. He wouldn't tell me what happened, but it seemed like a sensitive topic, so I didn't push him. I'll be right back, Chance mouths. I nod, and he distances himself from the crowd. He mentioned that he and his brother weren't on speaking terms for a while. They just recently started talking again, and Chance asked me to accompany him when he goes to visit him in jail next week. I won't be allowed in the room with them, but I'll be right outside for moral support. His brother is being transferred to a different prison out of state at the end of the month. I'm guessing Chance thought he should go and see his brother at least one time before they transfer him miles away from Duke. You just called me single in 5 different languages. Lacey chuckles as soon as Chance is out of range. And whose fault is that? I tease. She holds her hands up. Hey, it's not my fault every guy I meet is either taken or a douche canoe. I chuckle. How long has it been since you went out with a guy? Lacey sighs. Way too long. I'm not even sure I remember how to make out anymore. I'm more than happy to refresh your memory. A masculine voice cuts in. We all turn to see TJ standing behind us with a devilish grin. His guitar is locked in its case, the strap draped over his shoulder as he shamelessly checks out Lacey. Lacey immediately rolls her eyes, and I smile. She can't stand him, and he knows it. I swear the guy gets off on pushing her buttons. Just one of the many reasons why we could never set them up. Not even if you were the last man on Earth, Jacobs. Unfazed, TJ smirks. Keep telling yourself that, Matson. I quickly stop paying attention to their bickering, casting a glance toward Avina. She's staring at Xavier, who's playing beer pong with another one of Theo's roommates, and fidgeting with the bracelet on her wrist. She seems lost in her own head, debating on what to do next. V? I have to call her name 2 times before she snaps out of it. She says absent-mindedly. You need to tell him, Soon. Maybe I should take another test, just to make sure it's not a mistake. V, you took 4 tests. It's not a mistake. What's really bothering you? It's just, I always thought that when I did get pregnant, I'd tell him at the perfect moment. I figured I'd do something special, memorable. I didn't think I'd have to tell him in the middle of a beer pong game, that's all. Her words resonating in my mind, I steal a glance at Xavier by the beer pong table and accidentally make eye contact with Finn standing next to him. Great, he must have replaced Theo's roommate as Xavier's beer pong partner. I want to look away, I do, but I can't seem to control my body, staring him dead in the eyes for a few seconds. I expected him to look angry. Odds are he saw me making out with Chance, but I can't find so much as a drop of anger on his face. If anything, he looks sad. Stop looking at him, damn it. I manage to regain control of myself seconds later. I peel my eyes off Finn, focusing on the calm sea and cloudless night sky. Waves wash over the shore in the distance, and I glance down at the sand beneath me. Avina wants to make her announcement memorable? Then that's exactly what we're going to do. 18. Diamond. Don't you think it's too much? Avina exhales a shaky breath as we amble down the beach together. For you, never. I grin, intertwining our arms to ensure she won't wuss out on me. Not long ago, she was worried about her big announcement being unmemorable, and now she's afraid that we're overdoing it. Personally, I think we're doing the bare minimum. I would have gone much further if given the chance to prepare, but I find solace in knowing that I'll get a second chance with her baby shower. Give me a week or 2 and I'll make tonight's announcement look like a joke. Walk me through the steps again. She nibbles on her lower lip. I'll take care of everything. All you have to do is get your man up there. I point to the rocky cliff across the beach. It's perfect, towering over the shore and overlooking the ocean. She nods, seemingly unsure. I leap into her way, grabbing her shoulders. V, look at me. You can do this. My encouragement seems to do the trick, because she cracks a smile, realization dawning on her. We're going to have a baby? She croaks, tasting the words on her tongue, and for the first time since that pregnancy test came back positive, her voice isn't dripping with disbelief. She and Xavier are going to bring a whole new person into this world, and it's just starting to sink in. You're going to have a baby. I repeat it back to her, smiling so wide my face hurts. Now go get your man. Her gaze travels to Xavier playing beer pong with Chance. I can do this, she whispers, more to herself than me, and takes off toward the beer pong table. I feel like a proud mom as Avina walks over, her footsteps full of determination. She parks herself at the end of the table just before Xavier can throw the ball. Xavier's eyes immediately dart to his girlfriend. Chance, Xavier's beer pong partner, nudges him with his elbow, but Xavier doesn't budge, only snapping out of it when TJ, their adversary, urges him to take the damn shot. Spoiler alert, he misses. Pretty hard not to when you're staring at your girlfriend the whole time. Poor guy is so in love with her, he just can't help himself. This is the kind of love many of us would scour the planet to find. That once-in-a-lifetime connection you just can't seem to shake. It's also the reason why I'm not worried about what the future holds for these two. They're going to be amazing parents. Chance and I make eye contact for a moment, and he grins. Our plan is working perfectly. Now, his eyes question. I nod, giving him permission to abandon ship. He deserts the beer pong table the next second, heading straight for me, in spite of TJ's bitching. Avina curls one of her fingers in Xavier's direction, beckoning him to come closer, and he doesn't miss a beat, immediately bailing on the game to meet her. Hook, line, and sinker. Fuck, I want that. That's when my gaze lands on Finn, laughing with Theo by the fire, and I remember. I had that. The suffocating passion, the agonizing love, and it almost killed me. On second thought, I'm okay with stable and predictable love. That'll be $300. Chance shows me his palm when he stops in front of me. I laugh and dig into the pockets of my shorts. I can give you... I show him my findings. A hair tie and my last piece of gum. Chance gasps. That's it? After all the professional distracting I did, that's all I get? I should have known asking him to keep Xavier occupied while Avina and I worked on our reveal would come at a price. I fold my arms over my chest. Take it or leave it. He pretends to think about it. What flavor? I inch the pack of gum closer to my face. Strawberry Bliss. Sold. He snatches the pack out of my hand before tossing the piece of gum into his mouth. His arms come to wrap around my waist a moment later, and he smiles. I'll take my payment now. He starts by pecking my lips, then he dives back in for more. I have to pull away before things get heated. I don't want to miss Avina's announcement. I turn my back to him, and Chance takes the hint, circling my body with his arms from behind. Slouching against his chest, I squint in search of Avina's and Xavier's silhouettes. They should be halfway to the top of the cliff by now. I spot them soon enough and make quick work of texting Theo, giving him the green light on the next part of our plan. He answers with a thumbs up. Neither of us speaks as we watch Avina drag a confused Xavier up the cliff. They've barely made it to the top before tears begin to steam up my sight. I can't hear what they're saying from here, but I don't need to. I see Avina take his hand under the moonlight, leading him to the edge of the cliff while staying at a safe distance. Then I see her point down at the shore below them. Most precisely at the words we spent 10 minutes writing in the sand. I'm pregnant. We probably looked like two immature college girls drawing in the sand earlier, but now, seeing the way Xavier backs away in shock, turning to look at his girlfriend, I know it was worth it. Avina nods, moving closer to him, but Xavier doesn't waste a second picking her up into his arms like he's a fucking prince straight out of a Disney movie. My palm flies to my mouth, a lone tear gliding down my face as he holds her in the air for a second and then kisses her. Avina's arms wrap around his neck, and it's almost perfect. Only something's missing. Shit, I forgot to give Theo his cue. I shoot him another message. Dia. Now. Jaw-dropping fireworks filled the sky with bright colors less than 10 seconds after I press send. Xavier and Avina sever the kiss, alerted by the noise, and turn to glance up at the night sky. They stay up there for long seconds, embracing each other and enjoying their front row view of the fireworks. She's lucky to have you as a best friend. Chance's breath fans my neck as he props his chin on my shoulder. I told him all about Avina's announcement and our plan to make it epic when I asked him to distract Xavier. I'm the one who's lucky, I say with a sniffle, teary eyes riveted on the display of true love in front of me. Chance kisses my cheek. And I'm a lucky guy. Yes, you are. Someone comments behind us. My stomach sinks when the familiar voice wraps me up. My first reflex is to detach Chance's arms from my waist. Don't ask me why, I have no idea, before swiveling around to face Finn. I knew it was him just from his voice, but my heart still somersaults when I see him standing there with his hands deep into his pockets and his smile as cunning as you'd expect it to be. What do you want? I skip the pleasantries, my voice dry. My reaction doesn't faze him one bit. Just thought I'd introduce myself to your Finn pauses for a moment, grimacing like the word makes him sick.
Boyfriend.
What the fuck does he think he's doing?
Who's this?
Chance rests his palm inches above my hips, pulling me to his chest as if to mark his territory, and Finn's eyes drop to Chance's hand touching my body. I tense up, my skin burning as Finn stares at Chance's fingers for a brief moment, his jaw muscles twitching.
I'm Finn.
He snaps out of it, staring Chance dead in the eyes in anticipation of a reaction. He's probably hoping that his name will ring a bell. Chance and I have had the X talk before, but I never told him Finn's name.
Am I supposed to know you or something?
Chance frowns, and Finn's eyes lock with mine, his gaze conveying a clear, "Are you going to tell him or should I?" Bastard. He couldn't keep his distance and be a decent ex-boyfriend. Of course not. That's just not Finn's M.O. I swallow hard. Chance, this is... so many answers to choose from. The boy who broke my heart. The boy who took my virginity on the floor of his library. The boy who walked out on me without so much as a phone call.
Her ex.
Finn finishes for me and offers Chance his hand.
Nice to meet you.
Chance's eyes darken at the realization, and at first I assume he's jealous. Until he looks at me, flat out ignoring Finn, and says,
Your ex, as in the guy who let you drown?
The reminder cuts me to the bones. I forgot I told Chance what happened. I've had a small scar on the top of my head since the accident, and when he asked me how I got it, I told him the truth. That I fell off a boat and drowned while my ex watched. I don't confirm or deny Chance's suspicions, glancing at Finn, whose skin has become paler than snow in a fragment of a second. I thought his distress would be satisfying, but Finn looks like Chance just gutted him with words, and I almost feel sorry for him. No, I don't feel sorry for him. Fuck him. It takes Finn a few seconds to regain his composure and clear his throat.
That's me,
he admits. I don't know if I'm shocked by his honesty or impressed that he owned up to it. Chance moves in front of me, nudging me behind him like he's some sort of human shield.
You have some nerve coming back here after what you did. She almost died because of you.
I know that, Finn says, his voice flat, but I see the agony in the backs of his eyes.
Did you even apologize to her? You think you can just show up and introduce yourself like you didn't let her die? What the fuck, man?
Chance takes a few threatening steps forward, and I cringe. I appreciate Chance trying to stick up for me, but I don't need him defending my honor, especially not on the happiest night of Avina's life. Chance, come on, he's not worth it. I step between them, grabbing my boyfriend's hand and tugging on it. He doesn't move an inch. Chance, let's go. A sigh of relief escapes me when I manage to drag him away from Finn, barely avoiding disaster. I glance over my shoulder to see Finn right where we left him, watching us walk away.
What an asshole. He didn't even look sorry.
Chance fumes. I let him spew hate for a few seconds and nod along. Truth is, I don't have the energy to hate Finn right now. Just being in the same vicinity as him is mentally and emotionally exhausting to me.
He was staring at you all night, but I figured he was just some rando with a crush. It all makes sense now. He wants you back.
How much have you had to drink? I tease, but Chance doesn't find it amusing in the slightest.
I'm serious.
I shrug. Please, he just ran out of money and came back to leech off his friends. Images of him sleeping in his car return to my mind and reinforce my beliefs. He came back for himself, not for me.
Dia, I'm a guy. I know how we think, and this Finn motherfucker, he wants you.
Maybe he's right. Maybe Finn really did come back for me. Maybe he's insane enough to think that I could ever forgive him. Either way, it doesn't matter. Finn doesn't matter, and I need Chance to know that. Without a word, I wrap my arms around Chance's neck and push to my tiptoes. I bring my mouth inches away from his and whisper, "Well, that's too bad, because I want you." I usually keep our kisses PG in public, but I make it a point to go all out on this one. Chance's lips fit mine like a mold, his fingers tilting my chin backward for deeper access. He's a great kisser, truly, but I still open my eyes mid-kiss, searching for Finn somewhere in the crowd. Stop. Close your eyes. Be in the moment. But I can't. I keep my eyes open until I find him giving us the death stare by the bonfire. Is Chance right? Did he come back for me? Dia, close your fucking eyes. Still, I stare at Finn while another boy kisses me. I stare at my ex while Chance slips his tongue inside my mouth and a raw edge of self-hatred burns within my chest. My body tingles everywhere when Finn's lips curl into a knowing smirk. Shit. He saw me staring at him. What's wrong with me? Why can't I look away? It feels like my brain is being attacked by memories. In a flash, I'm back in the dark wine cellar where Finn stole my first kiss. I can almost feel his tattooed arms lifting me up and bracing me against the wine rack before placing a bruising kiss on my mouth. Then I'm transported back to the Richards' library on the night where we slept together for the first time. How does it feel to know no one is ever going to fuck you but me? All your firsts are mine, you hear me? All fucking mine. His voice is all I can hear. You're the only fucking thing that matters to me. I'd die for you, Dia. I'd kill for you. Tell me you know that. Stop, stop, stop. Get out of my head. I pull away from Chance in record time, my mind swamped with moments I swore to forget, and the lust in my boyfriend's eyes morphs into confusion. Everything okay? Chance reaches for my hand, but I remove it from his grasp. Yes, I'm fine. I stammer, my chest heaving up and down. I'm just... Think of something. Cold, I improvise. He nods, but he's not convinced. You left your jacket in my car 2 weeks ago. It's still there if you want it. A walk sounds pretty damn good right now. Might help set my mind straight. Would you mind giving me your keys so I can go get it? Sure. He plucks his keys out of his pocket. I take them. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. He tells me he's parked in the lot by the woods. It's the only lot near the beach. And I nod, turning to leave. I've never been so desperate to have a long chat with myself. Starting with, what the fuck was that? I spent the 3-minute walk to the parking lot beating myself up. I make it to Chance's car shortly after and catch sight of myself in the reflection of his tinted window. Who is this girl? I barely recognize her. I was using Chance back there, trying to prove to myself that Finn didn't come back for me. Maybe even trying to make him jealous. What was I thinking? I don't want to be that person. I refuse to be that person. I've just grabbed my jacket off Chance's back seat when I hear quick footsteps thumping against the concrete. I assume that Chance decided to tag along until I turn around and I see Finn. He's standing underneath a street lamp, basking in the faint glow of the moon and the parking lot lights. Strands of his dark hair fall in front of his eyes, his jaw noticeably tight. He pins me with a look that makes my palms sweaty. Creepy, deserted parking lot and a buff man staring at me? If it weren't Finn, I'd be running for my life. Only it's not my life I'm worried about right now. It's my heart. Was it worth it? His voice is packed with irritation. My brain wants nothing more than to come up with a snarky comeback, but that would require understanding what the hell he's talking about. What? The right side of his mouth curls into a smirk at my response. He loves that shit. He loves knowing that he still affects me.
Kissing the poor bastard to make me jealous. Was it worth it?
He repeats, never tearing his eyes away from me. I feel this big under his gaze, and I crack a mocking laugh, hoping to give him a taste of his own medicine. Are you serious? His smirk doesn't falter one bit, the determination oozing out of him, sending shivers down my spine. He wants an answer, and he's not going to stop until he gets it. You actually believe that, don't you? I try to scoff, but it gets stuck in my throat when he steps closer, and closer, and closer. He only stops once a few feet separate us.
I know what I saw.
He stands his ground, staring holes through the protective walls I spent months building around myself. You're crazy, is all I say. Is he, though? Shut up, inner Dia. A sigh hisses between his teeth.
You were using him to hurt me. Just admit it.
Seconds before I can walk around him and rejoin the party, he takes the last step needed to fill the gap between us. I instinctively back away, my body hitting Chance's car and my pulse speeding out of control when Finn braces his palm on the top of the car. My feet sink into the concrete as he brings his mouth to my ear and whispers,
"Congratulations. It worked."
A wave of rage surfaces in my chest, the resentment I've been harboring since the day he let me drown, hitting me full force. Fuck, I hate him. I hate that I'm flustered. He doesn't deserve to see me flustered. He deserves nothing. What kind of sick fantasy world do you live in? That kiss had nothing to do with you. I don't move a muscle, denying him the reaction he craves. He wants me to melt, to shiver. He wants our near proximity to do something to me, and I'll die before letting him win. His deep laugh sounds in my ear, his breath gliding down my neck, and he pulls back. His eyes drop to my mouth the next second, and he stares. And when I say stare, I mean he looks at my mouth like it's the only view worth looking at in the universe. His tongue darts out to wet his bottom lip, and my focus falls to his mouth. Christ, his lips look soft. I wonder if he still kisses the same. Did he kiss many other girls while he was gone? What the fuck? Stop looking at his mouth.
A fantasy world, huh?
He rasps, his mouth pulling into a cunning grin.
Seems to me like you're the one fantasizing right now.
I open my mouth to speak, but he beats me to the punch.
Do you remember what it was like?
He nudges a piece of my hair behind my ear, and I avoid his gaze, looking down at my feet. He doesn't allow me to escape for long, though, tilting my chin back up with his index and forcing our eyes to lock.
I do,
he breathes.
I remember you riding my cock in the janitor's closet at 3 a.m, begging me to let you come.
I muffle a gasp. He really went there.
I remember your lips.
His thumb grazes along my bottom lip at the same time, and goosebumps cover my entire body. I have to move away. I shouldn't be this close to him. This isn't right.
I remember what it felt like to kiss you.
He peels his eyes off my mouth, staring me dead in the eyes to see if he's getting to me. I know what he's doing. He's trying to weaponize our history, to tug at my heartstrings by bringing up memories of how happy we were before everything went to shit.
I remember touching your skin.
He cups my cheek, slowly tracing my jawline with his finger. I notice the sad smile on his face, and I understand. He might be trying to get to me, But this is getting to him, too.
I remember your teary eyes when I first told you I loved you.
I need to get the hell out of here. Move, Dia. Run. He's quiet for a moment, searching for a drop of emotion in my eyes, but he's wasting his time. I had to learn to master my poker face after he left. I couldn't walk around letting people know how I felt. They were already worried about me.
I remember everything, Dia. Every fucking thing.
He whispers, but it sounds like a plea. He's begging me to tell him that I remember too, that we still have a future. Chance was right. Finn wants me back. Shit, Chance. He must be wondering what's taking so long. Chance is waiting for me. I say dryly and push Finn off me. He's stunned as I walk around him, heading for the party, but he doesn't let my urge to leave faze him for long. He's stepped into my way a heartbeat later, stopping me.
Admit that you're lying, and I'll let you go.
This guy is tenacious, I'll give him that. I'm not doing this with you. I round him again, but he grabs my wrist.
Admit that you kissed Golden Boy to piss me off.
Okay, that's enough. Why? I fling my wrist out of his hold. So you can make yourself feel better about letting me die? My outburst startles him. We've been beating around the bush, refusing to acknowledge what happened that day ever since he came back. He slid right back into our lives and didn't utter a word about the accident. At least not until Chance called him out on it. And sure, when confronted by Chance, Finn owned up to it. He didn't deny what he did or make excuses, but I'd appreciate a bit of accountability. You let me drown, Finn. You abandoned me, and if it weren't for my brother saving me, I'd be rotting at the bottom of Lake Belmont right now. Do you get that? He stumbles back a step at the reminder, torment and guilt brewing in his eyes. That's why you want my confession, isn't it? Because me kissing Chance to hurt you would mean that there's still hope for us. That maybe one day down the road I'll be able to forgive you. His jaw goes slack, his reaction a clear confirmation that I'm spot on. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you what you want to hear. I can't tell you that there's hope for us because that would be the biggest lie of all. He clamps his mouth shut, his jaw muscles quivering, and I fail to decipher the expression on his face. I start to walk away, stupid enough to think that he's going to let me go this time, but he doesn't, reaching for my arm and holding me back. My back is all he can see, but I don't turn around.
I could apologize to you, but I won't.
I catch myself holding my breath.
I know there aren't enough fucking words to make up for what I did, but...
He shocks me by tugging on my arm and spinning me around so that I'm facing him.
I've changed, Dia. I did the work, and I know you have no reason to believe me.
Stop. I don't care how much you've changed, Finn. I don't even care if you got a whole-ass personality transplant. You can't just come back a year later and expect me to forgive you.
I don't.
He fires back. Wait, what?
I don't expect you to forgive me.
He elaborates.
I expect you to hate me. I expect you to call me a selfish asshole and push me away. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop trying. I'm never going to stop fighting for you, Dia. Over my dead fucking body.
Next thing I know, I'm walking away from him. Okay, more like running. I can't listen to this. The more time I spend in his presence, the higher the risk that I'll end up believing his lies.
Did you hear me? I'm not giving up on us. Fuck that. I don't care what I have to do.
He calls behind me. I don't spare him another look, picking up the pace and leaving him with a quick, "Go to hell, Richards." He responds with a laugh and a sentence I'm afraid is going to keep me up at night.
I'm already there.
A few seconds pass before he adds,
but not for long.
19. Diamond. Avina. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? The guys ordered enough pizza to feed a small country. Sauntering down the hall toward the library, I skim through Avina's unanswered messages and devote my sole focus to pretending there isn't a big pit of guilt stewing in my stomach. Avina Harper is my best friend. No, Avina Harper is my sister. And last I checked, sisters don't avoid each other. She's been messaging me for days, asking when we can spend time together. I must have used every excuse in the book at this point. Don't get me wrong, I want to spend time with her, but I've come to learn that wherever Avina goes, Xavier follows, and wherever Xavier goes, Finn follows. I've become an expert at staying away from the apartment to avoid the hazel-eyed traitor sleeping on Xavier and Avina's couch. You'd think keeping busy would be easy. After all, I'm juggling summer classes, work, and a boyfriend. But it's surprisingly hard to stay out until everyone's asleep. I've been hanging out with Chance every night this week, and as much as I wish it was because I enjoy his company, it's mostly because I have nowhere to go after libraries and coffee shops close. Seeing Chance every day is starting to weigh on me. He's been extremely supportive of my decision to take things slow until now, but I can sense his expectations growing with every kiss. And I can't blame him. We've been going out for 3 months. We like each other. Why wouldn't we have sex? Worst part is, I'm not entirely sure what's keeping me from taking the next step in our relationship. When Finn left town, I couldn't imagine ever trusting another guy enough to open up to him and be the most vulnerable version of myself. But after pondering my next move for days, I realized I needed to stop living in the past. I refused to keep giving Finn such power over me. Yes, he hurt me. Yes, it sucked. But Chance isn't Finn. Theo and his roommates are throwing a party at their house tomorrow night, and I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I'm going to sleep with Chance. Plopping down into a seat at the library, I drop my bags and books on the table before grabbing my phone to text Avina back. Dia. I don't think so. Studying tonight. I'll be home late. Her response is quick. Avina. Studying? Since when do you spend Friday nights studying? I'm tempted to tell her, since I have to live with my ex until the end of the summer, but figure that would be a tough one to swallow. I don't want her to think that she's not important enough for me to tolerate Finn's presence. Dia. Downside of taking summer classes. Avina. I swear I'm seeing you less now that we live together than when you lived at the dorms. I know. I'm sorry. Do you want to do breakfast tomorrow? There's this great restaurant 5 minutes from campus. There. That way I'm spending time with her without having to see Finn. Avina. Are you buying? I smile, shooting her a quick text that says, "What do you think?" I could hardly see myself not paying for her meal when she's letting me live in her apartment rent-free until the end of the summer. She replies right away. Avina. I'll go if you promise not to fall off the face of the earth again. I swear I almost filed a missing person report for a second there. I chuckle. Dia. It wasn't that bad. Avina. Please, the only way I knew you came home last week was because you ate our leftovers. Like you could ever eat all that food. Seriously, woman, you cook like you already have 5 mini Xaviers and Avinas. I know she's kidding, but I can't shake the guilt gnawing at me. It's no secret that she tends to overcook, which is why she tells me to help myself to whatever's in the fridge most days. But now she's putting a roof over my head and feeding me. I'll find a way to pay her back somehow. Maybe throw her the biggest baby shower of all time. That and spoil the shit out of her future kid. Avina. Just don't go Casper the Friendly Ghost on me again, okay? I wish I could promise to be home more, but the last time I saw my ex, I wound up using a really nice boy to make Finn's not-so-nice ass jealous. I have no idea how he does it, but he makes me different. Bitter. And I don't plan on spending time with him if I can help it. With that said, just because I'm avoiding the apartment doesn't mean I can't see Avina outside of it. Dia. Promise I won't do it again. Avina. You better. Need to get back to it. Save me some pizza? You got it. I spend the next 5 hours scrolling through social media and dreading the library's closure. I've been here so much lately that I was able to get ahead on my studies. I did each of my classes reading twice and finished homework that wasn't even due yet. Translation: I'm bored as hell. I eventually get kicked out by the same librarian who's been giving me "Don't you have a life?" looks all week before heading to Lenny's, my favorite coffee shop. Problem is, it's closed. The sign on the door doesn't give any details as to why, and I battle myself over going over to Chance's. I ultimately decide against it. We've hung out every single day this week, and I'm pretty sure if I come over to watch movies, he's going to make a move, and sex is the last thing on my mind tonight. I stand in front of Lenny's, wondering what to do for 15 minutes before the wind picks up, partnered with light rain. It's past 9. It's likely that Finn, Xavier, and Avina are still awake, but I'm too tired to care. Trying to fill every second of every day with something to do is starting to take its toll. All I want to do is crawl into bed and sleep for a century and a half. Plus, I don't need to talk to him. I'll just go straight to my room and voila. I'm pushing the door to the apartment open 30 minutes later. I kick off my shoes swiftly and tiptoe past the empty living room. It's 10:20 p.m., but the lights are already off, and Avina and Xavier's door is shut. I understand Finn is in the bathroom when I hear the shower running. I've barely taken 2 steps toward the guest room before my stomach starts to scream at me. Shit, I haven't eaten since this morning. I remember Avina saying there was pizza and book it to the kitchen, hoping to grab a slice and hurry inside my room. I open the fridge and find 3 boxes of pizza stacked on the bottom shelf. Score. I reach for the pizza on top and open the box, grimacing at the pineapples on it. Not even sure I could call this thing pizza anymore. This is more like pineapples on cheese. I'm not surprised Avina doesn't remember my dislike for Hawaiian pizza. Not many people know this about me, and those who do usually forget. Hopeful, I grab the other box and... more pineapples. I stiffen up at the sound of Finn turning off the shower down the hall and debate on abandoning Mission Pizza altogether. But then the last pizza in the fridge catches my eye. There's a sticky note on the box. On that note are 3 letters written in black Sharpie. Dia. I assume Avina put the note there to tell me which one was mine, until I pull it out of the fridge and open the box. The first thing I notice is the absence of pineapples on the crust. I'm practically salivating as I assess the untouched pizza. That's when I see the note stuck inside the cover of the box. Because pineapple on pizza is the devil's work. Finn. My mouth drops at the memory gushing to the front of my mind. I said that to him once. In fact, that's what I said to him word for word last year. That was before the night that changed everything. Before the accident. Before he left town. We were supposed to hang out at his place, and he suggested Hawaiian pizza for dinner, to which I replied that pineapple on pizza was the devil's work. I can't believe it. How does he even remember that? My own parents never remember that. I pull out a plate from the kitchen cabinet and top it with a slice. I open the microwave, ready to put the pizza inside. Back so soon? I nearly drop the plate at the sound of his voice. I feel like a full-blown criminal as I turn around to see Finn staring at me with a smirk I want to punch off his face. I have every intention of calling him out for giving me a heart attack, but my mouth trickles open before I can put a sentence together. Jesus fucking Christ. I've known he'd been working out since I accidentally snuck into bed with him, but seeing him all wet and shirtless, right out of the shower in nothing but a towel, is hitting me harder than I care to admit. It's not that I didn't notice his glorious body that night. It was hard not to, but I didn't really allow myself to look at him. Finn was always hot, even in high school, but now he's scorching. He's all muscles and tattoos and... fuck. I'm sorry, what? I steer my gaze away from his deeply cut abs. It's not even... He glances at the clock on the wall. 11 yet, and you're already home. What's wrong? Avoiding me not as fun anymore? I manage to snap out of whatever trance is robbing me of my common sense and swivel around to drop my pizza inside the microwave. I set the timer, keeping my back turned. Jem, he says when I don't answer. The nickname makes my skin crawl. Don't call me that, I snap, focusing on the numbers on the microwave like my next breath depends on it. I assume he's stunned by my response because he doesn't say anything for a moment. A sigh leaves his lips. Fine. Then what should I call you? The floor creaking behind me is my first clue as to his proximity. The second is the warmth of his breath against the nape of my neck. He's right behind me. Wifey, babe, love of my fucking life. Take your pick. He rasps, and I fight the shivers skittering down my spine. You're delusional. I feel his laugh everywhere in my body. And you're a liar. Am not. Lies. He whispers, closer to my ear this time, and I hold my breath until my lungs ache. You're a liar, Jem, and a bad one at that. I curse the microwave, inwardly screaming to hurry the hell up. I have no idea what you're talking about. He lets out a scoff. I'm talking about the fact that you'd rather go to the ends of the earth than talk to me. Why? That's an easy one. Because I hate you. Not good enough. He doesn't move an inch, his mouth hovering near my earlobe. Because I have a boyfriend. I muster another reason. If this one's not good enough, none of them are. For now. What else you got? That's the last straw. He's doing it again, pretending like nothing ever happened. You want a reason? Here's one. I spin, facing him. Because you abandoned me. Because I woke up crying every night in the hospital, waiting for you to show up. Because I found myself wishing I did die that day, just so I wouldn't have to deal with the aftermath of you. Because you broke me, Finn. Are you happy now? The smile slips off his face, and a shadow descends over his eyes. He says he's changed, that he was working on himself while he was away, but his demons are still there, inside him, just waiting to come out and play. I'm so sorry, Dia. His voice is strangely calm. The words he said to me the night of the bonfire clash with what he's saying now. I thought you said you weren't going to apologize, I point out. Chewing on the inside of his cheek, he says, That was before you looked at me like that. That's when I taste something salty on my bottom lip. No. You've got to be kidding me. Am I crying right now? What the fuck? I wipe the tears on my cheek with my sleeve and turn away, avoiding his gaze. Be more pathetic, will you? Look, I hurt you. I had my reasons for blacking out that day, but that doesn't make it okay. When you're ready, I'd like to share them with you. Hesitant, he lifts his hand to my face and stops just before touching my skin. He's waiting for me to stop him. Hell, I'm waiting for me to stop him. But I never do. He slowly sweeps the tear rolling down my face with his thumb. I'm so sorry, Dia. I know it doesn't erase what happened,
But if you think I don't care, you're wrong. There hasn't been a day where I haven't thought about the accident. There hasn't been a goddamn second where I haven't hated myself for what I did. It might not mean much, but I need you to know that I hurt myself too. I hurt myself the day I hurt you.
I've been speechless in my life, but never as speechless as I am right now. Beautiful apologies don't heal ugly wounds, and forgiveness can't be earned with pretty words. It's clear that things will never be the same between us, but maybe an apology is the first step to a wound becoming a scar. My pizza beeps, saving me the trouble of coming up with an answer. Thanks for the pizza, I say dryly. Without another glance in his direction, I grab my food, slam the microwave shut, and retreat to my room. College parties are overrated for many reasons. Drunk people, for starters. They're loud, obnoxious, puke everywhere. Don't even get me started on drunk frat guys. They'll have you losing all hope in the male species and make you wish dating yourself wasn't frowned upon by society. But that's not why I want to go home. The true reason why I regret coming to Theo's party is Finn. I knew I made a mistake from the moment I stepped foot inside the crowded house with Avina, Lacey, and Xavier. This isn't my first time going to a blacklight party. Theo hosted something similar back in high school, but it was more of a glow-in-the-dark party. This is on a whole new level. The guy's only request for tonight was that everyone wear white shirts. They didn't mind getting dirty. Surprisingly enough, people listened. I noticed the highlighters scattered all over the party as soon as I walked in. Then TJ made his way over to explain the party's concept. In short, the goal tonight is to write on other people's shirts with highlighters, and at midnight, black lights will come on, revealing what everyone wrote on your clothes. They even went as far as to throw in a theme. The theme is, wait for it, confessions. Avina and Xavier couldn't help exchanging amused glances, reminiscing about the confessions that drew them together in high school. TJ said the point is to confess something on other people's shirts. For example, a crush or something you lied about. They know damn well that most people are going to be passed out drunk by the time midnight rolls around, and odds are they won't remember who wrote what. I say that's the perfect recipe for disaster. But hey, what is college for if not awkward moments and killer hangovers? I need to put these in the fridge. You coming? Lacey gestures to the pack of canned cocktails in her hand, and I nod before turning to tell Avina. Only she's busy sucking face with Xavier, and I decide not to bother them, shadowing Lacey to the kitchen. I'm glad she was able to come tonight. She just recently started attending parties again. She wasn't comfortable with leaving her 11-year-old half-brother alone in the beginning, but he turned 12 a few months ago, and Lacey's slowly reverting back into a semi-normal college student. I scanned the room for a moment. I haven't seen Chance anywhere, which is weird, considering that he lives here. Lacey's just shoved her booze inside the fridge when a deep voice calls on us. Ladies, running a little late, are we? I spin to see Theo closing in on us with Everest Cahill, another one of his roommates. The last time I saw this guy, he was asking me to watch his dog for the weekend, and like an idiot, I thought he was asking me out. Showed up at his house, only to find out Everest had offered me a job, not his heart. The strange thing is, that weekend with his dog showed me just how much I love dog-sitting. Thank you, Everest. Wait, if it weren't for that horrifying misunderstanding, I wouldn't have become a dog-sitter, therefore I wouldn't have been hired by Finn's father the summer before senior year, and I never would have dated Finn. I guess that means I also wouldn't have had my heart pulverized into a million pieces. I take it back. Fuck you, Everest. Yeah, sorry. Had a hard time getting this one out of the Uber. Lacey grins, nudging me with her elbow. Everest flashes a small smile. Not in the mood to party? Something like that. I spare him the details.
Hey, do you happen to know where Xavier is?
Theo shows us the highlighter in his hand, his scheming smile doing little to hide his intentions. I scoff. Why, so you can draw dicks all over him?
I was going to write hooker with little hearts, but that works too.
He deadpans, and I smile at his shameless personality. They're in the living room. Lacey beckons him to follow her. We enter the room a minute later, and I slow down at the sight of the newest addition to the group. Finn is standing next to Xavier with his hands in his pockets, wearing a white t-shirt that molds his toned body to a T, and shabby black jeans that are ripped at the knees. Someone needs to buy this boy new clothes. He scans his surroundings for a moment, and I get the sense that he's looking for someone. Please don't let it be me. You'd think he heard my thoughts by how fast he finds me in the crowd. Our eyes lock. I look away, struggling to pay attention to the conversation as Theo and Xavier bro-hug. Before I know what's happening, Theo's passing highlighters around the circle, and we begin signing each other's shirts. It isn't long before everyone's signed my long-sleeved shirt. Well, everyone but Finn. And call me foolish, but I almost think I'm going to get away with it. Until Finn parks himself in front of me, that is.
May I?
He asks, a highlighter trapped in his fist. The rest of the group takes notice, staring at me. I feel stuck. I know if I say no, I'm basically telling them that it's always going to be weird between us. It's almost like I have no choice but to be civil with him. Sure. The word gets caught in my throat. Unsure, I extend my arm toward him, since it's one of the only spots without a drawing. Finn doesn't miss a beat, writing something on my forearm, and instead of trying to read the transparent message on my sleeve, I catch myself staring at the black bracelet around his wrist. Okay, fine, I also stare at the bulging vein snaking up his arm. A year later, he's still wearing my bracelet. I assumed he would have thrown it away like garbage. After all, that's what he did to me. He takes his sweet time writing his message. Then he pulls away, his thumb grazing my wrist as he does and covering my arm in goosebumps. A cunning smile plays on his face when I swallow hard. Fucker. He knows what he's doing. Finn's barely pushed the cap of the highlighter back on when a pair of arms wraps around my waist from behind.
There she is. I've been looking all over for you.
Chance's lips are on my cheek instantly, his breath laced with rum. I force a smile, glancing at him over my shoulder. He's already wasted, and it's not even 11. I don't have many turn-offs. It takes a lot for me to see a guy differently, but drinking excessively is a guaranteed way to push me away. I put up with Finn's alcohol addiction when we were together, and I'd rather give up on men forever than go through that again. In Chance's defense, this is the first time I've seen him this drunk. Let's hope it doesn't become a recurring thing. I wonder if Finn still drinks as much as he did. He said he went away to fix his issues, and if you ask me, his alcohol consumption ranked pretty high on the list. I betray myself by glancing up at him. Finn's face is a blank mystery as he stares at Chance and me. He doesn't have a drink, but he's gripping the highlighter in his hand so tightly that his knuckles are white. Oh, he's pissed. My cheeks heat up at the thought. Bet you're glad you came now, Lacey chimes as Chance plants a handful of kisses up and down my face. Aw, are you blushing? Avina says, and I laugh, playing the part. But the truth is, Chance didn't make me blush. Finn did. Not that it matters. Finn used to say that no one would ever fuck me but him. He was so sure he was going to be the first and the last man in my bed. But tonight, I get to prove him wrong.
20. Finn. I used to be a violent man. You know, The kind that goes apeshit on another guy for just looking at his girlfriend. But I'm not like that anymore. Nope. Absolutely not. I manage my anger now, and I don't even care that the girl of my dreams is dancing with another guy. I don't even care that his loser hands are all over her, touching her perfect fucking body and imagining what she'd look like on her knees. I'm perfectly calm. You hear that, me? I am calm. You're staring. Theo's voice startles me. I look up to see Theo standing next to the tattered leather couch I'm sitting on, an accusing look in his eyes. Great. He's going to lecture me. Just what I need right now. Mind your fucking business. I slouch into the couch, searching for Dia and her clown boyfriend on the dance floor. Only, they're gone. What the fuck? They were right there. Where did they go? They just vanished into thin air. Shit. Did she go upstairs with him? Did she? My shoulders unwind when two dudes the size of the Empire State Building stumble a few steps to the side, and the back of Dia's head comes into my line of vision. She's still there, dancing with that Chance guy. The difference is, he has his hands on her ass now. He brings his mouth to her ear, whispering all sorts of filthy secrets, I'm sure. Fuck. I want to set the world on fire. I want to smash a glass bottle over his golden boy head and make him swallow the pieces. And yet, I don't move a muscle. I remain seated, hating him from afar instead of going ballistic in the middle of a college party. I didn't go to therapy every single week for a year to end up reverting to my old ways the second shit gets rough. It's almost as if he can sense the wave of pure hatred directed at him, because Dia's boyfriend glances toward me, his palm still on her ass. I don't look away. I want him to see me staring. Because Diamond Mitchell will be mine again. And I want this Chance motherfucker to know. I'm coming for his girl. I'm so wrapped up in staring daggers through his forehead that I barely notice Theo plopping on the couch next to me. Look, man, I get it. You love her. But Chance is a good guy. Don't fuck things up for them. His unsolicited opinion does nothing but fuel my irritation. What doesn't he get? Chance could spend every day of his life saving puppies from burning buildings, and I still wouldn't want him anywhere near Dia. I keep my eyes straight ahead of me. What part of mind your business isn't registering? Theo and I haven't talked in over a year. It's a shame. We used to be tight. The guy lived in my house on and off all through high school. But after I left Silver Springs, we drifted apart. And it's not for my lack of trying. I tried to reach out more than once, but I never heard back. Xavier said Theo went through a lot of crap in his relationship with Avina's sister after graduation, and he was depressed for most of last semester. Either way, we're not close anymore. I don't need him getting all up in my business when he doesn't know half the story. And I sure as hell don't need him to tell me how much of a great guy Chance is. He doesn't know that I've spent the last 365 days working to become a better person myself. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but I'm definitely less horrible than I was before. Although I'm not sure the guy I am now is the guy Dia wants. I did everything I could to be worthy of her. Well, the version of her I remembered. Until I came back, and I realized that this girl doesn't exist anymore. Dia's different now. She dresses differently for one. She also doesn't smile nearly as much as she used to. And when she does smile, it doesn't feel genuine. There's constant sadness in the backs of her eyes, and it kills me to think I put it there. Chance draws Dia in for a kiss, and she smiles, losing her fingers in his hair and pushing to the tips of her toes to kiss him back. You have to admit, she looks happy, Theo says, his comment making me feel like my body's covered in wounds, and Theo's twisting a knife into each and every one of them. I can't fucking watch this. I'm about to push off the couch, but Xavier and Avina turning the corner keep me in place. What are you two talking about? Avina asks, and Xavier takes a seat on the couch, pulling her with him. He guides his baby mama onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist in a protective manner. I still can't believe Xavier's going to be a father. Not so long ago, we were two shitheads playing basketball in his backyard, daydreaming about going pro. Now, he's playing ball at Duke, and in 9 months, he's going to be responsible for a whole new person. As for me, I'm point-blank clueless about what I want to do for a living. But my future is kissing another guy right now, and I don't know how much longer I can keep myself in check. Dia grabs Chance's hand as soon as the song ends, dragging him off the dance floor. Her face lights up with a small smile the moment she sees Avina and Xavier on the couch. She makes a beeline for us, her smile disintegrating as soon as she notices me, and it feels like someone just struck an entire box of matches inside my throat. She really hates me, doesn't she? Next thing I know, Chance is sitting in the armchair across the couch and gesturing for Dia to sit on his lap. She hesitates for a while and decides to sit on the armrest instead. Chance doesn't insist, but I can tell he's a bit thrown off. She totally blew him off. Why does that make me so happy? The conversation picks up, and less than 5 minutes pass before Theo rises off the couch. I'm going to get another drink. You guys want anything? He offers. Xavier asks for a beer, and Avina puts in an order for a glass of water. Dia and Chance decline, which only leaves me. Theo arches an eyebrow. Richards, what about you? I notice Chance's features change at the mention of my last name. Shocked is how I would describe his expression. But there's also a trace of anger on his face. What the fuck is his deal? Richards, Theo insists. I'm good. Theo lets out a scoff. Finn Richards says no to a drink. Someone check him for a fever. Right. He doesn't know. None of them do. I make eye contact with Xavier for a fleeting moment. He's the only person I told about my new lifestyle. What am I missing? Theo urges. He's sober now, shithead. Xavier fills in the blanks. Silence descends over the group. He's what? Theo blurts out. I cast a glance toward Dia. Her mouth is parted, her eyes widened, and she looks paler than she did a second ago. You're sober? Her voice cracks on the last part. This has to be the first time she's voluntarily talked to me since I came back. My chest is bursting with joy, but I try not to let it show, giving a small nod. How long? She asks. Over a year. She clamps her mouth shut, the truth overwhelming her. I can practically see her putting the timeline together in her head. I left 1 year and 2 months ago, which means... So, you stopped after... She doesn't need to say the rest. I did. Oh, is all she brings herself to say. I gaze into her eyes, finding her disbelief oddly satisfying. I told you I did the work. The truth is, I haven't had a drop since the accident. I thought I was going to die when Jesse pulled Dia's lifeless body out of the water. I almost did die when I watched him give her CPR and she didn't wake up. I couldn't breathe. Panic crushing the air in my lungs and making me gasp like I was the one drowning. I started puking everything my stomach contained, and when he managed to bring her back, I ran. That was the turning point for me. The moment I knew things had to change. We maintain eye contact until Chance intervenes, pulling Dia onto his lap and looping his arm around her waist possessively. Dia doesn't protest, but her discomfort is as obvious as her boyfriend's insecurities. Staring me dead in the eyes, he tightens his hold on her body, placing a kiss on her shoulder as if to brand her skin with the word, mine. I bite back a laugh. She's not his. Not by a long shot. But I have to admit, right now, she seems to be a lot more his than she is mine. Anger scrapes at my insides when he whispers something in her ear, and she lets out the cutest laugh I've ever heard. The cherry on the sundae is how fast he tilts her chin back with his index and kisses the shit out of her. I glance around the room to find the group staring at me with nauseating pity on their faces. Fuck this. I need some air. I'm off the couch before anyone can muster a reply. I've had many people tell me that being the only sober person at a party would make me want to drink again. They said the temptation would be near unbearable when surrounded by alcohol, but I find the opposite to be true. I've been leaning against Theo's house, watching students fall on their asses and puke all over themselves for 30 minutes now, and I've never wanted to drink less in my life. I bring the flask in my hand to my mouth and take a sip of the non-alcoholic gin Ruben recommended. Shit tastes like sewer water mixed with cleaning supplies. If he were here, I'd tell him that his taste buds have been ruined by old age, and he'd either call me an arrogant little shit or a punk. Feels weird not seeing him every day. We still talk and check in through texts, but I've gotten so used to his cheesy, inspirational quotes and superhuman patience over the past year that I feel a bit lost without him. I knew that sober talk was bullshit. I whisk my head to the side and find Chance standing a few feet away from me, murder written all over his face. I don't bother explaining that I'm drinking sewer water. I mean, non-alcoholic gin. The fuck do you want? I drawl. It's dark outside, but bright enough for me to see his bloodshot eyes and wobbly walk. The guy is wasted and furious, which is never a good combo. He stumbles over to me, his voice venomous as he spits, "For you to stop drooling all over my girlfriend!" A scoff rips from my throat. Sorry. No can do. And I'm not lying. I couldn't stop looking at her even if I tried. Although something tells me this isn't just about Dia. He looked shocked when he heard my last name earlier, and his facial expression screams, "I wish you'd get hit by a truck." Whatever this is, it feels personal. "Why did you come back?" he says in an accusatory tone. Is that even a question? You know why. He lets out a mocking laugh. "You're never going to get her to forgive you. You know that, right?" I shrug. Maybe, but I sure as hell am going to try. Silence lingers in the air for a moment. Is that all? I cock an eyebrow. At first, he hesitates, but then he says, "No." I barely have a chance to react before he draws his fist back and punches me across the jaw as hard as he can. My cheek stings, the initial pain making me wince, and my head snaps up. I consider going apeshit on him, but my voice of reason butts in. Don't do it, Finn. Don't you fucking do it. I knew this Chance guy had a darkness to him. He's clearly the jealous type and turns into an insecure little boy at the first sign of trouble in his relationship. But even I didn't see that coming. I take a step forward, and he stumbles back on cue, obviously scared shitless. He talks a big game, but he knows he couldn't take me in a fight. If I throw myself at him right now, he's done for. He clears his throat to regain his composure. "That's for my brother." Then he turns to leave. What the fuck?
Diamond. My heart is racing as I rush into the upstairs bathroom and slam the door behind me. I feel like I'm about to puke, which is alarming, considering I haven't been drinking tonight. I plant my palms on the bathroom counter, eyeing my reflection in the mirror and replaying the event I just witnessed on a loop. Chance punched Finn. He punched him. The worst part is Finn didn't even fight back. He remained calm and collected the whole way through. You mean to tell me that on top of being sober, he's found a way around his anger issues? Whoever this guy is, it's not Finn Richards. It can't be. Chance told me he was going to get another drink earlier, but Avina said she saw him sneak out the front door when I wasn't looking. I wound up following him to the front yard and saw him and Finn talking. And even though I couldn't hear what they were saying from my hiding spot, I didn't need the audio to know it had something to do with me. I didn't think Chance had that kind of anger in him. But then again, I also didn't think Finn would be the bigger person in this situation. My phone chimes with a text, and I pull it out of my pocket. It's Chance. Chance. Where are you? The bathroom door creaks open before I can type a reply, and I turn around, berating myself for forgetting to lock the door. Finn comes bursting inside the bathroom a second later, and I dig my nails into my palms at the sight of his busted lip. He has a cut on the corner of his mouth, courtesy of Chance, and a few drops of blood stain the collar of his white shirt. Shit. Do I actually feel bad for him right now? He stops when he sees me standing there, his eyebrows shooting up to his forehead, and I consider dashing out of the bathroom. I hate to admit it, but I need to know if he's really changed. This new Finn act seems too good to be true, and I decide to put him to the test. What happened to you? I bait him. He doesn't answer right away, walking over to the bathroom cabinet and throwing it open. He shrugs. Just some wasted frat guy. I'm stunned. He could have very well tried to use Chance's actions to his advantage. He could have ratted him out in order to manipulate me and gain my sympathy, but he didn't. Why didn't he? I call him out. I know it was Chance. I saw everything. Then why did you ask? He continues to search the cabinet, probably for a first aid kit. I zoom in on his wounded lip, and worry creeps under my skin. Images of a beat-up Chance flooding my mind. I was scared they'd catch me, so I went back inside after Chance threw a punch. I just assumed it ended there, but what if Finn returned the favor? I stress my bottom lip. You didn't hurt him, did you? The corners of his lips curl upward. That depends. Can it hurt if he's unconscious? What? I erupt, panic lacing my voice. Against all odds, Finn grins. Relax, I'm kidding. I didn't touch your precious boyfriend. My entire body unwinds, but a voice in my head warns me not to fall for it. For all I know, Chance is suffering somewhere with broken ribs. It could all be bullshit. You're not fooling anyone, you know. I fold my arms over my chest, leaning against the bathroom counter and watching him dig through the cabinet. He frowns. Meaning? Meaning I don't buy your whole changed man act for a second. You mean to tell me that you're sober and a pacifist all of a sudden? Please. He closes the cabinet, turning his sole focus over to me. I'm not telling you anything. He parks himself too close to me, his piercing gaze becoming a prison I have no hope of ever escaping. I'm showing you that I've changed, Dia. And it wasn't all of a sudden. I didn't just wake up one morning with the tools to manage my anger. It took a whole year of therapy and self-hatred and facing my demons to get to where I am. Wait, therapy? As in, he went voluntarily? We're talking about the boy who drove his first therapist so insane she eventually refused to see him anymore. He inches closer to me, planting his palms on the counter behind me and caging me in. You don't believe my words? Fine. But at least believe my actions. We stare at each other for the longest 5 seconds of my life. I clear my throat. I think I saw a first aid kit around here somewhere. Finn backs away, and I start to go through the drawers of the bathroom vanity. I can feel his hazel eyes tracking my every move, the weight of his attention too heavy to bear. I'm guessing you spend a lot of time here then? He fishes for conversation. What makes you think that? You just seem to know where everything is. I shoulder check him. He's leaning against the door, as if to make sure I won't run back to the party and leave him hanging. Yeah, I come here a lot. I keep my answer short. And do you spend the night often? He adds. What's with all the questions? Sometimes. I lie. I haven't spent the night at Chance's since we started dating, but that's none of Finn's business. Does that mean you and Chance have shared a bed? I find the first aid kit underneath the sink seconds later and swallow a laugh. Is he seriously asking me what I think he's asking me? I drop the kit on the counter and spin to face him. Why don't you say what you really mean? Any normal person would be embarrassed. No one likes being put on the spot, but Finn doesn't seem fazed by it in the slightest. If anything, he seems amused. Okay. He pushes off the door and walks over to me. He only stops once I have to crane my neck to catch a glimpse of his face. Did you fuck him? He says, without a sliver of shame. My answer is immediate. No. A satisfied grin stretches the corners of his mouth. What the fuck? Why did I just tell him that? What about other guys? Did you fuck anyone while I was gone? He takes it a step farther. I managed to stop myself from answering this time. Are you serious? You disappear for an entire year, and you think I owe you a detailed list of every guy I had in my bed? I abstain from telling him that the list would be a short one. Chance and I dry-humped each other once, and then there was... Nope, that's it. That's where the list ends. What would you do if I asked you the same question, huh? I throw it back in his face, not expecting an answer, and round him to get to the exit. I'd laugh. His voice is low. I stop dead. What? I turn around. We're so close I can smell his cologne again, but I don't move away. Not that I could, even if I wanted to. My back is up against the door at this point. I said I'd laugh. He repeats. I arch an eyebrow. Why? A sigh hisses between his teeth, and I get the sense that he's fighting his impulses. Then he leans in, holding my gaze as he rasps, Because you're it for me, Diamond Mitchell. My breathing quickens, only to stall a few seconds later. You're the goal. You're the finish line. You're the only endgame worth fighting for. And I find the thought of sleeping with another girl fucking laughable. That's why. He cups my face with both hands, and I regret not running away when I had the chance. He brings his mouth inches away from mine. You're it for me, and I'm it for you. You can fight it all you want, but deep down,
You know it's true.
Slowly, I remove his hands from my cheeks, careful to look him in the eyes as I blow his hopes to pieces. I'll make sure to keep that in mind when Chance is taking my clothes off tonight. His jaw goes slack, and I think I see something shattering in his eyes, but I don't stick around long enough to watch him fall apart. I believe him now. I believe that Finn has changed. But what he doesn't understand is, I have too. 21. Diamond.
Dia?
Chance's voice is nothing but an echo as his fingers sink into my waist, his mouth positioned next to my ear. My heart is pulsing in my brain. It's pounding, drowning out my common sense. Chance lets out a heavy breath when I shift beneath him, his hardening cock brushing against my thigh.
Dia, are you okay?
No. Yes, I lie. Not even 10 minutes ago, I was stuck in the bathroom with Finn, listening to his romantic speech and trying not to let him in. Funny thing is, he probably thought his confession would deter me from going back to Chance. Maybe even earn him some points on my redemption board. Little did he know it would make me want to prove him wrong. You're it for me, and I'm it for you. You can fight it all you want, but deep down you know it's true. The words he said only magnified my irritation. He sounded so confident, so infuriatingly sure of himself. After all this time, he genuinely believes that we're meant to be together. I knew I had to find Chance from the moment I left Finn alone in the bathroom. We happened to cross paths with Finn while we were going up to Chance's bedroom. If looks could kill, Chance would have dropped dead right there on the stairs. Finn didn't even bother to hide his anger. He just stopped in his tracks, standing perfectly still in the middle of the staircase, and stared at us until Chance and I disappeared inside his bedroom. Let's see if he still believes we're meant to be together once Chance has been inside me.
You have no idea how long I've wanted to do this.
Chance covers every inch of my neck with kisses. I want this too, I think. Chance climbs on top of me, propping himself onto his palms and lowering his head to peck my mouth. He starts with light kisses, but eventually increases the pressure, kissing me harder. I feel like I can't breathe, and it kills me to admit it, but the missing air in my lungs has nothing to do with Chance. I spent the next 5 minutes convincing myself that I'm just nervous about having sex for the first time in a year, and begin to tug at his t-shirt. Chance takes the hint and takes off his shirt before tossing it across the room. My hands fly to his pecs as soon as his chest is exposed, and I find myself waiting for something. Dirty talk wouldn't hurt right now, but I get silence. Never-ending silence. We keep on kissing for a few minutes, and I hate myself for wishing he'd call me a good girl, or taunt me with a joke I know he doesn't mean. I wish he'd take control, but instead he lets me lead. I know he probably just wants to make sure that I'm into it, but the fact that he's been kissing me for so long, afraid to make a real move, is a bit of a turnoff. What the fuck is wrong with me? He's a perfectly nice guy with good manners. Finn already gave me trust issues. Don't tell me he ruined good old vanilla sex for me, too. I surprise myself by grabbing Chance's hand and shoving it under my shirt. Chance groans at my initiative, topping it off with, "Is that okay?" I put his hand there voluntarily. Why is he asking me if it's okay? Dia, stop. He's just being respectful. Yes, I reassure him, and he grabs a handful of my breast over my bra. I expect him to take this to the next level, but he keeps his hand there, cupping my breast without doing anything about it. Put your hand inside it, I command, and he sucks in a breath, his palm sliding inside my bra the next second. I have hope that he's catching my drift when he grazes my nipple with his thumb.
"So sorry,"
he apologizes. And I've never been less turned on in my life. That's it. I'm officially broken. Finn broke me with his dirty mouth and animal sex. The worst part is Chance seems to like what we're doing, because I can feel his cock growing against my jeans.
"Can I take your shirt off?"
he asks, pulling away to look me in the eyes. I nod, realizing something is terribly wrong when the words, "just get it over with," pop into my head. This isn't right. I shouldn't want this moment to be over so fast. This isn't how it should be. This isn't how it used to be. Sex with Finn could last for hours and still not be long enough. It was scorching hot and so damn overwhelming at times, I thought I was going to go insane. He was rough and demanding, and he would fuck me until I couldn't speak. He would ask for consent, sure, but it didn't feel awkward when he did. Then he'd have his way with me. No shame, no filter. He'd just take whatever he wanted. Pressure rises between my legs, and guilt clogs my throat. Chance begins to pull at the hem of my sleeves, struggling to get my shirt off, and I tense up at the words written on my forearm. Holy shit. Finn wrote something in invisible ink on my sleeve earlier. I completely forgot about it. I remembered Theo saying all the lights in the house had been changed for black lights, including the lights in the bedrooms. I glance at the clock on Chance's wall. It's midnight. The guys must have used smart lights and put them on a timer, which means everyone is reading the confessions people wrote on their clothes in transparent ink at this very moment. I squint at Finn's handwriting. Then I start to cry. I can't control it. Hell, I don't even understand it. But I burst into silent sobs as I read the words Finn wrote on my shirt. Everything but you. That used to be our thing. Our way of saying I love you. Low blow, Richards. Low blow.
"What's wrong?"
Chance worries when I push him off me. Everything is wrong. The situation is wrong. The timing is wrong. But mostly, my heart is wrong. The stupid thing doesn't know how to differentiate hate from love. I'm sorry. I don't feel so good. I lift off the bed, my head spinning and the air in my lungs contaminated with panic. I feel like I'm going to be sick. I slide my feet into my shoes before Chance can get a word in and haul ass out of his bedroom. The house is dark, but I manage to hurry down the stairs with the help of the black lights scattered around the party. The deafening music muffles Chance calling my name, but it's not loud enough to quiet the devil on my shoulder. You still have feelings for him. After all this time. After everything he did. Stupid, stupid girl. I need to get the hell out of here. I'm halfway to the door when I feel a hand wrap around my wrist from behind. I try to keep going, but the pull is too strong. Someone spins me around, and my breath jumps when I come face to face with Finn. At first, he looks shocked, but then he notices the tears coating my cheeks, and his confusion morphs into rage.
"What did he do?"
He grits out, still holding my wrist. I don't answer, trying to school my erratic breathing.
"Dia, what the fuck did he do?"
He spits, urging me to reply, and my mouth falls open. He didn't do anything. It was you. I will never know one moment of peace as long as you're in my life. Don't you see? You're my curse, and I can never escape you. Of course, I don't tell him that. I've just managed to remove my wrist from his hand when I hear Chance's voice.
"Dia!"
I flick my head to see him pushing his way through the crowd to get to me. He stops a few steps away.
"What the hell happened back there?"
Finn stares bullets at Chance as soon as he comes into view, his jaw twitching with fury.
I need to go home, okay?
I croak, turning to leave, but Chance grips my wrist, jerking me back.
Dia, for fuck's sake, you can't just leave like this. Talk to me.
Chance snaps, squeezing my wrist, and even though I'm 99% sure he doesn't realize he's hurting me, I can't conceal the wince on my face. It doesn't help that a migraine is beginning to form in my skull, radiating all the way to the back of my head.
Take your fucking hand off her unless you want me to cut it off and shove it up your ass.
Finn takes a few threatening steps toward him, and Chance jolts backward, releasing me on cue. Chance regains his composure shortly after.
Stay out of this, you fucking murderer!
My brain clings to the term he chose. Murderer. And he's right. Technically, Finn did kill me. He killed me by not doing anything that day. I remember how it felt to gasp for air, fighting for each breath as I sank to the bottom of the lake. I remember seeing Finn's silhouette above the water, the all-consuming panic flooding my chest when I realized he wasn't going to save me. The utter hopelessness of realizing I was going to die. I called Finn's name until my lungs gave out. Then there was nothing but darkness. My head is pounding. Shit, I can't breathe all of a sudden. Why can't I breathe? Finn doesn't even blink at Chance's slander, his focus directed at me. He immediately notices my distress.
Dia, what's wrong?
Baby, talk to me. Finn moves closer to me, and I don't even have the strength to scold him for calling me baby. What's happening to me?
Did you hurt her?
Finn turns to Chance when I don't give him the explanation he seeks, and grips his shirt.
Did you do this to her?
Chance word vomits.
What? No,
He holds Chance up by his collar, getting in his face and saying through gritted teeth,
I swear to God, if you tried to force yourself on her, I'll kill you so fucking slowly. You're going to beg me to end you.
This is getting out of hand. Vince, stop! I choke out and grab his arm, trying to capture his attention. He immediately whisks his head to the side to look at me. I feel like I'm going to die, damn near suffocating, and for the first time since I met him, Finn isn't the one who needs help getting through a panic attack. This time, I'm the one who needs him. He catches on right away, letting go of Chance and gripping my shoulders firmly.
Breathe, Dia.
I catch the expression on Chance's face as Finn cups my cheeks and says,
Look at me. You're okay. It's going to be okay.
Chance looks gutted, like he can't believe I turned to Finn for help instead of him.
Hey, focus on me.
Finn stares so deeply into my eyes, I fear he can see the thoughts behind them.
Whatever's going on inside your head, it's not real. I'm real. Me. Nothing else.
I managed to get my shit together an eternity later. Memories of that day on the lake slowly fade to black as Finn rubs my face with his thumb, and I let out the longest sigh of my life, air flocking back into my lungs.
Better,
Finn whispers, his hazel eyes plunging into mine, and I give a small nod. That's his cue to release me. I'm confident Chance and I are done for when I turn and see the sheer betrayal gushing out of him. If me bailing on him, right when we were about to have sex, didn't convince him to end things, my ex comforting me in the middle of a panic attack definitely will. Then, without a word, Chance gives me a final look and walks away. 22. Diamond. Breakups are never fun. But you know what's even less fun? Knowing the relationship is over and having to wait for them to break up with you in person. Days have passed since Theo's party, none of which included any type of communication with Chance. Or Finn, for that matter. I wouldn't have blamed Chance if he'd decided to never speak to me again, but he sent me a message yesterday, asking if we were still on to visit his brother in jail this afternoon. I was surprised, to say the least. I didn't understand why he'd want me to accompany him after all that's happened, but then I figured we might as well have a conversation before going our separate ways. Plus, I promised him I'd be there for him during this difficult moment, and I have every intention of keeping my word. Chance is still going to be in my life since he's Theo's roommate, and I'm not sure I'd survive being on bad terms with not one, but two of my exes. It's horrible enough that I have to live with one of them until the end of the summer. I don't need the other one avoiding me like the plague. Speaking of avoiding people, I'm pretty sure Avina is this close to sticking a private investigator on my ass to find out where I'm hiding during the day. After the party, I went right back to spending most of my time at the library and staying out until everyone's asleep. I meant it when I said I wouldn't disappear on Avina again, but I didn't anticipate how I would feel following Finn's intervention at Theo's. He was so different that night. Sure, he almost flipped his shit at the thought of Chance forcing himself on me, but in the end, when I started to panic, he was there for me, more than he's ever been before. In the past, I was always the one to calm Finn down when he was spiraling. I came through when he was at his most vulnerable state many times, but he was never able to do the same for me. The guy I knew was far too unstable to be my anchor, but now he feels solid, grounded, like I could actually rely on him, too. I'm not saying I'm ready to forgive him, but his changed behavior sure is making me wonder how he gained so much self-control. I'm growing more and more curious about where he ran off to this past year, and I've been thinking of lowering my weapons and letting him explain himself. He said he had his reasons for leaving, and that one day when I was ready, he'd share them with me. I'm starting to think one day should be soon. I pad out of my bedroom at around 10:30 a.m. I've been holed up in there, waiting for Avina and Xavier to leave for the restaurant for 2 hours now. They're having brunch with Xavier's dad downtown, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with my best friend's interrogation so early in the morning. Chance should be here to pick me up at any moment, and I heard Finn leave a few minutes ago, which means the coast is clear. If I had to guess, I'd say Finn went to the gym. Avina says that's all he does these days. When he's not looking for a summer job, he's working out. Apparently, that's his new thing. I've just stepped out of my room when the front door creaks open. Finn ambles inside the next second, the strap of his gym bag hanging down his shoulder. His hair is a gorgeous mess, his eyes made small by obvious lack of sleep. He spots me in a matter of seconds, and I consider heading back to my room. Screw it. A few minutes in his presence aren't going to kill me. I thought you left for the gym. I start digging inside my purse. He shrugs. Forgot my headphones. I nod, denying him eye contact, but it doesn't stop him from watching me intently. I don't attempt to make conversation, pulling my keys out of my purse. I make my way to the front door, intending to wait for Chance outside, but Finn doesn't budge an inch. I crane my neck to face him, shooting him a look that says, "Move." Instead, he gives me a once-over, chewing on his bottom lip. You look amazing. My cheeks flare. Thank you. I made an effort this morning. Blame it on my ego. All I know is I'd rather not look homeless when Chance inevitably breaks up with me. I expect Finn to let me pass, but he stays put, torturing me with his persistent stares and dazzling smile. I clear my throat. If you don't mind, I have a date. His smile withers away instantly. A date, huh? He asks, his voice flat. I don't know why I said that. It's not a date. Far from it. I'm going to visit a criminal in jail with a guy I'm 99% sure is going to dump me. He clenches his jaw. With Chance? I nod. Finn ponders his response for a moment, the spark in his eyes dwindling. After battling himself for a while, he clears his throat, moves aside, and gestures to the door. Have fun. That's it. Have fun. Why did I expect more? This new Finn is always so calm and collected. Well, except for when he thought Chance put his hands on me. I'm used to toxic, impulsive, reckless Finn. In the past, when he wanted something, he needed it right here and now. But the new him? He's patient, level-headed, understanding. I hate that it's making him even hotter. I randomly zoom in on his wrist when he points to the door. I notice that he's not wearing the black bracelet I made him anymore. He's worn the bracelet every single day since he came back, but not today. Why did he take it off? Maybe he's officially giving up on us. After all, he just told me to have fun with Chance. A knock rattles the front door a moment later, and I reach for the knob to open it. Chance is waiting on the other side. He almost seems happy to see me. Until he notices Finn, that is. What the hell is he doing here? Chance's features harden. Oh my God. Don't tell me I forgot to tell him Finn lives here. How could I forget to tell my current boyfriend that I live with my ex? He's just crashing here for a while. You know, since he's Xavier's best friend. Chance cocks an eyebrow. And you didn't think that was something I should know? I wasn't trying to keep it from you, I swear. Honestly, he should just break up with me right now. I wouldn't hold it against him. Don't worry, man. I've been taking very good care of her. Finn flashes a wicked smile, bracing his tattooed forearm against the doorway and pinning Chance with a defiant look. I glare at him, mentally calling him every name I can think of. To my disbelief, Chance doesn't take the bait, blowing out a breath to calm himself down and turning to me. You ready to go? He asks. I blink at him in shock. Is he joking? He still wants me to go after this? Sure. Casting a final glance toward Finn, I exit the apartment with my soon-to-be ex-boyfriend. I never noticed Chance was left-handed. Granted, that's a weird thing to think about while visiting someone in jail, but what else am I going to do? Have a conversation with Chance? That would require him looking up from the visitor application he's been filling out for 30 minutes and 12 seconds. Yes, I counted. He's obviously stalling to avoid talking to me until a prison employee takes him to the visitation area. We haven't said one word to each other since he picked me up from the apartment earlier. Makes me wonder why he wanted me to come in the first place. I highly doubt he brought me here just to ignore me the whole time. Or maybe he's petty. Maybe he's giving me the silent treatment as punishment for neglecting to tell him I live with Finn. Either way, I wish he'd cut it out. Today will be Chance's first time seeing his brother in years. I only came because he said having someone there would bring him comfort. Had I known he'd refuse to acknowledge my existence, I would have settled for a quick breakup text and spared myself the awkward afternoon. Chance puts down the clipboard holding the application a few minutes later, chewing on the inside of his mouth. His stare is blank and emotionless as he rises off his chair and walks to the front desk. He hands his completed application to a member of staff before regaining his seat. He starts bouncing his leg from the moment he sits down, and a voice in my head warns me not to make assumptions about how he's feeling. What if he's not icing me out? What if he's just nervous and doesn't know what to do with himself? Everybody handles emotions differently. For all I know, he could be quiet because he's busy trying to keep his anxiety in check. He confirms my intuition by inhaling a sharp breath and holding it for a moment. Then he does it again, struggling to steady his breathing. He's not mad. He's scared. I don't know what happened between him and his brother, but it seems the past they share is a heavy one. Hey, it's going to be okay. I bump my knee against his. He gives me a forced smile and slouches into his seat. We don't speak again after that, but his leg stops bouncing, which I take as a good sign. I find myself wishing they'd let me go in with him when a prison employee comes up to us and beckons to follow her. I can't accompany him since I'm not on Chance's brother's visiting list, but I'll be able to go into a nearby room and witness the whole thing. This way, if it gets to be too much, Chance can look up and see me smiling at him. First, the woman guides Chance to a visitation room full of tables, chairs, and brawny prison guards. Then she leads me to another waiting room, this one smaller and empty, with a large rectangular double-paned window that allows me to see straight into the visitation area. The inmates haven't been brought in yet. Chance, a family of 3, and an older gentleman are the only ones there. Chance grabs a seat at a table and glances at me, doubt smeared all over his face. In response, I do the only thing I can do in a situation like this. I wave and smile. He tries his best to muster a genuine smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes, the sheer discomfort brewing inside him palpable. I make funny faces through the glass while we wait, eventually drawing a laugh out of him, until the double doors across the room burst open, and Chance's smile fades. The first 2 inmates are ushered to their families and friends. Then comes Chance's brother in the typical orange jumpsuit, his hands shackled in front of his body. I assess the man Chance hasn't spoken to in years. He has long, greasy-looking dark hair that stops an inch before his shoulders, and a short, patchy beard you'd expect to see on a teenager rather than a grown man. That's when Chance's brother halts in front of the table where Chance is seated and looks up at me. It's not just a quick glance. He stares at me, hard. Then his mouth pulls into a crooked smile. I feel that smile everywhere in my body. It's like a shiver, a cold breeze of despair snuffing the oxygen out of the room. I've seen that smile before, on a man that looked different, but was just as much of a monster. That man once pinned me to a bed and choked me until I was begging for air. That man touched me, groped me, abused me. That man took away Finn's happiness out of spite and enjoyed it. Because Chance's brother isn't the stranger I thought he would be. He's the guy who killed Lexi.
What the hell happened to you back there? Why do you run away?
Chance drops onto the driver's seat of his car an hour later, his voice thick with blame. You'd think I'd have come up with a solid excuse by now. I've been in hiding in Chance's car for a while, and I still haven't found a way to justify my disappearing act. As soon as I recognized Lexi's killer, I bolted. I couldn't bear to look at him a second longer, no matter how much I wanted to be there for Chance. It just doesn't seem real. Out of all the guys at Duke University, I just had to get involved with the one whose brother assaulted me and killed Lexi. Did Chance plan this? Did he know who I was when we met? Is fate really this cruel?
Dia?
Chance places a hand on my shoulder.
You okay?
Here goes nothing. I know him, I blurt out, keeping my gaze drilled into the dashboard. I wait for Chance to ask me to elaborate, but he doesn't make a sound. Did you hear me? I know your brother, I urge. No reaction whatsoever. My head snaps up, and I scan Chance's face for a clue as to what's going on behind those blue eyes. He doesn't look surprised, or confused for that matter. Finn is part of the reason why your brother went to jail. I lay it all out. That seems to do the trick because Chance exhales a breath, removes his hand from my shoulder, and says, I know.
What the hell? You do? I had my doubts, but I wasn't sure. That's why I wanted you to come today. Holy shit. I couldn't understand why he'd want me to accompany him after Theo's train wreck of a party. Any guy in their right mind would have called it quits right then and there, but not him. Here I thought he just needed someone to be there for him today. Turns out he had a plan all along. So what? You brought me here to test me? He was probably hoping my reaction to seeing his brother would clear things up for him. That would explain why he was so bent on having me watch from another room. He debates on his answer for a moment. I brought you here because I need answers. There it is. I'm only here because he wants information, and if it weren't for the fact that I have some questions of my own, I'd tell him to get fucked. I want to know how his brother could turn into such a terrible person. How two siblings, raised by the same parents, could be so different. I haven't met Chance's mom, but from what he's told me, she's the best mom you could ask for. I inhale a sharp breath. How did you find out? It clicked when I met your ex. Well, technically, when I heard his last name. I figured if he was involved, you probably were too. Wait, so you didn't know Finn was involved before you heard his name? He scoffs. I didn't even know why my brother was in jail until recently, let alone the name of the people that pressed charges against him. I started looking into it a few months ago when he called, asking me to come see him before he got transferred out of state. I knew Chance and his brother weren't close, but I didn't think they were strangers. I read the name Richards in the police report, did some research, and found out some multimillionaire named Hank Richards went after Joel for attempting to drive over his youngest son, Finn, and killing the family dog instead. Joel. That's his brother's name. I don't know why I expected a murderer's name to be scarier. The few articles I found online said this Richards guy didn't rest until Joel was locked up. Put his best lawyers on the case. My brother didn't stand a chance. I bite my tongue to keep myself from telling him that his brother got what he deserved. No, I take that back. His brother got less than what he deserved. Bastard got away with 3 years, and he would have gotten half if it weren't for his other crimes. He had a bunch of offenses on top of attempted murder, mostly drug-related charges. There was also that time he stabbed Finn in the arm after he failed to hurt him the first time around. If it were up to me, the psycho would have gotten life. Then I heard Finn's full name at the party, and I just knew. I knew it had to be him. Lots of people are named Finn, but his last name? That shit was undeniable. I slouch into my seat. Looks like you already know everything. I doubt I'll be of much use to you. You were there, correct? I hesitate. Yes? Then you're the only person who can tell me what I need to know. And what is that? I want to know if he did it. I need to know if he really tried to kill Finn. I stifle a bitter, resentful laugh. I understand why he'd want to see the good in his brother. We all want to believe our loved ones can be redeemed. But the fact that he's asking me that question tells me I was right the first time. Chance doesn't know his brother. He has no idea what Joel is capable of. Boy, is he in for a rude awakening. I had to watch the family dog bleed to death. What do you think? I fire back. Chance's mouth drops open at my response, and while I wish I'd delivered the news in a more sensitive way, I don't regret telling him the truth. So, he did it, then. Chance barely says. He told me he was set up. He made it sound like Finn's family was bent on ruining his life, and he was the victim here. He had me riled up and got me to feel bad for him. But he really did all these things, didn't he? He did. I allow Chance a few minutes of silence to make peace with the information he's just been given. The sad part is he doesn't look surprised. He looks disappointed. Like deep down, he knew Joel was full of shit, but didn't want to believe it. Thank you, he whispers. Of course.
A few seconds elapse before I gather the courage to say, "Can I ask you a question too?" Chance nods. "Hit me." "How come you're not close with your brother? Didn't you guys grow up together?" Chance sighs, throwing his head back against the headrest. "If you want to get technical about it, he's my half-brother. And no, we didn't grow up together. My mom got pregnant with Joel when she was 16. Her parents were strict, very religious people, and kicked her out when they found out. Long story short, Joel's biological father was some 22-year-old loser, but he was all she had, so my mom fell in with the wrong crowd, doing anything she could to survive." I keep quiet, waiting for him to reveal more of his story. Joel was surrounded by hard drugs when he was a kid, and once my mom turned 19, she got approached by some fucker claiming he could give her and the kid a better life. Of course it was bullshit. She wound up trapped in sex trafficking by the time Joel was 2. Took her 7 years to get out of it, and when she did, Joel was already scarred for life. He ran away when he was 10. You can imagine what life had to be like out there for a 10-year-old kid on his own. Knowing Joel's backstory does help me understand why he turned out the way he did. My mom met my dad after she got herself out of that nightmare. She was a wreck over my brother and addicted to all sorts of drugs. Joel had been the only reason why she'd stayed alive for the past 10 years. But she didn't want to go to the police, afraid they'd start digging into her past. She just felt hopeless. My father came through for her when she had nobody, and she was scared he'd end up being like all the other shitbags she'd encountered. Thankfully, he didn't. She got clean, and they moved in together after a while. A year later, she got pregnant with me. So, yes, Joel is my brother, but we've never been close. I wonder what Joel would be like today if he had been born a few years later. Would he be a good person? A respectful guy with goals and a family? These two had the same mother but completely different lives, all because one of them was born earlier. Did they ever tell you about Joel? Yeah. My mom sat me down when I turned 17 and told me I had an older brother somewhere out there. She didn't even know if he was alive. She was just hoping that he was. At the time, I didn't want to know him. I figured we were over 10 years apart and we'd have nothing in common. Until he reached out to me my senior year of high school. I still have no idea how he found out I existed. What did he say? He fed me a load of crap about wanting to get to know his little brother, and I believed him for a while. He started asking me for money a few weeks after that. It wasn't a lot of money at first, but every time I said yes, he'd take it as a sign to ask for more. I was working on the weekends and would burn through all of my paychecks to help him out. He'd lie to me and say he needed cash to get his life back on track and go to rehab. He didn't want me to tell our mom and blamed it on his addiction, claiming he wanted to get clean before he saw her again. Then one day, I followed him and saw him snorting lines with his friends. That was the last straw. I told him to stop contacting me and cut all ties with him. I hadn't talked to him in a year and a half when he reached out to ask me to visit him in jail. That sucks. I'm sorry. He shrugs. Meh, I got off easy if you think about it. I grew up in a good home, had loving parents, while he had a 16-year-old drug addict for a mother. Joel's the one to feel sorry for. My response is delayed by the harsh thoughts colliding in my head. Maybe that makes me insensitive, but I don't feel bad for Joel. Plenty of people get dealt shitty hands in life. Having a tough childhood doesn't give you permission to run people over. But then again, I might see things differently if I'd been the one living on the street at 10 years old. Talk about a small world. It comes out as a whisper. Chance shoves a hand through his hair. Tell me about it. We don't speak for a few seconds. I didn't even ask. How did the visit go? I ran out of there before Joel even sat down at the table with Chance, and I've been wondering what happened since.
Chance lets out a scoff. Exactly like I thought it would. He's still the same manipulative asshole he's always been. What did he want? Money, for his expenses while he's in prison, what else? I thought he wanted to see you one last time before he got transferred to another state. So did I. A drop of disappointment bleeds through his voice. You should know he's still pissed at Finn. He's obsessed with getting his revenge. He even asked me to pass along a message to him. What message? I'm not sure I want to know. He said, and I quote, "Once I'm out of here, I'm coming for you and your whore." Silence submerges the car as I try to process Joel's threat. He's probably full of shit, but just in case. I nod. I'll pass it along. This draws the topic to a close, all the while bringing light to the unfinished business weighing on my chest. We both know today is our expiration date, but I feel the need to mark the ending of our story with a proper goodbye. I clear my throat. Look, about what happened at the party. Don't. You weren't ready, and you should never have to apologize for that. My heart warms. Most guys would have gladly let me carry the blame. At the risk of sounding like an enormous cliché, it had nothing to do with you. If you say it's not you, it's me, I'm kicking you out of the car. Chance points his finger at me like it's a threat, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I laugh. But it's true. I didn't freak out because of anything you did. I freaked out because... My words trail off. I'm not sure I'm ready to admit to myself that I ran because I was thinking about Finn. He was the one whose touch I craved while Chance was running his hands over my body. For a second there, he was the one I wanted. Even though he broke me, even though he left, I wanted him. Still. You don't need to say it. I know why you really left. Chance snaps me out of it. I arch an eyebrow. By all means, enlighten me. You left because you still have feelings for Finn. You're wrong. I don't miss a beat. Dia, it's fine. You two have history. You've been through hell together, and that kind of love, it doesn't just go away. Did Joel slip him some crack in there? You're way off, I say. Chance angles his body to the side, his poker face unbreakable. Do you know what I saw that night at the party? I stare out the window, refusing to meet his eyes. That's how much I don't want to be having this conversation right now. He carries on anyway. I saw him calm you down in a matter of seconds. He didn't even have to try. He just understood you. All you said was his name, Dia, and he knew exactly what you were going through. I was pissed at first, but seeing you go to him when you needed someone, seeing how you two communicated without words, it made me realize that I'm not your person. He is. He abandoned me, Chance. I can't forgive him. I argue, but I'm not even sure who I'm trying to convince anymore. Him or myself. Just because you couldn't see him doesn't mean he wasn't there. What is that supposed to mean? Chance sighs. I talked to Xavier, and I really think you should ask Finn. Give him a chance to explain. I may hate the guy, but even I have to admit he had good reasons for bailing. I knew when I got into a relationship with Chance that he was a nice guy, but I never knew he was a saint. I refused to have sex with him before running back to my ex, and he somehow found a way not to take that personally. What kind of selfless, good-hearted soul roots for his ex-girlfriend and another guy to get together? I debate on taking his advice for long seconds. I've been thinking of letting Finn tell me his side of the story for a while now. This might just be the push I needed. Fine, I'll ask him. But when he inevitably disappoints me, I'm going to need a written apology. Chance smiles. Copy that.
We spend the next few minutes laughing, which only reinforces my confidence in our decision to part ways. Chance and I are better off as friends. We always have been.
You ready to go?
Chance turns the key into the ignition, a hint of sadness gleaming in his eyes. We don't need to say it. We know it's over. I glance up at him, give a small smile, and say, I'm ready. 23. Diamond. The sky is a sea of stars by the time Chance drops me off at the apartment. The drive home wasn't as awkward as I expected it to be. We managed to keep the conversation flowing, in spite of knowing that we were heading toward the end. Chance hits the brakes in front of Xavier and Davina's building, and I unbuckle my seatbelt, dreading the goodbye ahead. We've been good at filling awkward silences so far, but this one feels inevitable. I turn to look at Chance, mustering an uncomfortable smile. I'll see you around?
See you around, Dia.
I'm out of his car in a heartbeat, waving at Chance from the sidewalk. He cracks a small smile and then drives away. Just like that, our story is over. Good thing I'm interested in someone else's story. Finn's, to be exact. Chance convinced me earlier. I owe it to myself to hear Finn's version of events. I need to have all the information before I can even think of moving on with my life. I've just stepped inside the apartment complex when my phone chimes with a text. My stomach sinks at the sender. It's Jessie. Jessie.
Don't forget dinner tomorrow.
It's barely been 2 weeks since I agreed to meet Dave and Jessie at the restaurant, so why does it feel like 2 months? So much has happened since the day Jessie showed up at the dorms to invite me to dinner. Finn came back in the picture, for one. But hey, if I'm willing to let Finn explain himself, the least I can do is give my family the same chance. Dia. I won't forget. I've had more than enough time to prepare a list of questions to ask Jessie about my birth mother. I know exactly what to say to him tomorrow. Problem is, knowing what questions to ask doesn't guarantee that I'll be able to handle the answers. Jessie texts me back right away. Jessie.
I'll pick you up at the dorms at 5.
I'm quick to correct him. Dia. I don't live there anymore. I'll send you my new address. I'm halfway to the apartment when Jessie replies with a simple, okay. I fidget with my keys as I take the stairs 2 at a time, my mind reeling with Joel's message for Finn. In 3 years, the sicko will be free, and if his message is anything to go by, Finn is the first person he'll want to see. I need to talk to him about this. He's the only one who will understand how it felt to see that man again. He was right there with me when Lexi died. No one in this world can relate as much as he can. And if I'm going to talk to someone about what happened, it might as well be him. I select Finn's number in my contacts and type a quick message. Dia. Where are you? We need to talk. He replies with one word. Finn.
Roof.
I don't bother asking him what he's doing up there, continuing down the hall and past the apartment. I remember Avina mentioning that tenants had access to the roof during the summer. I find the metallic stairs leading up to the roof shortly after and text Finn back. Dia. On my way. I make it to the top just moments later and push the steel door open. I don't see Finn right away, distracted by the warm string of lights illuminating the well-furnished space. A handful of cocktail tables sit in the center of a wooden deck, surrounded by white plastic chairs and topped with colorful flower pots. This place must be crawling with tenants during the day. I snap out of it, scanning the area carefully, and spot Finn lying on a blanket near the edge of the roof. He's staring at the night sky with his forearm propped under his head, seeming lost in deep thoughts. My stomach twists into a big knot when I notice a few empty cans scattered around him. Is he drinking again? I don't get the chance to take another step before Finn sits up on the blanket, bracing his forearm on top of his knee and glancing at me over his shoulder. One look at my face and he says, "It's non-alcoholic." How the fuck did he know? I didn't ask. I shrug, like he didn't just read my mind. His lips curl into a small smile. You didn't need to. I hate how well he knows me. I expect him to return to his stargazing, but he doesn't. Drinking me in, his eyes loaded with heat and suppressed urges. Don't look at me like that, I say with a stern voice. Like what? He plays dumb. Like you want me. He cocks an eyebrow, flashing a devilish grin. Are you asking me to lie to you, Jem? My lips part, but just for a moment. Shit, am I blushing? I'm telling you to keep it to yourself. I fire back. Unfazed, Finn diverts his focus back to the sky. I have to admit the city looks insane from up here. Avina and Xavier's building is taller than most, its rooftop surprisingly private. Top that with a view you can't find anywhere else, and you have yourself a nauseatingly romantic spot. A few seconds elapse before Finn asks, Are you going to sit? I wrestle myself over heading back inside, since today was eventful enough as it is. No, he needs to know about Chance's brother wanting his head. Well, technically, our heads. I'm quiet as I plop down on the blanket Finn placed on the floor, which is ironic, considering my mind is nothing but chaos and doubt. We spent the next few minutes staring at the sky in complete silence. I don't know how to bring this up with him, and when my phone chimes with a new message, relief surges in my chest. I check my locked screen, intrigued by the name on my phone. Chance texted me. I catch Finn looking at my phone from the corner of his eye and tilt my body to the side to open the message without him reading over my shoulder. Chance. Thank you for coming with me today. You left a few things at my house. Is it okay if I drop them off at your place tomorrow? He's giving me back my things. That's how you know it's really over. I chew on my bottom lip, texting back, Sounds good, thanks. His text saddens me, and it's not even because I loved him. I'm sad because I didn't love him, no matter how much I wish I had. Say the word and he's dead, Finn says in a gravelly voice. My head snaps up and I connect the dots in no time. He saw Chance's name on my phone and now I look like a sad puppy dog straight out of a cartoon. He thinks Chance hurt me, doesn't he? He didn't do anything. It was me. I correct him, putting my phone away. I know what he's going to say before he even opens his mouth. Are you too? I sigh. Over? Yep. He's dropping my things off at the apartment tomorrow. His hazel eyes light up at my admission. He's not even subtle about it. Sheer joy tainting his face. I'm sorry, he says. I scoff. No, you're not. No, I'm not, he admits, without a sliver of shame. I bite back a grin. At least he's honest. I get on my back, staring at the night sky, and Finn matches my actions, tilting his head to look at me. What happened? He asks. You happened, a voice in my head screams. You and your cunning smiles and your newfound self-control and your stupid, gorgeous hazel eyes. You did this, Finn. You ruined this for me. What are you even doing out here? I changed the topic. Xavier kicked me out of the apartment while he and Davina... He pauses, searching for the right words. Make baby number 2? I chuckle. He smirks. Something like that. There's a beat of silence. Hey, what did you want to talk to me about? Okay, Dia. Let's start with something easy. Then we can work our way up to a criminal wants to kill you. The guy who ran over Lexi is getting transferred to a prison out of state next month. Judging by the look on his face, this isn't a new piece of information to him. Yeah, I know. My dad left me a voicemail about it. He's still in touch with his dad? I figured they weren't on speaking terms after I found out Finn was living in his car and wearing used, worn-out clothes. Hank Richards is nothing if not a proud man. He always made sure his kids reflected his fortune. You should know I went to see him in jail today. 3, 2, 1. You did what? Finn blurts out, his conflicted expression cluing me in as to his inner dialogue. He thinks I went to see that dirtbag on purpose. I didn't mean to. I was just as surprised as you are. Turns out he's Chance's older brother. The fuck were you and Chance doing in prison anyway? He asked me to come visit his brother with him. He didn't want to go alone. I refrained from telling him that the real reason Chance wanted me to come along was to get information out of me. Finn's eyes widen in realization. Holy shit. What? Chance said, that's for my brother after he punched me that night at Theo's. It didn't make any sense. That's why he hates my guts. He thinks I'm responsible for his brother being sent to jail. Believe me, he doesn't think that anymore. I told him what happened that day. He knows it wasn't your fault, but that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. He told me to pass along a message from Joel. He cocks an eyebrow. What? Once I'm out of here, I'm coming for you and your horror. I quote Joel word for word. Finn clenches his jaw, his fist rolling into tight balls. Why you? You didn't do shit. Yeah, but I was your girlfriend. It's kind of smart when you think about it. What better way to hurt you than to go after the girl you loved? His eyes lift to mine, and he stares to the point of making me flinch. Then he says the one thing I wasn't ready to hear. Love. I pause. What? Love. Present tense. He corrects. It feels like a herd of angry elephants is stomping all over my ribcage. He has no right to tell me that. He can't just tell me he loves me without knowing how much it hurt to love him. Did you know that I couldn't sleep after the accident? He seems taken aback by the redirection. And on the rare occasions that I did sleep, I'd have nightmares. Horrible ones. They were all in the same place. Your dad's boat. The where never changed, but the ending always did. Sometimes you'd push me in the water yourself. Sometimes you'd hold my head underwater until I suffocated. But there was one dream that came back more often than the others. In that dream, all you did was watch. You didn't move. You didn't try to save me. You just watched. He winces at the details, but that doesn't deter me one bit. I'd wake up in a panic every night, and the worst part wasn't even the dream itself. The worst part was realizing that it wasn't a dream. It was a memory. He doesn't speak for a few seconds. I'm so sorry. I didn't have a choice. That's his excuse? I didn't have a choice? Bullshit. We always have a choice. I spit. You're not listening to me, Dia. I didn't have a choice. He sits up and I follow his lead. When you fell into the water, I had no control over my actions. Fucking none. It was like I was 8 years old all over again. A powerless little boy watching everything he loves get taken away from him. I wanted to save you, Dia. I've never wanted anything more in my entire life. But I couldn't move a muscle. I couldn't breathe or make a sound. I was paralyzed. I almost lost you because of my PTSD. The thought infuriates him. Fuck, I almost lost you because of my trauma. Never again. Tears have begun to amass in my eyes. I guess, deep down, I've always known that there was more to the story. I always suspected that his inaction had to be related to his mother's drowning. And as pathetic as it may sound, if he'd stuck around while I was in the hospital, I probably would have understood. If he'd spent every night by my bedside, waiting for me to wake up, if he'd stayed after the accident, begging for my forgiveness, I would have eventually taken him back. I was so hopelessly in love with him that if he'd just shown me he loved me back, I would have gotten over it. In time. But he left. He abandoned me when I needed him the most. And I'm starting to realize what hurt the most wasn't that he accidentally let me die. It's that he walked away from me and never looked back. Then why did you leave? And don't say it was to protect me. A lone tear escapes my eye, streaming down my face. Embarrassed, I lift my hand to dry my cheek, but Finn beats me to it, catching my tear with his index. The sweet gesture startles me, but I allow it. I didn't leave to protect you, Dia. I left because I couldn't. And if I can't protect the only person I love in this world, then I don't deserve to love them. He's changed a lot in the past year, but one thing remains the same. He still doesn't believe he deserves happiness. He's somehow convinced himself that because his mom lost her life, he doesn't deserve to enjoy his. You're never going to stop punishing yourself, are you? He catches on quickly. Probably not, but I couldn't bear to spend the rest of my life punishing you. A pit of pain swells in my throat, his words driving 1,000 nails through my already fragile heart. Wake up, Dia. That's just a nice way of saying he didn't want to be in your life. Meaning you left because you didn't want to be with me? Meaning I had to get my shit together before I could be worthy of you. I can't wrap my head around it. If what he's saying is true, he left that day with one goal, and one goal only: to become a better man. I knew if I stayed, you'd try to fix me. But no one could do that but me, he adds. I expel a deep breath, bringing a hand to my forehead, as if to prevent a migraine from forming. Finn rolls onto his side to look at me. And did you? I ask, once I've regained my composure. Did I what? I flip onto my side, too. Fix yourself? My voice breaks. He moves closer to me, brushing the side of my face with his fingers. The air grows scarce in my throat at the contact. Why do you think I came back? He whispers. I shiver everywhere at his touch and pull away like I just got zapped. I can feel my resolve starting to crumble and have to remind myself of one important fact to counter the effects of his speech. You didn't check on me while you were gone. Not even once. I accuse. I expect his features to darken with guilt, but the only prominent emotion on his face is shock. They never told you, did they? Tell me what? He lets out a quiet laugh. Dia, Xavier almost had to block my number after the accident. I was blowing up his phone, texting him 20 times an hour for updates on how you were. He eventually got sick of my shit and stopped answering me. I got so worried at one point that I called your brother. Of course, he told me to suck a dick, but I figured it was worth a shot. Finn called Jesse, knowing how much my brother despises him? He must have been beyond desperate. There hasn't been a day since I left where I haven't pestered Xavier for information about you. Not one. He wouldn't go into details, though. He'd update me on how you were doing, and when I asked specific questions, he'd tell me to come home and see for myself. I spent the last year watching your social media accounts like a fucking stalker. And yes, I left you, but fuck Dia. You have to know. You never left me. I'm all choked up by his story, but battled the flow of emotions threatening to sweep me away. Is this what Chance meant when he said that just because I couldn't see Finn doesn't mean he wasn't there? And this. Finn points to my bracelet on his wrist. I never took it off, except to shower. That must be why he wasn't wearing it this morning. He takes it off, placing it in the palm of his hand to show me. It kept me going, like a constant reminder of what was waiting for me back home. That's where I draw the line. I wasn't waiting for you, I say dryly. Does he really think I just sat around for a year waiting for him to come back? He slides the bracelet back on, unbothered by my cold reply. So you're telling me you fucked Chance at Theo's party? My mouth falls open. I'll never get used to how fast this boy can go from deep, heartbreaking apologies to this. He arches an eyebrow, inching closer to me on the blanket. It's a simple question, Jem. This is the second time he's asked me that. The first time I told him no, but this time I might just have to toy with him a little bit. We did things. Lots of things. I lie. His fists harden at his sides, his jaw muscles flexing as he tries to keep his jealousy in line. That's not what I asked. I said, did you fuck him? I'm not sure what he's trying to prove by getting me to say it out loud, but I'd rather not give him more ammunition. I'm afraid my heart is going to puncture a hole through my ribcage when his hand begins to move from his side of the blanket to mine. His knuckles graze my stomach, barely touching me. We're still facing each other, both lying on our sides, and I have to force myself not to look at his mouth. Jesus, Dia, get a grip. Did he take you, Dia? His voice is barely above a whisper. Did he bend you over and take you so fucking hard you forgot what we had? I wish I could say I'm flustered, but what I am is so much worse than that. Fuck, I think I'm turned on? Heat settles in my stomach, and I only realize I'm clenching my legs when my clit starts to pulse. It's been so long since I've felt this way, I eventually convinced myself I'd never feel that kind of pull again. I was seriously starting to think I was dead, down there. Did he? Finn urges. I hold my breath when he presses his fingertips to my stomach and guides his hand under the fabric of my shirt. He's not shy about it either, staring me dead in the eyes to monitor my reactions. It's almost nothing, but the feel of his fingers on my skin is enough to disarm me completely. No, I choke out. His lips tip into a wicked smile. And why is that? He starts to draw slow circles on my skin with his index, and I shiver all the way down to my toes. What was the question again? I don't know, is all I managed to say. Well, that's a shame, because I do. His fingers begin to glide down my abdomen, his touch light and torturous. You didn't fuck him because you're mine, Jem. And whether you realize it or not, you were waiting for me. You always fucking will be. I'm not yours. It takes all I have to keep my voice from shaking. He moves closer again, pressing his chest to mine. I expect my body to stiffen, but instead, each of my muscles relaxes. His tongue darts out to wet his bottom lip, and I don't know why, but holy shit, that does something to me. Say that again, he challenges. I get the sense that I'm going to regret complying, but do it anyway. I'm not yours. I'm convinced I'm going to flatline when his right hand clutches the back of my head and he twists my curls around his fist. Then tell me to stop. I let out an audible gasp when he undoes the button of my jeans and slips his fingers inside. He's not asking me for consent. He's asking me to reject him. He's daring me to say no. It's not that hard, Dia. Just say no. One word, one syllable. N-O. And yet, I physically can't make a sound. His touch feels familiar, almost liberating, as he nudges my panties to the side in one move and looks up at me. This is my chance. Say no. Just say no. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. Fuck yes, he grits out from the moment his fingers land on my clit. His circles are slow at first, and I want to scream in rage because it shouldn't feel this good. He's barely using any pressure. Why in the fuck does it feel so good? Has it really been this long? I touched myself recently, didn't I? Not that it can compare. Nothing feels like this. Like him. I can't contain a loud moan when Finn picks up the pace and his eyes widen at the sound. Most guys in this situation would take it up a notch. But Finn isn't most guys, and he decides that stopping is a better idea. You want it, then take it. He uses his hold on my hair to lower my head, forcing me to look at his hand shoved inside my jeans. Use me, Dia. You're not mine? Fine. But I'm all fucking yours. And so, I do just that. I use him. I begin to move back and forth while Finn presses his fingers to my center. I'm responsible for every sensation as I rock against his hand and quiet the moans in my throat. Desire burns in his hazel eyes as I take what I need from him. We're on a rooftop, and sure, the building is the tallest around, but anyone could open the door and see us. Something must be wrong with me because I can't bring myself to care for 1 second as I watch Finn rub my clit faster with each roll of my hips. His voice has a carnal edge to it as he rasps, "Tell me you're not wet for me." Why don't you find out for yourself? I whimper and immediately want to smack a hand over my mouth. Who the fuck is this girl and why is she so dirty? A question I've been asking myself since the day Finn Richards walked into my life. Finn doesn't take any convincing, regaining control and gliding his fingers down to my entrance. Oh, fuck. Yes, Dia, you feel so warm. And I bet if I... He doesn't finish his sentence, squeezing 2 of his fingertips inside me. I tense for a moment, overwhelmed by the sensation, and Finn grunts, leaving a few kisses up and down my jaw. Relax, baby. Don't overthink it. He never lets go of my head as he speaks, hell-bent on making me watch, and I take his advice, inhaling a deep breath. I immediately feel my shoulders unwind, and Finn easily pushes the rest of his fingers inside me. That's a good fucking girl. I almost go insane when he says that. Come here. Finn surprises me by pulling his fingers out of me and guiding me against his chest. My head droops against his shoulder as he opens his legs to allow me to sit between them. His right hand picks up where it left off, sliding inside my panties. His fingers fill me to the brim before I know it, and his other hand shifts to my throat, giving it a squeeze. His thumb pinpoints my clit, the rest of his fingers sliding deeper inside me. Fuck, I've missed that view. He whispers in my ear, rubbing me in small but rough circles. Faster! I cry for more. He speeds up his circles, fingering me to another realm. I can feel his cock jolting every time I moan, his length rubbing my back, and I try my best not to imagine what it would be like to hold him, taste him, fuck him. You don't see it, do you? His mouth snakes up my neck, nibbling at it until I'm boneless against him. You don't see how fucking perfect you are. I'm not perfect. I'm weak. I'm letting my ex-boyfriend finger fuck me on a rooftop, and what's worse, I like it. I hate you. I pant in a failed attempt to save face, my self-hatred muffled by the lust in my voice. And I love you. He goes harder, faster, breathing me in as he buries his face in my neck. I love you so much, Dia. I loved you even when I didn't deserve to. My heart swells up to an agonizing size, pain coursing through my veins as my back arches off his chest. I start to shake uncontrollably, my voice of reason protesting as loud as it can, but I'm already too far gone. I'm going to come in his arms, whether I like it or not. My moans intensify, and Finn reads me loud and clear. Don't you fucking dare hold back, you hear me? He rubs my clit until fireworks ignite in my toes. Fuck yes, baby. He pumps his fingers into me one last time. Overwhelming pleasure knocks the breath out of me as I peek all over his fingers, hating myself, but loving the way it feels. There's no manual for this, no right way to handle the guy you believed to be the love of your life coming back a year later as the person you always wanted him to be. I need to learn to forgive myself for this, but mostly, I need to stop wanting to do it again. Coming back down to earth feels like that moment just before the roller coaster drops, except it lasts forever, and you're terrified of what's waiting at the bottom. Oh God, what did I do? Finn draws his fingers out of me, then out of my pants, his other hand tilting my head to the side as he tries to kiss me. I dodge his lips, offering him my cheek without a second thought. He might have just made me come like never before, but kissing him would be too intimate. I don't spare him so much as a glance as I rise to my feet and zip up my pants. Acting unbothered, I fix my hair, which is now a tangled mess, and make a beeline for the door. No goodbye, no warning, nothing. Where the hell are you going? Finn calls me out on it just as I'm opening the door. The lie is out of my mouth before I can help it. To see Chance. At least with him, I didn't have to fake it. I turn just in time to see Finn's jaw hit the ground. Then, without awaiting his response, I walk away. Finn might have temporarily won over my body, but I'll die before giving him my heart. 24. Diamond. If you're going to jump out of the car, at least tell me so I can slow down first. Jesse teases as we pull into the restaurant's parking lot shortly after 5. I release a nervous laugh, but the real joke is how close to the truth he is. I didn't want to come today, a fact you can easily guess by looking at my face, and Jesse's been making snarky comments since he picked me up at the apartment. Little does he know, all he's doing is giving me ideas. I'm not even sure why I'm nervous about this dinner. Is it the prospect of seeing Dave again? Learning the truth about my birth mother once and for all? The answer practically smacks me in the face when Jesse pulls into a parking spot and kills the engine. The dinner will make it real. It was easy to outrun the truth when Jesse and I weren't speaking. I was okay with only knowing half the story because my ignorance allowed me to make up my own ending. One that preferably didn't involve my big brother actually being my father. But after today, I'm going to know everything. Every little detail. No more running, no more lying to myself. just the truth.
Come on, he's waiting for us.
Jesse unbuckles his seatbelt. A pit of anxiety forming in my throat, I nod and shadow him to the restaurant's entrance. Jesse says something to the woman at the front of the restaurant, but I can't make out what, my loud, erratic heartbeat keeping me from focusing. The woman gestures to follow her and leads us to a leather booth at the back of the restaurant. Dave's already seated when we reach our table. Relief flashes in his gaze as soon as he sees my brother. But then he sees me, and his mouth falls open. Is he tearing up? Dave and I haven't seen each other in over a year. I haven't picked up his calls or answered his messages since I left for college. Guilt flickers in my chest at the look on his face. I was so mad at him and Jesse for lying to me that I never stopped to think about how they felt. It must have been hell for Dave. He lost his husband and his daughter in the span of months. Maybe I was too hard on him.
Sorry we're late,
Jesse says, and Dave rises to his feet, pulling him into a quick embrace.
Don't worry about it for a second.
Dave pats Jesse's back. They separate a moment later, and Dave turns his attention over to me. I'm not quite ready for a hug, but I also don't want to treat him like a stranger, so I offer him a small smile and say, "Hey, Dad."
"Hi, honey."
Dave's voice cracks.
"You look beautiful."
I glance down at my outfit. I was in a rush and opted for a black long-sleeve dress, which worked out well considering this place is on the fancy side. Jesse said I looked like I was going to a funeral when I first got into his car, to which I replied to shut up unless he wanted a funeral of his own. It's crazy how easily we turned back into bickering siblings, and even crazier to think that we're not siblings at all.
"Please, sit."
Dave retakes his seat, gesturing for us to join him. Jesse slides next to Dave in the booth, and I plop down on the opposite side, facing both my adoptive father and my biological father. Yes, it's as surreal as it sounds.
"Our waiter should be back with water soon, and I ordered us a few appetizers,"
Dave says. I thank him with a nod. Silence descends upon us, and I wonder if diving straight into it would seem rude.
"So, how's school?"
Dave makes small talk. I play along. Good. I love it.
"That's amazing, sweetheart. How are the dorms treating you? Not too expensive, I hope?"
I actually don't live at the dorms anymore. I didn't get along with my roommate, so I'm crashing with Avina and Xavier until the end of summer. I explain. To no one's surprise, Dave goes on to ask me about my insufferable roommate, and I walk him through the worst weeks of my life, telling him everything he needs to know about the human red flag that is Grace Paisley. I run out of patience 5 minutes later. I'm all for small talk, but we have more pressing matters to discuss than the weather and my roommate being Satan's spawn. What was my mother like? I cut to the chase, leaning against the table and joining my hands together. I can tell they didn't expect me to be so blunt, but I won't be kept in the dark a second longer. I might have been apprehensive about this dinner, but now that I'm here, the curiosity is killing me.
"Straight to the point, huh, sis?"
Jesse grins, and his chosen nickname makes my skin crawl. I'm not his sister. I'm his kid. Even he can't wrap his head around it. I've waited a year. I think that's long enough, don't you?
"And whose fault is that?"
Jesse matches my tone, but I'm not offended in the slightest. He has a point. They would have told me the truth months ago if it weren't for my refusal to pick up the phone. I know I should have reached out sooner. I'm sorry. I look at Dave when I speak. Jesse's not the one I'm apologizing to. He's not the one who left me long voicemails on my birthday, sent cards to my dorms for each holiday, and called me weekly to check in. He called me every week for 6 months before giving up. So, what was she like? I insist. Dave glances toward Jesse, probably because he's the only person who would know the answer to that question. Jesse mirrors my position, joining his palms on the table. He thinks on his response for a while before saying, "Your mom was the funniest person I'd ever met." Our waiter turns the corner with our water the next second, and I curse his timing, counting down the seconds until he walks away again. "She was sarcastic." Jesse resumes talking. "Witty, like you wouldn't believe. She also saw the good in everything. People, situations. It was annoying at times. She saw solutions where everyone saw dead ends." My heart aches when he adds, "Like mother, like daughter, I guess." My mom was an optimist, just like I am. Or should I say, like I used to be. "She was my best friend," Jesse whispers, staring at his linked hands and reminiscing about the girl I'll never get to know. "How did you two meet?" He looks up at me. "We landed in the same foster home when I was 9. I was mad at the world back then, hated everyone and told them so. Well, everyone, except your mom. She was the only person I could tolerate. We got close when our foster parents ran out of bedrooms and dumped us in their attic together. We'd stay up all night talking, tell each other stories, and daydream about having a family." They were just two broken kids bonding over their misery, wishing they'd have the life so many take for granted. "Were you always in the same foster homes?" He scoffs. "I wish. We both switched homes a few times after that. We just happened to end up in the same place 2 years later. By that time, I was 11, and Bex was 13. "Is that what you called her? Bex?" "Yeah, I called her Bex, short for Beatrix, and she called me Pan, short for Peter Pan. I was the first to ever tell her that story, and whenever I'd ask her why she chose that name, she'd smile and say it suited me." He laughs to himself. "God, I hated that fucking nickname. Reminded me of kitchen appliances." I chuckle. She seemed hilarious. Jesse's smile fades. "She was. Strong, too. I could never understand how she could be so positive, despite life throwing shit at her, but looking back, I realized she was just really good at hiding her pain." Dave's phone ringing startles me. I was so wrapped up in Jesse's story, I nearly forgot that we were in a crowded restaurant. "It's Gaten," Dave states when he checks the screen. "He has Charlie this week. Something must be wrong." My stomach sinks when he mentions their new arrangement. I thought I'd come to terms with my parents' divorce. After all, they've been separated for quite some time. But I was away at college when it happened. Call me foolish, but a part of me was secretly hoping that they were still together and living happily somewhere. My parents share custody of my little brother now, and while Gaten still lives in our old house, Dave's moved out. I've been calling Gaten monthly since I left for Duke, but I can't bring myself to visit him, not if it means seeing the house I grew up in empty. There used to be so much love in that house, so much life. Now there's just quiet. "You should take it," I say. Dave nods, and Jesse takes the hint, getting up to allow him to pass. "You go on without me. I'll be right back," Dave promises and heads out of the restaurant. Realization slams into me as soon as he walks away. Wait, if you're my father, then that means you and Bex had sex. Jesse completes my sentence, his voice dripping with shame. "Yeah." "Hey, I'm not judging you. It's just, you were so young. How did that even happen?" I can practically see the memories unraveling before his eyes. "It was the night she tried to run away, before I even knew that our foster dad was abusing her. I found her packing her things while everyone was asleep. I was just a kid, but when I saw her with that bag, Jesus, I thought I was going to die. I couldn't imagine staying in that home without her. I begged her to let me come with her, but she wouldn't let me. She said I was too young, that one day I'd be 18 and I could get out of the system, get a job, a life. She said I'd be throwing all that away by following her. She knew she'd most likely end up on the street, and she wanted more for me. Then what happened? She was about to leave, and I just panicked. I couldn't find the words to make her stay, and I was so desperate, I didn't even realize what I was doing. I'd been in love with her since we were 2 kids, telling each other stories in an attic, and I told her in the only way I knew how. I kissed her, and she started to cry. I pulled away and apologized, but she asked me to do it again. I didn't understand it in the moment, but I think she was in disbelief. That pig had convinced her that she'd never have a choice, that human contact would always be a miserable experience. Things just escalated from there. My throat feels like it's coated in razor blades. Afterward, I begged her to stay, and she did. For 9 months, that is. I told myself she was staying for me, but I think she didn't want to be out on the street while she was pregnant and vomiting every half hour. My mind is racing. She must have known that as soon as she gave birth, her time was up. When did you know that she was pregnant? Guilt clouds Jessie's features. I caught her puking her guts out in the bathroom one day. She lied and said she had a stomach bug. But when it didn't go away, I told her she needed to ask our foster parents to take her to the doctor. The look on her face when I mentioned it. You would have thought I'd just asked her to sacrifice a bunch of kittens on an altar of fire. She was horrified. Poor girl probably thought she'd get in trouble if anyone found out she was pregnant. She refused, but I was so worried about her, I didn't give a rat's ass. I told her if she didn't do it, I'd ask them myself. Then she just burst into tears, told me everything, including what the bastard had been doing to her. She was convinced he was the father. She waited until she had absolutely no choice but to tell him. How a 14-year-old girl could carry that burden alone for so long is beyond me. What did you do when she told you? Nothing, at first, he says, and judging by the way he nibbles on his bottom lip, he's not proud of what happened next. I give him some time to gather himself. A few days later, I tried to smother him in his sleep. Problem is, he wasn't really asleep. I can just see it. A 12-year-old boy, hopelessly in love with his best friend, too young to understand what it meant, but old enough to know he'd do anything to protect her. Then he broke my ribs, he adds. Usually, when I'd piss him off, he'd starve me for a few days or lock me in my room for hours on end. But he'd never laid a hand on me before. I could barely walk by the time he was done with me. I'm speechless. Jessie used to say he envied me, that he'd do anything to forget the years he spent in that hellhole. Now I know why. Did your foster parents know that she was pregnant? Not at first. She managed to hide it with large clothing for a while, but it eventually caught up to her. By the time they found out, she was too far along to get an abortion. And trust me, they would have made her get one in a heartbeat if that had been an option. They took her out of school and moved her into the basement. They wouldn't even let her eat at the kitchen table with the rest of us. They treated her like she had the plague or some shit. When our foster siblings started asking questions, they claimed she'd gotten knocked up by some guy she went to school with. They knew that they could never tell the truth without incriminating themselves. Wait, they? As in, your foster mom knew her husband was abusing those girls? A hateful laugh rips from Jessie's throat. Of course she knew. Who do you think gave him the idea? Nausea rolls through my stomach. Bastard had been unfaithful to her for ages. Not that she cared. She didn't mind the cheating, but she did worry about him giving her something. Does he mean... I arch an eyebrow. STIs? He nods. The woman was like a hypochondriac on crack. She was convinced she had something new every day. She's the one who suggested they foster young kids.
more particularly young girls. She went for young girls because she knew they were clean. Shivers of disgust skitter down my spine. I glance at the untouched appetizers on the table and cringe. I have no idea how I'm supposed to be eating after this. How do you even know all this? I tracked her down when I went back to Redwater. Ironically enough, the bitch is terminal with cancer. Had nothing to lose. It didn't take much for her to spill her guts. Redwater. Jesse spent 6 months there during my senior year of high school. When I asked my parents where he was, all they would tell me was that he was digging into his past. It didn't mean shit at the time, but now I understand he had unfinished business. Just like that, I'm back at Redwater Medical Center, watching Jesse's foster dad rotting away in a hospital bed. I remember asking myself if Jesse was to blame for his state. Finn took me to see the child molester once, back when I still thought he was my dad. He was at the hospital on life support and about to be unplugged. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I have to ask, was it you? Did you put that dirtbag in a coma? Jesse remains quiet for a few unbearably long seconds. I'm actually the one who found him. I went looking for him after he was released. He pauses. I'm not going to lie. I probably would have done the same thing if I'd gotten there first. But someone beat me to the punch. That's not surprising, considering how many people the bastard hurt. After what he did, he was safer in prison than he could ever be out there. How did you know I was your daughter if you just had sex once? It would have been more likely for that creep to be the father. That's what I thought too. But then I heard my foster parents talking in the kitchen a bit after you were born. They'd just been to the doctor to run some tests, and he'd told them that our foster dad had fertility issues. It was very unlikely he could ever father a child, but I didn't know for sure if you were my daughter until I turned 18. I went to Dave the day after my birthday and told him I needed to know. You were 6 at the time. He got you to do a cheek swab by claiming the family was taking one of those ancestry tests. And, well, we all know how that turned out. The news shakes me to my core. It's true. Jesse really is my father. I shouldn't be surprised. After all, I've suspected it for over a year, but I needed science to confirm what a part of me already knew. We don't speak for a short moment, and I feel the need to break the tension. Am I supposed to call you Dad now? Jesse cracks a smile, and to my surprise, it seems genuine. Hell no. Shit is too weird. Agreed. I chuckle. What about me? Am I supposed to call you honey, or sweetie, or whatever the hell dads like to call their daughters? Just call me Diamond. His eyes light up, a hint of pain peeking through his facade. Your mom chose that name, you know. She did? He nods. She always told me that if she ever had a daughter, she'd call her Diamond. I'm smiling so wide my face hurts. Why Diamond? She'd read somewhere that diamonds didn't melt in lava, that they were strong, indestructible. I guess she wanted her daughter to be as tough as her mother. This moment is bittersweet. As much as I love his stories, it serves as a reminder of all the stories I'll never get to hear. Did you ever look for her? I croak. He releases a sigh. Been doing it for years. And? Nothing so far, but I'm never going to stop trying. I know she's out there. She has to be. I only realize I'm tearing up when Jesse hands me a napkin. I take it with a thanks and dry the corners of my eyes. God, I wish I knew what she looked like. I say more to myself than him. I expect him to tell me she was beautiful and try to describe her from memory. But Jesse keeps his mouth shut and starts digging into his back pocket. I watch as he pulls out his wallet. What are you doing? The right thing, he says,
and pulls out a wrinkly piece of paper. My tears pick up again when he unfolds the paper. Is that
a photo of her?
He hands it to me. Tears soak my mouth before I know it, and I reach for the photograph with trembling fingers. A gasp spills from my lips when I drink her in. The photograph was taken in a park, next to a yellow roundabout, and she's wearing a white dress with strawberries on it, a big smile on her face. She was obviously young, most likely around 7, when the picture was taken, but the resemblance between us is still striking. Her skin is lighter than mine, but her hair is dark and curly, too. She has dimples, and her nose is slimmer. Her lips are shaped differently and a bit fuller, but other than that, she looks like another version of me.
It's yours,
Jesse informs me, and I look up at him, blinded by the tears. I can't take it. It's your last reminder of her. I hand the photograph back to him. He pushes it back toward me.
I have a few copies, and the memories. That's all I need.
I don't think twice, giving a nod and pressing the picture of my mother to my chest. Thank you, I choke out.
Are we good?
He asks, once I've wiped my cheeks. I pretend to hesitate for a second, only to give him the biggest smile I can muster. We're good. My father's voice slices through the air before Jesse can answer.
I'm sorry that took so long. Your brother forgot Boo Boo the bear at my place, and he's throwing a fit you can hear all the way to China.
Dave shoves his phone in his pocket, stopping by the table, and zooms in on my puffy face.
What's wrong?
I sniffle. Nothing's wrong. God knows things could have been wrong. My life would have been hell if it weren't for Dave taking me in. I might have been a victim of sexual assault, just like Bex was. He and Gayton gave me the family my mom used to dream about, the life she would have given anything to have, and I'll be damned if I let my anger make me forget it.
Dia?
Dave worries, and I come to the conclusion that words aren't going to cut it this time. I dab at my cheek with my sleeve and push to my feet, stopping in front of my confused father. Then I just hug him. His arms close around me instantly. Dad, I choke on a quiet sob. I probably look like a hormonal nut job to the people in the restaurant.
I know, honey.
Dave holds me tight, rubbing my back.
I know.
We stay like that for a few minutes, and I scold myself for not agreeing to this dinner sooner. I might have lost a part of myself that day on Lake Belmont, but I refuse to lose my family. 25. Diamond. I come back to the apartment a day later. I had no idea when I agreed to meet Jesse and Dave for dinner that I'd end up playing hooky for the rest of the weekend. For what it's worth, I didn't plan on ditching all my responsibilities. But then Dave offered to show us his new place as we were leaving the restaurant, and going back to Silver Springs seemed a lot more appealing than facing Finn. Especially after the, incident on the roof. I had a great time in Silver Springs. I got to see Dave's new condo, play board games with him and Jesse, and I even stopped by our old house to visit my little brother and Gayton. It sucked seeing the house where I grew up looking so different. Gayton remodeled the kitchen the way he's always wanted. It's a chef thing, and repainted the living room and bedrooms. Seeing all the changes he's made felt final, like there was no hope for him and Dave anymore. But nothing compares to the hopelessness I felt when Gayton mentioned he'd been seeing someone. Jesse saw the look on my face when I heard the news and gave me a not-so-discreet nudge in the ribs with his elbow. And I'm glad he did. It reminded me of what truly matters. My dad's happiness. It took me a moment to swallow the pill, but once I did, I was able to enjoy our time together, although most of it was tainted by the thought of Finn. He was never far from my mind, no matter how hard I tried to focus on anything but. I haven't heard a peep from him since I lied my ass off and told him I'd faked my orgasm. Wait, I take that back. He did send me one message after I shattered his ego. One message, 2 words, 0 context. Game on. That's all the message said, but it was enough to make me regret running my mouth. I know better than to think that Finn won't retaliate, which is why I've been holding my breath ever since I stepped foot inside the apartment. I'm quick to drop my stuff in the guest room and check my phone. I have a message from Avina informing me that she and Xavier are at a doctor's appointment for the baby. I text her back, my mind swamped with questions. I didn't see Finn on my way in. He wasn't in the living room, but then again, I made a beeline for my room as soon as I came in. He could very well be in the kitchen, or he could be at the gym. I listen in for noises in the apartment for a while. Crickets. I eventually decide to go take a shower before class, but I don't bother locking the bathroom door since I'm home alone. My shower is long and filled with all sorts of depraved thoughts. It's like my body's been on overdrive since Finn fingered me to high heaven. He's ignited something in me, something that had been lying dormant for a long time, and now that it's active, there's no going back. I'm horny all the time, and I mean all the time. Maybe I should just... My hand slides across my stomach and between my legs before I can stop it. I chew on my bottom lip so hard I draw blood as I pinch my clit between 2 fingers, hating myself for the voice in my head. You want it, then take it. Use me, Dia. You're not mine? Fine, but I'm all fucking yours. My circles quicken as the memory of Finn's voice sends shivers throughout my entire body. I touch myself for a few minutes and loathe how different it feels when I do it. I don't know what the fuck is so special about Finn's fingers, but I sure wish I could uncover his secret. Tell me you're not wet for me. I recall the words he said to me, rubbing my clit even faster. I don't want him. I don't want him. I don't want... Finn! I let out a loud moan without realizing it, smacking my palm against the shower wall. My eyes snap open at the realization. I just moaned his name. I just moaned his name. That's when I hear him. No need to yell, Jem. I'm right here. I stop moving and convince myself that I imagined it all, until the bathroom door closes with a thud, and I withdraw my hand from between my legs. Please don't let this be real. I reach for the shower curtain and pull on it, peeking my head out. I almost die of embarrassment at the sight of Finn leaning against the door with his gym bag drooping from his shoulder. I was right. He was at the gym, but he doesn't look sweaty or like he just worked out, which leads me to believe that he showered after he was done. Finn, what the fuck are you doing? I shriek, using the shower curtain as a barrier between his eyes and my naked body. My gaze drops to his pants as soon as I finish speaking, and my stomach clenches at his hard cock, stretching the fabric to the limit. How long has he been here, listening to me touch myself? Also, was his thing always this big? I don't remember him being small, far from it, but Jesus. You called, I came. His eyes are searing with the same desire as the night on the rooftop. My cheeks turn scarlet. Finn chews on the inside of his cheek, flashing a knowing smile. By all means, don't stop on my account. I suck in a breath, turning the shower off before stretching my arm out to grab my towel from its hook. Get out! I step out of the shower once I've wrapped the towel around my body. Unbothered, he shrugs. Nah. Is he serious? I said get the fuck out! I snap. He cocks an eyebrow. Why?
So you can keep moaning my name while you rub one out? Not a chance in hell.
Asshole. I wasn't touching myself. My voice trails off. It's none of your business what I was doing. Get out. He blatantly ignores my command.
I thought we could finish the conversation we had on Friday.
Now? I spit, gesturing to my attire. He cocks an eyebrow.
Yeah, why not?
I'm going to smother this boy. In case you haven't noticed, I'm naked. He gives me a once-over, moving closer and cutting off my airways in the process.
Trust me, I've noticed.
I feel the need to tighten the knot in my towel. Those eyes, they're so piercing, it's like I'm afraid they can see through any layer. Get out before I scream bloody murder and the neighbors call the cops, I threaten. He hesitates for a moment, torn between believing me and calling my bluff.
Take it back and I'll go.
Take what back? His jaw muscles quiver.
You know what.
A laugh rips from my throat when I put the pieces together. That's what this is about? Your bruised ego?
Just say you weren't faking and I'll leave. It's that fucking simple.
It would be much easier to admit it, but my ego strictly refuses to let him have this one. I don't know what to tell you, Finn. Your fingers just don't do it for me anymore. I lie through my teeth. I reach for the knob, intending to show him out, but he seems to have other plans because he grips my wrist at the last second, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I gasp when he parks himself behind me and presses between my shoulder blades, bending me forward like I'm a rag doll. He's got me pinned against the bathroom vanity so fast, my brain struggles to keep up. My half-covered breasts hit the freezing countertops before I can blink, and I immediately know I said something I can't take back. I'm still wearing my towel, but I feel so exposed you'd think I was butt naked. I know he's moved closer when I feel his size press against my ass from behind. What the hell are you doing? I stammer, my heart pounding against my rib cage furiously. I understand he's not messing around when he leans over me, pulls on my hair to angle my head backward, and guides his mouth to my ear.
Taking what's mine.
His gravelly voice zaps through my body like electricity, and heat rushes to my lower stomach. A gasp builds up in my throat when he spreads my legs with his knee.
My fingers don't do it for you anymore, huh?
He grits out, still inches away from my ear, and I wriggle beneath him.
Then let's try my tongue.
I'm completely defenseless as he drops to his knees behind me and rips the towel off my body in one go. I expected him to give me a chance to escape, the way he usually does, but he doesn't wait for me to reject him, smacking his palms against my ass and spreading me without a fuck given. He drags his tongue across my center once, just once, and I buck. Finn doesn't seem to like it because he holds my ass tighter to keep me in place, going all in and licking me up and down again. He doesn't hold back one bit, devouring me with no restraint and grunting every time a moan spills from my mouth. I wish I could say that he's lost his touch. I wish I could say it doesn't feel great, that I'm not having an out-of-body experience. But I'm downright paralyzed by the pleasure, unable to do anything but claw at the countertop beneath me. I try to keep my moans to myself, to abstain from showing him how good it feels, but I don't stand a chance against that mouth. I'm at his mercy, defenseless against his tongue, flicking my clit with unbelievable precision and just the right amount of pressure. My eyes roll back when he slides his thumb inside me with ease. My body doesn't fret, just happily welcomes the addition. I'm so wet I can hear my own arousal.
You hear that, Jim? That's what a lie sounds like. He taunts, pushing his finger deeper inside me, then continuing to eat me out without a smidge of self-control.
Fuck you,
I whimper, and Finn rises to his feet. Maybe if you ask nicely. Finn's hand comes down on my bare ass so hard I jerk forward on the counter. His mouth has just left my clit when his fingers take over. He plunges his index and middle fingers inside me, and then his thumb finds my clit, hitting every nerve on repeat. He continues to finger me with so much determination, you'd think the world was in danger and getting me off was the only way to save mankind. I can't believe my own actions when I stretch my arm out behind me and palm Finn's cock over his sweats. I catch myself wishing he'd pull it out and fuck me for a second there. That's how I know that I'm a goner. My brain hasn't forgiven him, but my body doesn't care about what he did. It doesn't care that he left. It's just happy that he's back. A breath hisses between his teeth. Fuck dia. Stop touching my cock, unless you want me to do something we'll both regret. I'm tempted to ask him why he'd regret having sex with me. I know why I'd regret it, but he's not the one battling himself not to forgive his ex. Maybe he doesn't want it to happen while I'm still mad at him. The question slips my mind as quickly as it entered, and I act on impulse, gripping his cock tighter and jerking him off over his pants. Jem, he groans. You really need to. The quicker I play with him over his sweats, the faster he fingers me. I realize I'm closer than I thought when I begin to tremble. Like the pleasure wasn't mind-blowing enough, Finn proceeds to draw small circles around my asshole, and my mouth falls open. No! No! I say in disbelief, clawing at the cold surface and fighting my impending orgasm with all my might. No, no, no. Fuck yes, Finn counters, and I lose all hope of containing myself. Oh, God. I drop the act, relishing in every second of my climax, and Finn pulls on my hair to look at my face as I come undone on his fingers. I'm sorry, what was that? There's satisfaction in his voice, and I don't have it in me to deny myself the feeling of absolute ecstasy filling my body. Doesn't sound like faking to me. I come and come until I'm boneless against the counter. Just when I think Finn can't surprise me anymore, he stops and pulls away. He shoves his pants down his legs, immediately freeing himself. He inches closer, resting his cock against my ass cheek, and I'm struck by fear. We're going too far, aren't we? If he presses himself against my entrance, there's no way I'm stopping him. In a moment of panic, I push off the counter, standing up straight, and turn around. The sight of my fully naked body from this side seems to shock Finn, because his mouth drops open, his eyes flaring. I return the favor, gawking at his hard cock poking out between us, and the veins snaking up his shaft. He looks breathtaking. I'm barely aware of how fast I fall to my knees in front of him. Sirens blare in my head, but I easily quiet them, lust overpowering me as I glance up at Finn and grab him at the base. The noise he makes when I guide my tongue to his tip is so unbearably hot, I skip straight to the good part and take him in my mouth. Oh, fuck, baby. He throws his head back against the bathroom door, his hand sliding into my hair. I tug on his t-shirt, and he takes the hint, jerking the fabric over his head and revealing his perfectly carved chest.
My head bobbing up and down, I twirl my tongue around his length, earning myself a grunt.
Fuck, I've missed that mouth.
Finn never takes his eyes off me. I open up wider and take him so deep I can feel his cock hit the back of my throat.
Fuck.
He starts to shake, gripping my hair tighter, and chokes out,
God, I love you, Dia. I love you so fucking much, it's killing me.
His confession feels like a bullet to the heart. I don't reply, letting him hit the back of my throat again. It isn't long before his eyes snap open.
Oh, fuck. Dia, I'm going to.
I swear I almost go into cardiac arrest when I hear the front door slam in the distance. Guys? Avina's voice travels through the apartment, and I glance up at Finn with panic in my eyes.
Don't fucking stop,
he warns, his voice quiet, and reaches for the faucet to twist the water on. I oblige, moving my lips and fist against his shaft. Up and down, up and down, up and down, until he erupts. Shaking against the wall, he covers his own mouth with his hand to be quiet as he unloads down my throat. Then, trying to muffle his unraveling, just might be the hottest thing I've ever seen in my life.
We've covered some enriching content so far. Let the music carry you away for a while, and we'll pick up the pace again shortly. Thank you so much for being here and watching this video.
swallow his cum without thinking about it and let go of his length with a pop, only realizing what I've done when I lift off the ground. That just happened. I just sucked off my ex-boyfriend on the bathroom floor and let him come in my mouth, with Xavier and Avina just a few feet away. I broke all of my rules, every single one of them. Again. The expression on Finn's face closely matches mine as we stare at each other in shock. Neither of us can believe what went down, and I'm not sure I want to. I'm about to grab my bathrobe, which is the only thing I brought into the bathroom with me, and throw it on, when I notice a tattoo on his left pec. It's a new one, sitting just inches above his heart. A diamond.
Finn. There are many things I wish I could say to Dia. Why did you give me the best blowjob of my life, only to turn around and ghost me? Where have you been the past 2 days? Why are you so stubborn? And why do I love you even more for it? Come back to me. Please. But I doubt she'd answer any of those messages, so I figured I'd opt for something less pathetic. Who am I kidding? I look like a needy little bitch no matter what I do. I cringe deep in my bones as I scroll through all the messages I've sent her. Finn. Can we talk? Finn. You can't just ignore me after what happened. Finn. Dia, stop messing with my fucking head. Finn. Talk to me, I'm begging you. On second thought, these messages are way more pathetic. Might be why she hasn't deigned to answer any of them. 2 days have gone by since I cornered her in the bathroom and made her eat her words. Did I expect an orgasm against the bathroom counter to fix everything between us? No, but I sure as hell didn't think it would make things worse. I can still see her on her knees, her hand wrapped around my cock as she pumped the cum out of me. It was the best fucking feeling. Until we finished and her walls went back up. Pretty sure they grew a few inches in the process. As soon as we were done, she pushed to her feet, put on her robe, and then walked out of the bathroom. Although she did stop for a second to stare at something on my chest. Didn't take me long to figure out what she was looking at. My diamond tattoo. I got it after I left town, which would explain why she'd never seen it before. I'm losing my mind, waiting for her to come home. My guess is she's crashing with a friend, or maybe she went back to the dorms. Either way, I'm not above tracking her ass down and bringing her home. If she hasn't answered my text by tomorrow, I'm going out to find her. It's past 9 o'clock by the time Xavier and I crash in front of the TV to watch football. Avina's in bed by 8 p.m., every night lately. Something about her not sleeping well because she's pregnant. I can't pay attention to the game, constantly glancing at the front door and waiting for Dia to show her face. That's all I do these days. I told Xavier I'd start looking for a job even though I drained most of my savings to help him out with the rent. He refused, at first, but he's got a kid on the way, and I'm not about to leech off my best friend. I know I'm going to need to work eventually so that I can afford my own place next semester, but all I can think about right now is getting my girl back. I try and stay home as much as I can on the off chance that I'll run into Dia. I swear chasing this fucking girl is a full-time job. Hey, asshole! Xavier's voice snaps me out of it. I look up at him. How long has he been talking to me? What? I slouch against the pull-out couch I've called my bed for a few weeks. He cocks an eyebrow. Did you hear a single thing I just said? Not one, I say honestly. Next time you get your dick sucked in my bathroom, could you at least make sure we're not going to come home and hear the whole fucking thing? I should probably be embarrassed that they heard us, especially since we tried our best to be quiet, but I can't bring myself to care. We were too wrapped up in the moment to stop, and I can handle them hearing me finish if it means I have my girl to myself for a few minutes. Well, that wasn't the whole thing. You came in at the end. He fake gags. It was more than enough. You could have put a sock on the doorknob or some shit. I shrug. Consider yourself lucky I wasn't raw-dogging her on your couch. I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm glad it happened. Now I just need to make sure it keeps happening, preferably for the rest of my life. Xavier doesn't take offense to my comment, letting out a scoff. Well, now that we've established that you're a shameless asshole, does that mean you're back together? No, I say dryly. She won't answer my texts. I don't even know where she is. Avina said she was crashing with Lacey for a few days. And you're just telling me this now? It comes out as defensive, and I scold myself for taking my irritation out on him. Xavier holds his hands up. How the fuck was I supposed to know you were still in your stalker phase? Sorry, I'm just on edge. I give him the short version. The long version contains details I wouldn't share with him even if you put a gun to my head. Like the fact that I'm so fucking miserable without Dia it's affecting my mood. That's how I know I made the right decision by leaving. Yes, the timing was shitty. And yes, I could have handled it better. But if I'd continued to live in the same town as her and been forced to see her every day, I wouldn't have been able to stay away long enough to sort my shit out. The changes I needed to make required time and space, and I wouldn't have lasted a week with her nearby. Do you know when she's coming back? I embrace the stalker in me. Xavier opens his mouth to answer, only to get interrupted by the front door closing in the distance. She's home. I sit up straight, my view of the front door blocked by a stupid wall, and I suddenly wish I had X-ray vision. A few seconds elapse before I hear the sound of keys jingling and footsteps heading our way. Dia turns the corner a second later, carrying her overnight bag in one hand and her purse in the other. I wince at the realization that she didn't go to Lacey's on a whim. She planned this and packed her bags ahead of time. She chose to get away from me. Hey guys. She addresses us both, but only looks at Xavier as she speaks, careful not to make eye contact with me. Then she ambles down the hall and disappears inside her bedroom. Just like that, she's gone again. She thinks she can pretend I don't exist after I had her naked and moaning my name on the bathroom vanity. She thinks I'm going to give up on us. She's wrong. Xavier calls it a night and joins Avina an hour and a half later. He's barely left the room when I grab my phone and text Dia for the millionth time. Finn, meet me on the balcony in 10 minutes. I hear her phone chime down the hall. 5 painful minutes elapse before I see 3 moving dots pop up on my screen. Holy shit! This is not a drill. She's actually answering me. My phone chimes with her response shortly after. Dia. And if I refuse? I type a reply. Finn. Then I'll throw you over my fucking shoulder and carry you out. She answers as quickly as I did. Dia. Not buying it. Finn. Try me. I assume from her lack of an answer that she's weighing her options. Dia. You have 2 minutes. Finn. Deal. I shove my phone into my pocket and rise off the couch. I step onto the balcony and close the sliding door, leaning against the railing as I wait for her. My breath gets caught in my throat when I hear the door open behind me. I spin to face her. She has her black hair up in a loose bun, wearing a white tank top and blue pajama pants with clouds on them. "What do you want?" She folds her arms over her chest, rubbing them as if to ease the goosebumps covering her skin. It's cold out. I wish I had a jacket to give her. To talk about what happened. I move closer. She arches an eyebrow, backing away from me. "There's nothing to talk about. It was fun. End of story." It feels like she just gutted me in the stomach. "So, that's all it was to you? Fun?" I make myself cringe. This is the kind of conversation I'd have with girls before I met Dia. Except I was the one telling them it was just fun, and they were the ones picking up the pieces of their ego. "Isn't that the point of casual sex?" She scoffs, ridiculing me. That's how she wants to play it, huh? I cross the space between us so fast that she backtracks into the glass doors. Holding her gaze, I press my palm to the door, caging her in. "Okay, then look me in the eyes and tell me what we did meant nothing. Tell me to give up. Tell me you'll never forgive me and I'm wasting my time." She's been so detached and unattainable so far that I almost believe she's going to do as I say, crushing my hopes for us once and for all. But she doesn't, opening her mouth to speak and then closing it. Joy floods my chest at her reaction. Seeing her lose her composure when we're close is my only way of knowing that I still mean something to her. She clears her throat, collecting herself and pushing me off her. "You can't just show up here after a year and expect a few hookups to fix everything. You say you've changed, but for all I know, this new you could be a load of crap. I don't even know where you went, or what you are doing. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't know anything?" "Then let me show you." I cup her face with my hands, letting our eyes meet. "Let me show you what I was doing. Let me introduce you to the people that helped me. Let me prove to you that I wasn't lying." Her lips part at my suggestion. "Just give me one day. One fucking day. And if you still don't understand why I left afterward, I'll promise I'll never bother you again." I can see the war she's battling through her eyes. And the best part? She's losing. "Okay," she breathes out after 5 long seconds. "Okay?" I can't conceal my happiness. "Okay, as in yes?" I think I see her fighting a smile. "Yes." I nod, and she turns to leave, only stopping once she's opened the glass door. She shoulder checks me. "I'm free tomorrow." I don't miss a beat. Be ready by 10.
26. Diamond. What are we doing? I pester Finn for the 10th time in the span of 30 minutes. I'm not usually this annoying, but to be fair, I'm usually not this nervous either. I thought I knew what to expect when I got into Finn's car at around 10 this morning, but it turns out I don't know squat. I don't know why Finn took me to a small beach town named Hilford, and I sure as hell don't know why we've been sitting in front of this boring brick building for 10 minutes. I tried to ask him what he was up to, but a 2-hour car ride later, I still haven't been able to break him. Although I did feel myself break at the realization that he'd been just 2 hours away from me this whole time. I guess a part of me wanted to believe he'd left North Carolina and started a new life somewhere. It never crossed my mind that he could be so close. Finn? I shift in my seat, watching people walk in and out of the gray building across the street. "It's starting soon," he says, like I'm supposed to know what the hell he's talking about. What's starting? The meeting. He gives me the bare minimum. The meeting? What meeting? Let's go. He dodges my question, gesturing to the tall building with his chin and killing the engine. I climb out of the vehicle and follow him to the entrance. A gold plaque with the words Town Hall hangs above the double doors, and I can't seem to figure out why Finn would take me to a town meeting when we don't even live in said town. Finn pulls one of the wooden doors open and holds it for me. I reply with a smile, venturing into a large hallway with high ceilings and fancy light fixtures. Finn takes the lead as soon as we're inside, ambling down the hallway without hesitation. He's obviously been here many times before. I shadow him for a moment, a million questions racing through my mind, until Finn comes to a stop in front of a closed door with a frosted rectangular window and a sheet of paper that says AA. It's just 2 letters, but one look at the sign and I understand that we're not here for a town meeting. We're here for an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. Voices can be heard on the other side of the door. A lot of them. The place is obviously packed. Finn glances at me over his shoulder. You wanted to know where I spent most of my time. Well, there you have it. I'm surprised. No, I'm shocked. As though I didn't truly believe he'd done the work until now. Not because I thought he was lying, but because I know how hard it can be to fight your demons on your own. But that's just the thing, isn't it? He wasn't on his own. Ready? He asks, and I give a small nod. If I'm being honest, I'm a bit intimidated by the thought of meeting the people Finn's been spending so much of his time with. Finn reaches for the knob, but just as he's about to open the door, I grab his hand, seeking reassurance. I didn't even mean to do it. It just happened. How strange is it that he's sharing his recovery with me, and I'm the nervous wreck? I'd have to be blind to miss the dopey grin on his face when I link our fingers together. He turns to look at me, but doesn't say anything. Embarrassed, I try to take back my hand, but Finn holds on tighter. It's like he's saying, "Nope, too late." Finn turns the handle and enters the AA meeting a second later. As expected, the room is crawling with people. Some old, some young, some tall, some short. The walls are painted a warm shade of yellow, and a folding snack table is placed in the corner of the room, covered in cookies, veggies and dips, and a drip coffee machine. This place, these people, they're part of the reasons why Finn is sober now. We've barely taken 2 steps into the room before a high-pitched voice startles me. "Finn, you're back!" I spin to see a tall, gorgeous blonde girl heading in our direction. She looks like she's a bit older than us, by a few years at most, and is wearing high heels, a white off-the-shoulder blouse, and a leather skirt. She stops in front of us, her smile fading when she notices me hiding behind Finn. "Hey, Brooke." Finn smiles, using our linked hands to bring me closer. I notice Brooke staring at our intertwined fingers and let go of Finn's hand without realizing it. Brooke forces a smile. "I thought you left town? Kind of shitty of you to leave without saying goodbye, by the way." He left without telling anyone goodbye? Yeah, disappearing out of the blue is kind of his thing. I take a jab at Finn, but for the first time since he came back, it doesn't come from a place of anger. This Brooke girl doesn't so much as acknowledge my existence. "I was worried I'd never see you again for a second there." She cracks a laugh and swats Finn's shoulder playfully. "Okay, I don't like her." "Yeah, sorry about that. I had things to do back home. People to see." Finn looks at me as he says it. "Does that mean you're moving back?" A flicker of hope reflects in her blue eyes, and a raw edge of irritation burns within my chest. Why does she care so much if he's moving back or not? "Nah, just here for the day," Finn says. Bummer. Brooke offers him a seductive smile. I start to fidget with the hem of my shirt, my paranoia planting poisonous seeds into my mind. Am I crazy, or is she flirting with him? What if something happened between them? You'd think I said that out loud when Finn traps my hand into his again, rubbing the inside of my palm in slow circles. My body relaxes at his touch. The sweet gesture tells me more than his words ever could. I can practically hear him thinking, "Don't even worry about it." Brooke has no choice but to look at me when Finn captures my hand into his. "I take it this is the infamous Dia?" Wait, how does she know my name? Did Finn tell her about me? That's her, Finn confirms, and I glance up at him, question marks written all over my face. "Are you two back together?" Finn clears his throat. "Actually, Yes, we are." I only realize what I've said when Finn casts a confused glance in my direction. My words seem to have the effect of a slap in the face because Brooke stammers, "Oh, that's great." She tries to smile, but it looks more like a wince. "Anyway, it was nice seeing you." Then she walks away. Why did I just do that? Why did I pretend we were back together? The answer pops into my head. Because I was jealous. She was drooling all over Finn, and I couldn't help myself. "So, we're back together, huh?" Finn calls me out on it as soon as she's out of range, a devilish smirk on his lips. "Finn, is that you?" A woman's voice spares me the humiliation of having to explain myself. We swivel to find an older woman staring at us. "One and only." Finn returns her smile, and the woman inches closer, opening her arms to give him a hug. Finn walks into her embrace without hesitation. "Wait until I tell Ruth about this. She bet me $50 that you'd never come back, but I had a feeling we'd be seeing your face around here again." Finn lets out a laugh. "What can I say? I missed your cooking." Her cooking? The woman notices me as soon as she and Finn separate, her smile growing in size. Finn takes the hint. "Mabel, this is—" "Diamond, of course." Mabel finishes his sentence and holds out her hand for me. "So nice to finally meet you. Finn's told us so much about you." It's hard to believe that while these people are perfect strangers to me, I'm the opposite of a stranger to them. "He did?" I shake her hand with a grin, looking up at Finn. I can tell he's embarrassed by the way he rubs at the back of his neck. I might have mentioned you once or twice." "More like 1,000 times." Mabel lowers her voice as if to tell me a secret, and I heave a laugh. "I can hear you," Finn reminds her, and Mabel ignores him, leaning closer to me. Between us girls, it took months for him to stop moping around. He never even looked at another, not even when they were throwing themselves at him left and right. She probably meant for that comment to be flattering, but it has the opposite effect. Seeing one girl hit on Finn already left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not sure how I feel about knowing there were others. "Anything else I should know?" I joke, my smile withering away. "Just that you've got yourself a good one." Mabel rests her hand on Finn's shoulder. He's much taller than her, and she has to stretch her arm to reach him. "He's one of our success stories." "How so?" I ask. "Many of us had to start over a bunch of times before we earned our 1-year sobriety chip." She digs into her purse, pulling out a small token with the number 12 carved into it. This must be how long she's been sober. But not him. He's got will like you wouldn't believe. Once he started, he never looked back. Her story warms my heart. All this time, I thought Finn was living a new life, when in reality, he was working hard to get back to his old one. Granted, he had Reuben to help him every step of the way. Got to give credit where it's due, she adds, scanning the room. "Speaking of, where is the old dinosaur?" "He couldn't make it today, but we're meeting him later for lunch," Finn answers. I blink at him. "We are?" "I think it's about time you met my sober sponsor, don't you?" Finn smiles. I nod in agreement. I have no idea who this Reuben is, but if he helped Finn when I couldn't, I want to meet him. It isn't long before Ruth, the woman Mabel mentioned earlier, walks through the door, and Mabel says her goodbyes, making a beeline for her friend. Finn introduces me to a total of 6 people before the meeting starts, all of whom already know who I am before I've even opened my mouth. A few members place chairs in a circle before telling the group the meeting is about to start. I don't sit in the circle, out of respect, and grab a seat on the bench near the entrance. Finn glances at me every once in a while, a grateful smile on his face, and I make it a point to smile back every time. It's like he's thanking me for being here, but I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. I spend the next hour listening to people's stories, some of which bring tears to my eyes. I know this is technically Alcoholics Anonymous, but this feels anything but anonymous. It feels private, like people are pouring their hearts out to each other, building bonds strong enough to withstand any storm. What these people have created is a family. Might be because Hilford is a small town, or because everyone here is so nice and welcoming. Either way, I'm glad Finn had that support system. I'm glad he wasn't alone. Mabel, who seems to be in charge, tells the others that the meeting is almost over and asks if anyone would like to go last. "I do," Finn says. Mabel nods. "Go ahead, honey." Finn clears his throat. "Hi, I'm Finn." "Hi, Finn," everyone says in unison. I didn't think they'd say their names every single time, since they clearly know each other, but they seem to take the introductions very seriously. "I know many of you weren't expecting to see me again. Some of you even bet on it." Laughter spreads around the circle, the majority of people turning to Ruth, the culprit and Mabel's friend. "I want to apologize for leaving without warning. You did too much for me not to get a proper goodbye." Finn pauses. "Last year wasn't an easy one for me, as you all know. I got sober, dealt with my anger issues, and did a shit ton of soul-searching. And all of you were there, listening to me bitch about it every week." The group laughs again. "I'm not going to lie. It was hell. But you kept me accountable. You reminded me that it was worth it when I wanted to give up. It was the hardest year of my life, but—" His eyes find mine across the room. "I'd do it 1,000 times over if I had to." I feel a painful pit crawling up my throat, only to realize it's my heart. "Thank you for everything you did for me. I'll never forget it," Finn concludes. The meeting ends on that note, and Finn makes quick work of telling everyone a real goodbye. Even Brooke, who stares daggers at me as soon as Finn looks the other way. Before I know it, we're back in Finn's car, driving to the restaurant where we're supposed to be meeting his sober sponsor. We arrive at the restaurant 10 minutes early. The restaurant is right by the beach, overlooking the ocean, and the sun is shining so bright I have to block out the light in order to see as we walk to the entrance. This isn't a fancy place. There's no employee at the front to greet us, the usual waitress replaced by a sign holder saying, "Sit wherever you'd like. If there are no more seats, go eat somewhere else." P.S. This is a joke. Don't go somewhere else. Please talk to us and we'll throw someone out and give you their place. P.S. That last part is also a joke. I let out a chuckle at the sign. I like this place already. I could never imagine seeing something like this back home, but I'd be willing to bet that because Hilford is such a small town, business owners know every person who lives here and their mother, therefore don't have to worry about offending their customers. "Come on." Finn walks past the sign and into the empty dining area. It looked small from the outside, but it's a decent size. I spot a man with a warm smile, silver hair, and glasses sitting at a table by a large floor-to-ceiling window as soon as we turn the corner. I understand he's the one we're meeting when he waves at Finn.
"About time. I've been waiting here for an hour."
The man's mouth curves into a smile. "He's lying. He's been here 2 minutes." A waitress, who seems to be in her 40s, exposes this Reuben guy as she wipes down a table with a washcloth.
"Hey, Anya."
Finn greets the woman. Everyone really knows everyone and their mother here. Finn and I smile, stopping near Reuben's table. Finn draws a chair for me, and I thank him, sitting down. "I'll be back with 2 other menus," the waitress tells us as soon as we're settled.
"You must be Dia."
Reuben holds out his hand over the table. I shake his hand with a shy smile. I don't think I'll ever get used to everybody knowing my name before I introduce myself. "Yes, and you're Reuben, right?"
"I am."
Finn told me you were his sober sponsor, although I'm not entirely sure what that means. I admit.
"It's kind of like a mentor,"
Finn explains.
"Reuben's the guy I called when I wanted to drink. He helped me avoid a relapse. It's basically a sober buddy, except he's been sober 26 years and likes to remind you every 5 seconds. Oh, and he comes with dad jokes and inspirational quotes."
I'm not sure whether or not to laugh, as I don't want to mock Reuben, until Reuben himself cracks a laugh, and I get a grasp on their dynamic. These two obviously like to poke fun at each other. We've barely been in the restaurant for 5 minutes, and they're already bickering. "How did you meet? Was it the AA meetings?" I ask, right as the waitress comes back with our menus. She gives them to us before retreating to the back. Finn's smile slips off his face.
"We actually met on the day you—"
I catch his drift immediately. They met on the day I drowned. Oh. I can't think of a better response.
"I was lying on the deck of my dad's boat, drinking myself into a coma, when he came up to me and gave me a card with the place and time of the AA meetings."
He elaborates.
"I blew him off at first, but then the accident happened, and I knew I had to get help. I could barely believe it when he showed up at a meeting the next day."
Reuben adds. "So you've been living in Hilford this whole time?" I ask Finn. He nods as a response. "But how could you afford an apartment?"
"I couldn't."
Images of him sleeping in his car return to me. God, I hope he wasn't homeless for a year.
"Reuben found me sleeping in my car behind the town hall a few days later and took pity on me,"
Finn clarifies.
"One of the kids I sponsor had just opened up a gym downtown, and he needed the help, so I told him I had a guy for him."
Reuben adds.
"I agreed to work for him for half the salary if he let me crash in his back office for free."
Wait, you were living in an office? How did that even work?
Part of the deal was that he added a couch.
It pains me to think that Finn's been living with close to nothing for so long. He went from living in $1 million mansion to sleeping in a stranger's office. And now that he's living with Xavier and Davina, he's still sleeping on the couch. He hasn't had a real bed for over a year, and when he had a choice, he still insisted that I take the guest room. I must be doing a very poor job of hiding my emotions, because Finn notices the worried expression on my face. He covers his hand with mine, halting my spiral.
"Hey, look at me."
I oblige, stressing my bottom lip.
"It wasn't as bad as it sounds. I had a place to sleep, a roof over my head, and my boss let me work out and shower after the gym closed. I took up boxing and started exercising like crazy to blow off some steam. My boss even bought a mini fridge and stocked it for me. He said it was for all of his employees, but he knew damn well I was the only one eating that food."
Since the day he came back, I've been making jokes about how he had to have been living in the gym to get a body like that. Turns out I was right. He literally lived at a gym, hence his new obsession with fitness. The conversation we had with Mabel randomly comes back to me. What did you mean when you said you missed Mabel's food? Did she cook for you or something? Finn grins. I was flat broke and starving at the beginning, and she caught me shoving the cookies she'd made for the meeting into my pockets. I thought maybe she'd be pissed, but she didn't say anything. Then at the next meeting, she came up to me and handed me an entire box of handmade meals, prepped into containers. I told her I couldn't accept it, but she forced me to take it. She'd lost her husband a year prior, and she said she always overcooked anyway. She brought me food every week after that. It went on until I left town. Finn could have chosen any town, attended any AA meetings, but he wound up here, in a beach town full of lovely people with gigantic hearts. I'd like to think it was fate, that he was led to this town for a reason. Our waitress places 3 glasses of water down on the table before asking us if we're ready to order. We end up asking her for a few more minutes. Does your dad know you lived in a gym? Mr. Richards might not be the world's most present father, but he always made sure his kids' needs were taken care of. I'm surprised he didn't try to give Finn money. No. I told him I was staying with a friend, and I had a job, so he'd stop trying to shove his money down my throat. Wait, so he wanted to help you out, but you refused? I'm not judging him. It just seems to me like turning down his father's money made his life harder. I think I needed to prove to myself that I could get through life on my own, without you and without him. When is the last time you talked to him? We text here and there, but the last time we talked on the phone was the day I left town, after he arranged for me to graduate online. So, he was working full-time, going to AA meetings, therapy, and taking final exams all at once. His time away was no vacation, that's for sure. Our waitress comes to take our orders 5 minutes later, and funnily enough, Finn and I order the same thing, without consulting each other. The conversation drifts to lighter topics, until Ruben's backstory is revealed. I find out halfway through lunch that his only son passed away while driving under the influence and killed a family of 3 in the process. That's what pushed Ruben, who was a widower and a raging alcoholic at the time, to get sober. Once he managed to win his fight against alcohol, he set out to help other people win theirs. Finn is the 7th person he sponsored. Lunch is over before I can blink, and I end up arguing with Finn to pay the check. Spoiler alert, I lose. I thank Ruben for everything he's done for Finn before exiting the restaurant and heading for the car. We're pulling out of the parking lot a few seconds later. Finn rests his hand on my thigh as he drives, making my heart jolt, and I debate on moving his hand away for a moment. I ultimately decide against it. It might not seem like a big deal in the grand scheme of things, but I know his hand squeezing my thigh means we're taking the next step on his redemption journey. I'm not sure what that step entails exactly, but I find comfort in knowing that whatever it is, we'll figure it out together. The 2-hour drive back to the apartment is packed with tension. Couldn't tell you what kind of tension, though. It was a tie between sexual and awkward, sprinkled with a hint of ultimatum and unbearable silence. I knew from the moment we crossed Hilford's town line that I'd have to make a decision sooner than later. Finn asked me to give him the day, and I did, but with our little getaway comes a dilemma I'm not ready to face. Am I willing to work on our relationship, or is this the end of the line for us? The weight on my shoulders doubles as soon as we enter the apartment. We call Avina's and Xavier's names a few times before coming to the conclusion that they're not home. Finn and I settle on opposite sides of the couch, and I inwardly make a list of all the reasons why I should and shouldn't give him another chance. On one hand, he hurt me. Badly. He ripped my heart out of my chest the day he left, but on the other, he also walked away because he never wanted to hurt me again. He needed time and space to learn to be his own person. My brain knows why he did what he did. It understands why he felt the need to leave, and part of me empathizes with the pain he went through during the past year. But my heart isn't so easily swayed. It remembers every tear, every breakdown, every sleepless night. Call it self-preservation, but I'm afraid to trust him again. The question is, can I get past it? I inhale a breath and break the silence. I gave you the day, like you asked. Fear flashes in his gaze as he chews on the inside of his cheek, and I realize I'm holding his heart in the palm of my hand. It sure makes you wonder how different things would be if he'd taken better care of mine when the roles were reversed. Look, Finn, I want to believe you've changed, that you're never going to hurt me again, or start drinking again, but I'm scared, he completes, reading between the lines. You're scared that you can't trust me. I think back to what Mabel said at the meeting about girls throwing themselves at him. It doesn't exactly help that Mabel said you were popular with the ladies in Hilford. I mutter under my breath, looking at my feet. Finn scoots closer to me on the couch. Is that why you're hesitant? Because you think I got with other girls while I was away? He told me the night of Theo's party that he didn't have sex with anyone while he was gone, but meeting that Brooke girl has left me wondering if he did other things. It's just, your friend Brooke seemed very flirty earlier. She also looked pissed when she saw us holding hands. A hoarse laugh leaves his mouth. You really have no idea, do you? What do you mean? He moves closer, shaking his head like he can't believe I'm asking. Even after all of this, you don't understand the fucking hold you have over me. My mouth falls open when he rises off the couch abruptly and takes off his shirt without so much as a heads up. Holy Mother of God. I zero in on his abs, my eyes tracing each of his muscles 5 times over. Get up, he commands, offering me his hand, and I take it, pushing off the couch. He jerks me to his chest as soon as I'm standing, and my front hits his toned chest with a thud. See this? Finn points to the diamond tattoo on his left pec. My mouth goes dry at the sight of the ink inches above his heart. I saw it in the bathroom after we had semi-sex, but I convinced myself it had nothing to do with me. I may be confident in myself, but I'm not, this boy obviously got a tattoo about me, confident. I got it tattooed a week after I left town. Put every penny I had left into it. I got the equivalent of your name tattooed on my goddamn skin, Dia. So if you think I was messing around with other girls, you're wrong. Nothing happened between me and Brooke. She asked me out a few times, but I said no. I'm always going to say no. You hear me? Always. Tears steam up my eyes. Why here? I graze the tattoo with my fingertips, and Finn takes my wrist, pressing my palm flat against his heart. Because it's yours, he breathes out. It was yours the day I left town, and it's been yours every day since then. It's yours, Jem. Now and fucking always. I'm speechless and blind, thanks to the tears streaming down my face. If you still want it, Finn croaks, sounding pained, and I suddenly lack the strength to deny myself of being with him. I'll take yours if you take mine. I barely say through the tears, and his hazel eyes grow. Although you have to promise not to break it again. His mouth drops open, disbelief coloring his features, and I press my body to his. We're inches apart at this point, and when Finn's focus darts to my mouth, I have to talk myself into not running for the hills. Kissing has always been an intimate thing to me. I gave Finn my cheek when he tried to kiss me on the rooftop, because I thought if I gave him my lips, I'd be granting him access to my heart. But for the first time, since the night I accidentally crawled into bed with him. I'm okay with being defenseless. I want him to kiss me, even if it means I get hurt again. Even if my walls are reduced to ashes. I want Finn Richards to kiss me, even if it kills me. I let out a gasp when his mouth crashes against mine, almost violently, his hand crawling up my arm and exploring my hair. There's a familiar urgency in the way I open my mouth to allow our tongues to meet, and the grunt sounding somewhere deep in his throat sets every nerve in my body on fire. This is why I ran. This is why I wouldn't let him kiss me until now. I knew if we went there and he shattered me again, I'd spend the rest of my life getting over him. We're desperate and messy in the way we cling to each other, and completely careless in the way we drop onto the couch like horny high schoolers. Xavier and Davina could walk in at any moment, but the voices in my head don't compare to the pleas of my heart. Finn is on top of me from the second my back hits the couch cushion, supporting himself with his arms, and I jerk him closer for another kiss. Nothing could rip us away from this moment. Or so I thought. Finn's phone starts to ring just as his mouth is deserting mine to focus on my neck. I'm practically melting all over Avina's couch and grind my body against his, making him groan in my ear. His phone keeps on ringing until it stops and quickly rings again a second later. Not that Finn gives a shit. He's too busy giving me the mother of all hickeys, and I'm too busy moaning every time his teeth graze my skin. His phone rings again and again for the next 3 minutes, and we eventually have no choice but to pull away. A curse hisses between his teeth as he plants one last kiss on my mouth and grabs his phone in his pocket. No caller ID, the screen reads. Finn frowns, checking his missed calls. They're all from this unknown number. The strange caller even left him a voicemail. You should pick up, I suggest, teasing him by rocking against his erection, and Finn curses again, pulling away from me and sitting on the edge of the couch. What? He snaps as soon as he's brought the phone to his ear. I hear a deep voice down the line, but can't make out what the person is saying. I notice the color gradually draining from Finn's face as seconds pass. What is it? I rest my hand on his forearm. His lips fall open, his eyes becoming glassy as he stares into empty space. He looks like he's just been told his entire family died. Finn? I choke out. I'm on my way, Finn says in a flat voice and hangs up. What's going on? I have to go, is all he gives me before pushing to his feet and walking to the door. What? I shriek, scrambling to meet him by the entrance. I just have to go, he repeats, as though he's in some sort of trance. I call his name over and over, but it's no use. He's gone before I know it. 27. Diamond. Today sucked. I've had my share of bad days in the past year, but none of them even come close to this one. I woke up this morning and immediately checked my phone for a message from Finn. There was nothing. No, I'm sorry I ran out like that. No, I'll explain everything. Nada. He walked out right as we were in the process of getting back together, which ranks pretty high on the dick move scale, but I'm not nearly as angry with him as I am concerned. The look on his face when he took the call suggests he had a good reason for bailing. I just wish I knew what that reason was. I spent 20 minutes moping in bed before I remembered I had other things to do than wait around for a boy to give me a sign of life. I dragged myself out of bed and into the shower, promising myself I wouldn't spend the day obsessing over him. Newsflash, I was full of shit. I went to work as usual and walked a few dogs. Then I had classes all afternoon. I sat down at a desk and watched my professors drone on and on without ever truly listening, and checked my phone so often I'm surprised it didn't die on me. It's past 6 by the time I get back to the apartment. I realize the door isn't locked when I attempt to use my key. Avina and Xavier must be home. Hope creeps into my chest at the possibility of seeing Finn when I walk through the door. I push the door to the apartment open and step foot inside. I don't see anyone at first, but then I turn the corner and spot the last person I ever expected to see sitting on the couch with Xavier. His head snaps up, and he cracks a polite smile I'm careful not to return. I blink at him. What the? Avina enters the room a second later, immediately sensing my confusion and walking over to me. Tia, hey, come to the kitchen with me, will you? I give a nod, and Avina grabs my arm, leading me to the other room. We've barely taken a step into the kitchen before I blurt, "What the hell is Brody doing here?" I haven't seen Finn's brother since before the accident. I remember it so clearly. He and Finn were arguing in the kitchen, and Brody was telling him he was making a mistake by sleeping with the help, aka me. My outburst makes Avina cringe, and she gestures to keep it down, lowering her voice. It's about Finn. Fear grips me. What about Finn? He's sort of missing. He's what? I erupt. Don't worry, he's fine. At least we think he is. It's just that no one can find him. He ran away after they told him the news. She says, like I'm supposed to understand what the hell that means. What news? Her features twist with shock. You don't know? Know what? I snap, my patience wearing thin. Avina chews on her bottom lip, and I feel the need to brace myself for impact, gripping the back of one of the kitchen chairs. They found his mother. I stop breathing, my lungs bailing on me. You mean she's alive? I pray that she'll say yes with every fiber of my being, but then I see color spilling from her skin, and I know this story doesn't have a happy ending. No, they found her body. Well, what's left of her body. My heart crumbles in my chest. That's what the phone call was about. It was probably the police telling Finn they'd found his mom, 11 years later. Holy shit. I plop down onto a chair, as if to ensure my knees won't give out from under me. I know, Avina agrees, taking a seat next to me. But how? They couldn't find her after the accident, but they magically find her now? I thought they weren't looking for her anymore. They weren't, Avina explains. There were 2 other drownings 3 days ago, a couple in their 50s. They had divers search the lake, and she was just there. My mind is racing. They found her while looking for other people. It's almost as though the universe is pulling a sick prank on us, answering Finn's prayers once he's just started to make peace with his mother's death. How do they know it's her? It's been so long since the accident, there must have been nothing left of her. Plus, Nora Richards isn't the only person to have drowned in that lake. Dental records. They waited for the results to come back before notifying the family. It was like Finn's spirit had left his body after they called him. Like his brain functions were so focused on trying to register the information that he couldn't hear a word I was saying. No wonder he completely shut down after receiving news like that. No one's heard from Finn since last night. His dad and his brother are worried sick about him. And we have no idea where he could be? No. That's why Brody stopped by, to ask us if we knew something. Their dad's out searching for Finn as we speak. I want to roll my eyes to another realm at Brody's loving big brother act. He's never given a shit about Finn, or about Lexi for that matter. I first met this guy the day he locked Lexi into the library so he could get drunk with his friends and let her bathe in her own piss. But then there's also the time he told Finn he was a pussy and pathetic for wanting to be with me. My body overpowers my brain, and I rise off my chair, making a beeline for the living room. I stop a few steps away from the couch, folding my arms over my chest and glaring at Brody. We don't know where he is. You can leave now. My disdain for him doesn't seem to faze him. He pushes off the couch.
I know you don't know where he is, but I think I might.
I hesitate for a moment, reluctant to trust him. I decide to hear him out. Finn needs me right now. I'd make a deal with Lucifer himself if it could help me find him. If you know where he is, then why don't you just go there? Brody heaves a sigh.
Because he won't listen to me, but he'll listen to you.
My lips part. He claimed he came over to ask us if we knew something, when he really came over to ask me for my help. Talk, I command.
There was a place where Finn spent all his time after the accident. A lighthouse, right by the lake. He'd sit up there for hours, just looking out at the water. That's where he'd go whenever he wanted to be alone. Might be a long shot, but I bet you'll find him there.
The lighthouse. Of course. Finn told me about it on the day I drowned. He said his mom would go up there whenever he and his dad would sail on the lake. This way she could always find him. And that's why he picked up the habit after she passed.
Look, Dia, it's no secret that I've been a shitty brother. But I know Finn. This is going to eat him from the inside out until there's nothing left. He'll never admit it, but he never stopped holding on to the hope that she was alive somewhere, no matter how unlikely it was. I'm worried about him. Please.
The fact that he's begging me to help just goes to show how uninvolved he is in his brother's life. If he was close with Finn, he'd know begging me is useless. I'd follow Finn through the fiery pits of hell if I had to, and I'm going to that lighthouse if it's the last thing I do. If I could have one superpower, it would be the ability to teleport myself. Preteen Dia would disagree. She would have wanted invisibility or telekinesis, but that was before she had to drive 2.5 hours out of town to chase a boy. Bless Avina's heart, but her car is basically a pile of crap on wheels. She's an angel for letting me borrow it, but she's barely used it since college started, either always catching a ride with Xavier or taking the bus, and it's making noises it definitely shouldn't. I want nothing more than to run every red light to get to Finn, but it sounds like the engine is going to explode every time I pump the gas, and I need to be alive in order to save Finn from himself. I reach Lake Belmont 15 minutes later than the GPS's estimate and easily find a parking spot near the docks. It feels weird to be back here after what happened. The place is deserted, with the exception of me. The sun is setting over the lake, creating a blend of pink and orange I'd probably want to immortalize with a picture if I weren't so busy worrying about Finn. I climb out of Avina's car and jog down the wooden stairs leading to the beach. I see the lighthouse in the distance. No sign of Finn. Please be there, please be there, please be there. I hurry along the shore, fidgeting with Avina's keys and praying to God I didn't come all this way for nothing. I expected to find Finn standing at the top, leaning against the railing, staring out at the horizon. But I don't see anything. Until I squint and make out a man sitting on the metallic floor behind the railings. He's got his right leg huddled against his chest, his arm draped over his knee, and his head resting against the dome surrounding the lighthouse's beacon. I debate on what to do next, mentally listing the million ways things could go wrong in the event that the stranger isn't him when I go up there. The man hasn't seen me yet, eyes fixated on the lake, and I decide to put him to the test. Brody said his brother's phone had to be off since he wasn't taking people's calls. but maybe it's on, and he's manually declining them? It's a long shot, but it's worth a try. I pull my phone out of my pocket and unlock it. I select Finn's contact info, my finger hovering near the call button, and gather the courage to call him seconds later, muting my own phone and keeping an ear out for Finn's ringtone. Hope streams all over me like warm liquid when I hear the faintest ringing sound emanating from the top of the lighthouse. Holy shit. It's really him. He lets my call go to voicemail, and I decide to text him. Dia, I know about your mom. Where are you? My phone lights up with a message from him seconds later. Finn. I'm okay, I promise. Sorry for running away like that. I just need some time. I can feel my rib cage compressing the beating drum where my heart used to be as I read his message. At least he's communicating. He could have shut me out and ignored me the way he's been ignoring his family, but he didn't. I wonder if I should retrace my steps and give him the space he asked for. Oh, to hell with it. If he asks me to leave, I'll go, but I have to try. I round the lighthouse, searching for an entrance of some sort. I find wooden planks bolted to a door at the back of the structure, but the planks covering the bottom half of the door have been forcefully removed, leaving more than enough space to crawl inside. All signs point to the lighthouse being abandoned, and odds are, by going inside, I'd be trespassing. But I can't bring myself to care. Finn needs me, whether he's willing to admit it or not. I see a metallic spiral staircase stretching all the way to the top as soon as I enter the lighthouse. The rusty metal and lack of a banister give me pause, but I go ahead anyway, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I almost lose my footing a few times, but somehow make it to the top of the lighthouse in one piece. I find myself in a room with large windows the next second, and my pulse quickens at the sight of Finn sitting down on the narrow balcony surrounding the beacon room. My heart in my throat, I walk over to the door and push it open. Finn's head snaps up when I walk outside, the night breeze blowing in my hair. I catch a glimmer of shock on his face, but all my brain registers are his eyes. Fuck, his eyes. They're bloodshot, as though he's been holding back tears since he found out about his mom, and I ache all over. It's like I can feel his pain everywhere in my body, from my bones to my joints, all the way down to my soul. He severs the eye contact before I can try to uncover what he's thinking and stares ahead of him again. He doesn't say a word or acknowledge my presence in the slightest. I spent the drive here anticipating his reaction and came up with 2 plausible options. Option 1 was anger, and option 2 was sadness. Not once did I anticipate he'd be indifferent. He's not in the mood to talk? Fine. Then we're not going to talk. But that doesn't mean I'm going to leave him to self-destruct. Silently, I plop down on the floor next to him and stare at the sunset. He doesn't look at me again, but he also doesn't tell me to leave, which I take as a good sign. Over 10 seconds elapse before I can't contain myself anymore and wrap my arms around him for an awkward side hug. Finn doesn't react, his sculpted body growing stiff in my arms. I don't let go, but it isn't long before a voice in my head tells me to take a hint. He came here to be alone, and I completely ignored his wish and tracked him down anyway. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Maybe he... A gasp gets stuck in my throat when Finn's tattooed arms snake around me out of nowhere, and he tilts his body to the side to give me a proper hug. I can feel his walls shatter as I hold him tighter, and he buries his face in my shoulder, inhaling a shaky breath. I let out a sigh of relief, my hand climbing into his hair and massaging his skull slowly. We don't speak for a while, holding each other in silence. If he wants to say something, then he can say something, but I'm not going to make this moment any harder than it already is by forcing him to talk to me. I play with his hair with one hand, rubbing his back with the other, and there's something particularly vulnerable in the way he clings to my body. He doesn't cry or make a sound. He just lets me hold him for a minute. He eventually pulls back, slouching against the glass behind him and closing his eyes. It's like he needs this moment to sort out his thoughts and emotions. I guide my legs to my chest and circle them with my arms, resting my chin on one of my knees. Only then do I notice the cardboard box placed next to Finn. It's just sitting there, Finn's name written on it in black Sharpie. He obviously brought this box here, but I can't figure out why. Still, I don't surrender to my curiosity, waiting for him to speak first. Thankfully, he doesn't make me wait too long.
How did you know I was here?
His voice is straining with pain. Believe it or not, your brother told me. His eyebrows shoot up to his forehead.
Since when do you talk to my brother?
Since he showed up at the apartment, worried sick about you. He lets out a bitter scoff.
I don't know who you talked to, but it sure as fuck wasn't my brother.
A laugh rips from my throat. I know, I was surprised too, but he seemed genuinely concerned about you. He told me I might find you here. Finn doesn't argue, but I can tell he's not buying it one bit. The conversation begins to die down, and I feel the need to revive it. What's in the box? I gesture with my chin, and Finn glances at the unopened box, hesitant to share. He answers a few seconds later.
Letters.
I think back to the letters I found in his room the summer we first met. He wrote them in therapy after his mom died. Are those the letters you wrote in therapy?
No.
I assume he's going to leave it at that, until he adds,
They're letters from her.
I blink at him in shock. Is he saying that box is filled with letters from his dead mom?
My dad found them in the garage after the fire.
The words Lacey said when the girls told me the Richards' house had burned down echo in my head. It was so bad, the only thing left standing was the garage.
He happened upon 2 boxes, just like this one, while he was clearing it out. He's been keeping it for me for months.
His voice carries a smidge of self-hatred.
He wanted to tell me in person, but I wouldn't pick up the fucking phone.
I almost forgot about the mysterious fire that ravaged Finn's childhood home. The cops still don't have any suspects or real theories to share with the public.
He mailed it to me when he found out I was back. There was one for my brother and one for me.
Finn explains. But why would your mother write you letters? It's almost like Nora Richards knew something was going to happen to her.
She lost her parents unexpectedly when she was a teenager. There was no warning. They died in a shooting, and I guess my mom didn't want to leave her kids the way her parents left her.
A million questions collide in my head. How come you didn't know about the letters until now?
My mom never told anyone about them, not even my dad.
She probably thought she had more time. It's one thing to leave your kids letters in case something happens to you. It's another to tell your partner you think it might happen soon. Did you read them?
Nope,
Finn says quietly. If it were me, I would have torn that box open a long time ago. Can I open it? I push my luck. Just the box, not the letters. He hesitates for a while before making up his mind.
Knock yourself out.
He hands me the box, and I rest it on my lap, using my keys to cut through the tape. I can feel Finn's eyes on me as I do what he couldn't and open the box. Stacks of letters are waiting inside, each of them titled something different. I choose one at random, turning it over and skimming along Nora Richards' perfect handwriting. For when you fail. I grab another one. For when you succeed. Then another. For when you fall in love. Tears cast a mist over my eyes as I read the back of each letter. If you have a child, if you get married, for when you turn 18. She really thought this through. Nora wrote a letter for every important moment in her sons' lives. Why won't you read them? I placed the letter in my hand back into the box. A sigh leaves his lips. Because if I read them, then it's really over. I'll have nothing left of her. Is that why you came here? Because this place is all you have left of her? He shrugs. I came here because this is where it all started. Just seems fitting for the story to end here, too. My throat tightens at the cruel irony of the situation. Finn's mom watched over him from this lighthouse for most of his childhood, only to end up drowning in the very lake she was trying to protect him from. I instinctively grab Finn's hand, but he doesn't reciprocate my affection. His fingers limp in mine. I intertwine our fingers, despite his cold exterior, reading him like an open book. He's trying to push me away, the way he always does when he gets hurt. But I know better than to take his behavior personally. What now? I ask. Luckily, Finn doesn't need more information to know what I'm talking about. Now, he pauses. We bury her. At least what's left of her. I'm so sorry. I choke out. His features harden at my words, and he takes his hand back. Don't, he warns. Don't what? Don't feel bad for me. He clenches his jaw. I let you die, Dia. I don't deserve your sympathies. That's what this is about? We've been over this. It was an accident. I remind him. Don't you get it? It could have been your dead body they were fishing out of that fucking lake. Your funeral we were planning. I almost fucking killed you, Dia. I watched you drown, and I can't live with that. It's that lake. Every time he sees it, he's reminded of what could have happened that day. Not only is he convinced that he failed his mom, he's also convinced that he failed me. Hey, look at me. He refuses, staring ahead of him. Finn, look at me. I force our eyes to meet, cupping his face in my hands. You didn't kill me. I'm right here. Still, I don't know how to forgive myself. He removes my hands from his jaw and rises to his feet. I watch him lean against the railing, staring blankly into space. I push off the floor, his back facing me, as I free myself of a burden I've been carrying for what feels like a decade. Well, that's too bad, because I forgive you. He doesn't move for a moment. Then he swivels around, a mixture of shock and disbelief written all over his face. I step closer. I forgive you for the accident. And closer. I forgive you for leaving. I take one more step. I forgive you, Finn, for all of it. Every little thing. I don't care about what you've done or who you were, because when I look at you, I see a man who wants to do better. To be better. His jaw goes slack at my speech, an army of demons swirling in the backs of his eyes. Yes, you fucked up. Yes, you could have handled things differently, but in the end, none of it matters. The only thing that matters is that you're here, and you're trying, and that's good enough for me, if it's good enough for you. He can't bring himself to answer. A sob escapes me. I love you, Finley Richards. I loved you when you were miles away, and when you were right here. I loved you when you were a dick, and the nicest guy to walk the earth. I loved you then, and I love you now. The question is, are you going to let me? There's a silent ultimatum floating in the air. He can either forgive himself the way I've forgiven him, or we can say goodbye and go our separate ways. The decision seems to be a no-brainer when he blows out a breath and charges toward me so fast my back hits the glassed wall behind me. I could cry tears of relief when his hands capture my face and he kisses the ever-loving hell out of me. I kiss him back like he's oxygen, and I've been suffocating since the day he left, gripping his collar and parting my lips to grant him access. His tongue slips inside my mouth, one of his hands gliding into my hair, as if to ensure that I won't back away. It's like he's afraid that I'm going to change my mind, see him for the unredeemable monster he thinks he is, and come to my senses. The longer he devours me, the clearer it becomes that I couldn't walk away if I tried. Finn Richards owns every part of me. Good, bad, all his for the taking. We kiss until there's no more air, no more fear, and not a sliver of doubt in our system.
God, I missed you.
He rasps inside my mouth. I respond with a long kiss. His lips are addictive, his touch dizzying as our tongues wrestle each other for the lead. I'm intimidated by how much I want him, almost overwhelmed by the pressure building between my legs. He's no longer punishing himself, that much is clear, and I set out to reward him for it, rocking against the bulge protruding from his pants. He groans when I drop my fingers downward, my palm curving around his cock over his jeans.
Fuck, I need you to take it. Take my cock, baby. Now.
He pumps his hips into my hand with greedy thrusts, like he's imagining the feeling of my fingers around him. It sounds like a command and a plea, and I don't hesitate to comply, unbuckling his belt and shoving my hands inside his briefs. He's already so hard and thick when I wrap my fist around him. His mouth dances with mine as I jerk him off inside his briefs, the occasional groan breaking free from somewhere deep inside his throat. I stop and spit inside my hand before lowering my fist around his shaft again.
Shit.
He throws his head back, and I have to battle the urge to get his cock out and take him in my mouth right here in the open. I withdraw and scan the beach. The sky is pitch black, and there's no one around. Fuck it. Finn barely even bats an eye when I drop to my knees in front of him, tugging his pants down just enough to guide his cock between my lips. Something tells me he wouldn't care even if the beach was crowded. I start by teasing the head of his cock, twirling my tongue around the tip a few times, before sucking hard and circling his length with my fist. I'm high on the sounds he's making, losing my mind every time he curses under his breath.
Yes. Oh, fuck, yes.
He presses down on my head gently, and I feel him hit the back of my throat over and over. He starts to spasm in my mouth, and Finn's eyes snap open.
Get up.
He reaches for my wrist, pulling me to my feet and backing me against the lighthouse walls. I want to high-five myself for deciding to wear a dress when his hands band around the backs of my thighs and he lifts me up into his arms, knotting my legs around his hips himself. He's just shoved his dick back into his briefs when his hand lodges itself between my legs. As soon as he's shoved my dress out of the way, his fingers delve inside my panties, immediately locating my clit. He teases me, plays with me until I'm writhing in his arms. I can hear how wet I am when he moves further down and sinks his teeth into his bottom lip.
You're so fucking wet. Spread those legs for me.
I give him what he wants, opening my thighs as wide as I can, and Finn squeezes 2 fingers inside me at once, earning himself a stifled moan. The heat in his gaze pulverizes what's left of my patience. Put it in, I say bluntly, as he curls his fingers in and out of me. I could have been more romantic about it, but it's been a year since we went to Pound Town, and we don't have time for pleasantries.
Put what in?
He messes with me, a smirk dancing on his beautiful face as he finger fucks me so hard I feel my own arousal coating my thighs. Put your dick in me. I spell it out for him, and his smirk widens, his thumb flicking my clit from left to right. But we're just getting started, Finn taunts, rubbing me faster. I moan when his fingers hit my G-spot from the inside. I don't know what the hell it is about this position, but it's like he's touching me in all the right places. Wait, am I about to? Holy shit! I whine, gripping his shoulders with both hands as pleasure strikes me like thunder. Embarrassment creeps under my skin when my orgasm crashes into me like a truck. I've never come this fast in my life. His hand flies out to grab my throat as he thrusts in and out of me furiously. That's fucking right, Tia. Come for me. He pinches my clit with 2 fingers, and just like that, I'm a goner. I come all over his hands, digging my nails into his inked shoulders and riding out the wave of my orgasm. Finn waits until the very last second to pull his fingers out and shove his briefs down his hips to free his cock. Neither of us speaks as he positions himself at my entrance. There aren't enough words in the English vocabulary to explain how much we need this right now, and I don't bother telling him about the stupid organ wilding out in my chest. Our eyes say plenty. We know once we do this, there's no going back. He can never leave again after this. Even if he fucks up, even if he does something unforgivable, no matter what happens next, he's staying. I love you, I croak seconds before he pushes inside me bareback. Good thing I'm on the pill. He seems to notice the fear dripping from my voice because he slams his mouth to mine, kissing me senseless. I love you, he whispers. There's a beat of silence. Then he adds, until the day I fucking die. His cock feels like a knife slicing into me. I wince as he stretches my walls, allowing myself a moment to adjust to his size. It's been a year since I've been with someone in that way. It'd be weird if it felt amazing right off the bat. Finn pulls out and draws his cock back in. Shit, that really hurts. I know, baby, he says like he's reading my mind. Deep breaths, okay? I squeeze my eyes shut, inhaling a breath and holding it in until Finn pushes into me again and again. The pain gradually lessens with each of his thrusts, and I realize he's not having fun. His eyes riveted on me as he fucks me slowly and carefully. He's worried about me. I wince. I'm totally ruining the moment, aren't I? His mouth is on mine before I know it. Fuck that. You're not ruining anything. He kisses me deeply, as if to take my mind off the pain, and I ease into the kiss, relaxing as his tongue darts out to play with mine. I feel him going faster inside me, but focus on his lips, his smell, his touch. I disconnect from the pain, the vessel in my chest so full of love, I'm surprised it even fits. Oh, fuck. His groan sends electricity straight to my clit. Do that again. It doesn't sound like a request. Finn searches my eyes. Do what? Make noises, is the best way I can put it. He obliges instantly, gripping the back of my hair and guiding his mouth to my ear as he moans and fucks me without restraint. Oh, God. Every time he thrusts into me, he shows me just how good it is for him, with a groan or a few words of encouragement. Fuck, Dia. You don't know how good you feel. He fills me to the brim and growls.
Jesus Christ, you're incredible.
His dirty talk ignites something in me, and I start to fuck him back, bouncing up and down on his length by gripping his shoulders to gather momentum. The pain subsides, and I rejoice, leading his face to mine for a long, breathtaking kiss. Feeling him without a condom is so much better than I remember, and judging by the look on his face, I'd say he agrees. Finn's fingers drop to the sweet spot between my legs. Again? Finn, I can't. I'm too sensitive. Trust me, he says, before pecking my mouth and flicking my clit. His cock squeezing in and out of me adds to the overall sensation, and it isn't long before I surrender to the pleasure. On second thought, round 2 might not be such a bad idea. He's got me on the verge of an orgasm just minutes later. Finn! I can't help but clench him as pleasure sneaks up on me.
Fuck yes,
he cheers me on. We're both sweaty at this point, but I couldn't care less, relishing in the slapping sound our bodies make when they meet after missing each other for so long. My mouth drops open a moment later, and I clench Finn so hard his features twist with pleasure. Oh shit, I'm close. Finn and I have rarely peaked at the same time. I always thought that the idea of being so connected with your partner that you came together was just a myth. And maybe it is. But it feels like anything but as I come undone for the second time tonight. My eyes rolling back into my head as I bounce on him faster. I don't even try to muffle my moans when I climax, and Finn smacks his palm against the glass next to me, throwing his head back.
Dia, Dia, Dia.
He chants my name as he gives me 3 more pumps and spills inside me without a condom. Coming down from this high feels like waking up from a really good dream. Finn pulls out of me and unlinks my legs from his waist, putting me back down and kissing the tip of my nose. Everything but you. He presses his forehead to mine, and I laugh, reading between the lines. I know what he's asking me, and I know exactly what my answer is going to be. I smile, place a kiss on the corner of his mouth, and seal the deal with 3 little words. Everything but you.
28. Finn. 4 weeks later. I'm not having sex against a tree, she said. Not a chance in hell, she said. And I believed her, for like a solid minute. Until we finished carving our names into my parents' tree, and she pinned me with a look I knew all too well. The one she always has in her eyes whenever she's fighting the part of herself that wants to get fucked into oblivion. Let's just say I was more than happy to report for duty. Are we being... moan. Disrespectful? Moan. Her concern makes me smile. I'm fucking her brains out from behind, and she still finds the time to be considerate of my dead mother's feelings. I don't know what my mom is doing in the afterlife, but she 1000% isn't watching us shag in the woods, I reassure her. A laugh mixes with the whimper leaving her beautiful lips. Still, this is a special place for her. You're my special place. I'm sure she'll understand. I grip her delicate waist, squeezing and accidentally marking her skin as I ram myself inside her so deeply. I wouldn't be surprised if she felt me in her throat. Not so long ago, I would have sold an organ to never come back to Silver Springs. I thought being here would remind me of everything I'd lost. Turns out, it reminds me of everything I've gained. Dia, happiness, a future. Plus, I couldn't say no to Dia once she made her mind up. She wanted Avina's and Xavier's baby shower to be back home to accommodate their families. And after Lacey offered to host the event at her parents' house, there was no arguing with her. And, well, here we are, back in our hometown for the weekend. Or so Dia thinks.
Oh, God!
Dia claws at the tree trunk in front of her, her tits bouncing in every direction as I take her near the bridge where my parents first met. Technically, Silver Bridge collapsed over a year ago, but bridge or no bridge, this place is still the main reason why my parents got together. My parents carved their initials into this tree when they fell in love, and it just felt right to immortalize my own love next to theirs.
We're going to be so late,
Dia reminds me when I twist her black curls around my fist and snake my arm between her legs to tease her swollen clit. The baby shower was set to start 15 minutes ago, but I say Dia's done more than enough for her future goddaughter or godson. You already organized the whole thing. They can manage without you for 30 minutes. I rub her clit until she has to cover her own mouth to not be too loud. I know she's close when she starts to tremble, and as much as I wish I could make this moment last, the sounds she makes when she falls apart on my cock tip me over the edge. I empty inside her without a condom. Dia takes the pill religiously. Xavier and Avina might be ready for a baby, but I'm not even close to having my shit together. Dia and I peek at the same time, and she backs up into my pelvis as if to milk every drop of my cum. Fuck, I can't wait to marry this girl. We crash back down to earth moments later, and I reluctantly pull out of her, already fantasizing about the next time we can do this. Every inch of her body feels like home, and I plan on taking care of my home. Mark my words, my home is going to be the happiest fucking home on the planet. Dia slips her arms into the straps of her dress and pats down the fabric before touching up her hair. I've just adjusted my semi-hard cock and buckled my belt when my phone chimes with a text. It's my dad. Dad, are we still on for family dinner tomorrow? If he'd sent me this message 4 weeks ago, I would have left him on red. But I promised Dia I'd patch things up with my family, and I'd rather die than disappoint her. I type a quick reply. Finn, absolutely. See you there. I turn to see Dia scrolling through her messages and stressing her bottom lip.
The caterer canceled at the last minute. We need to grab food on the way,
she informs me. Yes, she got caterers. She went above and beyond to make sure tonight was memorable. It cost her a pretty penny, too, but she said she owed Avina for being the best friend imaginable. I pick up on her distress as we're walking over to the car and pull her into my arms. Hey, it's going to be great, okay? I press my lips to her forehead, holding her against me until her shoulders unwind.
Okay.
She exhales a self-soothing breath before climbing inside my car. It's no secret that babies cry a lot, but at the risk of sounding like an ignorant dumbass, I didn't know the women making them cried half as much. Avina's been drowning in her tears since she stepped foot inside her surprise baby shower 5 hours ago. Xavier was in on it and told her we were having a party, although he was careful not to mention the party was for their unborn child. Avina couldn't believe her eyes when she came in to see pink and blue balloons hung everywhere. We don't know the gender yet. Hers and Xavier's families, and piles of gifts scattered all over Lacey's living room. Thankfully, we got here just in time to catch her reaction, but we did have to skip the trip to the grocery store after the caterer bailed. I managed to convince Dia that takeout was the way to go, and we wound up ordering pizza for everyone. Xavier's and Avina's family members left 20 minutes ago, leaving Dia, Theo, Xavier, Lacey, Avina, and I to throw away the wrapping paper dumped on the living room floor. Avina cried the entire time she and Xavier were opening gifts, and when asked about it, she picked up the baby clothes she'd been given and said, "It's just so tiny." "Shoot, we forgot a present," Lacey exclaims as I'm shoving the last of the wrapping paper into a trash bag. My lips curl into a smile when Lacey and I make eye contact. It's time. Xavier and I exchange knowing glances as Lacey shows us the tiny box in her hands. We all settle on Lacey's leather couches, and I extend my arm around Dia's neck, drawing her to my chest. "It says it's for Dia," Lacey declares. Confused, Dia sits up straight. "For me?" "Yes, from Finn," Lacey adds, and my baby casts a suspicious glance toward me. "What did you do?" She squints as if to figure me out, and I laugh. "Just open it." Hesitant, she stretches her arm out, and Lacey hands her my present. The box is white, wrapped in black ribbon, and fits into the palm of her hand. Dia turns it over, assessing the box, and then shoots me another glance. I nod, gesturing to go ahead with my chin, and she undoes the black bow before opening the box. Her mouth drops open when she sees what's inside. Inside the box is a key. Our key. "What is this?" She takes the key into her hand, holding it at eye level. "That's the key to our home," I say casually. She needs a moment to register what I just said. "What do you mean, our home?" "We won't be living at the apartment anymore," I explain. "What the hell are you talking about?" She rises off the couch. "Lacey offered to let us move into her guest house for free until the end of the summer. The place is ours starting tonight." She blinks at me once, twice, 3 times before composing herself. "Wait, what?" She looks at Lacey as though she expects her to start laughing. Lacey shrugs, a smile on her lips. "My mom and stepdad never use it anyway. They're always out of town. It's just sitting there, collecting dust." The apartment was getting a little crowded, and I'm sure these 2 lovebirds would love to be able to prepare the guest room for baby Harper Emery. I smile at the future parents. This past month with Dia has been heaven on earth. I've been happier than I ever thought possible. But living with another couple means having little to no privacy, which is just a polite way of saying that we can't fuck whenever we want to. Let me tell you, that shit gets old fast. Xavier and Avina seem to agree because they brought up Lacey's guest house a while back. Apparently, her folks were looking to rent it out, and since Dia's summer classes ended a few days ago, I thought we might as well live together until school picks up and she lands a new dorm. As for me, I haven't found a place to live next semester. Not that I've been looking. I'm secretly hoping that Dia will want to get an apartment together when the time comes. Lacey put in a good word for us with her parents, and they agreed to let us crash here for free in exchange for some yard work around their property. I already sorted out the details with them and shoved as many of Dia's things as I could into the trunk of my car. I couldn't exactly pack up her whole life without her noticing, so I brought the essentials. We'll have to go back to the apartment to get the rest. Stunned, Dia glances around the room, noticing the grins on our friends' faces. "You all knew about this?" Theo, Xavier, and Avina confirm her suspicions, and Dia swats my shoulder. "How long have you been preparing this?" "Since we got back together." I push to my feet. Dia flings her arms around my neck as soon as I'm off the couch, and I pick her up, twirling her around and relishing her laughter. This is what I mean when I say I'm the happiest I've ever been. We spend the rest of the evening relaxing by the pool. Everyone's tipsy by the time midnight rolls around. Everyone but me and Avina. And Lacey suggests the others spend the night at her place to avoid taking their car. I'm hit by flashbacks as I comb through Lacey's backyard, reminiscing about the many parties that happened in this very spot. So much has changed since high school, and yet, our friend group hasn't. No matter where life takes us, we're always going to find our way back here, to Silver Springs, our boring hometown of around 5,000 people, where there's nothing to do except gossip and attend the local high school's basketball games. Dia and I call it a night and head over to the guest house a little bit after 1. She said she was tired, but I know my girl better than she knows herself, and the look in her eyes didn't match her story one bit. Sure enough, she's all over me from the moment I unlock the door. Her mouth is on mine before I can drop the leftover non-alcoholic drinks we brought back from the party on the entryway table. I thought maybe she'd want to take a look around, but a tour seems to be the last thing on her mind, as we collapse onto the couch, never breaking the kiss. Want to try our new shower? I tease, directing my focus to her neck and leaving a trail of kisses all the way to her earlobe. But what if Avina and Xavier hear us? She fake gasps. Oh wait, they can't. We live alone now. I laugh. Damn right we do. A shower sounds amazing. She plants a long kiss on my mouth. Except I didn't bring any clothes to change. I smirk. Even better. I'm serious. She chuckles. I didn't pack anything. I thought we were driving back home after the baby shower. I get off the couch in one leap and offer her my hand. Come with me. She doesn't argue, taking my hand and following me into the master bedroom on the second floor. She's quick to spot her overnight bag next to mine on the bed. You packed for me? She asks, disbelief lacing her voice. I nod. Did it last week. Her eyes grow in size as she hurries over to the bed, tossing her phone onto the mattress before unzipping her bag. She pulls out the purple shirt I packed last. She recently started wearing colorful clothes again. I've been looking for that top for days, she blurts out, and I laugh, bracing my shoulder against the doorway. Check out the nightstand, I suggest, and Dia turns her focus over to the side of the bed. She immediately sees the framed picture I left on the nightstand. I snuck into the guest house when she was in the bathroom earlier. I just had to make sure the picture of her birth mom was waiting for her when she came in. Dia's kept it by the side of her bed ever since Jessie gave it to her. I venture into our bedroom and lace my arms around her waist from behind. You framed it? She chokes out, picking up the only picture she has of her mom. Yep, stole it when you weren't looking. I figured she was too important not to be framed. Dia stretches her neck to look at me, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you. We stay like that, with my chest pressed to her back, my nose buried in her hair for a moment I'd describe as lengthy and fleeting. I don't want to let go of her. I can't. Dia puts the picture down and spins to face me, her gaze drawn to the box of letters I haven't been brave enough to open sitting on the desk. Dia isn't the only one clinging to the memory of her mother. I couldn't leave the apartment without taking my mom's letters with me. Promise me something. She wraps me into a warm embrace. Anything. My arms close around her like muscle memory, and she rests her cheek against my chest. Promise me that you'll read her letters. She was too important for her voice not to be heard. Dia reuses part of what I said to her. I've done nothing but try and garner the courage to open my mom's letters since I found out they existed. I spent the last month scolding myself for being too weak to tear those damn envelopes open. Truth is, I'm not ready. I'm not ready, and I don't think I ever will be. I promise. I whisper. I mean it. At least, I want to mean it. One day, down the road, I want to open that box and go through her letters one by one. I want to drink in her words, memorize her handwriting, and carry her essence with me. But that day isn't today, and it's not tomorrow. That day isn't even next month. But it'll come. It has to. Now, how about that shower? Better yet, how about a bubble bath? Dia flings her arms around my neck, and I'm grateful for the light oozing out of her. Shit was getting depressing as hell. Do you even need to ask? I peck her mouth. She stiffens up, her smile waning as she glances around. What's wrong? I ask. She pauses. Do you smell something? I assume that her nose is acting up and bring a hand to my chest, feigning offense. Are you saying I smell bad? She grins, shaking her head. Forget it. I'll get the bath started. I nod, and Dia kisses my cheek before trailing to the bathroom. I hear the water running in the distance, and then Dia tells me she's going to go downstairs to grab the leftover non-alcoholic apple cider from the baby shower. I'm grabbing a pair of sweats from my bag when a phone chimes. Dia's phone. She left it on the bed. 1 message. 2 messages. 3 messages. It just won't stop. My curiosity gets the upper hand on message number 5. Who the hell is texting her at this hour? I cut across the room in no time, reaching for her phone and checking the sender. Chance. She also has 3 missed calls from him. Why in the fuck is her ex-boyfriend blowing up her phone? I skim over his first 2 messages, his warning making my blood run cold. Chance. He's out. Chance. And I think he's coming for you. 29. Finn. This is bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. Lexi's killer can't be out there. He can't be free. It's not possible. The guy had 2 years left. They wouldn't release him 2 years early, would they? It's like the air in my lungs is poisonous. Like the panic brewing inside me is an inflating balloon, taking up every inch of space in my ribcage as I grab Dia's phone to read Chance's other messages. Chance. Dia, pick up the phone. Chance. It was a setup. Bastard escaped while he was getting transferred. Chance. Tell Finn to watch his back. I'm gripping her phone so tightly I can barely feel my hands anymore. Blood draining from my knuckles. I drop Dia's phone back onto the bed and hurry to the door. She went downstairs minutes ago. She should have been back by now. Dia? Her name rolls off my tongue like a plea. No answer. Dia? I shout again, waiting for her to appear at the top of the stairs with a heart-stopping smile on her face and a bottle of apple cider in her hand. She's going to answer me. Any moment now. She's going to walk up those stairs and laugh at me for being paranoid. Come on, baby. Answer me. Answer me, Dia, please. My stomach sinks at the sound of water running in the background. It's not like her to leave her bath unattended. She's always on my case about wasting water. There's no way. Something's wrong. I should probably think this through, use common sense and plan my next move carefully. But the sensible part of me is nothing but a tiny voice in the back of my head as I come to terms with the gravity of the situation. We have a vindictive killer on the loose, and now my girlfriend's not answering me. No fucking way this is a coincidence. I can hear my heart pulsing in my brain as I exit the room and bolt down the stairs. I've just reached the first floor when a strong scent fills my nostrils. My breathing spikes when it hits me. Is that gasoline? Look who's decided to join us. His voice sounds like a death sentence. Definitive. Unavoidable. I always knew this moment would come. I guess I was stupid to think I could keep Dia away from the crossfire. My fists roll into white-knuckled weapons when I turn around and see Joel, Lexi's killer, squeezing Dia's throat with one hand and pointing a gun to her temple with the other. I can't fucking breathe, my thoughts blending together into a chaotic spiral. I did this. I pissed him off, and now he's going to take my girl away. My baby. My gem. This is all my fault. The crooked smile on Joel's face is as traumatizing as it is evil. I give him a once-over, taking in his attire. His clothes don't even fit him. The sleeves of his jacket are too short, and he had to roll up the hem of his jeans. He must have stolen himself an outfit after he escaped. Not to mention he looks like he hasn't showered in days. His long hair greasy, and his beard a scruffy mess. He's changed since I last saw him, and not in a good way. Not that he looked great before prison. He looked like he'd been using every day of his life back then, too. But I don't remember him looking this rough. I zero in on Dia. Her cheeks are soaked with tears, and her mouth is covered by a piece of tape. The whole thing looks like a scene straight out of a fucking movie. Except, it's real. The gun is real. The bullets are real. And happy endings aren't guaranteed. I lift my hands up, moving closer like he's a wild animal I don't want to scare away. My focus shifts to my feet when I step into a puddle. What the? I scan my surroundings, my eyes following the trail of liquid stretching across the common areas. Fucking hell. The psycho's got the whole place doused in gasoline. One strike of a match and it's over. Jesus, how could I not hear him? Granted, the bath was running, but we didn't even hear him break in. Unless he was already in the house. Let her go, Joel. I try to sound assertive, but it comes out as a plea. Let me think about that. Joel buries his face into Dia's hair, causing her to flinch, and inhales her scent. Nah. Every nerve in my body wants to go apeshit on him. Every part of me tells me to pounce and rip the motherfucker apart. But my brain is louder than my impulses. He has a gun. I can't risk it. I can't risk her. What do you want? I ask. My question triggers him. What do I want? He snaps. You fuck my life up with one phone call to Daddy, and then you ask me what I want? He applies pressure to Dia's throat, causing her to gasp, and I see red. Take your fucking hands off her, I warn. Or what? He spits. You're going to send me to jail again? Might be worth it if it means I get to turn your pretty little girlfriend into a pile of ashes. That's why he's here. He probably wants to kill us both and set the place on fire to destroy the evidence. Shout out to your friend's pregnant girl for posting about this all over her socials, by the way. Made finding you so much easier. Shit. I'm not surprised he recognized Lacey's house from the pictures Avina posted. He's been here before. The night of Lacey's party the summer when Dia and I first met. I owed him money, and he showed up to threaten me. My buddy should be gutting that baby out of her right about now. Dia's tears immediately multiply, the look of horror in her eyes too much to bear. Of course, he has to smash that Xavier guy's fingers first. Basketball players don't need their hands, right? This is clearly payback for what I did to him a year ago. I remember the day I smashed his knuckles so vividly. He'd told me he'd forced himself on Dia, and I lost it. Beat him up so bad he couldn't do anything but scream and beg for mercy. Then I took a brick to his fingers and smashed every bone in his hand. You're not going to get away with this. I make myself cringe. I sound like a fucking cliché. He scoffs. That's the thing with you rich kids. You think nothing can touch you. You think because daddy's loaded, you're above everyone else. It's about damn time you step the fuck down from your throne and understand what real life is like. Every word that comes out of his mouth is laced with bitterness and jealousy. I'd be willing to bet what upsets him the most isn't that my family sent him to jail. It's that we didn't even have to try that hard. Because we have money, power, privilege. We have control over our lives, something this motherfucker probably never had. He thinks he's angry at us, but he's really angry at life. I'm sorry for what we did to you. I lie my ass off. Cut the bullshit! You and your dad made sure I didn't stand a fucking chance. You sent me to jail, and for what? Because I killed a fucking dog? The bitch was old as shit anyway. You came after me because you could. And you're always going to do whatever the fuck you want unless someone stops you. He pauses. Not anymore. I almost flatline when he cocks the gun, and Dia closes her eyes as if to prepare herself. Think about this, Joel, I blurt out. You got 3 years. 3 years and you'll be a free man. But if you do this, you're going down for life. I catch a glimmer of doubt in his eyes and take it as a sign to keep talking. You don't really want to do this. You don't want to be a murderer. You can just walk away right now. He doesn't speak for a long moment, and I dare hope that I'm getting through to him. Until he laughs in my face. You're right. I don't want to become a murderer, which is why I'm going to make sure they never trace it back to me. And how do you plan on doing that? You're going to shoot us and burn the house down? It won't be enough to destroy the evidence. I improvise, talking out of my ass. I'll say anything to make sure he doesn't use that gun. Why not? It worked on your daddy's house. The cops still have no fucking idea I did it. Well, technically, my buddy did it, but same difference. I don't even blink at his confession, putting on a brave face, when inside, I'm scared out of my fucking mind. He managed to burn my childhood home from jail. I don't even want to think of what he'll do now that he's out. Now, where were we? Joel's hand leaves Dia's throat, making a descent toward her breasts, and I nearly lose all control. It's a shame I have to kill her. Such a hot little body. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him, and I'm going to shove that gun so far up his ass, they're going to have to cut him open to retrieve it. Any last words, sweetheart? Joel teases before realizing that Dia's mouth is still taped up. Right. Let me get that for you. Joel rips the tape off Dia's mouth in one go and grabs hold of her face, forcing her chin forward to take a good look at her. You know what? On second thought, I might have to kill your boy first, so we can have some fun. What do you say, baby? Dia remains quiet for a few seconds. Then she spits in his face. It only takes a second. You fucking bitch! Joel takes a swing at her in a knee-jerk reaction, hitting her directly on the side of the head. The blow knocks her right out, and Dia drops to the ground like dead weight. I'm screaming in my head, dying to run to her, but I also know this is the opening I've been waiting for, and it might be my only shot. I take advantage of the distraction and throw myself at Joel. I'm not even aware of my own actions as I tackle him to the ground, operating on pure instinct. The gun slips out of his hands as soon as he hits the floor. I drop on top of him, cock my arm back, and crash my fist into his jaw. I pummel his face with violent blows and watch him struggle to keep up. He eventually manages to deck me in the face with his elbow, and I assume that's something he picked up while he was getting his ass kicked in jail. I fall off him, blood gushing out of my nose and pooling into my mouth. I immediately know it's broken. Before I realize what's happening, Joel has jumped to his feet. I think he's going to try and scoop up the gun, but he pulls a much deadlier weapon out of his pocket instead. A lighter. Joel, don't! He throws the lighter into the puddle of gasoline on the floor, watching with a satisfied smile as flames spread across the room almost instantly. I push to my feet, quickly distancing myself from the fire and covering my mouth and nose with my t-shirt to avoid inhaling smoke. The fire alarm goes off the next second, and I glance over at Dia lying on the ground. She's still unconscious, and I realize that the fire is gaining momentum so fast, it's sure to reach her within the next few minutes. I make eye contact with Joel through the smoke and track his gaze to the gun on the floor. I know what he's going to do before he even makes a move. We both go for the gun at the same time, throwing ourselves onto the ground. My stomach drops when he reaches it first and pushes to his feet, aiming the gun at me. Relief courses through my veins. He's pointing it at me, not her. That's good. Kill me! I don't care! Just let her go! I beg. His deranged smile tells me I've made a grave mistake. Why would I kill you? He stares at Dia on the ground. When I can kill the person that makes your life worth living. Fear paralyzes me. If I kill her, I'm killing you too. And he's right. I wouldn't last a day in this fucked up world without her. Say goodbye to your girlfriend, Richards. Joel aims the gun at Dia, and the thought of losing her flips a switch inside my brain. A year ago, I was in the same position, watching Lake Belmont take away the only girl I've ever loved. Different circumstances, same life-threatening danger. I didn't save her then. I let my PTSD call the shots, and I'll be damned if I let it happen again. No. Fuck no. I'm saving her this time. I make a desperate lunge for Joel seconds before he pulls the trigger, pinning him to the ground with all my strength. The bullet misses Dia by a few inches, and I punch him in the jaw so hard I feel a bone crack in my hand. I'm pretty sure I just fractured my hand, but I barely feel it, high on adrenaline. I set out to disarm him and twist his wrist, straining his joints, and he howls in pain, releasing the barrel of the gun. I waste no time in snatching the gun from him and pointing it at his head. What are you going to do? Kill me? Joel smiles a blood-stained smile. I want to. I want to blow his brains out and watch it splatter everywhere. But then that would make me just as bad as he is. And Diamond Mitchell deserves a good man. I'm going to do everything in my power to be that man. Driven by impulse and rage, I strike Joel on the side of the head with the barrel of the gun a total of 2 times, effectively knocking him out. I rise off his body and, without giving him another glance, sprint over to Dia, who's seconds away from being devoured by the flames. I pick her up into my arms a little too late and feel the flames scorching the shit out of my right arm. I don't feel my broken nose or my fractured hand, but for some reason, I feel the burn tenfold as I carry Dia out of the house through the back door, leaving Joel to perish in the blaze. Every breath is difficult, but I push through, taking Dia to the front of the house and putting her down on the grass before falling to my knees. "Finn!" I recognize my best friend's voice. My head snaps up, and I see Xavier and Avina running toward us, the two of whom look perfectly fine. They were probably alerted by the fire alarm and thick smoke. Joel must have been lying about his friend going after them, or maybe Xavier took care of his buddy himself. Either way, I've never been happier to see him. I spot Theo and Lacey not far behind Xavier and Avina, and the weight on my shoulders decreases. They're okay. Everyone's okay. "The cops and the firefighters are on their way," Xavier assures me. I nod, but all I can think about is Dia. Xavier slows down at the sight of her lifeless body. "Is she okay?" I don't know." My voice cracks. "Baby, wake up." I brush her cheek with my fingers. She doesn't move. "Jem?" I croak. Nothing. "Baby, wake up, please. It's over." "Dia?" Avina drops to her knees next to her best friend. "Dia?" Fear fills Avina's gaze. She whisks her head my way. "What the hell happened to her?" She got knocked out, but she should be awake by now. She should be okay. I don't understand." I ramble. I attempt to wake her, holding her up by her waist and shaking her shoulders to no avail. That's when I feel something on my hand. Some sort of liquid. I withdraw my hand from her hip and flip it over to take a look. Then my soul leaves my body. "Oh my God!" Avina gasps. "She's bleeding!" Blood spills from my baby's flesh and onto my hands, my head spinning out of control as I realize I didn't stop the bullet. No. This can't be happening. I was supposed to stop Joel. I was supposed to save her. He shot her. I start to hyperventilate. "Call an ambulance. Now!" Xavier yells at Theo. "On it!" Theo immediately pulls his phone out of his pocket. I only realize how fast I'm breathing when my throat starts to burn. "Did she inhale a lot of smoke?" Avina asks. Images of Dia lying on the floor unconscious, unable to cover her mouth or protect her lungs, flash in my mind. I was able to breathe through my shirt, which wasn't much, but she didn't have anything. "It couldn't have been that much. She wasn't in there that long. She's fine. She's going to be fine." I choke out. I glance at Avina for reassurance, but she doesn't soothe my panic. So I look up at Xavier. He stares at me with this nauseating pity in his eyes. "Stop looking at me like that!" I snap, grabbing Dia's hand and squeezing her fingers. "She's going to be okay. She has to be okay." I fall apart, tears coating my cheeks. "You're going to be okay, baby. I promise." I'm afraid I'm going to pass out when Avina places her index and middle fingers on the side of Dia's neck to check her pulse. I count the seconds until she speaks again, my senses slipping and my limbs too heavy to move. I see the tears pool in Avina's eyes as she removes her fingers from Dia's neck. "I don't feel anything." She breaks into sobs, and I swear something shatters inside me. I think she's dead. The word she's looking for is dead. Just like that, I feel myself fade. Or maybe I let myself fade. All I know is my body gives up on me, and I fall into a never-ending pit of darkness, trying my hardest to fight it, until I realize that I'm never going to see her smile again. I'm never going to kiss her again, or hear her laugh after telling her a dumb joke. And suddenly, I don't want to fight anymore. 30. Finn. Week 1. Without you. Dear Jim, I didn't sign up for this shit. I wish this existence had a customer complaints department. I wish there was a hotline I could call or a manager I could talk to. I demand a refund on the fucking nightmare that is life without you. You've been gone for a week, and the sun hasn't shined since. We've had rain every day. Every single day. It's like the world knows what happened to you. It's like the sky is sad too. Everyone's been smothering me with attention since that night. They're all worried about me, asking me if I'm okay. You faint one time and people mother you forever, I swear. The doctor said my body couldn't sustain the adrenaline, the smoke inhalation, and the shock of watching you bleed out, which is why my ass went down like the Titanic. But I'm better now. Physically, at least. Ruben's been sending me inspirational quotes to cheer me up, and at the risk of sounding ungrateful, today's quote made me want to gag. We always have something to be grateful for. That's the quote. Bullshit, I know. It's nice of him to try, but the only thing I'm grateful for right now is Joel dying in that fire. Sounds harsh, but it's true. They found the son of a bitch's remains a few days ago, and I've been wondering if I should feel guilty. The cops said I did what I had to do. They said I was just defending myself, and while I technically didn't kill him, I also didn't get him out of the house. I left him there, to burn. But then I remember what he did to you, and just like that, my guilt evaporates. I'm not even sure why I'm writing you these letters. It's not like you're going to read them. Not yet, anyway. The doctors are going to keep you in a medically induced coma a little while longer to reduce the swelling and inflammation on your brain. They said the blow you suffered to the head caused a traumatic brain injury, and while you'll most likely recover, there's a chance you'll be a completely different person when you wake up. I'd much prefer option number 1, but I thought I'd write you these letters just in case things don't go our way. Maybe they can trigger your memory, and if they don't, we'll make new ones. I love you. Finn. Week 2 without you. Dear Jem, Ruben always tells me to find a bright side in every bad situation. He suggested I make a list and look at it whenever I miss you too much. Wasn't easy, but I came up with a few things. Bright side number 1. You're not dead, obviously. I'm glad Avina was wrong. Your pulse wasn't strong, but it was there, and that's all that matters. Bright side number 2. You didn't get shot. It came close, But in the end, the bullet grazed you, and while there was a lot of blood, it didn't do any real damage. The doctors said they don't know if you could have recovered from a severe blow to the head, loss of oxygen, and getting shot. Things could have been way worse, and for that, I'm grateful. Bright side number 3. I think your dads are starting to warm up to me. I visit you every day, leaving them no choice but to be around me. Gayton brought me coffee and a cookie from the vending machine last night, so that's progress. You'll also be happy to know that I saw your dads getting real close in the waiting room. They've been finding comfort in each other. Maybe they just needed to fall apart before they could fall back together. Oh, and the doctors finally decided to get you off the meds. They said you should wake up on your own soon enough, and all that's left for us to do is wait. So, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for you, Jem. However long it takes. Finn. Week 3 without you. Dear Jem, something's wrong with time. I swear the days have been getting longer. The seconds feel like minutes, and minutes feel like hours, especially at night. I haven't been sleeping well, constantly afraid that I'll miss a phone call from the hospital. Things are pretty much the same as they were last week. You still haven't woken up, but the doctors say you should come to any day now. They didn't take you off the drugs that long ago, and the time it takes people to wake up from medically induced comas often varies. But we're starting week 3, and I don't want to rush you or anything, but I'm kind of losing my shit. On a brighter note, I found something on the backseat of my car the other day. A letter from my mom. I thought I'd lost all her letters in the fire, but this one must have fallen out of the box when I was carrying it from the car to the guest house. I don't know how it happened, but I've learned not to question the good things in life. Speaking of letters, I'm pretty sure I never told you this, but the day I left town, I took the letters I wrote in therapy when I was 15 with me. I went through each and every one of them a few days back, and one letter in particular caught my attention. The letter is about my heart, and how much I hated it. I called it a fraud, said it was a stupid organ that hogged the credit for every love story ever written. But now, when I think about my heart, I think about you. You're my heart, Dia. You crept into my chest back when I thought it was destined to stay empty. You showed me what it meant to love someone more than you hate yourself. I thought you should know that I changed my mind. I don't hate my heart anymore, but I do miss it. I guess what I'm trying to say is, dear heart, I miss you. Finn. Anyone here for Diamond Mitchell? A woman's voice interrupts my writing mid-sentence. Avina nudges me with her elbow, and I look up to see Dia's doctor standing a few feet away from us, scanning the hospital waiting room. I immediately rest my pen and notebook on the seat next to mine and make my way over to Dia's doctor with Avina on my heels. Dave and Gayton should be here soon. They told Avina they'd bring Dia's baby brother to visit his sister today, but they're running late, which probably means that the little monster isn't cooperating. We are, Avina tells the lady. Can we see her? I don't miss a beat. I've been patient up until now, but she's been awake for 2 days, and they've refused to let anyone who's not immediate family see her. Her dad said she was confused and alarmingly quiet, but her doctor assured us it was normal that her personality might be slightly altered during the first few days. Gayton said her memories seemed intact and that she recognized them instantly, but I'm scared to death that she won't recognize me. What if our love is gone from her mind? Or worse, what if she only remembers the bad parts? Dia made me watch a movie called The Vow once. It was about a woman who lost her memory and only remembered being in love with her ex. That's my nightmare right there. I don't know what I'd do if she looked me in the eyes and didn't recognize me. I don't know that I'd survive it. Before you go in, you should know that she's been having some trouble completing regular tasks, such as walking or picking up things. She's going to need a few weeks of physical therapy and constant help until she gets her motor skills back. But I believe she'll make a full recovery, if given the time. Thank fucking God. What about her brain? Is she talking okay? Does she have memory loss? I ask. The swelling on her brain has completely receded, which indicates that the coma had the desired result. But you might find her speech to be a little slow. Overall, she's been talking surprisingly well considering, and she seems to remember basic information, such as her name and birthday, but we can't say without a shadow of a doubt that she didn't suffer memory loss. That's something you'll have to find out by talking to her and bringing up events to make sure she remembers them. Thank you, Doctor, Avina says. I'm going to have to ask you to go in one at a time to avoid overwhelming her. Dia's doctor adds, Of course. I turn to Avina as soon as the doctor walks away, desperately looking for a polite way to say, if you don't let me see her right now, I might die. You'd think she heard my thoughts when she offers me a small smile and puts me out of my misery. Go, I'll wait here. Are you sure? She nods. Yes, you need to see her more than I do. I thank her and set out toward Dia's room. The halls seem infinite as I edge through the crowd on my way to her. I reach the door to her room, my palms erupting with sweat. Please remember us, Dia. Please. I've been in her hospital room plenty of times in the past weeks. I'd sit by her bed during visiting hours and play her favorite music. But I still dread what's on the other side of the door. There used to be an unconscious girl behind it. But now that girl is awake. And as happy as that makes me, it also scares me shitless. I inhale a breath before pushing the door open and ambling inside. Her eyes are closed when I come in. For a second there, she looks like she's still in a coma, her long, dark hair cascading down her shoulders as she lies in the hospital bed. But then she peels her eyelids open, and my pulse flatlines. The doctors said we'd need to have conversations with her in order to ensure she doesn't have memory issues. But a single look is all the answer I need. Finn, my baby croaks from the moment she sees me, and I rush to her side to take her hand. Tears coat her cheeks the next second, and she tries to wipe them away but can barely lift her arm. This simple action requiring too much of her energy. Pain clogs my throat as I witness her struggle and sweep her tears away for her, clinging to what her doctor said earlier. It'll take time, but she'll recover. And I'm going to be there with her every step of the way. Can I kiss you? I sit by the edge of her bed. It's like I'm afraid any sudden move is going to break her. Okay, is all she says, and it makes me smile. Gayton and Dave mentioned she kept the talking to a bare minimum, and her new favorite word was okay. Now I know what they meant. I lean over her before she can blink, cupping her face and kissing her as gently as I can. She kisses me back a second later, her breathing stalling. How much do you remember? I cut to the chase as soon as I pull away, needing to put my demons to rest. Dia opens her mouth to speak and closes it, needing time to find the right words, and I realize how hard this is for her. How's this? Blink once if you remember. Blink twice if you don't.
Okay.
I smile. Do you remember what happened at the lighthouse? I opt for something easy. Blink. My shoulders unwind. She remembers. What about us getting back together? Blink. Do you remember how we met? Blink. Do you remember how you got here? I choke out, dreading her answer. This had to be traumatic for her, being held at gunpoint and assaulted. Blink, blink. She doesn't remember. She remembers almost everything, but not this. This is how far her memories go. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. They told me what happened, but I don't remember, she says slowly. I nod, tucking a piece of her curly hair behind her ear and trying to swallow the pit in my throat. It aches like a bitch, but in a good way, if that's even possible. She's really awake. I can't believe it. How are you feeling? I guide her hand to my mouth and kiss her knuckles. My head hurts, she says, and I wish I could transfer the headache out of her head and into mine. I'm so sorry, Jem. I'm so fucking sorry I put you in danger. It's okay. She gives me a small smile, and for the first time in 3 weeks, it feels like I can breathe again. You'll make it up to me. Unfortunately, my relief is short-lived. A pit of emotion slamming against my ribcage like it's trying to carve its way out. My eyes begin to water as I replay the words she said and contemplate how close I came to not having that chance. We almost ran out of time, and I refuse to waste any more. My fingers slide into the pocket of my jacket, and I feel the wrinkled envelope I found in my car weeks ago. I read my mom's letter the day I happened upon it, but Dia hasn't. And I need her to know what's in it, because it technically concerns her too. I still have one letter from my mom. I plucked the folded envelope out of my pocket. The rest burned in the fire. Her eyes grow. You do? Yes, but she didn't write it for me. I mean, she did, but she wrote it for you too. I hand her the envelope, and she turns it over, taking in the words written on the back. For when you fall in love. I'd like to read it to you. She gives a small nod. I'd like that too. I pull the letter I've read a couple 100 times out of the envelope and unfold it. I glance at Dia, wishing I could blink and have my eyes take a picture of her. I want to remember what she looked like the day I asked her to be my forever. You ready? I ask. I'm ready, she confirms. Then I start to read. Dear Finley, I hope you never read this letter. Not because it's not important, but because it's too important to be shared through ink and paper. This is the kind of conversation I want to have with you in person. I want to sit you down one day, when you're older, and explain to you why love is the most important thing in the world. But if you're reading this letter, it means I didn't get that chance. If you're reading my words right now, it means you never got to roll your eyes at me and say, Mom, in an attempt to spare yourself my speech. If that's the case, I hope you'll read this letter and pretend I'm telling you these things face to face. Whether you're reading this once you're married, engaged, or once you just got your first girlfriend. I want you to know that I love you more than I ever thought possible. I know I've always been overprotective of you and your brother. I tell you not to play with fire because I'm afraid of seeing you get hurt. I so desperately want to protect you from the world that I sometimes forget that you have to live in it. And I don't want you to live in a world you fear. I want you to find the things worth suffering for. Not every painful thing is meant to burn you, Finley. In fact, some of the most painful things have the potential to be the most beautiful ones. Like love, for example. Love can kill you or make you feel alive. It can destroy you, but it can also build you up. Love is hard, Finley, but running away from love is harder. So, when you find someone you want to spend the rest of your life running toward, I beg you not to turn the other way. I beg you to accept the possibility of pain for the sake of your happiness. I beg you to try again, even if things don't always end well. Now, for this part, I need you to give this letter to your significant other. Fair warning, I might come back to haunt her if she breaks your heart. To my boys forever. I don't know who you are, but I'm willing to bet that you have a heart of gold, and it is for that reason that I ask you, please fight for him. There will come a time when he will need someone, but will refuse to admit it. A moment where he wants to give up on himself, but you can't let him. Not now, not ever. Promise me to help him forgive himself for the things he couldn't control. And always, always remind him that it's okay to let yourself hurt. That's how you know it's worth it. Mom. I put the letter down, casting a glance toward Dia, and find big, teary eyes staring back at me. Her undoing tugs at my composure as I slip the letter back into its envelope. I promise, she answers out loud, granting my mother's wish. Dia's gaze shadows the motion as I tuck my hand into my pocket and reach for a velvet box, chewing on my bottom lip to contain the emotions trying to tear my walls down. Finn, she gasps, and my name sounds heavenly on her lips. I went and bought this the day I got back into town, I explain, opening the box and showing her the diamond engagement ring I've been carrying around for a while. I knew from the second I saw you again that I'd marry you someday. You hated me and wanted nothing to do with me, but I couldn't help myself. It's you and me, Dia. There's never been anyone else, and there never will be. Be with me, marry me, grow old with me. Please. I drive the box closer to her, the vessel in my chest beating double time. My baby's crying so hard, I'm surprised she's even able to see as I rest the ring in the palm of my hand, revealing the words carved into it. Everything but you. Diamond Mitchell, will you do me the honor of being the only person I don't hate for the rest of my life? Dia's silent for long seconds, the sniffling sound she's making snowballing into full sobs. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Yes. She makes me the luckiest man in the universe with a single word. From there, I'm a goner. A tear rolls down my cheek as I slip the diamond ring around her finger and trap her into a suffocating hug. And, as crazy as it may sound, for a brief moment, I'm convinced that my mom heard us. I'm convinced that she was here, smiling down at us and calling me an idiot for all the time I wasted being afraid. And if she heard that, maybe she'll hear this too. I'm taking your advice, Mom. I'm never going to run from love again. From now on, I'm running toward it.
Epilogue. Diamond. 5 years later.
Is the blindfold really necessary?
Finn bounces his leg in the passenger seat, and I bite back a grin at my husband's impatience. The guy is worse than a toddler. We've been driving for less than 30 minutes, and he's been begging me for information for 25. Yes, it is. We wouldn't want to ruin the surprise, would we? I check my phone's GPS to make sure I don't miss our exit.
Hate to break it to you, babe, but it's technically already ruined.
Finn teases. Why's that? A million scenarios flash through my mind. I swear, if Xavier spilled the beans, I'm going to make him swallow his signed basketball collection.
It stopped being a surprise the second you told me there was a surprise.
Finn says to push my buttons. He's always grumpy on his birthday. Be more of a killjoy, will you? I laugh, nudging him with my elbow. I'm definitely more excited about his birthday than he is. Not that it's anything new. If it weren't for me, Finn wouldn't acknowledge it at all. In his defense, his mom passed on his 8th birthday, and I think he's come to dread the reminder with each passing year. No one should have to celebrate their birth on the day of their mother's death, and I've been doing everything in my power to help him honor her life rather than dwell on the way it ended. I'd like to think it's working, but I also know better than to assume Finn is ever going to stop missing her. His mom is always going to be the first woman he's ever loved. But I intend to be the last. Take the next exit. My GPS commands, and I oblige, changing lanes. I rented out this gorgeous house in the woods for Finn's birthday almost a year ago. The waiting list was a nightmare, but I fell in love with the place when my dads got back together and hosted their second wedding reception there. The place wasn't cheap, but it has everything we need to make Finn's birthday weekend perfect. A pool, a hot tub, a direct view of the lake, and enough rooms for my entire family and Finn's combined. I texted Avina just before we left the house to make sure she'd picked up Finn's gift, like we'd talked about. She answered that her son was driving her crazy and that she'd sent Xavier instead. It surprised me, to say the least. Xavier's barely had time to breathe since he got drafted into the NBA 2 years ago, let alone run errands. He's been playing for the Charlotte Hornets and traveling the world for every game. Avina and their son Tyler accompany him most of the time, but with his hectic schedule comes a lack of stability Avina couldn't get behind. She made it clear when she found out she was pregnant with their second little boy, 8 months ago, that she wasn't doing this alone. She decided to hold off on finding work as a psychiatrist after graduation in order to follow her husband and be a mother. But she refused to lose herself into motherhood by being the equivalent of a single parent. Xavier heard her loud and clear. He's been juggling his responsibilities as a father and a husband on top of his career and doing a damn good job of keeping his hormonal wife happy. He's been treating her like a queen every chance he gets, remaining a good-hearted man in spite of his ridiculously high salary.
How much longer?
Finn asks, just as I'm hopping onto the back road leading to the gated community the house is located in. Almost there, I tell him. We're at the gate a minute later, and I enter the code the owners gave me on the phone earlier. Butterflies explode in my stomach when I speed up the driveway to the luxurious rental. If you'd told me a few years ago that I'd be able to afford to rent a 3-story house on my own for an entire weekend, I would have laughed in your face. The dog-sitting/walking app I launched after I dropped out of college has done extremely well. This little project that started as an idea in my head while I was in physical therapy, relearning to walk after the fire, came to life faster than I could have imagined. I remember the first time I talked to Finn about it like it was yesterday. He believed in my vision as soon as I shared it with him. He called his dad, and in less than a week, we'd landed investors to fund the process. A year later, the app was released into the world, and, well, the rest is history. I can feel my heart leaping against my ribs as I park my car into the house's circular driveway. A handful of cars are already in the lot, a sign that everyone showed up in time. "Are we here?" Finn questions, unable to conceal his smile. He'll die before admitting it, but he likes surprises as much as I do. "We're here." I drag myself out of the car with difficulty. It's a wonder I even fit into the car, considering the size of my belly. I couldn't tell you how many times I accidentally honked on the way over here. Oh, and don't even get me started on how many times I had to stop and use the bathroom. Cough, twice, cough. It would seem our little Nora thought it would be fun to kick the shit out of my bladder to pass the time. I'm 5 days overdue, but it feels like 5 weeks. Our baby girl should be here any moment now, which is why I rented a house close to home, just in case. I shoot Avina a text, giving her the green light on our plan before opening the passenger side door. I usher Finn to the entrance, telling myself that I'll come back for our bags later and unlock the door with another PIN code. The house is dead quiet when we amble inside. I make quick work of removing the blindfold from my husband's eyes. Finn blinks a few times, his sight gradually coming back to him. "Surprise!" The room erupts in cheers and applause. Finn's mouth falls open as he drinks in the crowd, the shock on his face dissipating and evolving into a smile. All the people who love him are in this room. His sober sponsor, his dad, Xavier. I notice my dad's, my sister, and my younger brother Charlie hanging in the background. Jesse and Izzy must be running late. Avina and Lacey come barging into the room the next second, chasing after Ty, who's covered in silly string and running with the can. I can't help but smile at the sight of a pregnant Avina chasing after my godson. Xavier manages to scoop him up in passing and throws his son over his shoulder, making little Ty burst into laughter. Finn turns to me, flashing a radiant smile. "You did this?" "Guilty," I confirm, and Finn wastes no time in capturing me into his arms, lifting me off the ground and twirling my pregnant ass around. "Fuck, I love you." Finn smacks a loud kiss to my cheek, and I laugh. "Everything but you." I croak like I'm speaking a language only he understands. "Everything but you," he says right back. His father makes his way over as soon as we separate, and Finn pulls him into a tight hug. These two have come so far. In the past, his relationship with his father was so unbelievably broken, I feared it was beyond repair. But the fire at Lacey's seems to have made Finn realize how short life can be. It started with a few family dinners, and after some shocking information about Brody's past came to light, their bond grew stronger. A year later, he and his father got into business together, working side by side to open a handful of gyms all over the country. As opposed to regular gyms, their memberships offer countless tools to manage anger issues and anxiety. I personally love their anger-releasing boxing classes. The purpose? To blow off some steam when life gets to be too much. "The hell are you doing here, All-Star? I thought you weren't coming back into town until after the season." Finn asks his childhood best friend once he's made the rounds.
And miss your birthday? Nah, man.
Xavier gives Finn a quick bro hug and a pat on the back.
Where's Theo?
Finn glances around the room.
He couldn't make it. Stayed with the missus. But he did get you a gift and a birthday card with dicks on it,
Xavier explained. Finn scoffs.
Of course he did.
Avina joins the conversation shortly after, telling us that she left Tyler with Lacey. Lacey, whose nightmare recently came true when she found out she'd never be able to have a family of her own. She's been hiding her pain like a pro, but I know her too well to buy her indifferent act. Her man would never leave her for it, not even if he put a gun to his head. But she's been beating herself up for not being able to give him kids.
Look at you!
Avina gasps at the sight of my belly. She's been out of town with Xavier for the last 3 months, and I was much smaller the last time she saw me.
Look at you,
I say, drawing her into my arms. Out of all the dreams a girl can have, being pregnant at the same time as your best friend ranks pretty damn high on the list. We like to joke about her son and my daughter getting married someday, especially since they'll be close in age and will most likely spend every summer together once Xavier's NBA years come to an end. But I also know that Finn will put that kid through the ringer if he ever hurts his little girl. And I'm not sure I want to be responsible for my overprotective husband giving Avina's son a wedgie. Avina and I have just withdrawn from each other when Finn's head snaps toward the backyard.
What was that?
A dopey grin spreads on my face.
What are you talking about?
A familiar sound cuts through the air, and I share knowing glances with Avina and Xavier.
That,
Finn urges. I don't know. Let's go check it out. I head for the double glass doors leading to the patio with Finn, Xavier, and Avina on my tail. Speaking of tails, it might just be because of the hormones, but when I lay eyes on the 2-month-old Labrador chasing a butterfly in the backyard, I immediately feel myself tear up. Finn never got the guts to adopt another dog after Lexi, but I could tell whenever he saw a dog in the streets or when we visited friends who owned pets that a part of him missed showering her with love. He grew up with Lexi, treated her like family, and when she died, it devastated him. I just couldn't bear to see him mourn her for the rest of his life.
Whose dog is this?
Finn asks as the adorable puppy makes a beeline for us with a wagging tail and her tongue sticking out.
It's yours,
I choke out, blinded by the tears. I thought I'd seen Finn surprised in my life, but nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to the look on his face when I drop the news on him.
What?
His eyes grow 3 sizes. You heard me. She's yours, I repeat.
Are you kidding?
He drops to his knees, and the newest addition to our family runs to him. Our girl immediately attempts to climb on his lap, her body wiggling uncontrollably as she swipes her tongue across his cheek.
Dia, I swear to God, if you're kidding and we don't get to take her home.
I'm not kidding, I assure him. His eyes are bloodshot as he picks her up into his arms.
She's ours?
She's ours. She's coming home with us. One look at his gorgeous face, and my heart swells up with longing and love.
I can't believe you did this,
he says, putting the excited puppy down and rising to his feet. Happy birthday, baby. I pull him into a hug, which he returns immediately, his tattooed arms failing to wrap around my pregnant belly.
I love you so much,
he whispers in my hair, his voice cracking halfway through the sentence, and I hold him as tight as I can. I love you. I sniffle, and Finn tilts my chin forward with his index, kissing me so hard that my lungs bail on me. I'm always out of breath these days, but Finn's kisses had me panting long before I was pregnant. It's nice to see that some things never change. I have to push him away before I get lightheaded, and he laughs, pecking my nose before picking up the puppy that's nibbling at his leg like it's a chew toy. Our journey may have been a tumultuous one, but looking at my husband and the father of my unborn daughter, I feel the need to thank the universe for every twist and turn. The rough patches and obstacles are the reason we're standing here today. Nora Richards was right. Not every painful thing is meant to kill you. Sometimes we need to hurt. Sometimes that's how you know it's worth it. This concludes Dear Heart, I Miss You by Eliah Greenwood, narrated by Chris Chambers and Sophia Willingham. Copyright 2022 by Eliah Greenwood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eliah Greenwood, care of Bethany Weaver, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.